60. Chapter 60. Your domination is not enough. Vice Admiral Hogg, I have a question. I clearly feel that my swordsmanship is not much weaker than Hawkeye's. My hockey is only slightly inferior, and my physique is no less than his. But why can he defeat me so easily? What is the difference between an admiral and someone below the admiral? I believe that my strength has surpassed the vice admirals of the Marine headquarters, but compared to you, an admiral-level warrior, I am like a ridiculous clown. This was the question that Shilua asked Hogg after he reflected on it all night after being defeated by Hawkeye Sonda. Hogg's answer to him was, "Because you don't have enough dominance." Domineering thoughts? What is that? This strange word, she has heard Hogg repeat it no less than 100 times during the years he has stayed in Impel Down. But he has never been able to truly understand this word that sounds a bit childish. To say it is a belief seems to have a taste of arrogance. It can be said to be simply arrogant and childish, but it also reveals an inexplicable sense of dominance and majesty. His previous understanding was literal. It is the belief of dominance. When Hogg said that he didn't have enough willpower, did he mean that his will and belief weren't strong enough? But Shilio didn't think so. He is an extremely conceited person. In Impel Down, no one caught his eye. Even Magellan, the king of hell who was revered by the prisoners, was just a hypocritical diarrhea saint in his eyes. Over the years, as the chief guard, he used his position to kill at least thousands of prisoners in Impel Down. Among them are even some vicious criminals from the infinite hell. This is also the reason why his notoriety has spread to the outside world. Even the prisoners in the infinite hell are very afraid of him. The path he insisted on in the sword path was to kill, madly kill, and kill continuously, using endless blood to forge his own killing sword path, the sword path of hell. He persisted on this path for 20 years. In the dark and gloomy Impel Down, in the tit-for-tat confrontation with Magellan, in swinging the sword thousands of times, in practicing sword skills with prisoners, in being imprisoned, in the lonely waiting. He persisted in this kind of life that would drive a normal person crazy for 20 years. Isn't his belief enough for such persistence? Isn't his domineering mind enough? This is what Shiria thought after being defeated by Hawkeye's 3 swords. Then he met Rayleigh again. In Shiria's opinion, although Rayleigh's reputation is terrifyingly great, he is old after all. It is impossible for him to be stronger than the young Hawkeye, right? In other words, Rayleigh is not as good as Hawkeye. He's not as good as Hawkeye. Then even if Rayleigh is stronger than him, it is impossible for him to be completely helpless, right? At least, there is absolutely no way Rayleigh could defeat him with just 3 strikes, right? That's what Shilua thought. That's why he volunteered to kill Xiachi and took Xiachi's head to find Rayleigh, trying to take advantage of Rayleigh's unstable mentality and kill him by surprise. Shilio guessed right. Rayleigh indeed failed to defeat him with 3 strikes, because Rayleigh only used 2 cuts. The first knife was used by a furious man after seeing Xiachi's head being cut off, and he chopped him down severely on the spot. The second sword was used when Shilio was unwilling to accept his defeat and wanted to save his lost face. It destroyed his mentality, severed his beliefs, and killed his body with it. 2 knives. Shilu was seriously injured and on the verge of death. His chest and abdomen were cut open, and his intestines were all over the ground. He lay on his back on the broken grass, feeling his vitality slipping away. His eyes were empty and unfocused, and his face showed an idiotic expression of doubt about life. At this moment, as he was about to die, Hogg's answer appeared in his mind again. Your domination isn't strong enough. Tyranny. What on earth is it? In his gradually darkening mind, Shilio pondered this question over and over again. I'm coming, Rain Shilu. You hold on. If you die, I will be implicated and buried with you. Blackbeard's body, trailing a long trail of black smoke, rushed from a distance like the wind and pounced in front of Shilio, whose breath was extremely weak. Looking at the notorious Impel Down warden in front of him, Blackbeard had a complicated expression on his face. In his original plan, the person in front of him, Shiryu, was actually the person he intended to invite into his pirate group. Because he was attracted by Shiryu's strength and reputation, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that he still had the status of Shichibukai, and wait until the day of the public execution when the Navy was eager to deal with Whitebeard, and then sneak into Impel Down and go to the infinite hell and Impel Down to recruit some crew members, and by the way, invite this bloodthirsty warden. Blackbeard felt that given Shiryu's personality, there was a high chance that he would accept his invitation. However, he didn't expect that Shilio would come out before he could implement his plan. He came out with an old monster in the Navy, who was like a devil. "What a pity," he muttered, "what a pity," but his hands did not stop moving. He pressed Brooks' skull onto the grass next to Shiryu. Then he opened his hands, and black cyclones emerged rapidly from his left and right palms, like two black holes. He pressed one hand on Brooks' skull and the other on Shiryu's body. "I absolutely have to succeed. I don't want this kind of thing to end my fate prematurely. But if we really fail, we can only escape quickly while that old monster hog is being held back by Pluto Rayleigh. If that happens, my plan to become a Shichibukai will be a complete failure." "Ha, thief, huh. There's no other way. Let's take a gamble. Use my future as a bet." "Shilu, you are also an important chip on this gambling table. If I lose the bet, you will die too." Blackbeard laughed nervously, desperately releasing his dark fruit ability, urging a powerful suction to capture the object in Brooks' head, the mysterious power of the superhuman Yomiuri fruit. Brooks' body is different from that of an ordinary person because he ate the Yomiuri fruit, which could bring him back to life. His soul returned to his body several years after his body completely decayed. Only a skeleton remains of his body, and even if it is torn into pieces, he will not die. As long as the soul in the body is not destroyed, he can live forever. But at this moment, as Blackbeard's dark fruit ability was fully activated, a huge suction force directly acted on Brooks' soul, capturing the power of the Yomiuri fruit he had eaten 50 years ago, and pulling it outward frantically, trying to extract it from Brooks' soul. As the power of the Yomi Nomi gradually faded, Brooks' soul, which was originally close to immortality due to the ability of the Yomi Nomi, began to decay and wither. The soul energy that was like a ghostly fire became visibly pale and weak, and the fluctuations of the soul became weaker and weaker until it stopped completely and turned into nothingness. Without this vibrant soul, the skull, which already had cracks, quickly decayed and shattered, turning into a pile of ashes scattered on the grass. Thus Brooks died. And when Brooks died completely, the black cyclone in Blackbeard's hand seemed to have grasped an invisible and intangible force, which was directly swallowed into his body by his black hole-like palm. No one knows what his body structure is. The mysterious power of the superhuman Yomiuri fruit was absorbed from the palm of his right hand, passed through his body, and then ejected from the palm of his left hand, penetrating into Shiryu's chest. After completing this step, Blackbeard finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, stood up, and looked at Shilua on the ground. From now on, whether you live or die depends on you." Range Shiryu. 61. Chapter 61 Supernovas with Nowhere to Escape. Number 28 Mangrove Area. Damn it, who would have thought that there would be the 7 warlords of the sea here? The admirals didn't come, but the 7 warlords of the sea did. Along with heavy footsteps, a majestic figure as huge as a mountain appeared on the street corner, blocking the advance of the strange monk pirates. Looking at the other person's mountain-like physique, his expressionless and indifferent face, and the thing in his hand. Why doesn't he have a Bible in his hand? Isn't it said that the tyrant Bartholomew the Bear always has a Bible in his hand? The captain of the strange monk pirates, Urij, who was holding a thick iron rod in his arms, looked at the pacifist who was walking towards him silently and couldn't help feeling a little confused. Seeing that their captain actually stopped at this time, the monk pirates of the strange monk pirate group became anxious. "Monk, now is not the time to dwell on such matters. Even if they are not admirals, the 7 warlords of the sea are still terrifying monsters. Let's go quickly. It's too dangerous here." "Leave, he. I'm afraid it's not that easy." Urij looked at the pacifist in front of him with fear, twitched his ears, and turned to look behind him. On the street behind, there were dense footsteps and all kinds of chaotic and noisy roars, shouts, and screams. "It's the radio pirates and the Hawkins pirates. And that guy Red Flag Drake? Oh no, it's the Navy. Lots of them. They're surrounding us, and leading them is out a giant." The exclamation of the monk from the strange monk pirates was interrupted by an angry roar. That huge voice was like the roar of a giant beast, deafening. "Drake, you traitor to the Navy. What are you doing? Why are you betraying the Navy? Are you going to become a disgrace to the Navy like your bastard father Barbarus?" Under the pirates' terrified gazes, the gigantic figure 3 or 4 times taller than the pacifist rose from behind the house on the corner. Under the iron mask, a deafening questioning voice came from a big mouth. 2 strong arms more than 10 meters long held a giant axe more than 10 meters long. With an axe blade wider than the pacifist, they swung it vigorously and swept towards Drake, who was sweating profusely on his face. "Lieutenant General Longzi, things are not what you think. Please listen to my explanation." Drake's eyes twitched wildly. He didn't dare to take the giant axe from the giant Vice General Longzi that was sweeping across the army. His body shot back. Boom! A violent gust of wind blew, and the giant axe swept across in front of him. In an instant, more than a dozen houses standing on both sides of the street were crushed like garbage. The pirates in front of Longzi, who were being chased by the navy and had no choice but to flee, were wiped out by this axe. Dozens of unlucky guys who ran slowly were crushed into bloody mud on the spot. Then explain it to me. Longs was like an angry ancient titan, waving the giant axe in his hand wildly, causing the entire street to shake violently. Under the terrified gazes of the pirates, he rushed in unstoppably and chopped at Drake with another axe. Explain. Looking at the furious Lonzi, Drake smiled bitterly. How does he explain this? In front of so many pirates, he said that he was actually an undercover agent of the Navy. Saying that he was a fallen Navy Major General was actually a drama directed and acted by the Navy? Are you kidding? If he said that, wouldn't Drake's identity as a supernova, which he had worked so hard to create, be ruined? In that case, how could he complete the secret mission and go undercover in the Beast Pirates in the New World? He was carrying out a secret mission personally assigned by Marshal Sengoku and Admiral Kazuru. This mission was highly confidential, and Longs was unaware of it. So the anger is understandable. Drake was so upset that he could only complain in his heart, wondering why Kazuru hadn't arrived yet. At the same time, he also noticed something unusual on Shabati Island. Looking at the Navy who followed Longzi and attacked together, slaughtering the pirates of the Supernova pirate group like cutting melons and vegetables, looking at the uniform cloaks of justice behind them, and looking at Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel who was cutting Hawkins back in the distance, Drake's eyes twitched wildly. What's going on? Why are the elite officers of the headquarters here? And Vice Admiral Longs and Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel with this lineup, and the pacifist attacking from both sides. Even if Kazura doesn't come, I can't escape. Even Kazura hasn't come yet, so why are these people here so quickly? Or have they already arrived in Shampoo Land in advance? While Drake was thinking, a flying squirrel came in with a long knife and shouted at the killing spree of Lonzi. Lonzi, be more restrained. Don't kill the devil fruit users. Vice Admiral Hogg said that their abilities will be transferred to us. If we accidentally kill one and their abilities disappear, it will be our loss. The flying squirrel made no attempt to disguise its voice. The huge amount of information contained in the words made all the pirates who heard it change color with shock. Especially the devil fruit users here. They felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were falling into an icy cave. Drake lost his voice and said, What kind of technology is this? Is this something newly developed by Vegapunk? It can actually transfer devil fruit abilities. Why haven't I heard anything about this? Damn you, Navy. I was wondering why you were so relentless in pursuing us. Turns out you were after our abilities. Apu leaped and ran across the rooftop, shouting to Drake and the others on the street below. Hey, did you all hear that? If you don't cooperate, we'll all be dead today. Hawkins' figure rose taller, and his body quickly transformed into a terrifying scarecrow, with black iron nails between his fingers. Turn around and face the flying squirrel. Although I haven't seen my death yet, it won't hurt to cooperate for the time being. Haha, although we will definitely be competitors for the great treasure in the future, if we can't even go to the new world. What's the point of competing? I agree to cooperate. Urge roared, and his nearly 4-meter body suddenly expanded a circle. He took the initiative to punch and blasted toward the approaching pacifist. Seeing that Drake was still hesitating, Apu said angrily, What are you still hesitating about, Drake? I think that big guy is coming for your ability. If you hesitate any longer, you will be caught by the Navy and have your ability taken away. Drake was shocked and turned to look at Longzi, who was chasing him. Shouldn't it be right? Longzi seemed to have heard Apu's provocation and grinned indifferently. That's exactly what I thought, Drake. Rather than letting that powerful ancient species ability of yours follow you, a traitor to the Navy, I'd rather take it away. With the ancient species and the giants, my power will be even greater. What? Drake's face froze completely. He gritted his teeth and remained stunned for a few seconds. His body suddenly expanded and grew 1 or 2 meters taller. His skin became rough and dark green. His head turned into the appearance of a dinosaur. His feet turned into the hind legs of a dinosaur. His fingers became thick. He held an axe and a sword, and with a flick, he rushed towards Longzi. If that's the case, there's no turning back. Sorry, Lieutenant General Longzi. Let's go together. Just as Drake encountered Lons and the flying squirrel, several other supernovas also ran into trouble. Led by several other major generals, the elite troops of the headquarters, which were originally intended to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates, have accurately surrounded the remaining Glutton Bonnie and Mafia Godfather Capone Beach, and are now besieging them with all their might. At the coating field and port of Sabaody, without Drake and other supernova pirates knowing, their pirate ships had already been destroyed. The entire Shampoo land has now become a trap place for the supernova pirates. It can be said that they have nowhere to escape except fighting to the death. 62. Chapter 62, Hungry Ghost Shilio. Behead Usopp. Are you dead or alive? Mangrove Area Number 8. Blackbeard took 2 steps back in fear when he saw Shiryu standing up straight from the ground with his intestines spilling all over the floor. In front of him, Shilio looked really scary at this moment. Rayleigh's slash cut open his chest and abdomen, causing his internal organs and intestines to be squeezed out. Because no one bandaged him or treated him, he lost a lot of blood. His whole body lost all color, and his skin turned a horrible blue-black color, making Shilio look like a corpse. Blackbeard didn't even hear his heartbeat. This is also why he asked in surprise and doubt whether Shilio was dead or alive. Of course, his question did not get an answer from Shilio. Shilio looked down at his cold body, savoring the wonderful feeling of coming back to life and thinking about the answer he got after asking Hogg. Before experiencing this death, he had not truly understood the true meaning of the dominant thoughts mentioned by Hogg. But now he had his answer. The so-called hegemonic idea is an extreme belief. It is an extreme pursuit that allows one to give up everything, abandon everything, and even disregard life and death for what one holds in one's heart. In the face of this goal, money, power, beauty, family, love, friendship, morality, justice, and dignity can all be thrown away without hesitation. It's paranoia. It's a madman. It's a lunatic. Just like Hogg back then. In order to stick to his beliefs, he voluntarily gave up the opportunity to be promoted to admiral and fell out with the entire Navy system and the entire world government. Even though he was imprisoned and Impel Down and tortured, what he pursued was not reversed or changed. Not only that, after he was released, he was even more radical, more paranoid, and more extreme than he was 20 years ago, than he was when he was young. Therefore, his domineering intention is even stronger. Incomparably strong. Those powerful people like Hogg, who stand at the top of this sea and this world, which one of them is not a paranoid? It is precisely because of the unshakable belief in their hearts that they have become unquestionably powerful. Perhaps the beliefs those people hold are different, and some are even difficult to understand. For example, Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, has been obsessed with a pirate house game all his life. His pursuit for decades has been to search the world for his family and to adopt a son. Isn't this pursuit extreme enough? But he persisted throughout his life amid the ridicule of other pirates and became the strongest man in the world. Another example is the crazy woman Big Mom. In order to pursue her so-called rule over all races and nations, she turned into a fertility maniac, getting married and giving birth to children nonstop every year, giving birth to hundreds of children like a sow. Isn't this extreme enough? But she became the queen of all nations and the strongest female pirate in the world. Another example is Kaido, the Beast King. He's also an extreme madman. In pursuit of self-strength, he has challenged other pirate emperors, the Navy, and the world government countless times. He was caught and executed countless times, but he still enjoyed it. He even felt that it was not enough and tried to commit suicide countless times, finding various ways to do so. But now he is the strongest creature on land, sea, and air with an indestructible body. It's not just pirates. The same is true for the Navy. Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji. Each of these admiral-level fighters has their own style of doing things and personality that is not understood by outsiders. You can't become a Buddha without being crazy. Perhaps this is the fundamental reason why he cannot reach the heights of Hogg, Hawkeye, Rayleigh, and others. I understand my domination is not enough because I'm still not extreme enough. I've killed too few people. After figuring this out, Shilio's whole demeanor changed. It's like a new life. He seemed to have completely abandoned all the sensual emotions that human beings should have. There was no trace of humanity left in him. Only absolute rationality remained. He was like a real corpse, a living corpse that could walk and move. The human part of him, his body, was dead. It is his soul that controls the zombie body. A cold soul. From now on, don't call me Rain Shilio. Call me Devil Shilio. Call me Hungry Ghost Shilio. The next moment, in Blackbeard's wide-open eyes, Shiryu's body split into two, and two Shiryu appeared. One is Shilio's soul, rushing out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, emitting glowing ghost fire. The other one is Shilua's body, his shell. The two Shiria rushed into the distance, one in front and one behind, at an unimaginable speed, and disappeared in Blackbeard's astonished eyes in an instant. Mangrove Area Number 1. Two terrifying forces raged and collided on the earth, causing a storm that darkened the sky and the earth. The Navy and pirates fighting around them couldn't stand still. They were forced to retreat again and again by the momentum and aftermath of this collision. In the center of the storm filled with black and red lightning, two figures emitting violent aura turned into two afterimages and fought each other madly. Rayleigh, taste my newfound power. The magnetic field rotates 30,000 times. Nether Dragon explosive fist. Hogg, who was shouting that he was going to punch, shamelessly swung the bloody long sword in his hand and slashed at Rayleigh opposite him. The majestic black and red overlord color flash electricity was wrapped around the blood-red blade. Every time it was swung, it could create blood-red slashes that shot up into the sky, tearing the ground in front of it into bottomless cracks. While slashing wildly, he was also talking trash to Rayleigh, stimulating Rayleigh's mind. After all, we are old acquaintances that we haven't seen each other for over 20 years. Even if we are enemies, we should catch up, right? Speak up, Rayleigh. Why are you mute? Rayleigh said nothing, but with a sullen face, he unleashed all his strength. The top-level armament color and domineering color on the long sword were intertwined and intertwined, emitting black lightning and slashing at Hogg. However, because both of them possessed the powerful ability to predict the future, neither of them was able to cause any harm to the other in a short period of time. Although Rayleigh is old, he has extremely rich combat experience and is very strong. He is not much inferior to Hogg, but he is inferior in physical strength. But in the short term, this gap is not very obvious. Looking at Rayleigh, who remained silent and only knew how to attack, Hogg grinned. I get it. You hate me. You hate me for killing your woman. Are you thinking about Xiachi, that stinky bitch? If you really miss her, go find her. She's in your secluded place in that tavern. Go find her. While she's still hot, maybe you can still have a good time without any regrets. Hogg's words finally angered Rayleigh. He was so angry that his hand holding the knife was shaking, and he glared at Hogg with red eyes. Shut up, Hogg, you lunatic. You don't have the grace of a strong man at all. You're like a wild dog that only knows how to bite people. A dog that bites is a good dog, Rayleigh. A dog that has lost its wildness is only fit to eat shit. There was a mad look on Hogg's face. He clenched Akron's hilt with his 5 fingers and exerted force suddenly. The blade vibrated and rubbed against the air, and raging flames quickly rose from the blood-red blade. The bloody blade rapidly enlarged and instantly turned into an exaggerated double-edged heavy sword 4 or 5 meters long. Hogg held it in one hand and slashed down at Rayleigh angrily. The magnetic field rotates 50,000 times. Sword of Hell. Red Lotus. Kong. A magnificent bloody light burst out on the ground. Rayleigh groaned, and the long sword in his hand was almost cut off by Hogg and flew out of his hand. The huge heavy sword slashed down and treated him as a mosquito, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. With a bang, it pierced through the Yarkaman mangroves in the number 2 mangrove area. Almost at the same time, 2 Shirlu, one real and one imaginary, rushed from a distance like ghosts and passed by the flying Rayleigh. Looking at Shilu's strange state as if his soul had left his body, Rayleigh's eyes flashed red while flying backwards, and he couldn't help but activate his observation hockey to predict the future. Then his expression changed suddenly, as if he had seen something bad. Look out! Luffy's crew. He couldn't help but shout out in a hurry, trying to alert Luffy and the others. But it was too late. The ghost-like Shilio, in soul form, rushed into the chaotic battlefield like a whirlwind with his own body, one in front and one behind. He held the thunderstorm tightly in his hand as if it had taken root, and slashed it wildly left and right, slashing out more than a dozen times in an instant. The bloody slash swept through the air, chopping off dozens of heads. And among them, there happened to be a confused head with a long nose. Usopp. 63. Chapter 63, Shilio cuts off the beauty's head with his sword. Usopp. Looking at Usopp, who was suddenly beheaded and separated by Shiryu, the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates were all struck by lightning. Their eyes widened to the limit, and their heads were buzzing. Usopp. Nami, who was drenched in blood spurting from Usopp's headless neck, fell to the ground. An expression of extreme fear appeared on her beautiful face, and she let out a shrill scream. Usopp. Usopp. Screams of terror came from the mouths of Robin, Frankie, Chopper, Sanji, Zoro, and others. Everyone's voice was trembling, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Usopp. Luffy, who was fighting desperately with Spider Demon, suddenly felt weak on the ground. His face turned pale, his pale lips trembled, and he looked at Usopp's head that was thrown high in the air with empty eyes. He could even see Usopp's blank eyes, as if he hadn't realized he was dead yet. He seemed to hear Usopp questioning him. Luffy, how on earth did you, the captain, protect us? In his blank mind, every moment of his encounter and interaction with Usopp emerged like a slideshow. From their meeting in the East China Sea, to being invited on board as partners, to experiencing life and death together, there have been quarrels, laughter, fights, fighting side by side, and life and death together. Usopp's strength is not very strong on the ship. He's also very timid. But he always stands up and creates opportunities for them to win when their pirate group is in desperate situations. For Luffy, Usopp is undoubtedly a qualified sniper and one of his most important partners. At the same time, he is also the son of Uncle Jesus. He still remembered the scene when they left Zilyoba village and Kaya kindly gave them the Mary and asked them with a smile to take care of Usopp. But now, what am I doing? What am I doing? Monkey D. Luffy, you loser. Look at what you've been protecting. Not only did we lose Brook, now even Usopp. Usopp. Luffy roared in pain, covered his head with his hands, and scratched his cheeks with his nails until they bled. Crying, there's time for crying too, Straw Hat Luffy. The cold voice of Spider Demon came from behind, and a dark arm automatically extended from the long black hair on his head without wind, grabbed a long sword, and slashed towards Luffy, who was kneeling on the ground and howling. Luffy seemed unaware and continued to cry uncontrollably. It seemed that his head was about to be chopped off by Ghost Spider's sword. Luffy, watch out. At the critical moment, Sanji kicked the long sword away, but he was hit on the back by Doberman's long sword. Suddenly, there was a puff sound, and a flash of blood appeared. A shocking huge wound was cut on Sanji's back, and the whole person was cut flying. Slutty cook, Zoro shouted worriedly. You should worry about yourself, Roronoa Zoro. Doberman shook his wrist, turned his long sword sideways, and slashed at the two swords in Zoro's hands. Amidst the clanging sound, blood spurted out from Zoro's clenched teeth, and he was slashed and fell. Hero, Ryu. Rayleigh, who had predicted this scene in advance with his foresight but was unable to stop it, could only watch Usopp's head being chopped off by Shirya's sword. He was so angry that his heart was pounding. Before it was Brook, now it's Usopp. Luffy is the successor to Roger and Shanks' will. I am the protector who has been waiting for him in Shampoo for more than 20 years and should have sent him safely to the New World. What on earth am I doing now? He could only watch helplessly as his companions were killed one after another right under his nose. He roared Shiryo's name wildly, and an extremely terrifying black lightning burst out from the long sword in his hand. He slashed at Shiryo from a distance of hundreds of meters. Boom! A roar like the collapse of heaven and earth. The Yargi mangrove tree in front of Rayleigh that was pierced was shattered into pieces by this piercing blow. In the raging storm that swept across the heaven and earth, the ground between Rayleigh and Shirlue was split open, and endless soil and rocks were shattered. Shiryo's not-so-short body was like a tiny ant in front of this slash, and was about to be crushed into mud. A huge blood-red sword burning with blazing flames came whistling and stabbed straight in front of Shiryo, and at the same time brought out an equally thick blood-red slash, annihilating the huge slash from Rayleigh's anger, and the collision turned into nothingness. Hey, our battle isn't over yet. Rayleigh, you're being a jerk. You know that. You're abandoning me. You're abandoning me. You're making me very sad. Hogg's aggrieved voice came. He pulled out the blood-red giant sword that was inserted into the ground with one hand, and swung it towards Rayleigh, who was chasing him angrily, and made another diagonal slash that cut through the sky and the earth. Rayleigh swung his sword to meet the attack, but was immediately chopped away. You scumbag, I'm going to punish you. Hogg laughed strangely, grabbed the long sword, and stepped forward to chase after him, and once again entangled with Rayleigh, who was extremely frustrated and angry. Hogg, you lunatic, die for me now. Rayleigh completely lost the demeanor of the legendary Pluto, and swung his long sword wildly, slashing at Hogg. Can you do it? If you can, come on, come and kill me. I can't wait. I'm horny and thirsty. Looking at Hogg's crazy appearance, Shiryo's cold eyes could not help but show a trace of admiration. As expected of Lieutenant General Hogg, the extreme degree of tyranny is at least 50 times stronger than my current strength. I must work harder. Thinking of this, he shook off the blood on Leiyu, glanced at Nami, who was sitting on the ground in front of him, Shivering and frightened to the point of being mentally ill, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he swung the long knife, cutting straight towards Nami's white neck. Nami! The companions screamed in horror and wanted to come to the rescue, but they were too busy to do so. In fact, each of them is now facing a life-or-death dilemma. It's not just Shelio who poses a threat to their lives here. There are also elite lieutenant colonels and colonels like Ghost Spider, Doberman, Shuan, and Berrygood. No. Chopper took out a handful of blue pills from his waist bag. Just as he was about to put them in his mouth and swallow them, he was hit on the back by Berrygood's spherical head behind him. He vomited blood and flew out, falling to the ground. Note, Berrygood, the user of the globe-shaped fruit who was knocked away by Frankie on Judicial Island, is a lieutenant commander in the Navy. 12 flowers are blooming. Robin bit his lower lip, crossed his arms, and screamed loudly. 12 white arms immediately emerged from Shelio's shoulders and arms, and like centipedes, they grabbed his waving right hand tightly and tried to strangle it. However, Shelio just struggled casually, and the arms that emerged from his body were pulled free one after another. The blood-colored thunderstorm blade in his hand slashed down again. No, Nami, run away. Looking at Nami, who was about to die under Shiria's sword, Luffy, who was crying because of Usopp's death, suddenly found strength from nowhere, and his body became hot and red again, and he bounced towards this side. Nami! Nami-chan! Zoro and Sanji also struggled to break free from Spider-Man and Doberman, and rushed to the rescue with roars. But the distance between them and Nami seemed a bit far. It's too late. Under the desperate gaze of Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Robin, Chopper, and others, Shiria's long sword fell. Base. 64. Chapter 64. Big Bear rushes into the battlefield. Frankie's death. Under the desperate gaze of Luffy and others, Nami's beautiful head did not fly up like Usopp. A large hand with thick pads suddenly appeared above Nami's head. Shelio's blade slashed straight into the palm of this strange big hand, pressing a dent in the bear paw-like pad of flesh in the palm, but he was unable to cut it open, let alone cut it off. Shelio looked up in surprise, frowning at the burly man who appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Bartholomew Bear, what are you doing? The person who came was none other than Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the Tyrant. Big Bear did not answer Shiria's question. His eyes, covered by the brim of his hat, scanned the surroundings. His gaze swept over the headless bodies of Brook and Usopp, and a hint of anger suddenly appeared on his numb face. His right hand suddenly clenched, holding Shelio's long sword in his palm. Shilu drew his sword reflexively, trying to pull back the demon sword and cut off Daxiong's palm at the same time. However, Big Bear's grip was tighter than he expected. No matter how hard he tried, he could not pull out the demon sword that was caught by the Big Bear. The sharp blade that could cut through iron like mud did not even cut the skin on Big Bear's palm. Just when Shelio was surprised at the powerful strength of the Big Bear's other left hand, which was holding the Bible, dropped the Bible and clenched it into a fist in an instant. The deep darkness quickly appeared on the surface of the huge fist, and it punched toward Shelio. Shelio's reaction was not slow, either. He clenched his empty left hand into a fist, and the dark domineering aura wrapped around his fist blasted out. The two fists collided in the air. Boom! With a loud bang, Shelio groaned and flew backwards with a grim expression. The sudden change left Luffy and others, who were on the brink of collapse, stunned on the spot. The Shichibukai, who was originally an enemy, actually appeared and saved Nami. The Big Bear, who had knocked Shelio away with one punch, let go of Shelio's magic sword, opened his 2 big hands and swung them like a whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, he launched a group of bear paw-shaped air shock waves in all directions. Push, pressure cannon. Swish, swish, swish. Balls of air cannon were ejected at an extremely fast speed and hit the chests of the Marines who were rushing towards Luffy and the others. In an instant, dozens or even hundreds of naval officers fell down, spitting blood. Even Doberman and Spider Demon, who were swinging their swords at Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, were blown away by the air cannon that flew in front of them. They flew backwards more than 10 meters and fell to the ground with blood tumbling. Bartholomew Bear, what are you doing? Are you betraying the Navy? Doberman asked loudly, shocked and angry. I'm not a subordinate of the Navy, so what's the point of betrayal? Big Bear spoke in an emotionless voice and clasped his hands together again. The atmosphere within a radius of hundreds of meters suddenly made a sharp, stinging sound, outlining the shape of a huge bear paw, and rapidly compressed inside the big bear paw. In an instant, a miniature bear paw air cannon emitting dazzling light appeared in his hand, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations that made Ghost Spider and Doberman's faces change drastically. Bear paw shockwave. Without any hesitation, Big Bear pushed the tiny ball of light towards the returning Shiryu. The tiny bear paw ball of light shot out as soon as it was touched by his paw's fleshy palm, like a laser, and went straight into Shiryu's face. Damn it! Shiryu gritted his teeth. Unable to avoid it, the dark domineering energy surged out from his body, covering his entire body, trying to resist. Boom! The seemingly tiny bear paw-shaped ball of light exploded in front of Shiryu, just like a giant bomb exploding. The surging shock wave exploded, swallowing Shiryu completely. Blood spurted out of his body, and his consciousness became a little blurred, and he flew backwards again. After achieving success with one strike, Kuma did not pursue, but retracted his big hand and without hesitation slapped Luffy and others behind him who looked grief-stricken and collapsed. "We won't meet again, Straw Hat," he said softly. However, before his palm could touch Luffy and the others, his burly body suddenly trembled and turned around abruptly. A cold voice came into his ears. "What do you want to do?" The person who was speaking was not in front of him, but was still hundreds of meters away, entangled with Rayleigh. But a violent and powerful impact, like an invisible drill, came rushing from a distance at supersonic speed and hit his back. The terrifying power contained in this impact is 10 times that of the shockwave he just compressed the air and sent towards Shiryu. This was a punch that Hogg threw in anger from hundreds of meters away. The magnetic field rotates 50,000 times. Battle Fist. Dark Dragon shatters the sky. Big Bear's face was extremely solemn. He didn't dodge with his huge body like a mountain. Instead, he opened his arms and stood in front of Luffy and the others like a mountain. A dark domineering aura emerged from his body, stretching out a circle of dark armor. At the same time, the fleshy palm quickly bounced the surrounding air, quickly compressing it and turning it into a huge, fleshy, ball-shaped air wall across the body. He actually wanted to block Hogg's punch head-on for Luffy and the others. The next moment, boom! The shockwave from the powerful punch of Tyrant far exceeded the normal magnetic field force of 50,000 horsepower. The punch force was more powerful than the famous King's Fist in the New World. It slammed into the Big Bear like a volcanic eruption. The air wall he urgently compressed using the power of the meatball fruit couldn't even hold on for 1/100th of a second and was burst like a soap bubble. Then the domineering armor stretched out on his body was unable to block Hogg's punch from the air and was torn apart in an instant. The terrifying force like a tidal wave rushed straight in and hit the Big Bear. Black lightning crackled and his exploded on Zhuang's body. The clothes on Big Bear's body were blown to pieces and blood splattered. His skin and muscles were also shattered by this horrible impact, revealing a strong body made of flesh and metal. His arms, which had a lot of exposed metal, were stretched out as if holding an invisible drill, which shattered and exploded the metal and flesh on his body, and his burly body retreated uncontrollably. "Drink eh?" The Big Bear opened its terrifying mouth, revealing its intact gums, and let out an inhuman roar. It struggled to nail its legs into the ground, trying to stabilize its body. But the invisible drill shockwave that he was holding was unstoppable. It pushed him hard, plowed 2 deep grooves on the ground, and continued to fly backwards. Behind them, in the aftermath of this violent impact, Luffy and the others were blown around like leaves in the wind, drifting with the current. Frankie, whose body was transformed by himself using steel and is heavier than the flesh and blood of an ordinary person, can barely stand on the ground. I don't know whether it is his luck or misfortune. Standing on the ground right behind the Big Bear, before he could run away, he was hit by the back of the Big Bear flying backwards. Even the Big Bear couldn't resist the huge kinetic energy of Hogg's 50,000 horsepower magnetic field force. How could a mere Iron Man Frankie resist? In just a moment, his iron body made of ordinary steel was crushed into a ball of meat paste by the impact of the Big Bear, and then exploded into debris all over the sky, and even the complete body parts could not be found. Frankie, Luffy, who witnessed all this, completely collapsed. 65. Chapter 65. Escape, Escape. Hogg's strength far exceeded Big Bear's imagination. He had never expected that even with his best efforts in defense, he couldn't block Hogg's punch from the air. In this old era navy, there are old sailors who once had the opportunity to become admirals. Even though they are old, their strength is not inferior to that of the current admirals. Even better. His original plan was to rush over, and swept away all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, allowing them to safely leave the Sabaody archipelago. But what was unexpected was that something unexpected happened in the middle of the process. Because Hogg appeared on the island early, he also brought a group of powerful vice admirals from the headquarters, including Doberman, Spider-Man, Flying Squirrel, Longsy, Shiryu, and Rakful, as well as thousands of elite naval forces to join the battle, and launched a large-scale encirclement and suppression of the supernova pirates on the island. For this reason, Big Kuma, who was worried about his daughter Bonnie getting into trouble, simply ran to the mangrove area where the Bonnie pirates were located and interfered with the Navy's actions so that Bonnie had time to leave the island safely. However, due to this brief delay, when he arrived at the Straw Hat Pirates, something had happened to them. 2 crew members on board were killed. Seeing that the navigator on their ship was about to be killed by Shiryu, Kuma finally arrived at the critical moment, rescued Nami, and fought off Spider-Man, Doberman, Shiryu, and others. Just when he was about to slap Luffy and the others away, he was attacked by Hogg again. Hogg's attack was too fast and too fierce, so Kuma had no time to knock Luffy and the others away, and could only turn around to resist. But he didn't expect Hogg's power to be so terrifying. Just one hit. He was severely injured and sent flying backwards. He also killed Frankie, a shipwright in the Straw Hat Pirates. Looking at Frankie's flesh and blood disintegrating in the air, Big Bear felt a trace of sadness in his heart. If he hadn't hit Frankie, if he was stronger and could block Hogg's attack, perhaps Frankie wouldn't have died. Big Bear felt very guilty. "I'm sorry, I failed to protect you." His huge, bloody body plowed a gully hundreds of meters long on the ground, and finally slammed heavily into a small hill, smashing it into pieces before he barely stopped. Without having time to catch his breath, Big Bear supported himself on the ground, struggling to stand up, and rushed over again to knock Luffy and the others away. But as soon as he stood up, crackling sounds were heard from his body covered with metal organs. Accompanied by a series of electric flashes and flames, many metal parts exploded and a large amount of black smoke came out. The Big Bear's body fell heavily to its knees like a severely damaged robot. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and tried hard to prevent his already blurred consciousness from running wild. "Just don't move. Hold on a little longer. Just hold on a little longer." He gritted his teeth, his left eye glowing red, and looked up in the direction of Luffy and the others. There, because of the successive deaths of Brook, Usopp, and Frankie, most of the members of Luffy's pirate group had collapsed. They no longer even thought about escaping and stood there in a daze with hopeless hearts. Among these collapsed people were Chopper, Robin, Nami, and even Captain Luffy, who was crying and screaming with his mouth open. The only 2 people who are conscious and still able to move are Zoro and Sanji. At this moment, each of them was dragging 2 people and running out with all their might. In order to escape faster, Zoro even threw away his 3 swords. But can they really escape? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 tall figures emitting a sharp, murderous aura rushed out together, each holding a long sword in their hands, and came from 3 directions like lightning, stepping on Shave, forming a triangle attack, surrounding the fleeing Zoro and Sanji. "You attacked the celestial dragons and you think you can get away so easily? Straw Hat Pirates, when will you stop being so naive? I told you it's time to cry, Straw Hat Boy, with your level of tyranny. Do you think you can become the Pirate King? You don't think that the people around you will never die, do you? Naive to the extreme." Shiryu didn't say anything, but just with a gloomy face, he swung the bloody thunderstorm demon's sword in his hand. Looking at Spider-Man, Doberman, and Shiryu rushing towards him from 3 directions and blocking all their ways, Zoro and Sanji felt extremely desperate while fleeing. "It's over." Zoro, who even abandoned his beloved sword, hugged Robin and Chopper tightly with a sad look in his eyes. Although he had this idea when he first went out to sea, he thought that he might encounter an invincible enemy and might die in his pursuit of the ultimate swordsmanship. He was not afraid of it. But partners are different. If possible, he would rather face this nightmarish death alone than watch his companions die one after another. Thinking of this, he exerted force with his arms, wanting to throw Robin and Chopper in his arms towards Sanji, so that he could have his hands free to resist the deadly enemies coming from behind, in front, and on the sides, and strive for that impossible hope for his companions' escape. However, before Zoro could make a move, Luffy and Nami, who were being held by Sanji, were thrown over by him. Seeing Zoro's surprised look, Sanji jumped into the air and grinned at him. "I can't let you be the good guy every time, you bastard green algae head. Slutty chef." Zoro caught Nami and Luffy, who were throwing at him, and hot tears welled up in his eyes. Don't think about me, you'll be lonely. Sanji bit the cigarette. His right foot was red and smoking, and he kicked Shiryu, who was rushing the fastest. Devil's Wind kick. Shilua's face was cold, and he stabbed Sanji in the chest with a knife, leaving a long string of blood. He was about to get rid of Sanji. It's not that easy, you bastard Marine. Sanji, with blood constantly flowing out of the corner of his mouth, roared and stretched out his hand, grabbed the sharp blade of Leiyu, grabbed Shiria's hand holding the knife, and regardless of his palm being cut, he volleyed with his right foot, which was glowing red. The finishing touch kick. Bang! Shiryu was caught off guard and was kicked in the left side of the face. Sanji's right foot, which was almost burning, was so hot that it burned through the domineering aura covering Shiryu's face, burned his skin, and left half a leather shoe print on his face. Shiryu's face twisted instantly, and he turned his wrist and pulled it out. With a cracking sound, Sanji's chest and abdomen were torn apart horizontally by the bloody long sword, and blood poured out. His broken body finally lost all strength and fell down powerlessly. However, even so, Shiryu didn't seem to intend to let him go, and slashed at Sanji, who was falling to the ground again with a sword light like a streak of light. He wants to cut Sanji into pieces. Facing the merciless sword light of Shiryu, Sanji showed no fear on his face. He just opened his bloody mouth and screamed with his last strength, "Run, run." 66. Chapter 66, Kazuro. What the hell are you doing? Sanji. Sanji watched as his body was cut open, and he was about to be ruthlessly chopped into pieces by Shiryu in the next second. Luffy, who had been in a daze and was carried by Zoro, finally woke up. He roared in grief with his eyes wide open. The strong mental stimulation made him burst out with the dark domineering aura again and rush toward Shilua. At the same time, his body instantly entered the second gear state, and his right hand shot out, grabbing Sanji, who was lying on the ground. Luffy's newly awakened domineering color has no effect on strong people like Shiryu and Doberman. His expression was indifferent as he turned his demon sword and slashed at Luffy's outstretched right arm. Luffy's right hand, which was grabbing Sanji's shoulder, was about to be cut off by Shiryu's sword. Rayleigh, who was entangled by Hogg, also subconsciously released his domineering color remotely towards this side. Hogg, who had activated his ability to predict the future, had already anticipated Rayleigh's actions. So when Rayleigh released his Conqueror's Haki, he also released his violent Conqueror's Haki with an evil smile, counteracting Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki and abruptly blocking his intention to use Conqueror's Haki to rescue Luffy from a distance. But soon, the red light in Hogg's eyes flashed again, as if he saw something. The corners of his mouth raised and a cold snort came out of his nose. Garp, you're too slow. His cold snort had just fallen. Boom! 4 or 5 thick, inky black lightning bolts suddenly burst out from the distant sea, outside the Sabaody archipelago, spreading rapidly over the sky above Sabaody, and in an instant arrived above the heads of Shiryu, Luffy, and others. The thick black lightning seemed to have split the sky apart. Wherever it passed, even the thick clouds in the sky were blown away. Black lightning fell, revealing the majesty of the mighty power of heaven, and fell unstoppably, slamming into Shilua's body. Shiryu seemed to have been struck by real lightning. His soul was shocked by the terrifying black lightning and almost collapsed on the spot. His body was blown to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices. The long sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. His knees softened, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Not just him. Doberman and Ghost Spider behind him were also affected by the terrifying black lightning. The black and red shock wave from the black lightning made the 2 men dizzy and kept retreating. Feeling the familiar aura contained in the impact of this domineering color that was like the power of heaven, the 2 of them couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. Vice Admiral Garp. This is the domineering aura released by Garp. I don't know how far away it was released from, but such a powerful domineering color even knocked Shilu to his knees. This is the power of the man known as the Navy Hero. However, seeing that Garp was openly stopping them from killing the pirates, Doberman and Spider-Man both looked unhappy. The 2 looked at each other and snorted coldly. As expected, Vice Admiral Hogg predicted this. Although Vice Admiral Garp hates pirates, he is surprisingly tolerant of his pirate grandsons. And no wonder both of his grandsons became pirates. As a naval hero, he openly blocked our efforts to capture and kill pirates. Even if the pirate being captured and killed is his grandson, it's still unacceptable, right? The 2 men gripped their long swords tightly, watching Luffy, who was unharmed under the terrifying domineering lightning and took the opportunity to grab the dying Sanji and turn around and ran wildly with Zoro. They gritted their teeth, became ruthless, and rushed out again. Don't worry about what Vice Admiral Garp thinks. Vice Admiral Hogg will deal with him. Our mission is to kill the criminals who attacked the Celestial Dragons. Monkey D. Luffy. However, just as the two of them rushed out with Shave and Moon steps, trying to intercept the fleeing Luffy, Zoro, and others, a dazzling golden beam of light suddenly shot out from the sea several kilometers away. Like a golden sword, it cut through the dark sky above Shampoo Land. In an instant, he arrived above Luffy, Doberman, and others who were chasing him. The golden light is dazzling as the sun suddenly stopped, and in the blink of an eye, a tall pale yellow figure condensed in the air dozens of meters away. When they saw the person coming, Doberman and Ghost Spider were surprised for a moment, then they were overjoyed. It's General Kizaru who's here. Great. Now not only will the Straw Hat Kid have nowhere to escape, but even Pluto Rayleigh has a chance to be captured. The joy in the two of them had not yet subsided. Yellow Monkey appeared above Luffy's head like he had teleported, a light flashing across his sunglasses. Under the desperate gazes of Luffy and Zoro, his mouth pursed, his face filled with fear. This is truly terrifying, Straw Hat Luffy. How dare you openly attack a distinguished world noble? Are you ready to accept the punishment? Without waiting for Luffy and Zoro to react, he crossed his hands and spread his fingers. In the void behind him, dense golden light spots appeared one after another, pouring out like a storm, directly towards Luffy and the others. Yasakani no Magatama. Isn't Admiral Kizaru too serious? He actually launched this kind of attack right at the start. Is he going to completely wipe out the Straw Hat Pirates? Doberman and Spider Demon were dumbfounded. Looking at the golden light bullets that filled the sky above their heads, they began to admire Kizaru's decisiveness. As expected, he is Admiral Kizaru. He didn't even give Vice Admiral Garp any face, and immediately launched a devastating attack on the Straw Hat Pirates. Yasakani no Magatama. This is Kizaru's signature move. Once released, it will fire out a barrage of laser bullets, which can easily destroy a large fleet consisting of dozens of pirate ships in just a few breaths. At this moment, countless laser bullets fell from the sky above everyone's heads like a rainstorm, instantly submerging the place where Luffy and his companions were. Boom! The laser bullet landed and exploded on the ground, and a ball of explosion fire shot up into the sky. Large areas of the ground were shattered, and the violent impact swept across, forcing the navy that was surrounding this side to retreat quickly. The dazzling light was so bright that Doberman and Ghost Spider couldn't open their eyes. The two men subconsciously stopped chasing. They thought there was no need to pursue. Faced with such a terrifying and devastating blow, what did it matter even if the Straw Hat Boy's strength was 10 times stronger? That's Admiral Kizaru. I guess by now, the Straw Hat guys have been turned into ashes by the overwhelming lasers, right? I really don't know what kind of expression Vice Admiral Garp would have when he arrived after hearing the news. Will he fight with Admiral Kizaru over this? As soon as this thought flashed through the minds of Doberman and the other man, they heard Hogg's angry curse. Kizaru, what the fuck are you doing? What's wrong? Doberman and Ghost Spider were puzzled. They quickly opened their eyes and looked, and were all stunned. They saw that Luffy and his companions, who they thought had been killed by Kizaru's laser, were not killed after being hit by the covering fire of Yasakani no Magatama. They were just blown away by the aftermath of the explosion and thrown towards the big bear who was running towards them. Sanji, who was flying in the front and had already flown out of the range of the explosion aftermath, was hit by the big, fleshy hand covered by Big Bear. With a pop, it disappeared into the air. 67. Chapter 67 Luffy's Broken Arm, Zoro's Broken Leg. What? Facing Admiral Kizaru's laser attack, not a single person died. The Straw Hat Pirates are just too lucky, aren't they? The Navy, who were driven far away by the overwhelming laser explosion, couldn't help but sigh when they saw Luffy and Zoro and others being thrown out. However, Doberman and Spider-Man looked grim and frowned as they looked at Kizaru falling from the sky. Luck? What a joke. Even if Straw Hat Luffy had the best luck, there was no way he could avoid all the laser bullets by sheer luck while being locked onto by Kizaru's observation haki. What's more, it wasn't just the Straw Hat Boy who dodged it. The pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, the Devil's Child Nico Robin, the little thief Cat Nami, even the seriously injured Blackfoot Sanji, who was not sure whether he was dead or not, and the pet raccoon cat around him all escaped. If Kizaru hadn't taken the initiative to let him go, then the level of a Navy admiral like him would not even be as good as that of the lieutenant in the headquarters. This is not just releasing water. This is releasing a whole ocean. Really? It's all due to human relationships. Where did Bartholomew Bear send Blackfoot's Sanji flying? Looking at Sanji, who disappeared out of thin air, Doberman's face darkened. I don't know, but with such serious injuries, even if we take him to the hospital, I'm afraid he won't be able to be saved, right? Spider-Man doesn't think Sanji can survive. After all, his injuries were too severe. Not only was his chest pierced by Shilio's knife, but his chest and abdomen were also cut open, and like Shilio, his internal organs were exposed. It is unknown how much blood was lost. If it were still alive, its vitality would be comparable to that of the jailer beast in the city. Sanji, sexy cook. Luffy and Zoro screamed in horror when they saw Sanji disappearing out of thin air after being hit by Kuma. The miserable-looking Big Bear looked at Luffy and Zoro, who were both filled with anger and pain, with empty but gentle eyes, and said softly, "Don't worry, he won't die." He glanced at Kizaru, who was scratching his head in the distance and lamenting how lucky Luffy and his companions were. He stretched out his large, fleshy palm again and slapped Luffy in front of him. "Don't be defeated by sadness, Straw Hat Luffy. Keep smiling. I'm laughing at your mother's head." Angry curses like thunder suddenly exploded in the field. The ground within a radius of several thousand meters was shaking violently. In front of Rayleigh, Hogg's 3-meter-tall body swelled like air, and his brutal and violent aura rose endlessly, like an erupting volcano. "You're all protecting them one by one, right?" A huge shadow rose from the earth, its body covered with jet-black dragon scales, its spiral dragon horns pointing to the sky, and its wide dragon wings spread out horizontally. Hogg's muscular hand, covered with dragon scales, split the air, and under Rayleigh's changed gaze, he grabbed him along with the long knife in his hand. Then he swung his arms and hands, angrily smashing towards the Big Bear. "Pirates protecting pirates is fine, but are you joining the Shichibukai? Who the hell do you think you are to interfere with the Navy's mission?" There was a shocking explosion. Rayleigh's body was like a cannonball, thrown by Hogg at a supersonic speed, breaking through layers of sound barriers, crossing hundreds of meters in an instant, and accurately hitting the broken half-metal and half-flesh body of the Big Bear. There was another dull crash, and the two people who collided with each other created a circle of strong wind on the spot and were knocked away, far away. "And you, Kizaru." The wind howled, the dragon's wings flapped, and Hogg's 10-meter-tall, ferocious body disappeared with a loud bang. When he appeared again, he had already flashed in front of Kizaru, who had a terrified look on his face. He clenched his huge fist wrapped in black lightning and punched him. "You're a traitor. Is this how a dignified admiral of the Navy performs his duties? You're obstructing your comrades' capture efforts and helping the pirates escape?" Yellow Monkey's body flashed rapidly and was shattered into pieces by Hogg's domineering fist and shot outward to escape. "Calm down, Vice Admiral Hogg. I'm here to apprehend the criminals who attacked the world's nobles. That wave just now. It was just Straw Hat's luck, what?" Amidst the shattering flashes, Kizaru's voice suddenly became startled. Then the next moment, a large ball of twisted beams of light was caught by Hogg's open hands and pulled back from escaping. The beam of light twisted and quickly condensed into Kizaru's astonished face. Hogg actually grabbed his neck. "Luck? Do you think I'll believe that?" Hogg was furious. He grabbed Kizaru's neck, wrapped his domineering right foot around it, and kicked him in the chest. Kizaru gritted his teeth and raised his arms to protect himself. The next moment, boom! A thick beam of light was knocked out from Hogg's hand and instantly flew hundreds of meters away, flying out of the #1 mangrove area. It crashed through and destroyed countless houses on the ground. It smashed deeply into the ground, exploding a huge ball of fire. In the center of the fire, in a large pit that had been melted into a glass-like state by the high temperature, Kizaru looked at the blood flowing from his mouth, his expression filled with confusion and shock. "Is this the power of a magnetic field? Such a powerful magnetic field? It actually transformed this old man into a shimmering body, forcibly restraining and capturing him. Teacher Sakaski's strength is truly more astonishing each time. It's truly shocking. When did Vice Admiral Black Dragon possess the power of magnetic field control? I've never seen this old man use it before." He looked up, his eyes passing through the rising flames, and saw Hogg standing in front of Luffy and the others like a demon descending from the sky. He grabbed one of them with his big hand. Kizaru had a complicated expression and seemed to be struggling, but in the end he suppressed his plan to go over and disturb Hogg again. Hogg was right. Anyway, he is first and foremost a Navy officer and a naval admiral. He should not interfere with other comrades when they are performing their missions. I let it go once before, and I have done my best. If I go up again, that hot-tempered old man will definitely fight me to the death. He turned and looked at the sea outside Shabati Island. I can only hope that Vice Admiral Garp can arrive in time and stop him otherwise. Nami. In front of Hogg, Luffy looked at Nami being grabbed by Hogg's ferocious big hand and screamed in fear and anger. He stretched out his right hand, trying to snatch Nami back from Hogg. Puff. Blood spurted out. A huge blood-red sword flew from afar and pierced the ground diagonally. Aiya! Luffy screamed, and his left hand, which was stretched out in front of Hogg, was broken at the elbow. He flew high. Also flying up were two bloody legs. The sharp edge of the broad blood-red giant sword crossed with the rushing Sauron, shoveled diagonally into the ground, and cut off his running legs at the knees. Nami! Luffy, Zoro. Robin also woke up from her coma. She looked at Nami, who was held in Hogg's hand in horror, and at Luffy, whose left hand was cut off. Her crying became weak. When will I be able to wake up from this nightmare? Bastard! Let Nami go! Chopper howled and stuffed a handful of blue balls into his mouth and swallowed them. His small body instantly expanded hundreds of times, and his skin and fur were torn by the sudden increase in size, becoming bloody. He roared. His body became even bigger than Hogg, and he swung his pitch-black claws and slapped Hogg down. Hogg's golden-red vertical pupils simply condensed, and a ball of black-red overlord color shot straight into Chopper's mind, causing him to bleed from all 7 orifices and fall on his back. Hogg! From the sea behind him came Garp's extremely angry roar. Rayleigh and Big Bear also roared in grief. 68, Chapter 68, Nami's Dream Broken in the Orange Orchard. Call you Mom. Hogg cursed in frustration and looked down at Nami, who was in his hands. At this moment, Nami has also woken up from her coma. She has a dull expression on her face, and her eyes are empty and numb as she looks at Luffy with a broken arm, Zoro with broken legs, Chopper with blood coming out of all 7 orifices, and Robin who is looking at her with despair in his eyes. Her pale lips kept trembling, but no words came out of her mouth. He didn't struggle, but just stood there in a daze as if he had lost his soul. I heard your adoptive mother is a Navy lieutenant? Nami was indifferent to Hogg's question and remained as dazed as a puppet. Looking at Rayleigh and Big Bear running wildly in front of him, and feeling Garp approaching quickly from behind, Hogg's voice was full of dissatisfaction. I really don't understand why so many people raised in the Navy dream of going out to sea as pirates. If you guys really couldn't make it, you'd be forced to go out to sea as pirates, but you're not. You all possess power far superior to that of ordinary people, so why can't you just stay home peacefully? Why do you have to fly the pirate flag and go out to sea with such fanfare? And you know what kind of group pirates are? You've been harmed by them yourself. Even your adoptive mother was killed by pirates, yet you still yearn for the pirate life so much. Freedom, companions, and adventure, are they so important? Looking at Nami, who was still silent and looked silly, Hogg shook his head and felt bored. Forget it. It's a pity to waste such a good-looking skin. Please apologize to your adoptive mother for me. She is indeed a good Marine who deserves to be remembered. Let her educate you well. Don't be a pirate in your next life. Crack. Nami's cervical vertebrae were shattered. The silly expression on her face froze, and her head drooped limply. The breath of life was cut off in an instant, and she died. Loosening his hand and letting Nami's body slide in front of the dazed Robin, Hogg reached out and pulled out the bloody sword stuck in the ground, and with an expression as cold as iron, he slashed at Luffy and Zoro, who were lying on the ground dying. Oh. A shadow rushed in front of Hogg. Kong. Fire burst out, and the long knife in Rayleigh's hand angrily slashed at Hogg's blood-red sword, knocking Akron's heavy sword body away. Swish. The moment the great sword was knocked away by Rayleigh, the bloody metal body of the big bear suddenly appeared behind Hogg, and the meaty big hand slapped Hogg's back, trying to knock Hogg away. Hogg sneered, turned sideways like lightning, and slapped back with his free left hand. The large, muscular palm collided with the big, fleshy hand of the big bear, making a loud explosion. The big bear's big, fleshy hands were unable to knock away Hogg's rock-hard hands. Instead, he was caught by Hogg's huge palm, which was wrapped with 5 black and red overlord-colored fingers, and grasped the big bear's fleshy palm and squeezed it hard. The million-ton grip force that could squeeze charcoal into diamonds erupted instantly. Big Bear's right hand made a sharp cracking sound, and Hogg actually crushed his palm with one hand. The metal and flesh twisted and deformed, and as Hogg pulled back, the bear's entire right hand was broken off at the wrist. A piercing pain struck his mind, but the big bear remained expressionless, his left palm, left eye, and mouth opened at the same time, emitting a dazzling golden light. 3 dazzling laser beams shot out in an instant and hit Hogg's face and body. Boom! The raging flames engulfed Hogg. Taking advantage of the fact that Hogg was briefly distracted by the fierce fight with Kuma, Rayleigh moved as fast as the wind, with a stern face and without saying a word, and quickly moved the miserable-looking Luffy and his companions away. Almost as soon as he sent Luffy and the others away, Kuma's neck was hit by Hogg's right elbow. The laser brewing in his mouth exploded with a loud bang, and billowing black smoke came out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. His thick neck was twisted by Hogg's elbow, and the whole person flew sideways, spurting blood and falling into the ground dozens of meters deep. His skin was shattered all over his body, his right wrist was torn off, and his neck was twisted. He looked tattered and miserable, and he didn't look like one of the glorious 7 warlords of the sea at all. Looking at the miserable appearance of Big Bear from a distance, Kizaru had a hint of pity in his eyes. The big bear was knocked away, and Rayleigh rushed over again and cut it down with one sword. However, at this moment, Hogg's attention was not on him. He raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp dragon teeth, and looked at the furious figure rushing towards him like a meteor. Garp, you're here after all. I'm so disappointed. I thought you would put justice above your own and applaud me for killing your grandson. Hogg. On the sea outside Shampoo Land, Garp, covered in black and red flames, exuded a violent aura that could destroy the world. His feet were flying as he jumped and ran wildly on the sea. Every time he stepped on a ground, the sea surface within a radius of dozens of meters would cave in, and then he would soar into the sky like a cannonball, crossing a distance of hundreds of meters and flying through the air. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of thousands of meters and crashed into the sky of Shampoo Land. His right arm was raised high, and a thunderous roar like a thunderstorm erupted from his clenched fist. Brilliant black and red flames continued to emerge on his fist, expanding and compressing into a ball. He clenched it in his fist, roaring and falling, punching Hogg like a meteor. Fist, bone tyrant, galaxy impact. This moment, it seemed as if a dazzling comet suddenly appeared in the sky of the Sabaody archipelago. Cap fell from the sky like a meteorite falling from outer space, dragging a comet-like tail. Amidst the rumbling sound, in the shocked gazes of Doberman, Shirley, and others, and in the wild laughter of Hogg, it crashed into Hogg like a comet hitting the earth. Boom! A deafening roar that silenced the heavens, and the earth exploded on Hogg's huge body. The attack effect of Garp's punch was not aimed at any individual part of Hogg's body, but instead sent out a terrifying shock wave that covered every inch of his body. This is the secret of his fist-bone technique, fist-bone galaxy impact. The Conqueror's Haki, which had already been compressed into lightning, was compressed again to form a spherical Conqueror's Haki energy like Whitebeard's earthquake wave. It was blasted out with the most powerful punch, and the punch landed with an effect that was no less powerful than the Tremor fruit. Under the impact of this pervasive domineering energy and Garp's extremely furious full-strength attack, Hogg's indestructible body covered with solid dragon scales could not withstand it. The dragon scales on his body flew everywhere, and blood spurted out of his pores. The 10-meter-tall giant body was like being hit by a real comet and was blasted straight into the ground beneath its feet. The ground within a radius of several hundred meters rolled and exploded like waves. The sky-high splashing water rushed out of the broken ground with a loud explosion-like sound and went straight into the sky like a fountain. Hogg was actually knocked into the deep sea below Shampoo Land by Garp's punch. On the other side, the miserable-looking big bear had managed to stand up again, opened his only left hand, and quickly slapped the unconscious Luffy, Zoro, Chopper, and Robin one after another. Luffy and his companions did not disappear immediately. Instead, after being hit by Kuma, deep red, fleshy ball-shaped air masses quickly emerged from their bodies. After these deep red air masses surged out of their bodies, the pale and painful expressions on the faces of Luffy, Zoro, Chopper, and Robin were immediately greatly relieved. The severe injuries on his body stopped instantly, as if he had been rescued by the best doctors, and the bleeding stopped immediately. When a crimson balloon floated out of each person's body, the big bear waved his hand again and patted them one by one. Bobo. Several balls of air exploded, and Luffy and the other 3 disappeared one after another from Rayleigh's sight. Finally, Big Bear lowered his head and looked at Nami, who was dead like Sleeping Beauty in her sleep. He sighed sadly and slapped her with his palm. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. Rest in peace, return to your hometown, to your loved ones, to your favorite orange orchard, and rest in peace forever. 69. Chapter 69. It doesn't matter. I want to surpass both of them. Lieutenant General Hogg. Doberman watched helplessly as Hogg was blasted into the endless deep sea beneath Shampoo by Garp's devastating galactic impact. He wanted to rush over to rescue him, but he couldn't even resist the aftermath of the impact and was thrown away while coughing up blood. On the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters, except for a few people such as Garp, Rayleigh, Kuma, Kizaru, Shiryu, etc. who could still stand, everyone else was pushed away by the powerful force of galaxy impact. Bang! Garp knocked Hogg away with a punch and landed in front of Rayleigh and Big Bear. Ink-black lightning flashed on his clenched fist. The violent heaving of his chest showed how extremely restless he was at the moment. Luffy. When he thought of Luffy's face, which was in pain and despair because of the loss of his companions, and his left arm cut off by Hogg, a strong feeling of heartache and anger surged into Garp's heart uncontrollably. Although he had thought about it on the way here, with Hogg's extreme personality, he would most likely not show mercy to Luffy and the others. But no matter what he thought, after seeing the miserable state of Luffy and the others, Garp's heart couldn't help but tighten. Hogg's extreme behavior once again refreshed his understanding of Hogg. Compared with Hogg 20 years ago, the current Hogg can be described as a terrorist. Don't worry, I sent him to a safe place. A soft voice came into his ears. Garp looked up and saw the miserable-looking Big Bear. He couldn't hide the shock in his heart. Of course, he also saw what Kuma did to Luffy and the others. It is certain that if it were not for Kuma and Rayleigh next to him to interfere, Luffy and his remaining companions would probably all die here today. Thank you for saving Luffy, Bartholomew Kuma. Garp thanked him from the bottom of his heart. However, in his heart, he was still a little puzzled as to why Kuma risked his life to save Luffy and the others. I don't quite understand why Kuma would go to such lengths to save Luffy and the others. But right now, it's not the right time to understand the specific reasons. Big Bear had no intention of explaining to him. He nodded at him, then turned around and left silently, dragging his bloody half-metal body. Looking at his tall and silent figure, at the cold, hard metal parts exposed beneath his shattered skin, Garp shook his head. It seems Vegapunk's scientific transformation of him is nearly complete. I'm afraid his consciousness is about to dissipate. Feeling the huge momentum rapidly approaching from the deep sea below, Garp looked at Rayleigh with complicated eyes. I didn't expect you to really live in seclusion here, Rayleigh. Garp. Rayleigh looked at Garp in front of him, and a complex look flashed in the depths of his eyes. He couldn't help but recall the many years of entanglement between the Roger Pirates and Garp. He himself was not very familiar with Garp. The person who was familiar with Garp was Roger. Both of them were born in the East China Sea, were of similar age, and basically went to sea at the same time. It's just that the two chose completely different paths. Roger became a pirate and gradually gathered partners to establish the Roger Pirates. Later, he successfully arrived at Raftel and became the Pirate King in the eyes of the world. Garp, on the other hand, devoted himself to justice and became a Navy soldier. With his unique personal charm and strong fighting talent, he was promoted all the way to become a vice admiral and a naval hero. If Roger achieved the pinnacle of pirates, then Garp achieved the pinnacle of navy. The two men, who were both enemies and friends and had been entangled for half their lives, eventually became the most famous and influential people in their respective camps. Moreover, 36 years ago, they had joined forces to fight against Rox. The memories of the past flashed through my mind like lightning, leaving me no time to savor their complex flavor. Boom! The ground in front of him was blasted open by Garp's punch, and the sea surface below suddenly exploded. Water splashed dozens of meters high into the sky, turning into torrential rain that splashed everywhere. Then there was another loud bang, and the ground in front of Garp and Rayleigh shook violently. The tall figure broke out of the water like a mountain and slammed into the ground, causing it to crack. That's a proper punch. It lets me feel the powerful dominance you had back then, that no one else could match me. This is the real you, Garp. A strong aura of armament hockey emerged from Hogg's body, pushing open his heavy armor and blasting the seawater on his body, shattering it into the smallest water molecules. He lowered his head and looked down at Garp and Rayleigh, who were standing in front of him on his left and right. There was now a clearly visible fist mark on his muscular chest. The scales in the depression were broken, the muscles were shattered, and sticky blood like lead and mercury gushed out, staining the abdomen a glaring scarlet. Then, under the influence of an invisible force, it strangely flowed back along the bloody wound. A large amount of dragon scales also fell off from other parts of his body. But at this time, it was growing again visibly, wrapping up the steel-like muscles again. Such exaggerated recovery ability made Rayleigh feel depressed. Hogg's physique is so strong that it is inhuman. Fighting against such inhuman monsters, ordinary humans like me are at a real disadvantage. In that brief battle just now, if it weren't for his strong domineering aura, he would have been defeated by Hogg long ago. Hogg! Garp stared Hogg in front of him with blazing eyes, gritting his teeth and angrily saying, "Your actions have completely deviated from justice. Today, I completely break with you. Haven't you always wanted to compete with me? Then come on, today we will fight to the death." Fight to the death? Hogg's eyes lit up, anger turned into joy. Great, that's exactly what I want. Come on, let's have a fight, let's have a good fight, Garp. The two people's gazes collided in mid-air, creating actual lightning. Boom! Pitch-black, overlord-colored lightning gushed out from the bodies of the two people confronting each other with a crackling sound, turning into the most terrifying thunderstorm, and colliding with each other with a loud bang. Two spherical domineering shock waves, like two miniature planet phantoms, continued to expand and spread for Hogg and Garp's bodies, colliding with each other, squeezing each other, and annihilating each other. Waves of impact swept across the world, creating a dark and overwhelming storm on Shabati Island. All 79 mangrove areas on the entire Chabao Island were covered by the impact. Wherever the colliding domineering storms passed, thousands of people on the island were stunned. Pirates, Navy officers, civilians, world government officials, and guards were lying all over the ground. Looking at Rayleigh, who was holding a long sword and exuding a murderous intent, Hogg grinned and swung the broad blood-red sword across, actually slashing at Garp and Rayleigh at the same time. "If you want to kill me, come with me, Rayleigh. It doesn't matter if you two come together, because I want to surpass both of us." 70. Chapter 70. Quack. Rayleigh, I will defeat you today. What responded to Hogg was no longer the angry words of Garp and Rayleigh, but the fists in their hands and the long swords that slashed out with a roar. A blood-red sword wrapped in black and red lightning and burning with raging flames. An iron fist clenched with pitch-black lightning. And a long, narrow-bladed sword also wrapped in pitch-black lightning. A punch, a sword, and a knife. Three men who knew each other from old times. Three legendary figures from the old times, all of whom possessed the highest level of domineering hockey. They collided with each other with a loud bang. Boom! Garp's iron fist and Rayleigh's long sword hit Hogg's blood-red sword at the same time, and a loud bang that shook the earth burst out in an instant. The next moment, with a place where the three people were fighting as the center, a mighty and grand impact spread out like a tsunami. The earth rolled like waves. Large chunks of broken soil and rocks and thick mangrove roots rushed into the sky as if breaking free from gravity, and then turned into fine powder under the bombardment of the violent shockwave. More than a dozen adjacent mangrove areas were severely affected, and towering mangroves were broken by the aftermath of the impact. Countless unlucky people were implicated and fell into the deep sea screaming. This is the battle between the most powerful people in this sea. Even if it's just the aftermath of a fight, it's not something the weak can withstand. This is a world where the power of an individual is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, shatter islands, and destroy nations. It is also Hogg's favorite world, a world where the strong are supreme. After a few seconds of stalemate, the ground beneath Garp's feet exploded, and he turned into a blurry afterimage and disappeared on the spot. The speed is so fast, it seems like moving in an instant. The next moment, he appeared on the side of Hogg's huge head. There are no complicated moves, no unnecessary frills, only a tightly clenched iron fist wrapped with a dark, armed color domineering aura that is so rich that it almost becomes tangible. That fist, condensed with pure power enough to shatter mountains, with a piercing scream, it smashed down on Hogg's scaly temple like a giant cannonball. Wherever the iron fist goes, the air is compressed and torn apart, creating a vacuum field. Fist bones clash. At the same time, Rayleigh was also moving quickly, stepping on the exploding air, and the long sword in his hand slashed across the blade of Akron's giant sword, creating a long string of sparks and slash horizontally, cutting towards Hogg's waist and abdomen. The domineering color compressed to the extreme, wrapped around the long sword, instantly burst out with unparalleled speed and power. It looked like an ordinary horizontal slash, but the power it unleashed the moment it was struck was enough to make Kizaru, who was watching the battle from a distance, change color. A mighty sword energy that stretched for hundreds of meters across the left and right burst out, emitting such a sharp edge that even gods would avoid it. This is not Rayleigh's move. This is Roger's move. God avoid. Facing the close attacks of two top masters at the same time, it would be a bit stupid to use the heavy and huge sword in his hand. Hogg decisively threw away the huge Akron sword, pressed down his left hand, and with a black and red domineering color wrapped between his 5 fingers, he grabbed Rayleigh. With his right hand raised to the sky and his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, his giant arm, 4 or 5 meters long, pierced through the atmosphere like a pillar breaking through the sky, and hit Garp's iron fist directly. The fucking magnetic field is spinning at 60,000 horsepower. Ba Quan, I'm the only one who reigns supreme in heaven and on earth. Boom. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The collision of fists and fists and fists and knives burst out with light more dazzling than the sun. The shockwave formed by the ultimate collision of forces turned into a rapidly expanding, translucent giant sphere, sweeping across the entire Shampoo land in an instant. The earth was lifted up and torn apart layer by layer like a fragile soda cracker, and the violent airflow let out a shrill howl like ghosts and God howling. The 3 people who were fighting were once again in a stalemate. But this time, the stalemate only lasted for a very short moment. The clash between the entanglement of domineering color and the entanglement of domineering color, the collision between the entanglement of domineering color and the force of magnetic field, tilted in the next breath. Roar! The magnetic field rotates 70,000 times. Nether Dragon explosive fist. Hogg, who was 10 meters tall and covered with black dragon scales, suddenly roared like a demon god descending to the earth. From his tall body, the power like a landslide and tsunami instantly erupted. On the 2 thick arms, bundles of strong muscles were twisted and knotted, like hills rising one after another. A punch was thrown from the top of the head, and Garp's figure was like being hit by a huge black hammer. With a muffled groan, he was hit and flew into the air, breaking through the air and flying into the sky thousands of meters high. At the same time, Rayleigh's wild slashing of divine avoidance also broke through Hogg's domineering armor defense. In the next second, he was about to tear open the dragon scales and muscles on his chest and abdomen and cut him in half. This is Pluto Rayleigh after all. The slash wrapped in the domineering color, coupled with the power of Roger's signature move, even Hogg was. Also, it can be easily resisted. Because in Hogg's eyes, Rayleigh at this moment was already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Facing Hogg, who is more domineering than himself, stronger than himself, more physically fit than himself, and whose domineering mind is far superior to his. How could Rayleigh, who was old and frail, with his dominance fading and his strength exhausted, resist? How could he possibly resist such a terrifying demon god? Quack! Rayleigh, today I will defeat you. I will humiliate you. I will kill you. The fucking magnetic field is spinning at 80,000 horsepower. Star-shattering blast punch. Hogg blocked Rayleigh's divine avoidance with his left hand, and with his 5 fingers stretched out, he grabbed his long sword directly. He clenched his right fist and pressed down, and the surging magnetic field force of 80,000 horses pressed down madly, like the sky collapsing, and slammed into Rayleigh's pale head. He wants to blow Rayleigh's head off with one punch. The long knife in his hand was tightly grasped by Hogg's big hand and could not be pulled out. Rayleigh really let go and blocked it with both hands, moved forward, slashing like a knife. Swordless style, fierce wind slash. Whoosh, whoosh. One after another, extremely sharp slashes flew through the air and slashed toward Hogg, who was close at hand. Poor, weak, 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 weak. How can such a weak attack hurt me? Rayleigh, you'll fucking die under my fist. Hogg's giant arm, like a pillar in the sky, came crashing down, brutally and violently smashing the invisible slash from Rayleigh's arms. As he gritted his teeth, the arm hit Rayleigh's arms that were crossed in front of him. Boom! Crack! A trace of pain appeared in Rayleigh's eyes, and the armed armor covering his body was shattered by Hogg's star-breaking fist. The 2 arms that were stretched across his body to block the attack broke with a snap. With both arms broken, Rayleigh could no longer exert any strength, and his defeat became even more obvious. Die, die, die. Hogg grinned and exerted force. His huge fist continued to press down, crushing Rayleigh's broken arm and hitting him. Hogg's huge fist was bigger than Rayleigh himself, just the fist itself. With one punch, Rayleigh felt like he was being crushed by a 10,000-meter high mountain. His whole body couldn't bear the weight, and was knocked to the ground by the punch. Boom. 71. Chapter 71 Tear Rayleigh into pieces. The earth rumbled and shook as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. The already broken ground was cracked into countless huge cracks again. A large cloud of blood mist burst out from the edge of Hogg's fist, making the smile on his face look even more ferocious. You have a strong life force, Rayleigh. Then give it another punch. The magnetic field is rotating. Fist bone. Galaxy impact. Garp fell to the ground like a meteorite and punched Hogg on the back like lightning. Boom. Hogg opened his mouth wide, spitting out a large mouthful of blood and screaming in pain. 7 or 8 bones in his back were broken by Garp's punch. His huge body rolled forward and flew dozens of meters, hitting the ground, causing smoke and dust to billow and dirt to fly everywhere. Damn it, Rayleigh, are you okay? Garp had never expected that in just a blink of an eye Rayleigh, who was facing Hogg alone, would suffer such a serious blow. In the deep pit in front of him, Rayleigh's body was like a leaky blood bag, oozing out large amounts of blood. His hands and feet were severely twisted and broken, and his flesh and bones were dented in many places. The once heroic eyes now looked dim and weak. If he hadn't seen Rayleigh's chest still rising and falling slightly, Garp would have almost thought that Rayleigh was dead. Garp, you're fucking hurting me. Hogg grimaced in pain, crawled up from the broken ground, took a deep breath, shook his head, which was a little dizzy from the impact of the galaxy. Then his huge body suddenly burst out of his mouth and nose, and his feet stomped on the ground within a radius of dozens of meters and rushed towards Garp like a meteor. Get out of the way. Let me kill Rayleigh right now, Garp. I won't let you succeed. Garp gritted his teeth, crushed the ground, and rushed forward like a whirlwind. His fists were wrapped in domineering color and armed color, and he blasted toward Hogg at the same time. Fist bone, meteor shower. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of countless powerful bows and crossbows exploding suddenly erupted from Garp's body. The 2 punches he threw out were like whistling siege crossbow arrows. Each punch was powerful and heavy, wrapped with the dark armament domineering aura and the black and red domineering aura. Each punch was infused with his lifelong beliefs, and each punch was enough to destroy mountains and rocks and blow up warships. In a moment, hundreds of fist shadows appeared in front of Hogg, falling like a meteor shower, trying to swallow him whole. Each fist shadow is a real fist. It is because Garp's punching movement is too fast that the illusion like an afterimage is formed. The air was squeezed, exploded, twisted, and fluctuated under the pitch-black iron fist, causing a huge gale. Faced with such a violent storm of powerful punches, Hogg laughed wildly and faced them head-on. 2 giant arms as thick as pillars of heaven blasted out fiercely, also exploding the air and cracking the void. Thick bolts of lightning surged out as he swung his fists, flashing between the muscles of his wiry arms and pushing Hogg's tall body forward like a supercar engine filled with energy, emitting a deafening roar. Ba Quan, 10,000 volts of thunder, shattering the sky. Boom, 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 boom. For fists of huge differences in size collided fiercely in the air, like meteors hitting the earth. Every time they exchange punches, the atmosphere explodes, causing it to be unable to bear the weight. The sky was filled with intertwined fist shadows, as if they were going to turn this place into a vacuum zone. At this moment, Hogg had been fighting with Rayleigh for a long time, and his domineering aura and physical strength had been consumed a lot. But Garp is at full health. Coupled with his anger toward Hogg, the power he unleashed at this moment was far beyond usual. Despite being well-rested, Hogg was unable to suppress Garp in a short period of time. The 2 men's punches became faster and faster and more intense, causing the void to tremble, the earth to shatter, and the whole world seemed to be shaking under their fists. You're so annoying, Garp. I order you to get out of here right now. Seeing that he had no way to repel Garp and kill Rayleigh, Hogg couldn't help but curse. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy enough to order me around? Garp roared, bursting out with 120% of his strength, causing the opponent's blood to surge. His face flushed red, and his fists swung like the wind. At this moment, the speed of his punch actually temporarily surpassed Hogg's. Boom! Finally, Garp's heavy punch brushed past Hogg's fist and hit Hogg's chest, knocking Hogg's huge body back. Fuck! Angry. I'm angry. Hogg was flying backwards in the air, roaring like crazy. Roar! A roar that resounded through the heavens and earth suddenly burst out from his mouth. The next moment, his already huge dragon body expanded again, and his size increased rapidly. In a flash, a giant black dragon with a body length of more than 300 meters appeared in the air. Boom! A huge dragon tail, hundreds of meters long and covered with hideous bone spurs and scales, swept towards Garp like a whip of heavenly punishment. The violent wind pressure blew away Garp's tattered cloak. Garp clenched his fist, lowered his waist, and stood still, then punched out with his right fist. Fist bone. Straight attack. A huge fist force, like a king's fist, blasted straight out and knocked back the huge dragon tail that was sweeping over. But the next moment, the sky above was dark. A ferocious dragon claw that covered the sky, and the earth suddenly grabbed down. Fist bone. Straight attack. Garp used the same trick again, clenched his right fist, and threw the same straight punch as before. But this time, the force of his punch failed to knock away the huge dragon claw that was falling. Instead, he was slammed away by the huge dragon claw with muscles as big as a hill. Garp was in midair and hadn't landed yet. A ball of lightning that was compressed to the extreme and emitted terrifying energy fluctuations was rapidly brewing and gathering in the black dragon's ferocious mouth, suddenly sprayed at Garp. 10 million volts purgatory unparalleled death burial wave cannon. Garp's face changed drastically, and the armed color domineering aura surged out of his whole body. The lightning ball flew over, crossed 100 meters in an instant, and hit Garp, shattering his domineering armor. He coughed up blood and flew straight out of Shampoo Land, creating a chasm dozens of kilometers long in the sea outside. Even Kizaru, who was standing far away watching the show, was affected, and his body was blown into a flash of light. Roar! The huge black dragon roared towards the sky, and the sound waves shattered the clouds in the sky. The dragon claws that supported the sky pressed down and held down the seriously injured Rayleigh. The huge black dragon head leaned down, opened its huge mouth full of countless fangs at him, and let out a deafening roar. Rayleigh, your retirement ends here. After being a pirate your whole life, you still want to enjoy your old age. Only Garp and Sengoku would bother with you if you acted this naively, but it won't work with me. Rayleigh was pressed so hard that blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He didn't say anything, but just looked coldly at Hogg's huge dragon head. Don't want to talk? No problem. I'll do it. Hogg grinned. I know what you, the Roger Pirates, are up to. You simply want to make Garp a scapegoat and force the mission of saving the world onto Garp's precious grandson. Seeing Rayleigh's changed expression, Hogg sneered disdainfully. You guys are really calculating, Rayleigh. You want to overthrow the world government, but instead of doing it yourself, you use others as pawns and the entire world as your chessboard, wantonly toying with the lives of countless people and ushering in this chaotic era of pirates. If that bastard Roger and that bastard Redhair could be a little tougher and directly confront the world government like Garp's son did, I would actually admire you. But you don't have the courage. Every one of these crew members who call themselves the Pirate King are cowards, hiding in dark corners. Not even one of them showed up when the captain's son was about to be publicly executed. Their morality is not even 1/10,000th of Whitebeard's. Want to save the world, right? You want to overthrow the world government, right? You want to recreate Nika, right? Hogg stretched out his two huge dragon claws, grabbed Rayleigh from the ground, and tore him hard to both sides. With a hiss, a torrential rain of blood fell from the sky, and Rayleigh's body was split into two. A bunch of worthless trash pirates, yet you still want to save the world. A bunch of bastards. Sooner or later, I will find you all and blast you to pieces. 72. Chapter 72. Do you also want to be my adopted son? Yellow Monkey. Pluto Rayleigh, is dead? Watching Rayleigh being brutally torn into two pieces by the black dragon transformed by Hogg. His death was horrific. The hearts of the few spectators in the field were suddenly filled with shock. The right-hand man of the Pirate King, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, the legendary Pluto Rayleigh, actually ended in such a tragic way. No one expected this. Rayleigh is a legendary pirate, known throughout the world for his great fame and powerful strength. After the Roger Pirates disbanded, the Navy and the world government knew that he was living in seclusion on Sabaody Island, but they were intimidated by his reputation and did not dare to come and encircle him for 20 years. This shows how much the Navy fears him. However, today, this legendary pirate who alone made the entire Marine headquarters feel troubled and fearful, died in shampoo and magic, died in his secluded place, died at the hands of another man. Lieutenant General Black Dragon. Morn Hogg. Shelio looked up at the majestic black dragon that was coiled in front of him like a mountain. At that moment, he felt as if there was a mountain in front of him that he would never be able to cross in his lifetime. Such a powerful Pluto Rayleigh. Rayleigh, who has mastered the top-level armament hockey and the domineering hockey, is the Pluto who can kill him with 2 swords. He died in Hogg's hands in such a miserable way, without any power to resist. At this moment, Hogg's strength turned into a real giant mountain, pressing firmly on Shilio's heart, making it impossible for him to have any rebellious thoughts. Kazara's eyes twitched wildly as he watched Rayleigh's waist and abdomen being torn apart alive, his internal organs scattered all over the ground, and he completely lost his life. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It's so terrifying. Even Pluto Rayleigh was. He watched the huge black dragon's body shrink rapidly, and Hogg quickly returned to human form. For the first time, he looked directly at the white-haired old Navy man in front of him. The strength displayed by Hogg in this battle was really too terrifying. The powerful 7 warlords of the sea looked as fragile as a child in front of him. The legendary pirate was completely suppressed by him and crushed to death. The furious Garp was also blown away for dozens of kilometers and has not returned yet. With this exaggerated performance, is he still a Marine from the old era who is over 70 years old and the same age as Zephyr? Kazara can predict this. When the news of Rayleigh's death spreads, it will cause a huge shock on the sea. By then, the reputation of Black Dragon Lieutenant General Hogg will be at its peak. Its overwhelming power will break the information blockade of the world government and shock the whole world once again. No, I must inform Mr. Jean-Gua of what happened here as soon as possible. Kazara was in a very complicated mood and forgot about Garp, who was knocked away by Hogg. He began to rummage through all his pockets, looking for the Den Mushy on his body. Hogg glanced coldly at Kazara, who was touching himself, and a layer of dark domineering aura spread out on the surface of his burly body, which bounced off the dust and dirt on his body. Lieutenant General Hogg, Ghost Spider and Doberman quickly ran over from a distance, looking at Hogg excitedly, their eyes full of undisguised admiration. Doberman took off his military uniform and cloak, held them in both hands, and handed them respectfully to Hogg. Lieutenant General Hogg. Yes. Hogg simply took his cloak and casually wrapped it around his waist. Looking down at Rayleigh's remains, cut off his head and bring it back to Marineford, have the propaganda department hold a press conference and announce it. Yes, Lieutenant General. Without saying a word, Ghost Spider drew the long sword from his waist and was about to cut off Riley's head. Hogg glanced at the several knives stuck on his waist and couldn't help but take a second look. As if noticing Hogg's gaze, Ghost Spider hurriedly took off several knives from his body, held them in both hands, and placed them in front of Hogg. Vice Admiral Hogg, are you interested in these swords? They were left behind by Rorinoa Zoro, the swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates. They all look like excellent swords. Of course, it's a precious sword. Hogg casually picked up one of the black and red broad-bladed long swords with a large reverse T-shaped pattern, glanced at it for a few times, and then threw it back to Ghost Spider. This is Wano Country's national treasure, the black sword Shusui of the dragon-slaying swordsman Ryuma. Black knife Chioshui. Is it really it? Ghost Spider actually recognized Chioshui. After all, this famous sword is world famous and is more famous than the ordinary supreme sword. What about these two? This is a large sword called Wado Ikamanji. Hogg looked at the sword that looked like an ordinary long sword without any bright spots. He could feel the peace and tranquility contained in the sword. It's like having Buddha nature. For a knife that is used to kill people rather than to liberate souls, this peaceful Buddha nature seems very unusual. As for this one, it looks very similar to the first generation of Kitetsu owned by that bald old man, Nasu Juro. It might be a demon sword from the Kitetsu series, but I don't know if it's the second or third generation. Hogg lost interest after glancing at the third generation Kitetsu. Ghost Spider held up the 3 knives and looked at Hogg and said, Lieutenant General Hogg, if you are interested in these knives, you can accept them. Why would I need them? I don't even like using my own weapons. I've been getting more and more addicted to fistfights lately. It's definitely more exciting to smash the enemy with my fist. No wonder that bastard Garp never uses weapons. Hogg waved his hand, and a blood-red long sword, flashing with lightning, immediately flew over from somewhere. He didn't try to catch it, letting the long sword float behind him in the air. I don't know if it was because he heard what Hogg said, but Akron, who had returned to his normal one-handed long sword shape, trembled slightly with the blade, making a humming sound like a puppy's whimper, looking very aggrieved. Hogg didn't bother to comfort a dead and broken knife, and just walked away. Lieutenant General Hogg, this sword. Ghost Spider was still holding Zoro's 3. Where's the knife? Keep them for yourself. You can throw away those rotten knives of yours. Lieutenant General Hogg, there's this one. Doberman grabbed a long white knife from the ground. The blade was still stained with glaring blood, and it emitted a faint murderous aura. Rayleigh's knife, that's also a good knife, not inferior to Chioshui. You keep it, Doberman, Hogg said without turning his head. Thank you, Lieutenant General Hogg. Doberman and Ghost Spider looked grateful. Hogg's departing steps suddenly stopped, and he turned around and looked at the two of them under the puzzled gazes of Doberman and Ghost Spider. You two, why don't you become my adopted sons, Hogg? Adopted son? Doberman and Ghost Spider were shocked, and their eyes widened. What? Not happy? Hogg frowned slightly. No, I do. Doberman stuttered with excitement. His eyes were red as he looked at Hogg in front of him with reverence and awe. Without saying a word, he knelt on his knees and knocked his head heavily on the ground, his voice trembling and choking. Doberman has met his godfather. Ghost Spider did the same. He knelt down excitedly and shouted the word Godfather. In fact, in the hearts of both of them, they have long regarded Hogg as both a teacher and a father. The reason why he is usually called Lieutenant General Hogg is because he is on a mission. Now that Hogg has taken the initiative to break the window paper, they are so happy that they can't wait to refuse. In the distance, Kazara's hand holding the din mushy froze as he watched Doberman and Spider Demon kneeling down and kowtow to Hogg. What, you want to be my adopted son too, Kizaru? Hogg looked at him coldly. Forget it, Vice Admiral Hogg. I'm old and don't want to be someone else's son. Kazara raised his hands. Humph, you want to be my son, but I don't want one. I don't have a son as disgusting as you. Hogg snorted coldly and turned away. Doberman quickly swung his knife, cut off Rayleigh's head with one blow, grabbed it in his hand, and chased after him. 73, Chapter 73, Kira is dying again. Number 18, Mangrove Area. Law held the longsword Devil's Cry in his hand and covered the evacuation of Beepo and other crew members of the Heart Pirates. Behind him, Kid with fierce eyes and the silent Kira were biting him tightly, like hyenas staring at their prey, chasing after him. There were already several obvious wounds on Luo's body. This was cut by the metal manipulated by Kid. More than 10 minutes ago, Kid and Kira, covered in blood, suddenly appeared in front of him. Luo thought that the two of them were lucky to escape from Hogg's hands, and was just about to step forward and say a few polite words to comfort these two supernovas of the same period. He thought to himself that with Kid's talent and strength, maybe after entering the New World, he could form an alliance with him to fight Doflamingo together. However, what Luo Wanwan did not expect was that after getting close, Kid and Kira attacked him without saying a word and killed him ruthlessly. If it weren't for his ability of the Op fruit, which gave him a dodging speed comparable to teleportation, he would probably have been killed on the spot by the joint attack of Kid and Killer. However, although he avoided the first wave of attacks from Kid and the other two. But in the subsequent chase and fight, Luo was still no match for the combined forces of Kid and Killer, and was soon injured. There was no helper in his pirate group who could help him. Even Beepo, who ranked second in strength among the Heart Pirates, is no match for Kira. He only came up to hold the enemy back for a few rounds before being injured by Kira and forced to retreat. Originally, Luo thought that his strength was not weaker than Kid, but he didn't know that after Kid was stimulated by Hogg and awakened his domineering color, his potential seemed to be released, and his strength had increased a little. In addition to the ability of the magnet fruit, it was affected by the rotation force of Hogg's magnetic field, and was invisibly strengthened a lot. This almost doubled his combat power compared to when the three captains fought against the enemy together. For a moment, Law was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. He could only rely on the teleportation ability of the surgery fruit to keep fleeing and away from Kid. At this moment, Luo felt that his physical strength was almost exhausted from the continuous escape. If they continue like this, they will probably be killed by Kid and his men before they can return to the submarine. Thinking of this, he simply gritted his teeth, stopped, turned around with his knife in hand, and stood in front of Kid and Killer who were rushing towards him, breathing heavily. Captain, why did you stop, Ron? Behind him, Bebo and others became very anxious when they saw that Luo had not caught up, and they couldn't help but slow down their pace. Seeing this, Luo shouted, Bebo, don't stop, keep running. Return to the submarine. But you. Bebo was so anxious that tears welled up in his eyes. Let's go. Luo Bao shouted. Wow, you must catch up, Captain. The Pirates of the Heart Pirates burst into tears. It's a truly touching camaraderie. Kid had a cold face and stopped in front of Luo, without chasing after the fleeing Beepo and his companions. His only target is Luo. Looking at Kid and Killer slowly approaching from the left and right, Luo's chest heaved and his face was filled with confusion. Boss Kid, are you really going to go this far? Are we really going to completely break off relations before even entering the new world? Why, I don't remember ever offending you enough to make you want to kill me. Anyway, considering that we fought against the Navy together before, you have to give me a reason to die, right? Reason? Kid's mind once again recalled the nightmare experience not long ago, and his heart couldn't help but twitch violently. His face twisted and he gritted his teeth. Under Luo's defensive gaze, he swung his right hand violently. What excuse is that? I just want to eliminate a competitor for a great treasure beforehand. Luo, you're talking too much nonsense. Magnetic control. Crash. A large number of metal objects flew from all directions and shot towards Luo, who was standing in the middle. Room. Luo knew that it was difficult to resolve the situation peacefully, so he said no more. He stretched out his big hands, and between his 5 fingers, a hemispherical operating room rotated and expanded, covering an area of dozens of meters. He hooked his fingers. Batten. Whoosh. 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 A large amount of flying metal, covered by the operating space, lost Kid's control and turned around and shot towards Kid himself. You have such a simple skill, and you dare to show off in front of an expert? Kid sneered, stretched out his hands, and suddenly slapped the lieutenant general. Strong magnetic fusion. Boom! A large amount of flying metal suddenly gathered together, and with a sharp twisting sound, it turned into a huge open steel hand, grabbing Luo fiercely. At the same time, Kira, who was standing beside him, also moved. The strange weapon on his wrist spun rapidly and slashed towards Luo Fei. Decapitation whirlwind. The rotating curved blade whistled and cut towards Luo's body. Room. Sweat broke out on Luo's forehead. He opened the operating space again and disappeared under Kira's knife. But before he could stand firmly, the ground beneath his feet suddenly broke apart and twisted iron bars emerged from it, wrapping around his legs like snakes. At the same time, a huge metal hand fell from above his head. Give up. You are no match for me. Luo. Kid grinned. Luo glanced at Bibo and the others who had already run far away and were about to disappear from his sight. His chest heaving suddenly calmed down, his eyes became cold, and he drew out the ghost-crying sword in his hand. He held it with both hands, turned around and slashed it diagonally. It's not that easy to kill me without paying a price. Kid is the boss. Room. Gamma slaughterhouse. Sizzle. Flashes of lightning appeared on the ghost-crying long sword, and the operating space instantly expanded, enveloping Kid. An invisible slash instantly moved across like a cross. Kid sneered disdainfully. No matter how many times you try, the result will be the same. I am no longer someone you can defeat, Luo. He waved his hand, and a large metal hand fell from the sky, inserted into the ground in front of him, forming a metal wall, which was enough to easily block Luo's attack. However, the next second, what surprised Kid was that the gamma scalpel that Rona swung at him did not hit him like it had done many times before. Instead, he suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Kira. Because of Law's outburst, the operating space expanded to its limit, and Kira was also enveloped in it. The attack came too suddenly and was too close, so Kira had no time to dodge. With a puff sound, Kira's body was split into two, the upper and lower parts separated, and his 2 arms also left his body and floated in the air. And that's not all. Kira was cut open, and suddenly tiny lightning flashed from his body, which was originally not injured. The lightning made him emit black smoke and burn his flesh and blood. Kira screamed and fell to the ground, which made Kid furious. Kira. Luo took the opportunity to stab Kira in the chest. With a soft popping sound, a cube-shaped heart flew out from Kira's chest and was held in his hand. Boss Kid, if you don't want your brother to die, then give me. Asshole, how dare you hurt my brother? Unforgivable. Kid suddenly went crazy, his eyes bloodshot, and he pushed Luo fiercely with both hands. Die, Luo. The next moment, the ground within a radius of dozens of meters rolled over, and a large amount of metal broke out of the ground and covered the unsuspecting Luo. In an instant, Luo's body was pierced and impaled by dozens of metals. The intense pain made Luo subconsciously clench his heart in his hand. Then, under Kid's horrified gaze and Kira's shrill screams, the still beating heart in Law's hand suddenly deformed and shattered with a bang, squeezing out a large amount of blood. Kira's eyes widened. His body lying on the ground trembled violently a few times. A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his breath weakened rapidly. His heart was broken, and he was dying. No, Kira. Kid rushed up with bloodshot eyes, wanting to save people. But how could he know anything about medicine? The person with the best medical skills here is Luo behind him. He wanted to reconcile and wanted Luo to save Kira, but at this moment Luo himself had been seriously injured by him and could die at any time. This sent Kid into a panic. Kira, hold on. Don't die. 74. Chapter 74. Kid, why do you take it seriously? Just as Kid was howling in pain, there were steady footsteps coming closer and closer, neither fast nor slow, appearing very calm. Why did he die again? Kid, isn't your brother a bit of a loser, even if your adoptive father doesn't say so? Hearing this familiar voice, Kid, who was howling while holding Kira, suddenly looked up and looked at Hogg with hope. Save Kira. Please save Kira. Is this your attitude of begging for help? Hogg walked closer, glanced at Luo, who was pierced by dozens of metal bars and nailed to the ground, and winked at Doberman. Doberman immediately understood, took out his Din Mushy and dialed. The Din Mushy was quickly connected. Blackbeard, come to Mangrove Area 18 immediately. I have work for you. Got it. I'll be right there, but it seems like I'm a bit far from there. I'll give you 30 seconds. If you don't make it, I'll kill you. Hogg's voice rang out. I'll be there in 20 seconds. The sound of running frantically immediately rang out from the Din Mushy. On the ground, Kid, who was holding Kira, heard this and pleaded again. Godfather, I beg you, please save Kira. He can't die. He absolutely can't die. Hogg glanced at the broken heart at Luo's feet. The heart is broken, even if it's me. Even if it's me. As Kid stared at him, almost in despair, Hogg grinned. It's easy to save him. It's just a minor injury like a broken heart. Your godfather, can save him with a flick of my hand. Kid was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, and said anxiously, Great, Godfather, save him quickly. But I don't want to save him. Hogg put his hands behind his back and had no intention of saving Kira. Kid was stunned again. He looked up at Hogg with a surprised expression. Why not? Why? Because he has no value. Absolutely no value at all. Saving him would just be a waste of my magnetic field power. But he's my brother. Kira, he's my brother who's been through thick and thin with me. Kid said in disbelief. And he was injured during the siege of Law. This was the mission you assigned. Kira got into trouble because of your mission, so shouldn't you have saved him? If you can't even handle such a small matter, you deserve to die. People without value don't deserve to live at all. Hogg's expression was indifferent, and he was indifferent to Kid's hysterical questioning. Looking at his emotionless eyes, Kid's mind buzzed. At this moment, he completely understood that the person in front of him was definitely someone who was more cruel, brutal, ruthless, and heartless than him. Perhaps in Hogg's eyes, his and Kira's lives were no different from those of two ants on the ground. In a daze, Kira, who was in his arms, quickly became cold and his breath weakened until he was completely extinguished. This time, it was not shock or fainting, but complete death. Kid held Kira in a daze for a long time, then suddenly opened his mouth and let out a wild beast-like howl. Kira, my brother! He screamed and cried in grief, blood-red tears streaming from the corners of his broken eyes. He hugged the dead Kira tightly, stared at Hogg with angry eyes, and said word by word, You liar, you kept saying you wanted to adopt me as your son, that you wanted me to join the Navy, that you wanted me to kill pirates to atone for my sins, but now you're standing by and watching my brother die. I ask this how you act as my adoptive father. Answer me. Looking at the emotional Kid, Hogg's lips curled up into a playful smile. Adopted son. Are you worthy of it? You are a worthless trash pirate, and you want to be my adopted son, Hogg. Why? Just because you have red hair? Not to mention you. Even that bastard red hair is not worthy of being my adopted son. I was just kidding you, but you took it seriously, my dear Captain Eustace Kid. Kid's expression froze as he stared blankly at the smile on Hogg's face. His body felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his whole body was cold. For the first time in his life, he felt a deep-seated fear of a sailor. It's also the last time. As Blackbeard arrived panting, he saw thick black air coming out of Blackbeard's hand and grabbing Law next to him, while nodding and bowing to Hogg with a flattering smile, saying that he could 100% successfully strip away Law's ability of the surgery fruit. Kid instantly understood why Hogg had asked him to capture Luo. So this is what Hogg meant when he said he wanted Law's ability. His body was shaking, a miserable smile appeared on his face, and he stared at Hogg with desperate, hateful, and angry eyes, cursing hysterically. "You brute! You are not worthy to be my foster father. You are not worthy to be Eustace Kid's foster father. You are not worthy. You are not worthy. Really, that's such a pity." Hogg hooked his fingers, and the surrounding metal rolled up quickly, gathered together, and turned into a steel throne. He sat on it casually. On the side, Blackbeard grabbed Law's slender neck, broke it with a snap with a grin, and began to use the power of the dark fruit to peel off the surgery fruit from Law's body. Hogg looked at Doberman and Spider-Man, who stood respectfully before him, and said with a gentle smile, "Who of you wants to use the power of the operation fruit? It's quite versatile. Not only can it be used to heal illnesses and assist on the battlefield, it can also greatly help improve one's own strength, and IT can also perform anti-aging surgery. Tio say it's worth 5 billion berries is non-exaggeration at all. We have no objection. We will follow your arrangements, Godfather." Doberman and Ghost Spider said respectfully. Hogg nodded, thought for a moment, and pointed at Doberman. Just as he was about to speak, Kid, who saw Hogg completely ignoring him and treating him as heir and an ant, suddenly roared and flew towards Hogg like a moth to a flame pounce. "You beast! I want. Don't be rude to your godfather." Demon Spider's black hair twisted and stretched, curling around the autumn water at his waist. Wado Ikamanji, Sandai Katetsu, and Doberman pulled out Rayleigh's knife like lightning and stabbed at the Russian Kid at the same time. Puff! In an instant, blood splattered wildly. Kid's forward movement stopped instantly. His body was pierced by 4 famous swords, and like Luo, he was nailed to the ground. The two men's decisive and murderous behavior frightened Blackbeard, who was working, and he froze for a moment. Then he saw Hogg smiling and extending his hand towards him. "Would you like to be my adopted son, Tiki?" "Adopted son?" Blackbeard's face twitched as he looked at Kid, who was nailed to the ground by 4 knives. He had previously witnessed with his own eyes the scene where Hogg adopted Kid as his adopted son. He originally wondered if Hogg wanted to follow in the footsteps of his father, Whitebeard, and become the strictest father in the Marine headquarters. But in the blink of an eye, Kid was dead. What happened to the saying that even a tiger won't eat its own cubs? It doesn't matter if he is not the adopted son. 75. Chapter 75, Magnetism, the ownership of the Operation Fruit's ability. Is this the power of the magnet fruit? As Blackbeard put away the black cyclone in his hand, Kid's pale body fell down, and Spider-Man was surprised to feel a special power coming out of his body. As his hands moved, various metal objects scattered on the ground around him began to shake and fly up, flying all over the ground. They collided with each other, making a crisp tinkling sound. Soon, Ghost Spider mastered some tricks of control, and metal objects in the sky flew around in the air as he waved his hands. Then he imitated Kid's previous move and clapped his hands in the air. Magnetic aggregation. Boom! The flying metal in the sky suddenly gathered together, collided with each other, and turned into a huge metal ball. As the Spider Ghost's palm opened, it twisted and formed into a huge metal palm, which looked very cool. Yes, Spider-Man obtained the superhuman ability of the magnet fruit from Kid. Although he had never known about this ability before and didn't know how to develop it, after obtaining the ability, he only stood there for a while and felt it before he was able to get started immediately. His control over the ability of the magnetic fruit seemed to be so precise that it seemed to have surpassed Kid himself. Even Blackbeard, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Hogg was also very satisfied. "It seems that this ability suits you very well, Ghost Spider. Thank you for the reward, Godfather." Ghost Spider smiled and bowed to Hogg. He is a lieutenant general of this unit and a lieutenant general of the Demon Slayer Order, so he has good talent. His strength was originally greater than Kid's, and he mastered the 2-color hockey and was proficient in the life return above the 6 styles. His control over his body was stronger than that of the average vice admiral of the Navy. He could even use his hair to shape his hands and control 8 long swords at the same time to fight. He is the only swordsman who practices the 8-sword style in this unit. So once he acquired the ability of the magnet fruit, he was able to use it quickly and freely. Experiencing this new power, Ghost Spider looked at Hogg with some excitement and anticipation. "Godfather, if I can develop the power of this magnet fruit to a very strong level, until it awakens, will I be able to possess the same magnetic field rotation power as you, Godfather?" Magnetic field rotation force. Hogg grinned and shook his head. Maybe not, Ghost Spider. You need to understand that magnetic field rotation force has nothing to do with magnetism." "Ah." Ghost Spider was a little disappointed. He was very envious of Hogg's invincible magnetic field power. Seeing his disappointed look, Hogg stood up from the Iron Throne and said with a smile, "But you don't have to lose heart. Although I said that magnetic field power has little to do with the ability of the magnetomagnetism fruit, you who master this power and understand magnetic fields better will definitely be able to awaken the power of magnetic field rotation more easily than others." Others? Doberman, who was examining Luo's ghost cry, heard this, and his eyes lit up. "Godfather, are you saying others can also awaken such a powerful magnetic field? How is this possible?" "Nothing is impossible." Looking at Blackbeard, who was eavesdropping, Hogg continued nonchalantly. "Although the awakening of my magnetic field power was indirectly triggered by Kid's use of the magnet fruit's ability, but now I have a rough idea of where this invincible power comes from." He patted his chest. "This power comes from the human body itself. Just like domineering power, it is an extraordinary power that exists in everyone. The source of this power is bioelectricity. All living things have bioelectricity in their bodies. When they can actively guide this weak bioelectricity and form an electric current, they can develop electric current propulsion, and when the power of the electric current propulsion reaches a certain level, they can awaken the magnetic field rotation. The reason why I was the first to awaken this powerful force is because my mythical beast fruit ability can control the bioelectric field in my body, and it has been developed to the point where it can be driven by more than 1 billion volts of current." Listening to Hogg's simple explanation of the power of the magnetic field, Doberman couldn't help but think of the charged gamma knife that Luo had swung earlier. In the New World, in the Whitebeard Pirates, there is a vassal pirate captain named Magugwi who can also slash with a long sword with lightning and is nicknamed Thunder King. Could this be what my godfather meant by electric current? Thinking of Hogg's invincible posture of crushing the 7 warlords of the sea and killing Rayleigh, Doberman couldn't help but feel excited. If he can also awaken the power of magnetic field, he will definitely be able to help his adoptive father in the future. All right, I'm just saying this casually. Right now, the chances of you awakening your magnetic field power are very low. Instead, focus on mastering your newfound abilities. Seeing the excitement of Ghost Spider and Doberman, Hogg poured a bucket of cold water on them. "Godfather is right. We were indeed a little greedy." Ghost Spider and Doberman quickly bowed their heads and apologized. This time, they followed Hogg to Shampoo Land, and not only did they gain Hogg's recognition, but they also became Hogg's adopted sons as they wished. He even obtained the abilities of Kid and Law respectively. Spider-Man gained the superhuman ability of the magnet fruit. Doberman obtained the ability of Law's surgery fruit. If they can develop these two abilities, their own strength will definitely be greatly improved. To crave for more is really too greedy. Thinking of this, Doberman and Spider-Ghost silently swung their swords and skillfully cut off the heads of Law and Kid. They held them in their hands, ready to take them back to the Navy headquarters together with Rayleigh's head. Only then did Blackbeard see Rayleigh's head held in Shiria's hand. Shirley has been following behind Doberman and Ghost Spider without making a sound. Even breathing seemed to be non-existent. After being resurrected by the Yomi Nomi, his presence was greatly reduced, and Blackbeard almost didn't notice him. When Blackbeard saw Rayleigh's face clearly, his eyes almost popped out of his head in fear. Pluto, Rayleigh?" Hogg didn't even look at him and ordered, "Contact the flying squirrel and see what's going on over there." "Yes, Godfather." Doberman quickly took out the Din Mushy and started making contact. Soon, the flying squirrel's ashamed voice was heard from the Din Mushy. "I'm sorry, Vice Admiral Hogg, these supernovas are much more difficult to deal with than we expected. Although we've wiped out a large number of their pirate members, the main forces and captains of several major pirate groups are still resisting stubbornly and refusing to surrender." "Waste!" Hogg shouted angrily with a sullen face before the flying squirrel could finish. The flying squirrel on the other end of the Din Mushy fell silent after being scolded. Sensing his adoptive father's displeasure, Doberman said coldly, "Flying squirrel, where are you now?" "We are in Mangrove Area 25. 76, Chapter 76, The Last Stand. Number 25, Mangrove Area. The battle between the Navy and the pirates continues. The combat resilience of these supernova pirates who gathered from all over the world and were going to the New World after being coated on Sabaody Island was much stronger than Flying Squirrel and Longs expected. Even with a large number of elite troops from the headquarters surrounding the enemy, most of the pirate group's main forces are still left on the scene. And as the battle continued, the supernova pirates on the island had basically gathered together. It's not how united they are. There's really nowhere to run. Such as Capone Becky and Joe Alibani, who should have escaped the Navy's encirclement. After successfully escaping back to his pirate ship, he made a despairing discovery. Their pirate ship had already been destroyed by cannons, leaving only a wreckage. Long before the encirclement and suppression began, the Navy carried out Hogg's orders and destroyed their navigation tools first. Without their ships and the ability to fly, they had nowhere to escape on the isolated island of shampoo and magic surrounded by the sea. There was no choice but to run back unwillingly and huddle together with Hawkins, Drake, and others for warmth. In this way, at least we can hold out for a little longer under the encirclement of the Navy. On a wide meadow, Hawkins, Drake, Apu, Urich, Capone Beach. Several pirate captains are fighting side by side to fight against the headquarters officers led by the three vice admirals Flying Squirrel, Longs, and LaCrovel. Somewhere on the edge of the battlefield, Bonnie did not participate in the battle, but stood in front of the bloody big bear, crying uncontrollably. A fat man wearing a red belly band and carrying a big axe was standing in front of a group of Marines and explaining something, preventing the Marines from attacking and capturing Bonnie. "We can't go on like this. We have to break through as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll all die here." All parts of the body are transformed into various musical instruments to create the DJ sound of Apu. He struck his chest again, blasting out a sound wave drum, and together with Hawkins' incarnation of the Scarecrow, they forced the Flying Squirrel back, then gasped and shouted loudly, "Break the impasse. How do we break it? If you have a solution, tell us now. It's already this late." Capone Becky, the mafia godfather from the West Sea, was protected by a group of subordinates, and his face had long lost his previous godfather-like calmness. The military force that he had always been proud of was completely insufficient in both quantity and quality in front of these elite troops from his headquarters. In just a few dozen minutes of fighting, he had lost 80% of his troops. Before he even entered the New World, he, the godfather of the mafia, was about to become a commander without troops. How could Becky remain calm? In the open space next to him, deafening roars continued to ring out, making people's eardrums buzz. Drake, who had taken on the form of an Allosaurus, and Urich, who had transformed into a small Titan, were roaring continuously, restraining the two Titan vice admirals, Lons and Rackville, and the two pacifists. Although Lonzi and LaCrovel are lieutenant generals, their personal strength is not very strong. It is even far inferior to Flying Squirrels. It's just because of the giants' innate physical advantages that they are almost equivalent to two super soldiers. It's okay to deal with pirates of average strength. It is still a bit difficult to deal with Drake and a rookie, whose strength is no weaker than that of ordinary vice admirals in the headquarters. Drake is a user of the ancient Allosaurus species of the animal family, and he has thick skin and flesh. At this moment, he took out the human beast form to deal with Longzi. Just relying on flexible movement, he was able to make the clumsy Longzi run around in circles. The strange monk Urich is the user of the superhuman Karma Fruit ability. The power of the Karma Fruit gave him the strange ability that the more he was beaten, the stronger he became and the larger his size became. In this battle, he was also lucky enough to withstand most of the attacks from the Flying Squirrel, Lons, LaCrovel, and even the pacifists. Otherwise, there would probably be casualties among their captains. Of the 6 supernova captains who are here now, except for the Big Eater Bonnie, who did not participate in the battle, and the DJ Apu, who was a bit crispy. The remaining ones are Drake, Urich, Capon Beach, and Hawkins. The survivability of the 4 is extremely strong. Drake, needless to say, is an ancient species with special abilities. Urich, the Karma Fruit, absorbs damage. Capone Beach, the user of the Castle Fruit. Once transformed into a castle, its defense is even more exaggerated than that of Urich and the pacifist, and even the Navy's cannons cannot penetrate it. Hawkins even has 10 lives. It can even temporarily create a Cursadol to serve as a substitute to threaten the Flying Squirrel and Lons, making them unable to fight. It was precisely because of their presence that the Flying Squirrel was unable to complete the task assigned to him by Hawk. "Damn it, Apu. Why don't you just say something?" Seeing that Apu was slow to speak, Drake became a little anxious. He's getting fed up now. The idiot Longs didn't understand anything human was saying. Right from the start, he killed the pirate crew that he had managed to trick together with just one axe. Now they're holding him back and not letting him leave, and they're trying to steal his fruit ability. But I can't kill this guy. And Kizaru hasn't come yet. Drake didn't know how to end it. The solution is very simple. That means we work together to capture a hostage, It would be best if we could capture a vice admiral and use his life in exchange for a warship. Everyone, get on a warship and leave. This is the only solution I can think of. Our ships have been destroyed by these damn bastard navy. If we want to leave here, we can only use warships. Warship? After hearing what Appa said, Hawkins, Drake, Urge, and others who were fighting felt that it was unreliable. Especially Drake. But he knew that Kizaru had been sent here by the headquarters. Maybe it has arrived a long time ago. What warship could escape Yellow Monkey's pursuit? Of course, maybe because he was on the warship, Kizaru might let him go, because of the mission. However, this method is not reliable. But Apu was right. Now it seems that this is indeed the only way to escape from Shampoo Land. With this in mind, the captains looked at each other and made up their minds. Then Dio it. The next moment, under Apu's deliberate guidance, Hawkins, Drake, Becky, and Urge all understood what he meant, jumped up at the same time, shook off their opponents, and pounced on a flying squirrel. In the opinion of several people, the flying squirrel is the most suitable hostage here. Although the flying squirrel's personal strength is the strongest among the navy that is besieging them. But compared to giant hostages like Lonzi and Lacroval, normal flying squirrels are obviously easier to hold hostage, right? You're discussing an escape plan so openly. Dio, you think we're fools? The flying squirrel snorted coldly, its body flashed, and it stepped on the ground and retreated violently. But Hawkins immediately used his scarecrow substitute and set the target of the substitute's curse to be the flying squirrel in front of him. This ability of his is very unsolvable. As long as the designated target is locked as a substitute scarecrow, the damage he actively inflicts on himself will be synchronized to the other party through the substitute scarecrow. It's equivalent to dying together. No one can expect an easy life. Hawkins decisively swung the nail in his hand and inserted it into his legs cleanly. Puff! Blood splattered, he groaned, and fell to his knees. At the same time, the flying squirrel that was retreating violently on the opposite side also changed its expression. Two blood arrows burst out from the same position on his legs, and he felt a piercing pain, which made his retreating body pause, and he fell to the ground in embarrassment. "Now," Derek yelled. "Go ahead, you're the fastest. Let Urge and I hold off these two big guys." Becky's body changed rapidly, expanding wildly, and in an instant it turned into a huge castle with his face on it, blocking the steps of Lons and Lacroval, who were supporting from behind. Urge roared and waved his arms, hugging the two pacifists, one on each side. Me. Drake cursed in his heart. Was he going to offend the flying squirrel again? But now that things have come to this, what's the point of thinking about these things? Just go for it and escape first. Otherwise, your mission will be ruined. That is our headquarters' top-secret mission against the Beast Pirates, and it's a matter of great importance. Let's fight, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, I'm sorry. Drake gritted his teeth, clenched the weapon in his hand, and exerted force with his two powerful Allosaurus hind legs, ready to pounce. But just then, room! A huge hemispherical transparent cover appeared out of thin air, covering all of them. Drake, Apu, and others were shocked at first. Is this Luo's ability? Then he was overjoyed. Great. Are you here too, Luo? That's perfect. With your ability, even if we don't catch the flying squirrel, we can easily seize a warship and escape. Apu was ecstatic. But the ecstatic smile on his face gradually froze when he saw Shiryu, Ghost Spider, and Doberman appear out of thin air in the field. How could it be you, Lieutenant General Spider, Lieutenant General Doberman, and Shiryu of the Rain? Drake looked as if he had seen a ghost. 77. Chapter 77, The End of the Worst Era. Without waiting for Drake to continue wondering, Shilio and the other two suddenly appeared on the scene and attacked without any hesitation. Shilio stretched out his hand and drew his sword. The blood-colored demon sword Leiyu slashed out with lightning speed, and a blood-colored slash flashed past Hawkins, who was not far away from him. Puff! Hawkins was unable to react in time, and the tall scarecrow, which looked like a demon-slaying figure, was instantly cut in half. Doberman grabbed Luo's ghost cry and swung it around. An invisible slash, without any normal trajectory, suddenly disappeared in front of him. He suddenly appeared behind Apu again. Silently, the world in front of Apu was spinning. When he readjusted his vision, he suddenly saw his headless body standing there. Dead? Ghost Spider bit his cigar and put on a cruel smile. The force sword stuck in his waist, 3 of Zoro's and 1 of Rayleigh's, were all automatically unsheathed. Under the control of invisible magnetic force, they shot out and shot towards the remaining Drake, Beej, Urage, and the crying Bonnie. It turns out that he wants to deal with 4 supernovas at once. Driven by the magnetic force, the 4 swords rushed forward at a tremendous speed, instantly breaking the speed of sound and making a sharp explosion. In just a moment, they shot in front of Drake and the other 3, intending to penetrate their entire bodies. The first to fall was Urage, whose body had expanded to 10 meters, with knotted muscles, like a little giant. His chest was pierced by the autumn water, and a string of blood flowers exploded. His huge body fell backwards like a golden mountain being pushed down by a jade pillar. Then came Becky. He transformed into a huge castle whose face exploded. The wall shattered and was pierced by Wado Ikamanji. He let out an earth-shattering scream, but it seemed that he was not killed by the blow. But Bonnie and Drake were not in any trouble. Because before Rayleigh's sword and Zoro's Sandai Katetsu were about to hit the 2 people who had no time to react. 2 golden laser beams shot out, accurately intercepting the 2 long swords controlled by Ghost Spider and knocking them away. Admiral Kizaru? Spider-Man frowned slightly, raised his head, and immediately saw a beam of light falling from the sky. Kizaru's figure appeared from it and landed in front of the frightened Drake. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets and pouted as if he wanted to say something to Enigmo. But before he could open his mouth, his expression suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, he grabbed Drake beside him, turned into a golden light, and moved sideways away from his original position. He just dodged away. A terrifying force that penetrated everything came from his back foot and crushed the grass where he and Drake were standing. Boom! A deafening roar exploded in the field. The earth dragon on the ground rolled and was instantly broken into a gully hundreds of meters long by a powerful impact. At the end of the ravine, 2 unlucky pacifists failed to avoid and were hit by the invisible impact. The huge body made of special metal, which was much harder than ordinary steel, was instantly crushed and blasted through and exploded into metal fragments all over the sky. This horrific destructive power shocked everyone present, especially Drake, Hawkins, and App. It took so long. No one knows better than them how tough the pacifist body is. That was a body that even their swordsmanship that could cut through steel could not cut through. But at this moment, it was shattered like a piece of tofu. Kizaru, who grabbed Drake and moved sideways to the side of Bonnie and Jean Tamaru, showed a trace of fear on his face. Well, this is too dangerous, Lieutenant General Hogg. We are family. There is no need to be so harsh, right? Hogg, with a cape tied around his waist and a body as strong as steel and rock exposed, fell from the sky with a bang and landed on the ground in front of Beej. He glanced coldly at Kizaru. Who is your family? Kizaru, can you explain to me why, since you arrived on this island, all your actions have been helping the pirates? Kizaru laughed dryly twice and patted Drake's shoulder, who had not yet recovered from his shock. Drake is not a pirate, Vice Admiral Hogg. His true identity is actually an undercover agent sent by this old man. Therefore, we cannot let him die at the hands of his own people. Oh. Hogg glanced at Drake, his cold gaze passing over him and landing on the big bear kneeling on the ground behind him, and Bonnie, who was crying. Then, what's going on with them? Kizaru turned around, glanced at Kuma, and Bonnie scratched his head, and was thinking about how to explain to Hogg. Castleman Becky, whose face was pierced by the Wado Ikamanji, was in so much pain that she was a little unconscious. He howled in pain. Under the castle, which was more than 10 meters high, 2 huge tank tracks rumbled and rolled toward Hogg, who was standing in front of him. Damn bastard Navy. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Die. Turn into a meat patty. Tank castle. Hogg looked up expressionlessly at the huge castle rumbling towards him. Noisy. He casually raised his hand and pointed, and a tiny lightning bolt suddenly shot out from his fingertips and shot towards the huge castle that was Becky's incarnation. The lightning, as thin as a hair, instantly expanded 1,000 times after leaving Hogg's fingers and flying into the air. It transformed into a giant lightning bolt as thick as a towering ancient tree and blasted past Becky. In an instant, thunder flashed and gravel flew into the sky. The huge castle that Becky transformed into was extremely solid, and its defense was stronger than that of an ordinary military fortress. However, it was instantly shattered into pieces under the bombardment of this giant lightning. None of Becky's men who were in the castle survived. As the castle was destroyed, they were all killed and their bodies were blown to pieces. When the rubble on the ground disappeared, this supernova pirate from the West Sea, The mafia godfather who dominated the underground world of the West Sea was reduced to pieces of meat scattered on the ground. If it becomes like this, can the power of the fruit still be stripped away? Hogg looked at the running Blackbeard without any fluctuation in his eyes, as if he was crushing an ant, although he used the words of inquiry. But the tone didn't sound like a question at all. Blackbeard swallowed his saliva, forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, ran up and opened his arms towards the corpses scattered on the ground. Lieutenant General Hogg, I thought I'll try, although I'm not sure. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing since he obtained the dark fruit. He wanted to say that maybe not, but he didn't dare. Whenever Blackbeard thought of Rayleigh's bloody head, his fear of Hogg became even deeper than before. Hogg turned around and looked at the other supernova pirates. Hawkins, who was cut in half by Shirley, has recovered his body again at this moment. His chest split open, and a tiny scarecrow emerged, clattering to the ground at his feet. Hawkins's face was a little pale, but his expression was still calm. He looked a bit like an ancient vampire aristocrat. He didn't look at Shilio, who was walking towards him with a sneer on his face. Instead, he took out a stack of tarot cards from his body, muttered something in a mysterious voice, and took out a card to take a look at it. My chances of survival are -0. You calculated very accurately, Magician Hawkins. Shilio grinned and raised the thunderstorm in his hand. The next moment, without waiting for Hawkins to perform any inexplicable magic, he swung the magic sword in his hand like a storm. Bloody slashes cut through Hawkins' demon-subduing appearance, and small scarecrows, which took his place, kept emerging from Hawkins' body and falling to the ground. Then the last scarecrow fell, and Hawkins' body, which was hit by Shirley again, no longer recovered, but exploded into a large pool of blood. A head that had remained calm and indifferent until death flew off his neck and was caught lightly in Shilio's hand, tossing it. Blackbeard, you'd better hurry up. This guy's devil fruit ability is pretty good. It would be a shame if it just disappeared like this. Then kill slowly, you bastard. Blackbeard was almost crying in anxiety. Before he finished speaking, on the other side, Ghost Spider, who was holding Chioshui, looked at the strange monk Yoroku who had been pierced through the head by Chioshui and said, "We really need to hurry up. This guy seems to be dead too." And this guy? Doberman stepped on Apu's head. The ability of the parahuman sound fruit is pretty good too. He noticed that Apu seemed to want to say something. But because he acted too quickly and too cruelly, this guy died so quickly that he didn't even have time to finish what he was saying before he died beyond all possibility of death. Doberman didn't bother to think about it. It's nothing but nonsense like begging for mercy. These rubbish pirates will beg for mercy and be afraid when they are about to die. It's not that they regret what they did in the past, but knowing that he is going to die. Over there, Blackbeard, who was trying to deprive Beej of his power, was shaking with fear after hearing what the three said. "Are you still the righteous Navy? You're all murderers, right? Even if you hang yourself, you should give me a break, right? You don't treat me like a human being, right? Even a dog wouldn't do this kind of shitty labor." Then he saw Hogg's cold glance. "If the dogs don't do it, I'll do it, thief, haha. What I like to do most is to help you, the righteous Navy, gain greater strength. In this way, the order of this sea can be better maintained. Thank you for your hard work, my allies." He forced a smile, emphasized the word ally, then gritted his teeth and worked hard. Ignoring Blackbeard's inner complaints, Hogg walked up to him under Kazura's vigilant gaze and looked at Kuma and Bonnie, who were blocking his way behind him. Mainly Bonnie. Under the wary gaze of John Tamaru, who looked at him as if he were a pervert, Hogg sniffed his nose and raised an eyebrow at Bonnie, who was still howling at the big bear. "Is there something wrong with my nose? Why do I smell the same foul odor on her as that old dog Grindu?" Kazaru, who was standing by, changed his expression instantly. 78. Chapter 78 Return, Celebration and Harvest. Alas, I am still too kind-hearted. On the warship returning to Marineford, Hogg was feeling grateful for his kindness in letting Big Bear and his daughter go. Kind-hearted? Blackbeard, who was so tired that he slumped on the deck not far away, almost couldn't hold back the expression on his face when he heard Hogg mumbling to himself. He felt that what Hogg said was definitely the most outrageous joke he had ever heard in his life. Joke from hell. Damn, the 9 supernova pirate groups on Sabaody Island were almost killed by you and your soldiers, okay? Except for half of the Straw Hat pirates who escaped, the only one who was spared, and Drake, who was originally an undercover agent of the Navy. The other 6 supernova pirate groups, from the captains to the crew members, were all wiped out. Even Pluto Rayleigh is dead. Compared to you, an old man. Akainu can be considered a good man. Akainu only kills people after all. You old man not only kills people, but also destroys their hearts. Eustace Kid is so weak, he can't even compare to one of your fingers, but you still want to play with him, upset his mentality, and then kill him. They don't even let others die. They also deprive them of their fruit abilities and take their bodies back to the Navy Science Department for research. No, are you still human? Of course, all of the above words came from Blackbeard's inner criticism. He now didn't dare to offend the self-proclaimed kind-hearted old Navy man in front of him. It's not just fear of Hogg's power. I'm even more afraid of Hogg's unconventional mental state. Who wouldn't be afraid of a psychopath whose power is comparable to Whitebeard's? Don't even mention him. Even the world government would probably be afraid. Blackbeard, please go to other warships to rest. We have something to discuss. Doberman suddenly said to him. No problem, you guys talk, I won't disturb you, I'm leaving. Blackbeard was eager to get away from Hogg, so he immediately got up and jumped onto the warship that was approaching. Wait until the warship Blackbeard is on is far away. Doberman opened his fingers, the operating space flashed, and the food prepared by the warship's kitchen instantly appeared on the deck in front of Hogg and Kizaru, piled high. We've been busy for most of the day. Now let's have a meal, Godfather, Admiral Kizaru, and everyone else. This will be a celebration of our great success in this operation. He extended his hand to the vice admirals of headquarters on the warship. Everyone sat on the ground, surrounding Hogg and Kizaru, who were sitting at the upper seats. The flying squirrel was envious of Doberman's ability. Doberman, your Operation Fruit ability is really useful. It's worthy of being a legendary fruit said to be worth 5 billion berries. Doberman, your abilities are not bad either. Basil Hawkins's superhuman straw fruit can give a person 10 lives. From now on, your ability to survive will be greatly enhanced, Flying Squirrel. Ah, yes, I've already experienced Hawkins's ability before. It's a very comprehensive superhuman ability. IT not only provides survival skills, but also significantly improves my future combat capabilities. You can see that the Flying Squirrel is very happy. He obtained Hawkins's superhuman straw fruit ability, and combined with his own elite lieutenant general strength, his overall combat power has indeed been greatly improved. Thinking of this, he was in a good mood and couldn't help but raise his glass to Hogg. I have to thank Lieutenant General Hogg for this gift. Lieutenant General Hogg, I toast you a glass. We too. Without Vice Admiral Hogg, how would we have had this opportunity to reap such benefits for free? Thank you, Vice Admiral Hogg, for inviting us to come and defeat the pirates. Not only have we made great contributions, but we have also obtained the powerful fruit ability we have always dreamed of. Cheers, Vice Admiral Hogg. Longzi lifted up a large barrel of wine that was taller than the Flying Squirrel and excitedly spoke in a voice as loud as a drum. Although he did not obtain Drake's ancient species Allosaurus ability, but he obtained Urige's superhuman ability of the cause and effect fruit. I am very satisfied. My gratitude to Hogg has already overflowed. He was just about to tell Hogg directly that he wanted to join his team. Although Hogg is now a vice admiral like him. But as long as he is not a fool, he knows that Hogg will return to the pinnacle of naval power in the future. It is possible that the status is even higher than it was 20 years ago. Following Hogg, I will definitely be able to achieve more achievements in the future. Look at Ghost Spider and Doberman. And Shiryu. How long have you been following Hogg? He has already gained a lot of military merits, as well as real famous swords and fruit ability rewards. Having obtained Beej's castle fruit, Rackville was also very happy and raised his glass to Hogg with a look of awe on his face. Welcome, Vice Admiral Hogg, to our headquarters. Even the legendary Pluto Rayleigh is nothing but a piece of shit in your hands. I believe that with your immense strength, you will surely regain your position as Admiral and take back the glory that once belonged to you. Ah, we are all comrades, brothers. Why are we saying these things? Cheers, cheers. Hearing that Hogg was in a good mood, he picked up the wine poured by Doberman and drank it guzzlingly. After Ghost Spider helped Hogg light a gold-plated cigar, he turned around and teased the Flying Squirrel. Flying Squirrel, you'd better choose a scapegoat for your scarecrow ability. Don't make the wrong choice. Otherwise, I think Yuashishin and Stalabelly will be happy to accept your ability. The Flying Squirrel twitched his lips. Ghost Spider, what bullshit are you talking about? Do you think I'd use my own men as scapegoats? Are you an idiot? For a scapegoat? Why not just grab some pirates? Even if there aren't any, just find a few pigs. It's not like they have to use humans to die. As he spoke, he looked at the 4 knives placed beside Ghost Spider with envy. But you, this fellow, actually used 4 absolute weapons by yourself. Famous swords. The Black Sword Shusui, the Wado Ikamanji, the Sandai Katetsu, the Kan's Masamune, 3 great swords and a demon sword. You say you are simply extravagant. Kan's Masamune? Ghost Spider was stunned and picked up Rayleigh's sword, which he couldn't name. Are you talking about this one? Rayleigh's knife was thrown to him by Doberman. Doberman took Luo's ghost cry. That knife was also a famous sword of the large sharp sword level, and it seemed to be very compatible with the surgery fruit, so Doberman simply used it. Speaking of which, they confiscated quite a few good things this time. There are nearly 15 famous swords, such as the Big Sword and the Good Sword. Basically, every supernova pirate group has 1 or 2. It's really fat and juicy. He is worthy of being the pirate supernova of 1520. He was able to stand out from pirates from all over the world and successfully come to Shampoo Land. Has a lot of good treasures on him. The Straw Hat Pirates alone contributed 4 of them. 3 from Zoro and Brooks' rapier. There are also the dagger on Kid and the strange scimitar on Kira's hand, which are actually rare swords. That's right, this is the famous sword of the 21st Great Sword, Kan's Masamune. The sword of Pluto, Rayleigh. The flying squirrel took Rayleigh's sword, held it in front of his eyes, and kept admiring it. If you like it, you can use it. What did you say? Give it.to me? The flying squirrel looked at the ghost spider in disbelief. 79. Chapter 79. I, Hogg, am kind-hearted. Ghost Spider looked indifferent. Well, I'll give it to you.to me, for famous swords are the same as 3. Unless you can give me dozens of them, there won't be much difference. He smiled and raised his finger, and the 3 knives on the deck beside him floated up out of thin air, flying back and forth above the warship, making sharp, piercing sounds. Magnetic fruit, you are really awesome. Now let alone becoming an 8-sword swordsman, even becoming an 80-sword swordsman may not be impossible in the future. When Flying Squirrel, Longzi, and others saw it, they were all envious. Now Jando must be regretting it to death. That idiot rejected Vice Admiral Hogg's invitation because he wanted to guard Marineford, ha. Lons laughed as he felt the causal power in his body. What is there to regret? Take this sound fruit back to him. Even though he didn't come this time, he's your brother, so don't let this kind of thing hurt your brotherhood. Upon hearing this, Hogg picked up a musical note-shaped fruit beside him and threw it to the laughing Longzi. Longzi took it in astonishment, carefully holding the strange fruit, which was smaller than his imucus, in his hand. He looked at Hogg with some embarrassment and stammered, Lieutenant General Hogg, that's not what I meant. Just take it when I tell you to. Hogg, never treat my brothers unfairly. Hogg grinned, stuffed the whole piece of Sea King's steak into his mouth, and chewed it with big mouthfuls. Vice Admiral Hogg. Lonzi was so moved that tears streamed down his face. With a plop, he knocked his head, which was bigger than Hogg's, on the deck and choked out a sob. I thank you on behalf of my brothers. We will never forget the Lieutenant General's kindness. When I return to headquarters, I will apply to Marshal Zhangguo to be transferred to your command and serve you until the end. Then you have really chosen the most dangerous path. Be prepared to die together on the battlefield. Hogg laughed loudly towards the sky. It is our honor to die for justice and fight alongside Vice Admiral Hogg. Longs, LeCrovel, Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Shilio all raised their glasses and laughed heartily. On the side, Kizaru was slurping noodles silently, but muttering in his heart. It doesn't look like Hogg is going to be a general, right? Is this guy going to be a marshal? Sengoku-san, your home is about to be robbed. After dinner. On the bustling deck, only Hogg and Kizaru were left sitting opposite each other. Until this moment, Kizaru, who had been silent all this time, looked at Hogg and said in his annoyingly sarcastic voice, This time, I really want to thank Vice Admiral Hogg for giving me this favor and letting Big Bear and his daughter Bonnie go. What do you mean by giving you face? What face do you have? I'm just kind-hearted and can't bear to kill a poor father and daughter. Stop being so self-indulgent and flattering yourself. Hogg lay back on the wicker chair and snorted in dissatisfaction. Yellow Monkey's face twitched. He secretly complained in his heart, but he had to compliment him. Yes, Vice Admiral Hogg, you are indeed kind-hearted. This is obvious to all of us. Are you fucking playing tricks on me? Hogg glanced at him coldly, and Kizaru's body froze. He almost couldn't help but flash and run away. No. How could I possibly play tricks on you, Lieutenant General Hogg? Stop it, you little brat. Don't I know your personality? Damn it, you're just playing tricks on me. What, do you think I'm wrong? Am I not kind enough? Hogg sneered, took out a gold-plated cigar, put it in his mouth, lit it, took a deep breath, and exhaled 2 streams of white smoke from his nostrils. During my trip, I wiped out 6 complete supernova pirate groups. The Radio Pirates, the Hawkins Pirates, the Flame Tank Pirates, the Strange Monk Pirates, the Kid Pirates, and the Heart Pirates, plus half of the Straw Hat Pirates, Shocky, the former captain of the Kuja Pirates, and Rayleigh. Which of these arrogant little pirates isn't lawless? They don't take the laws of the world government seriously, and they don't take the justice of our navy seriously. The one who killed civilians, the mafia, the cult leader, the conspirator, the one who openly attacked Judicial Island. Tell me, which pirate did I kill wrongly? I fucking kill pirates, these criminals who make the people panic and fear, and bring shame to the navy and the world government. Am I not fucking kind-hearted? I seized their wealth and their abilities, which in turn strengthened our forces of justice, allowing us to more quickly and extensively eliminate evil. Am I not kind-hearted? Kizaru, please stand in the position of a Marine and tell me something fair. Am I kind-hearted? Hogg looked at him with his eyes slanted. Kizaru touched his nose awkwardly and nodded stiffly. Forget it. Are you still fucking playing tricks on me? Hogg glared. I didn't. This is the tone I use when I speak. Kizaru was almost crying. I thought to myself, Hogg, you old fellow, why are you really like a little kid? Why are you so serious? Speak from the heart. Regarding Hogg's sophistry, Kizaru could barely agree with half of it. For the remaining half, he still felt that Hogg's behavior was a bit too extreme. Hogg had no objection to destroying pirate groups like the Kid Pirates, Hawkins Pirates, Radio Pirates, and Flame Tank Pirates, which were purely driven by violence and ambition. But the actions of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Monk Pirates, and the Heart Pirates are relatively neutral, and they do not harm civilians or the world. It's just that this pirate group has conflicts with the Navy and the world government over how they handle certain matters. It would be a bit too much to wipe them all out directly. Of course, if from the perspective of the Navy and civilians, Hogg really did a great thing. After all, Hogg is killing pirates. And for most civilians, it is actually difficult to tell the difference between bad pirates and good pirates. Many times, they don't have the time, energy, or courage to make the distinction. After all, if you make a mistake with this kind of thing, you will pay the price with your life. So many times, as soon as civilians learn that a pirate group is approaching the town, they will immediately notify the Navy. This is also the reason why the Sun Pirates were reported by civilians. Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates, is definitely a good pirate. He saved so many slaves and can be called a hero. But how can the residents of Fur's Hat Island tell whether a group of ferocious-looking fishman pirates are good or bad? Not to mention, there are extreme fishmen like Arlong and Hachi who hate humans and the Sun Pirates. So he reported the Sun Pirates, which attracted Stalabelli and Kizaru. Fisher Tiger was completely disappointed with humans and sought death. 80. Chapter 80 Akainu, 120 points. Speaking of which, the Sun Pirates are somewhat related to the current Straw Hat Pirates. Nami, the little thief cat who was crushed to death by Hogg on Sabaody Island, was persecuted by the fishman Arlong who left the Sun Pirates during her lifetime. A senior officer of the Arlong Pirates, the Octopus Manhachi, also appeared on Sabaody Island, but now it has become dried octopus. It was reduced to charcoal by the Navy's artillery. It is said that when he died, he cried and said that he had reformed and was forgiven by Nami. It's okay now. On the road to the underworld, continue to seek Nami's forgiveness. Looking at Kizaru, who had fallen silent, Hogg said boredly, Come on, tell me the truth. I let the father and daughter go only for your sake, Kizaru. Ah. Kizaru was stunned and confused, not understanding why Hogg admitted it again. Hogg didn't look embarrassed at all, and said to himself, The public execution will begin in a few days, and the war is about to begin. As a Marine, I naturally don't want the relationship between my colleagues to be ruined because of such a trivial matter and 2 trash pirates. If this so-called pitiful father and daughter gives you a grudge against me, and you become passive and lazy in the upcoming war, leading to some unfavorable situation, wouldn't I become a sinner of the Navy? Is that so? Vice Admiral Hogg is really frank. It seemed that I was too petty. Kizaru apologized sincerely. Hogg waved his hand. Not only you, but also Garp and that frozen brat. Dio, you really think I can't kill that Straw Hat Luffy? And that Nico Robin, right? You think I can't kill her? The reason I spared their lives is simply because I didn't want to completely break up with you before the war came. I have no intention of breaking up with you. But if my extreme behavior causes you to not contribute in the war and causes more deaths among the Navy soldiers, I will be heartbroken. Under Kizaru's surprised gaze, Hogg spoke frankly, not caring at all what Kizaru thought of him. That's just the way he is. He does whatever he wants. If you don't want to do something, don't do it. Just say whatever you want to say. If you don't want to say anything, then don't say anything fucking about it. If he is unhappy with Satan, he will still beat him. If it's fun, then enjoy it to your heart's content. What? You say such an extreme personality is not okay? Come on. Hogg is 72 years old, which is the age when he is invincible. If he were only 22 now, he would be careful about what he said and did, thinking about his career advancement in the Navy and his relationships with his colleagues. If he were 42, he would pay attention to his influence on the outside world, so as not to be caught by those news agencies and put the blame on him to tarnish the image of the Navy headquarters. But he is 72. At 72, he's not arrogant or presumptuous. When the hell did he become arrogant again? Wait until you are buried. However, if Kazara thinks that Hogg is a person who understands the big picture and considers the overall situation, he is totally wrong. The so-called consideration of the overall situation is only temporary. Wait until the war is over. Wait until his plan to seize power succeeds, and see if he will care about the overall situation. Hogg had long been dissatisfied with the messy ideas of justice in the department. In his heart, the Navy is a warrior, an absolutely loyal and iron-blooded warrior. He's a soldier. He is a soldier who obeys orders unconditionally. It's a tool. It is the best sharp knife in hand. And what kind of messed up naval generals are there in the current naval headquarters? And they are all high-level officials. Look at Kizaru, the dignified admiral of the Navy, who believes in some ambiguous justice. He is lazy all day long, not proactive in following orders, and is either cutting his nails or sleeping at work. Akiji is even more outrageous, straight-up lazy justice. He is even lazier than Kizaru. Most of the time, he doesn't even go back to the headquarters and spends a lot of time riding his bicycle around the world. Despite his powerful strength, he has never caught a decent pirate. He also blatantly disobeyed the orders of the world government, the Navy headquarters, and let the devil's child Nico rob and go. Do you really think that the headquarters doesn't know about this kind of thing? That would be naive. Not only Zhangguo knew about this, but Satan also knew about it. The reason why I don't pursue it, it's just for Akiji and Garp's sake. In addition, he let the Straw Hat Pirates go several times, a typical crooked marine. The Warring States period, the reign of justice, There is nothing wrong with him being a naval marshal. He was just a little too eager for quick success, and in order to become a marshal, he issued many orders that seemed cruel to other navies. Zifa, you're a saint. You're a fussy bitch. You're a piece of shit. You're a loser. His wife, children, and students were all killed by pirates, but he still feels proud of his justice of not killing them every day. Sometimes Hogg really wants to kill him with one punch. I feel annoyed when I see him. Fortunately, I didn't see him when I came back this time. Otherwise, I would have been disgusted to death by him. I heard from Zhangguo that the old Madonna was sent to the New World because of her asthma, together with Guion and Cake. She was responsible for restraining the Big Mom pirates to prevent that fat woman Lin Lin from going crazy and causing trouble. Garp, the most typical general who disobeys orders in this headquarters. Akiji learned this from him. Decades ago, he disobeyed Sora's orders and went out to sea on his own many times to pursue the pirate targets he had set his eyes on. She only had eyes for Roger and pursued Roger for decades, and in the end she even raised Roger's children. If you don't know, you might think they are lovers. He is fine. She is a pure and righteous female soldier who was heroic in the first half of her life. She fought on the battlefield with these male soldiers, and sometimes even fought harder than the male soldiers. He devoted the second half of his life to the general staff, devoting himself to the cause of justice. His descendants also joined the army. As a soldier, no can be picky. Akainu, complete justice, hiss. Sakaski is fine, he's my kind of soldier. If all the Navy in his headquarters obeyed orders like him, the Navy would have flattened the New World long ago. He's truly worthy of being my disciple. If the full score for a qualified soldier is 100. That's in Hogg's opinion. Kazara can get 60 points. Although he is lazy, he will still carry out the mission. Akiji, minus 100 points. Hogg had no idea what those old bastards in Satan were thinking, as they could get promoted even after secretly releasing the criminals required for the mission. Cap, 60 points. Although he was unqualified as a soldier, he was very decisive in carrying out his missions. He captured many pirates in his lifetime and was worthy of the title of hero. Zifa Dam, 90 points. Qualified soldier. Even though his wife, children, and students have passed away, he still works diligently and devotes himself to his work. He fought on the battlefield all his life and died alone in poverty. Had to carry out missions despite having asthma. Trained countless outstanding naval generals. The reason why he was deducted 10 points was because he was too kind and Hogg was unhappy with him. Warring States period, 80 points. Shao, 100 points. Akainu, 120 points. Why did Hogg give Akainu 120 points out of a full score of 100? That's because with the extra 20 points, Akainu will really exceed the task. Kazuru, could that celestial dragon dog breed that Joel Bonnie gave birth to really be Gringo? I remember that old bastard is about 70 or 80 now. How could he still be so good at that? Hogg suddenly asked Kizaru, who was drinking water. Kizaru was choked and coughed with a strange expression. How could it be the ancient Saint Green, Vice Admiral Hogg? Please stop speculating. I've already said that Bonnie's life experience has nothing to do with the Fergalin family. That's irrelevant, Hogg said with disdain. You should know my ability to control blood. The blood flowing from that woman's body clearly exudes the same foul odor as that of Gringo and that red-haired bastard father and son. Kazara touched his nose awkwardly and said in a muffled voice, This old man doesn't know. I should have killed her. I don't know if it's too late to chase her now. Don't, Lieutenant General Hogg, come, drink some water. 81. Chapter 81 Conflict. Akainu and Akiji. Just as Hogg was returning triumphantly from Operation Shampoo in demonstration. On the other side, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the atmosphere was tense and tense. I'll say it again. Get out of the way. At Niwan Port, in front of the docked warship, Akiji, with a cold and murderous look, looked at the man blocking his way with a frosty face. Akainu crossed his arms, his expression grim, looking down at him and said in a deep voice, Where are you going at a time like this? It's none of your business. Akainu, you are not qualified to meddle in my affairs. Akiji said this as he was about to pass Akainu and board the warship. However, he had just taken 2 steps when his thin figure froze for a moment. Then he suddenly turned his head and looked at Akainu with cold eyes. Akainu held his hands to his chest, and faint burning red light was emitted from his black-gloved hands. The air temperature around the port began to rise abnormally. The air was distorted, and the seawater on the nearby sea surface showed signs of evaporation. A heart-pounding aura gradually emanated from Akainu's tall body, faintly locking onto Akiji in front of him, forcing Akiji to stop and leave. The public execution of Fire Fist Ace took place just a few days later. Knowing his son was dying, Whitebeard's whereabouts remain unknown. That is to say, he may appear at any time. To deal with this surprise attack, Marineford must have 2 or more generals stationed at all times. This was unanimously decided by the headquarters' highest military council. Now, Borsellino has been ordered to go to Shampoo Land. This means that you must stay here with me and cannot go anywhere else. Akainu's hands glowed red, and his voice was flat, as if he was giving a boring narration, but gave people a strong sense of oppression. What if I insist on leaving? Akiji's eyes turned cold, and a chill began to emanate from his thin body. Water vapor in the surrounding air is frozen into frost. In just a few breaths, the ground beneath his feet was covered with a layer of frost. Not only that, even the waves hitting the harbor showed signs of freezing. You can try. Akainu's voice was still neither fast nor slow, with a strong sense of oppression. Are you threatening me? As Akiji spoke, the breath he exhaled began to turn into white frost. The ice beneath his feet thickened rapidly and spread in all directions. The temperature in the area where he was located plummeted, the air froze into frost, and the sea surface in the inner bay turned into ice. But the opposite. In the area where Akainu was standing opposite him, the air was boiling and distorted like boiling water. The air temperature continued to rise, and the scorching wind licked the earth like flames, making it impossible to get close. The red light on Akainu's body became brighter, and his hands, which were clasped in front of his chest, dropped down. Red magma began to flow out of his clenched fists. You can think of it that way. But as the Supreme Commander of the War Squadron, I have the authority to punish any Marine who violates the military regulations of war. Military regulations are as heavy as a mountain, and even a general cannot violate them. What a military rule! Akiji sneered. If you really insist on the military rule you're talking about, You should immediately arrest your teacher, the old devil who disrupted the military rule and took away so many elite soldiers without authorization. Vice Admiral Hogg went to capture pirates. He did nothing wrong. On the contrary, he performed a meritorious service. Not only should he not be captured, he should be commended. What do you mean by catching pirates? He's going to commit mass murder. Akainu. This is why I hate you and your teacher. You two are the same kind of people, both shamelessly considering killing as justice. It's better than you being a traitor and licking the pirates' boots. What did you say? The conflict between Akainu and Akiji, the two strongest fighters in the Marine headquarters, is about to break out. The Marines and naval commanders in the surrounding square were all terrified. Calm down, Admiral Akiji, Admiral Akainu. Hurry up and inform Marshal Sengoku. Something terrible has happened. Admirals Akainu and Akiji are about to fight. There was panic in the square. The fire was burning on the mountain, and the lieutenant generals of the headquarters, such as Stolberg, wanted to come forward to dissuade them. However, he was blocked 100 meters away by the extremely hot and cold aura emanating from Akainu and Akiji. There's no way to get close. I was suddenly as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Soon Zhanghua, who was staying in the marshal's mansion, received an urgent report from the Marines. What? Akainu and Akiji are going to fight? What's going on? Are they crazy? Zhanghua was so shocked that he stood up suddenly and knocked over the desk in front of him. He didn't even have time to open the office door before he smashed it headfirst and jumped off the top balcony of the Fortress of Justice. While the person was still in midair, the powerful observation haki had already spread out, instantly locking onto the two extreme auras as dazzling as the sun in front of the inner bay. The air exploded rapidly under Sengoku's feet, pushing him to fly across the sky of Marineford, across a distance of hundreds of meters, and directly rushed to the inner bay port, crashing in front of Akainu and Akiji with a bang. Seeing that Akainu and Akiji were really ready to fight, Zhanggua's face turned dark. Akainu, Akiji, what are you two doing? What time is it? You're still trying to stir up this kind of internal strife for me? Does this mean that Whitebeard wants to make fun of our navy? Get out of here. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Facing the scolding of the Warring States period. Akiji and Akainu were in a standoff and showed no intention of turning around and leaving. On the contrary, at this inner bay port, with the place where the two people stood as the dividing line, an extremely cold frozen land and a land that was being burned and melted into magma continued to spread. It seemed that the conflict between the two generals was about to break out inevitably. Even the naval marshal Zhanghua was unable to dissuade him. At this moment, the two people in the confrontation almost coincidentally, he turned his head and looked at the sea in the inner bay. The energy that was tense to the extreme relaxed instantly. Zhanghua also breathed a sigh of relief. He was wondering what on earth could divert the attention of both Akainu and Akiji at the same time. The ice surface under the feet of Akiji in front of him suddenly exploded, and his tall and thin figure rose from the ground and rushed into the air in an instant. He clasped his hands together, and two ice crystal spears shining with cold light emerged from his palms and were about to be shot out. Almost at the same time, Akainu also moved. Do you think what I said was a joke? Big spitfire. The rolling magma gushed out from his right arm like an erupting volcano. Along with the swung right fist, a giant magma fist with a diameter of more than 10 meters condensed in an instant and blasted towards Akiji, who rushed into the air. Boom! The pungent smell of sulfur and billowing black smoke lingered on the surface of the erupting giant fist of magma. The giant fist shot up into the sky and impacted the atmosphere. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire sky was shaking and roaring. Akiji, who was about to attack several warships approaching the inner bay, had turned around to guard against Akainu's terrifying punch that was like a volcanic eruption. Ice ball. He clasped his palms together and blew out a waterfall of cold air downwards to meet the oncoming giant lava fist. The next moment, the air within a radius of dozens of meters was frozen into a thick layer of ice. The huge magma fist is also wrapped in ice, showing a strange beauty, like frozen amber and ruby. But this beauty only lasted for a few seconds. The terrifying high temperature inside the magma melted the thick ice layer released by Akiji. However, with Akiji's ice layer blocking it, the giant lava fist that flew into the sky was ultimately unable to continue upwards. Instead, the surface temperature dropped rapidly, and the magma fist cracked and broke into fiery red magma balls, which scattered under the angry gaze of Zhanghua and fell towards the port where he was like flowers scattered by fairies. This has become a volcanic bomb. Assholes, Akainu, Akiji, what the hell are you doing? Zhang Guo was filled with rage, and dazzling golden light instantly burst out from his old body. In the blink of an eye, a giant golden Buddha-like diamond glass rose from the ground of the port and slammed its palm towards the volcanic bombs falling from the sky. A mighty golden shock wave erupted from his palm, condensing into a huge sphere, which exploded the falling volcanic bombs and splashed them into the inner bay sea. It was like a grand fireworks display over the inner bay. Even in broad daylight, it is very conspicuous and beautiful. Ah, is this your welcome ceremony? That's really thoughtful, Zhangguo. I like it very much. Not bad, not bad. Give me more. 82. Chapter 82. Hogg did the right thing this time. Hogg. Hearing this familiar loud voice, Sengoku finally knew what attracted Akiji and Akainu's attention. I finally understand why Akiji and Akainu fought here. Hogg. That's right, it's no surprise that Hogg was the trigger again. Maybe it was because of his bloody actions in the Sabaody archipelago that made Akiji unhappy. Zhangguo didn't need to think too much to know that this must be the reason. After all, in terms of attitude towards pirates, the attitude of Akiji and Garp, master and apprentice, and the attitude of Akainu and Hogg, master and apprentice, although not completely opposite, are also very different. Not long ago, he had received a report from Kizuru in the Marshal's mansion. I also found out what Hogg did in Shampoo Land. The Supernova Pirate group was completely wiped out. The Straw Hat Pirates were almost wiped out, and Straw Hat Luffy had his arm cut off. Rayleigh was killed by Hogg, and the subsequent conflict between Hogg and Garp. This time Hogg's actions in Shampoo Land were indeed a bit excessive, bloody, and cruel. But from the perspective of the naval marshal Zhangguo, he could not find any fault. First of all, the attack on the island by the Celestial Dragons was indeed caused by the Straw Hat Pirates. The Navy's mission was to go and capture them. Secondly, supernova pirates such as Kid, Law, and Hawkins are all new pirate stars with great potential. During this period, they gathered in Shampoo Land in large numbers, obviously wanting to coat themselves there and prepare to officially step into the New World. If the Navy doesn't stop it, the Warring States period is foreseeable. I'm afraid that in the near future, among these people, there will definitely be a few pirates who will be 10 times more troublesome than they are now. The chaotic and cruel New World is a training ground for these supernova pirates. Perhaps the new 4 emperors of the future may be among them. Although Hogg's methods were cruel, he killed them. But it also helped the Navy, the world government, and the whole world by nipping many dangers and troubles in the bud. This is a great achievement. Not to mention, Hogg captured Rayleigh, the biggest threat to the Navy and the world government, without causing too much casualties to his own side. Rayleigh lived in seclusion in Chambord for many years. The Navy and the world government have known about this for a long time. But because they were afraid of Rayleigh, they were afraid that capturing him would implicate the nobles on the island and cause huge casualties among the Marines. In addition, Rayleigh himself did not cause any trouble. He was just doing coding in the shampoo field and selling himself for wine to entertain himself. Therefore, the Navy turned a blind eye to him over the years. But to say that you just ignore him and don't care about him at all. But that is impossible. This is because Shampoo has a special geographical location, close to the Holy Land of Marihoa. There are often restless nobles from around the world who come down from the Holy Land to play, have fun, and attend auctions in Shampoo Land. Rayleigh's existence is a time bomb for the Celestial Dragons. Who knows when he will suddenly go crazy and seek attack from the Celestial Dragons. This time, Hogg's decisiveness and ruthlessness in killing Rayleigh perfectly resolved the world government's concerns in this regard. Now, the world government and the 5 elders are praising Hogg for killing Rayleigh. There have been calls praising the Navy for its perfect and timely operation. Even he, the naval marshal, was praised. The victim, the St. Rosward family, also expressed their satisfaction with the Navy's actions, which helped them vent their anger, and were willing to donate 10 billion berries to the Navy as military expenses. It can be said that the only people who are dissatisfied with Hogg's actions this time may be a few people, such as Garp and Akiji. After all, Straw Hat Luffy is Garp's grandson. Nico Robin, whom Akiji secretly let go, is also in the Straw Hat Pirates. Hogg. Looking at Hogg, who was standing on the warship approaching in the distance and smiling happily, Akiji's eyes became colder. As he fell, he took another step, and a ball of ice crystals exploded under his feet, and he was about to rush towards Hogg. But this time, Akainu did not attack him. But someone that Akiji didn't expect slapped him. A dazzling golden shockwave came from the air, smashing his flying body into pieces in air. After scattering more than 10 meters, it fell on the ice surface of the inner bay. The seawater froze immediately, and the ice crystals quickly piled up, forming Akiji's ugly face. He raised his head, and in his eyes was reflected the golden Buddha standing beside Akainu, shining like a god. Marshal Zhanghua, even you. Akiji, stop being unreasonable. Zhanghua scolded in a stern voice. Do you think I'm being unreasonable? Akiji's expression froze, his voice filled with disappointment. Zhanghua felt a little reluctant, but he nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice, I know you are very dissatisfied with Hogg, and so is Garp, but, Akiji, Hogg was right in this operation. Maybe his methods are a little difficult to accept, but what he did is right. Akiji met his determined gaze for a few seconds, nodded dejectedly, said nothing, stepped on the freezing ice, and turned away alone. Akiji, Zhanghua opened his mouth wanting to comfort him, but in the end he just said, Don't worry, Garp is fine. I have already sent someone to pick him up. Akiji did not respond, walked away alone, and soon disappeared behind the fortress. Huh? Aren't the fireworks going off? Your welcome ceremony was a bit short, Sengoku. Hogg's warship soon docked to the port. He laughed loudly and jumped off with a group of vice admirals from his headquarters. The huge body of the Zhanghua Buddha quickly shrank and returned to human form. He looked at Hogg with a headache and said unhappily, You should also be quiet, Hogg. Sigh, how cold. I thought you would kill me because of me. Really, be nicer to me. This old man. Get lost. I don't want to bother with you. Are the reporters from the major newspapers I asked you to find here yet? Hogg pushed away Zhanghua, who was trying to get closer, took the cloak of justice handed to him by Doberman, put it on his shoulders, and strode into the square. I've come to look for you, but what are you going to do? I'm warning you, the day of the public execution is coming soon, Hogg, so don't cause me any trouble at this time. I really can't stand it anymore. At this time, Sengoku didn't bother to ask whether Spider-Man and the others had really obtained the fruit abilities of Kid and the others. He was afraid that Hogg would do something wrong again, so he immediately followed him closely. Akainu, Spider-Man, Doberman, and others also followed closely. A group of high-ranking generals from the headquarters followed Hogg in a mighty procession. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of Marines gathered in the square, they passed through the crowd and climbed onto the concrete platform below the execution platform. This place is located on a higher ground and overlooks the entire square. IT was specially built for generals to give speeches. No. Dozens of journalists, armed with cameras and din-din mushi, had gathered in the open space next to the platform. Obviously, these omnipresent reporters also knew more or less what happened in the Chabao archipelago. But Hogg and his team's action ended too quickly. These reporters obviously haven't fully understood the entire process and final results of the operation. Therefore, when they heard Zhanghua say that he wanted to invite them to listen to the Navy who participated in the Operation Shampoo and Dance and hear what happened on the island from their own mouths, these journalists, who were permanently stationed at the headquarters of major newspapers near Shampoo and Chestnut, immediately swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. And at this moment, when they saw him rushing over with a group of high-ranking naval officers, even the Navy Marshal Sengoku, Admiral Akainu, and Admiral Kizaru could only follow Hoggshire behind him. Suddenly, everyone opened their eyes wide and stared at Hogg without blinking. The same thought popped up in my mind at the same time. Who is this person? Why is there such a big show? 83. Chapter 83 World Live Broadcast. Black Dragon, General Hogg. Many of the journalists here are young. I have no impression of Hogg, who disappeared for 20 years and whose relevant information was blocked by the world government. At this time, seeing Hogg leading a group of marshals, generals, and lieutenant generals to the podium in a mighty manner, I thought Hogg was a senior official of the world government. As soon as Hogg stepped onto the platform, a giant vice admiral, who was over 20 meters tall, strode over from the crowd of Marines below. The heavy body made the ground rumble as it stepped on it. Some Marines were so shocked that they couldn't even stand and cried out in surprise. It's Lieutenant General John Jando. Jiando, what's the matter with you? Seeing the giant Lieutenant General running towards him, Zhanghua was a little confused. But Jando just saluted him and looked at Hogg with excitement. Lieutenant General Hogg, you're looking for me? Well, have you memorized what I told you before? Hogg said with a smile. While the people around him were confused, Jando nodded repeatedly. I've memorized it. I've memorized it all, Lieutenant General Hogg. Hogg was very satisfied. Very good. He raised his chin, and the giant Vice Admiral Longs, who was as tall and burly as Jando, grinned and stretched out his big hand in front of Jando, who looked expectant. "You're lucky, Jando. You must remember Lieutenant General Hogg's kindness in the future. Lieutenant General Hogg treated me so well. I will never forget it." Jando seemed to take something from Long's big hand and threw it into his open mouth with some excitement. Devil fruit? The sharp-eyed Zhonghua caught a glimpse of what he swallowed, which was a musical note-shaped fruit covered with spiral patterns. "Okay, after you finish eating, follow Vice Admiral Hogg's previous instructions and say what you memorized. Although it's just a devil fruit you just ate, the development of this technique should be the easiest for this ability." Lons then instructed. "Well, give me a few seconds, let me feel it." Jando stood in the audience, closing his eyes and feeling something, his brows furrowed, and he looked constipated, which made Zhonghua and Kizara's faces twitch. "Hey, Hogg, what do you want him to say? Don't mess around." Zhonghua was a little panicked. Looking at the reporters gathered around, he couldn't help but lean close to Hogg's ear to warn him again. "Don't worry, I'll do the work. You just need to stand aside and listen." Hogg straightened his neatly dressed military uniform. "It's because you're the one doing the work that I'm worried. Jiando, what's wrong with your constipation? Is it better now?" Longzi couldn't help but urge him again. Jiando scratched his head awkwardly and nodded. Okay. It would be better if he didn't say anything." As soon as this sound was spoken, it was as if thunder exploded near the platform. A huge sound wave came out from Jando's big mouth, which was transformed into a trumpet, forming a real shock wave that rolled and echoed throughout the entire Marineford square. The journalists and Marines nearby were not only frightened by the sudden loud voice, but were also blown away by the rolling sound waves. Even Sengoku, Kizaru, and others couldn't help but raise their hands to cover their ears. "Is this Apu's sound fruit?" Zhonghua was stunned when he saw Jando's mouth turn into a big trumpet. "Now that you have mastered it, come on up, seize the time, and start." Doberman shouted. "Yes." With an expression of uncontrollable joy, Jinduo happily ran up to the platform, facing the tens of thousands of Marines and dozens of journalists gathered below like a sea, opened his mouth that had turned into a loudspeaker and began his speech. "Morn Hogg, male. Born in the West Sea in the year 1448 of the Haiyuan calendar. Joined the Navy in 1466 of the Haiyuan calendar. In the year 1468 of the Haiyuan calendar, he became a naval lieutenant. Due to his strong fighting talent and excellent fighting style, he began to stand out on the sea. In the year 1470 of the Haiyuan calendar, he became a naval commodore. In the year 1474 of the Haiyuan calendar, he was promoted to Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters and served as the base commander of the New World G5 branch. In the year 1480 of the Sea Circle calendar, Vice Admiral Hogg led the G5 branch in a 10-day, 10-night campaign against the New World Shadow Pirates. He personally killed the Shadow Pirates captain, Burleigh Aspen, known as the Shadow King, who had a bounty of 3.3 billion berries. After this battle, Lieutenant General Hogg will be promoted to candidate for general. Haiyuan calendar, year 1482. In the year 1484 of the Haiyuan calendar, Lieutenant General Hogg's sword, Akron, was recognized by the world and became one of the 12 supreme swords. That same year, Vice Admiral Hogg obtained the mythical beast species of the Zoan-type dragon fruit, the ability to take the form of the black dragon Nidhogg. He officially took on the code name of Vice Admiral Black Dragon, conquering the seas and annihilating countless pirate groups, both large and small. His military achievements are outstanding, and he has been nominated for the position of Admiral by the Navy headquarters and the world government several times. As Jando spoke in a very loud voice, he told the story of a sailor named Morn Hogg who had made outstanding military achievements and lived a legendary life with an excited and passionate voice. Tens of thousands of Marines in the audience were all fascinated by the speech, as if they were brought into the legendary life of Vice Admiral Black Dragon, who experienced brutal wars of life and death and finally led the Navy to the final victory with his powerful strength and will. However, the journalists who were invited to listen to the news about the Shampoo and Beverly Hills incident were confused. "I don't understand why the Navy suddenly started introducing the deeds of Vice Admiral Black Dragon." At the same time, at several angles in the square, several giant lieutenant generals were holding several video Den Mushi high in their hands. This was supposed to be the Den Mushi that was going to be used to broadcast a public execution live to the world in a few days. But at this moment, it was aimed at the platform where Hogg was, and broadcast was happening there live in advance. In a video recorded by Den Mushi, Hogg's figure and face, dressed in neat military uniform, standing tall and proud, with a cold and majestic look, were shown to everyone who saw the live broadcast. Zhangguo's eyes widened when he heard this. Isn't this Hogg's resume? This resume, which should have been sealed and banned by the world government 20 years ago, was fully recounted by Jando today in front of people around the world watching the live broadcast. Countless people in front of the screen heard the glorious life of Vice Admiral Morn Hogg. At this moment, in front of the screen, countless viewers who had never heard of Hogg before had the same expression as the journalists present, full of astonishment and confusion. I don't know why the Navy suddenly organized this impromptu live broadcast. Is this to debug the video Din Din Mushi in advance for the public execution a few days later? However, who is this Lieutenant General Hogg in the live broadcast? Why haven't they heard of it? Most young people can't help but have this doubt in their minds. But there were also older people who gradually recalled some events from 20 years ago and remembered that at that time, there was indeed a powerful, monster-like Vice Admiral Black Dragon in the Navy. People in front of the screen were talking about it. Zhangguo, standing on a high platform, was confused. I don't understand what Hogg is trying to do. Is it to make a high-profile comeback into the eyes of people all over the world? But what's the point of this? Hogg is over 70 years old. Even if his glorious past becomes known again, and most people will remember that there is such a legendary Marine in the world. He was just about to ask Hogg what he wanted to do. Then I saw Hogg take out a Din Din Mushi from his body. A silvery Din Din Mushi. When Sengoku saw the silver Din Din Mushi, his expression changed. This is the exclusive communication Mushi of the 5 Elder Stars. In the entire Navy system, only 4 people are qualified to carry this Din Din Mushi. That is the Marshal and 3 generals. Not even Garp and Shaoa. Why would Hogg have it? Could it be that? Zhangguo immediately remembered what happened in the Kingdom of Flowers. Without waiting for him to think about it, Hogg dialed the Din Din Mushi in his hand. Soon the call was connected. Din Din Mushi simulated a humanized old face with white hair and beard. The face was very majestic and very familiar to Zhangguo. Saint Satan. Countless viewers in front of the live broadcast screen also recognized Satan, who appeared on the screen and was simulated by Din Din Mushi, and immediately let out shocked exclamations. But before they could be shocked, the 5 elders, who hold the highest power in the world government, appear in person in the live broadcast to the world. Satan uttered an even more powerful statement. On behalf of the highest authority of the world government, I hereby officially appoint Vice Admiral Morn Hogg as the 4th Admiral of the Navy, effective immediately. Codename, General Black Dragon. 84. Chapter 84, The Unprecedented 4th General. The 4th Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. Black Dragon General. Satan's majestic voice, along with the live broadcast images, was transmitted to all parts of the world, causing an uproar in an instant. If the world government simply wanted to promote a vice admiral to the rank of admiral, it won't cause a huge shock around the world. What shocked people was the appearance of this 4th general. As we all know, the Navy admirals are the highest combat power of the world government and the combat power ceiling in the eyes of countless people around the world. It is the top combat force capable of competing with the pirate emperor of the New World. In the 800 years since the establishment of the world government, the number of admirals that the Marine headquarters can have in each period is limited to 3. In any case, even during the most chaotic Rocks era, the number of generals always remained at 3. Even later, because Garp was unwilling to be promoted, the number of admiral positions in the Marine headquarters remained at 2 for more than 10 years. It was not until Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji appeared that there were 3 admirals on the same stage again. The title of the 4th general is absolutely unprecedented. What's even more outrageous is that most people have never heard of Lieutenant General Black Dragon, who was suddenly awarded the 4th rank of general by the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government. In Marineford Square, the tens of thousands of Marines, densely packed like a wide ocean, were also shocked and astonished by Satan's sudden announcement. Dozens of journalists swallowed their saliva and quickly wrote down this breaking news in their notebooks with trembling hands, intending to send the news to the newspaper for printing as soon as the press conference was over. All the journalists were convinced, even if you don't know what happened on Shabati Island. The fact that the Navy had a 4th admiral was enough to make their newspapers sell like hotcakes. Zhangguo, who was standing next to Hogg, was the most out of control. He didn't even care that the live broadcast was still going on. He reached out and snatched the Din Din Mushi from Hogg's hand and asked in a hoarse voice, Saint Satan, are you serious about what you said? Why didn't you inform me about this important matter in advance? And why didn't you inform the Navy? The fourth admiral, this kind of thing has never happened before in naval history. We're completely unprepared. Why didn't you discuss this with us? Is it so easy to be awarded the title of admiral? This is more than just a military rank. It is also an extremely high status. Each naval admiral is required to have nearly 10 lieutenant generals under his command, as well as corresponding troops and fleets. There are also relevant areas and sea areas that it should be responsible for guarding. This is not a small matter that can be solved in a short time with just a few words. The appointment of a general is an extremely tedious and complicated process. It is even more necessary to go to the Holy Land and receive honors from the world government. Marshal and general are essentially the same military rank. They all belong to the level of governor. Therefore, apart from the 5 elders, even the marshal has no right to directly order the generals to do anything. The power of a general is just that great. Therefore, in Zhongguo's view, Satan's appointment of Hogg as a general seemed a bit of a joke. Even he, the naval marshal, did not receive any prior notice. He really didn't understand what the world government was thinking. Or rather, what kind of deal did Hogg make with the world government? Discuss. Satan snorted coldly. Do we even need to discuss this with you? This is the result of a joint discussion among the 5 of us. Now I'm just issuing a temporary notice. From today on, Hogg officially becomes the 4th Admiral of the Navy. His admiral uniform and epaulets will be delivered to Marineford in a few days. After the public execution is over, Hogg, you will come to the Holy Land again to receive the awarding ceremony from the world government. After Satan finished speaking, he hung up the din-din mushy without waiting for Zhongguo to ask again. Zhongguo, with mixed feelings, stood there for a long time before suddenly looking at Hogg. Hogg, what on earth have you done? Hogg's mouth curled up. It's very simple because I killed Rayleigh. His voice was not loud, but at this moment when everyone was focused on him, it stood out so much. As soon as Hogg said this, the whole of Marineford fell silent in an instant. The Marines and naval commanders, with shocked eyes, looked at Hogg on the stage in disbelief. A reporter's pupils dilated, the notebook in his hand slipped quietly, and he murmured in a rolling voice, Hey, long general. What did you just say? You killed Rayleigh? Is that Rayleigh, the Pirate King's right arm, the legendary Pluto? Under the breathless gaze of tens of thousands of Marines and countless people in front of the screen, Hogg did not answer the reporter's questions. Longzi, who was standing like a small mountain behind him, grinned, untied a bag on his back, and spread it out in front of countless people's gazes. The next moment, the scene that shocked and terrified countless people appeared openly on the world's live broadcast. When Longzi opened his pocket, he saw 8 bloody heads inside. Zhongguo's face changed drastically when he saw this. Longzi, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Is Longzi crazy? Such a bloody scene was released so openly at the Navy headquarters. How much of a discredit does this bring to the Navy? How will people around the world view them in the future? They would definitely be seen as bloodthirsty thugs like pirates. Don't worry, Marshal Sengoku, these are the heads of pirates. They deserve death and committed heinous crimes. Their deaths will only make people happy and reassure everyone. However, Longzi was laughing, stretching out his thick fingers, and the 8 heads in the bag were straightened one by one and arranged in a row under the camera. He picked up one of them and held it in front of a giant holding a video din-din mushy in the audience. He introduced it as if showing off a rare treasure. Everyone, look. This is the head of the Pluto Rayleigh you all call. Rayleigh's pale, blood-stained head was stared at by the wide-open eyes of the video din-din mushy, and it was displayed directly on the live broadcast screen to the world. The heads fill the entire screen, making countless people scream in fear. But when they saw Rayleigh's world-famous face clearly, this scream turned into uproar, into shock, into horror. Quack, it's really Pluto Rayleigh. Pluto Rayleigh is dead, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, the right arm of Pirate King Roger, the legendary Pluto Rayleigh. He's dead, and he died so miserably, with his head chopped off alive. Who did it? Could it be that Black Dragon general? He actually killed the legendary Pluto Rayleigh. I asked this why he was promoted to the 4th Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. That makes sense. Anyone who can kill Pluto Rayleigh can certainly become an Admiral of the Navy. There is no doubt about that. Awesome, General Black Dragon. General Black Dragon is so awesome. 85, Chapter 85, Commander of the Divine Group. Fergalang Greendew. Many people also saw the 7 heads arranged on the ground. But compared with the sensation caused by Rayleigh's head, the deaths of several supernovas of the worst era are not worth mentioning at all. This shows how great the influence of Roger's pirate group is in the world. You can say that. The only national idol in this world is not Garp, not Sengoku, not the 5 elders, and not Whitebeard, but Roger. He is the pirate king who has been dead for more than 20 years, but is still on the lips of countless people all day long. The huge influence brought by Roger made Rayleigh, the vice captain of Roger's pirate group, a world-famous figure. People may not know the real names of the 3 admirals of the Navy. It is okay not to know the names of the 5 elders. But the name of Pluto Silverbaz Rayleigh is known to everyone. Now, through the live broadcast footage around the world, we see the tragic end of this living legend. It also finally made Hogg, who was previously announced as the 4th Admiral of the Navy, truly enter the eyes of countless people around the world. It has aroused the curiosity, attention, and awe of countless people. Black Dragon General, Morn Hogg, the man who killed Pluto Rayleigh. Holy Land, Mary Geos, the Hall of Power. The 5 elders took their seats and watched the live broadcast in front of them. At this time, a vigorous old man with a hairstyle like a crescent moon and wearing a gorgeous brocade robe with gold edges strode in as if no one was around. Even in this hall of supreme power, he still had his weapon on his waist, with no intention of taking it off. The Holy Land guards who were in charge of guarding the entrance of the hall also turned a blind eye to this and had no intention of stopping it. Clearly, this person was of high status and frequently visited this hall of power. I need an explanation. Satan, the old man with the moon-like hair, strode in like a meteor and stood directly in front of the 5 elders, looking at Satan, who was sitting on the sofa with a cold face. What explanation? Looking at the aggressive green, Satan felt very uncomfortable and frowned immediately. Don't ask questions when you already know the answer. You know what I'm talking about. What's going on with Hogg? It's one thing you didn't even ask the Navy to release him without my permission, but now you're actually going over my head and making him the 4th Admiral. What idea you want to do? The patriarch of the Fgarin family, and now the supreme commander of the Knights of God, the ancient Saint Fgarin Green, exudes a terrifying majesty. Even when facing the 5 elder stars at the same time, he cannot be moved in the slightest. How dare you? Satan was furious at Gringo's contemptuous tone. He stood up suddenly, his body as tall as Gringo's, and faced Gringo's gaze, speaking word by word. Gringo, the appointment of the Admiral of the Navy was decided by the 5 of us after consultation. Your permission was never required. You are only the commander of the Knights of God, not the commander of the Navy, let alone the commander of the world government. All matters concerning the Navy do not require your intervention. Oh, you're so arrogant now, Satan. Gringo stroked the hilt of the rapier at his waist, a cold smile on his face. He looked at Satan, whose face was gloomy, and said quietly, "It seems that the assessment standards for the Knights of God for your Jago Lucia family need to be raised to a higher level of difficulty. What did you say, Green? How dare you abuse your power like this? The Knights of God are the strongest elite of all celestial dragons. Even you are not qualified to change the assessment standards without authorization." Satan's body shook violently, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. "No, I'm qualified." Gringo ignored this and took a step closer, staring directly at the angry Satan. "I am the supreme commander of the Knights of God. I'm qualified to assess any elite celestial dragon and set the corresponding standards." He confronted Satan, refusing to give in. "Satan, since you said I have no right to interfere in the affairs of the world government, what about now? Am I qualified? Or does your J. Galicia family not need another 5 elders for countless years to come?" "You." Satan clenched his fists instantly. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. His pupils dilated like a whirlpool, and his murderous eyes were about to appear. He was really angry. Don't think that the Knights of God can even recruit outsiders. But for them, the celestial dragons, being able to join the Knights of God is actually a very grand event. Because once you join the Knights of God, it means that you are the elite among the celestial dragons. After that, he will be more qualified to be promoted to the leader of the Divine Group, the commander of the Divine Group, and the 5 elders. If Gringo blocks the descendants of the Jago Lucia family from being promoted to the Knights of God, then he, as one of the 5 elders, will have to sit in this position forever. Otherwise, once he is out of office, there will never be another 5 elders in his family. This was absolutely unbearable for Satan, who claimed to be an elite family of celestial dragons. This is why Green has such a high status. even though he is not one of the 5 elders yet. The 4 5 elders behind Satan were unwilling to offend Green. Seeing the tense atmosphere between Satan and Green, the 4 old ghosts behind looked at each other for a few seconds and chose to intervene. It's not that they have a good relationship with Satan. They were simply afraid of getting into trouble, provoking Green Goo, and also causing trouble for the elite children of their family. The bald 5 elders, Star, Nasu, Juro, stood up to smooth things over. Calm down, Ancient Saint Green. Things are not what you think. Well, let me put it this way. Hogg has already agreed to become a celestial dragon and a knight of the Knights of God. Oh. When Green Goo heard it, he seemed to be in disbelief and uttered a surprised cry, looking at Nasu, Sholong Saint, and several others. After he saw the others nodded in the affirmative, the anger on Green Goo's face disappeared in an instant. Not only that, his originally angry face immediately turned into a smiling face. There's such a thing, haha. It seems this Hogg really doesn't know what it means to voluntarily become a celestial dragon and voluntarily join the Knights of God. I'm looking forward to the moment when he comes to the Holy Land to receive Lord Emu's blessing. He ignored Satan's grim expression and turned around and left with a smile. That bastard Green Goo is getting more and more arrogant. He doesn't even take us seriously. After Green Goo left, Satan sat on the sofa with anger still lingering, complaining out loud. However, none of his colleagues in the halls of power agreed with him. This made the gloom in his eyes even deeper. Hogg, I have done what I promised you. Don't forget what you promised me. Green Goo, for Lord Im, I will never sit idly by and watch your Ferglin family dominate. I am betting on the dignity of Wuja Igor Lucia Satan. 86. Chapter 86. The Power That Frightened the 5 Elders. The 4th Admiral in the history of the Navy in 800 years, the Black Dragon Admiral who killed Pluto Rayleigh. Below the stage, Smoker stared blankly at Hogg, who was standing on the podium, surrounded by Sengoku, Kizuru, Akainu, Spider Demon, Doberman, Shiryu, and others. Looking at Hogg's white hair, his thoughts were surging like raging waves. He witnessed history. On the stage, behind Hogg, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Flying Squirrel, Lonzi, Lacroval, Jando, and other lieutenant generals of the headquarters all had excited and happy expressions on their faces. It's done. Godfather has become a general. Finally, he has returned to the position of general. Doberman's eyes turned red and tears welled up. Now that my adoptive father has become an admiral, we can finally follow him with full authority and follow him to conquer the new world once again and wipe out those damn pirates. The reputation of that damn Pluto Rayleigh is greater than the reputation of our entire navy. We have sacrificed so much and paid so much to uphold justice, but the world only remembers those bugs and garbage that are wreaking havoc on the ocean. Godfather, it's time to set things right and put an end to this damned era of pirates. Bury all these damned pirates. Let the glory of our navy bloom again over Marineford. Doberman couldn't help but speak his mind. Yes, General Hogg, General Black Dragon, we are all willing to follow you. We are willing to die for you. Longs was the first to respond and kicked Jando's but by the way. Only then did Jando react, opened the loudspeaker in his mouth, and let out a deafening shout. Long live General Black Dragon. The Black Dragon General insulted Pluto Rayleigh. The Black Dragon General killed Pluto Rayleigh. The Black Dragon General is invincible. General Black Dragon, we respect and adore you. All Marines, listen. Salute the great Admiral Black Dragon. A thunderous voice echoed over Marineford, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. It also ignited the enthusiasm of the Marines. Among the tens of thousands of Marines present, some might not have known Hogg before. But since arriving at the headquarters, I can eat free Sea King meat every day. A considerable war subsidy can be received every day. Many people from financially difficult circumstances can also receive a personal check signed by Morn Hogg to help them solve their urgent needs and alleviate their worries. Many people were still wondering what kind of person this wealthy Lieutenant General Morn Hogg was. And at this moment, as Jando recounted Hogg's glorious past, with Satan's announcement, Hogg became the first 4th Admiral in the history of the Navy. As Rayleigh's head was displayed, as news spread that the 9 supernova pirate groups were instantly destroyed by the troops led by Hogg in the Sabaody archipelago. At this moment, all the Marines standing here knew who Hogg was. He is the Black Dragon General. Destroyed the 9 supernova pirate groups and killed the Black Dragon Admiral, the Pluto Rayleigh. Romy's gaze passed through the crowd, staring at Hogg standing on the platform without blinking. His eyes were red, his fists were clenched, and he followed the excited crowd and roared with all his might. He roared out his gratitude and admiration. Long live General Black Dragon. General Black Dragon is invincible. Please show your loyalty to General Black Dragon. Loyalty? The roar of tens of thousands of people was earth-shaking. The entire Marineford seemed to be vibrating. At this moment, the spirit and will emanating from these tens of thousands of elite Marines gathered from all over the world seemed to merge together for a moment, turning into an indestructible and great will that was comparable to that of the gods. In the face of this will, even the warring states, who possessed the domineering aura of dominating the world, felt extremely insignificant. This is the trend. This is what people want. At this moment, the looks that Sengoku, Kazuru, and even Akainu gave Hogg changed, become more cautious than ever before. General Black Dragon, please give us your instructions. Doberman, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, Lawns, and the others all raised their hands to salute and shouted in unison. General Black Dragon, please give us your instructions. Below the stage, tens of thousands of Marines roared deafeningly. Pairs of excited eyes stared at Hogg. Facing the gazes of tens of thousands of Marines and countless people in front of the screen, Hogg took a step forward, grabbed Rayleigh's head with one hand, raised it high, and clenched his 5 fingers. The pale head exploded with a loud bang, turning into fragments that flew all over the sky. The era of pirates is over. The era of the Navy is about to begin. All pirates will be liquidated. All evil will be eradicated. Anyone who flies the pirate flag and goes out to sea, no reason, no excuse. All of them will die. This will all start with Roger's pirate group. It will start with Pluto Rayleigh. It will start with the Whitebeard Pirates. Cut off the roots. No one will be spared. Remember my name. Morn Hogg. I will lead you and spread the glory of justice to every corner of the world. Give me your loyalty, your lives, your future, everything you have, my warriors. Hogg's voice was even louder than that of Jindo, who had eaten the sound fruit. The actual thunder and lightning roared in the sky of Marineford along with his voice, clearly and majestically conveying his voice, expanding, as if God was issuing an order that could not be disobeyed. The next moment, cheers, shouts, and roars that were louder and greater than before came from the square of Marineford, shaking the entire island, the entire sea, and the entire sky. You long live General Black Dragon. Long live General Hogg. Cut the grass at its roots. Leave no one alive. Loyalty. Loyalty. At this moment, countless pirates who saw this scene in front of the screen and heard the thunderous roar of tens of thousands of Navy officers were all frightened and turned pale. Some timid pirates disbanded their pirate group on the spot. And more navies from all over the world who were unable to come to Marineford to participate in the war due to stationing missions were infected by the soaring morale in the live broadcast and followed suit in naval branches around the world, shouting and cheering loudly. Countless Navy men were so excited that they couldn't wait to send their warships out to sea to wipe out the pirates. Follow Hogg and Admiral Black Dragon to destroy the great pirate era created by Roger and create a great Navy era that belongs to the Navy and justice. In fact, some people do this. The East China Sea, the West China Sea, the South China Sea, the North China Sea, the first half of the Grand Line, and even the New World, countless passionate naval forces are restless, and countless veterans are in tears, roaring as they go out to sea to wipe out the pirates. This terrifying appeal, this infectious power of emotion, even the 4 emperors and 7 warlords of the New World, even the 5 elders far away in Merigios were terrified by it. The god of law and war, the bearded maphead, Topman Vochlishing had a sullen face and a solemn voice. Luckily, he agreed to become a celestial dragon and a knight of the Order of God. Otherwise, no matter how much benefit he can bring to us, we must unconditionally eliminate him. His appeal is terrifying. He looked at Satan and said sternly, Satan, after publicly executing Fire Fist Ace, he must immediately come to the Holy Land to receive Lord Im's blessing. Otherwise, disaster will ensue. Satan looked at the picture and saw Hogg, who looked like the king of Marineford and more like a marshal than the naval marshal Zhangguo. His eyes changed, and he nodded silently. I got it. 87. Chapter 87 Red Hair and Kaido. New World. Sardin Island, the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Under the dark sky filled with dark clouds. On the beach of Sardinia Island, dozens of guards armed with flintlock rifles and swords were trembling with nervousness, sweat on their faces. Here. They're really here. The news from Paya's Island is true. Someone actually dared to openly break into Dad's territory while he and his family were away, attacking, looting, and seizing territory. Who are they? Aren't they afraid that Dad will come back for revenge? The captain of the guards was looking out to sea through a telescope. On the horizon in that direction, the dark shadows of a dozen ships appeared vaguely. As time passed, the shadow of the ship grew larger and larger. Finally, the outline of the leading ship appeared in the sight of the captain of the guard. That's a huge pirate ship. There is a majestic blue dragon sculpture on the bow, and the hull is inlaid with large pieces of blue iron shells, like tightly connected dragon scales, wrapping the entire ship. On the sails, which were blown full by the sea breeze, was printed a striking horned skull logo. The moment he saw the skull symbol, the captain of the guards dropped the telescope in his hand to the ground with a bang. He let out a terrified scream and fell to the ground. Without waiting for the guards around to ask, he screamed in fear. Kai, it's Kaido. It's Kaido's beast pirates. What? Kaido? The guards widened their eyes in horror. Extreme fear instantly filled everyone's heart, making them unable to hold their weapons steady. It's over. It's over. Sardinia Island is finished. It's Kaido. No wonder he dared to openly invade Dad's territory and loot and attack. Run. Go tell everyone, run. Abandon the island. I have no right to resist the 4 emperors who are equal to our father. These ordinary guards spontaneously formed by the people of Sardin Island simply do not have the courage to fight against the other 4 emperors. The moment the beast's pirate's blue dragon appeared, the island was in chaos. Whoa, whoa. The cries of the weak. I hear the cries of the weak again. Is this the territory guarded by the old man with the white beard? Poor and weak. Extremely poor and weak. There's not a single person who can fight. They're all useless. Oh la la. On the deck of the Qinglong, which looked like a giant blue dragon, a burly figure like a demon, with muscles and muscles like cast iron and steel, sat carelessly on a heavy wooden chair, holding a large wine jug in his hand, laughing wildly and drinking. Amber-colored wine spilled from the corner of his mouth, soaking his loose martial arts uniform and his iron body covered with huge scars. The governor of the beast's pirates, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, Kaido the Beast. Haha, this is awesome, right? It's only been 2 days, and we've already taken over 16 islands. Brother Kaido, at this rate, we'll probably be able to take over all of Whitebeard's territory in less than 10 days. I really want to see what kind of wonderful expression Whitebeard will have when he returns to the new world and sees that all of his territories have been taken over by our beast pirates. The big boss of the beast pirates, the fat man Quinn, known as the Plague, had a lewd smile on his fat face. He pulled his overalls and sang and danced in front of Kaido. The 6-meter-tall Yin Zai Jin, the big boss who was wrapped in black leather armor, uttered a cold voice from under his mask. Return to the new world? I'm afraid you're overthinking it, Quinn. Whitebeard probably won't be able to come back after this trip. Dio, you really think the Marine headquarters is that easy to attack? Haha, isn't it better if we can't come back? Then all of Whitebeard's territory will belong to us beasts. Nanny, the Red Fourth. Quinn's straps slipped off as he laughed. His eyes widened as he looked towards the sea in front of the Azure Dragon, and he screamed in surprise. Brother Kaido, it's the Red Furs. Red Hair is here. Red Hair. Kaido, who was drinking happily, stood up and walked over when he heard the words. He slapped Quinn, who was standing in front of him and shouting, aside and looked at the sea outside. Sure enough, a pirate ship with a red dragon bow appeared in their sight, riding the wind and waves at an extremely fast speed, rushing straight towards them. Kaido was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Oh, Red Hair, are you the backup left by that old man Whitebeard? How much money did he spend hire you to protect his territory? Or you're his son too? Oh, well, on the Red Furs, which was tossing in the waves, more than a dozen powerful figures stood firmly. The man in the lead was not tall, with a black captain's coat draped over his shoulders. The sleeve of his left arm was empty, and his right hand hung at his waist, holding the hilt of the rapier at his waist. A striking burgundy hair flutters in the sea breeze. The 3 scars on his left eye not only did not destroy the man's mature and handsome appearance, but instead added a touch of calmness and domineering aura to him. Red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, along with Whitebeard and Kaido, the man who stands at the top of countless pirates. He is also Luffy's guide. This kind of brainless provocation will only make you look ridiculous, Kaido. Listening to Kaido's mocking laughter, Shanks' face was grim, and his right hand, which was holding the handle of the famous sword Griffin, suddenly reached out of sheath for a few minutes. In an instant, the resounding sound of the sword was like a dragon's roar. echoing over the vast ocean. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura like the collapse of the sky suddenly erupted from his not-so-tall body, transforming into a tangible black and red storm, breaking through the sea, blasting away the clouds, and pressing towards Kaido, who was several kilometers away. Boom! Beams of black and red lightning instantly spread out for Shanks' body, cutting the sky above his head, like a spreading space crack, rushing straight towards Kaido's face. Humph! Arrogant. Kaido's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly pulled out the mace Hakuseiji hanging from his waist with his big hand and swung it at the black and red lightning that was coming straight at his face. Thick black and red lightning also burst out on his 8 fasting rules. A stick was blasted out, and the void above the head was twisted and collapsed. Boom! 2 of the world's most powerful domineering auras collided in mid-air, erupting in an earth-shaking thunderstorm. The opposing domineering lightning shot out in all directions with a crackling sound, crashing into the sea and creating huge depressions in the sea water around the Azure Dragon. A huge hole with a diameter of several thousand meters was blasted out from the thick dark clouds in the sky. It was as if the sky was blown through. 88. Chapter 88, I'm betting on Whitebeard's dignity. The violent air currents swept from the Qinglong, blowing more than a dozen pirate ships around it to and fro. Hundreds of pirates from the Beast's pirates fell to the deck with their eyes rolled back under the impact of Shanks' domineering aura that came from a distance. But on the Redforth side, none of the dozen or so red-hair pirates crew members standing behind Shanks were stunned by the domineering color released by Kaido. Seeing this comparison, Kaido's face suddenly became ugly. What a terrifying domineering color. This red-haired guy is getting more and more scary. Quinn climbed up while covering his face swollen by Kaido, staring at the red furs with wide eyes. Brother Kaido, we? As soon as Jin's voice sounded, Kaido's roar was heard. Pull the boat over. I'm going to annihilate them right here. Yes, Brother Kaido. Jin carried out Kaido's order without any hesitation. On the other side, on the Redforth, Beckman, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked at Shanks. How's it going? Want to start fighting? Well, this battle is unavoidable. We must defeat Kaido here. Otherwise, Whitebeard's territory will never have peace. When we go to Marineford, this place may completely become their backyard. Shanks drew out the griffin from his waist. Let's fight. Upon hearing this, Jesus Boo, Lakilu, and other crew members standing behind him immediately rubbed their hands and prepared for a big fight without fear. At this moment, the ship's Dr. Dege, who was in charge of adding coal to the engine room, ran out with an anxious look on his face, shouting Shanks' name. Shanks turned around in confusion. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered, Dege? He even smiled teasingly. You're not telling me that you blew up the steam room, are you? If that's the case, then we won't be able to fight this battle. There was a burst of laughter all around. However, there was no smile on Dege's face, and he looked extremely serious. Shanks, something terrible has happened. Uncle Rayleigh, something's happened. Luffy and his pirate group are in trouble too. Come over and take a look. This is the Navy's live broadcast of the world. What did you say? The relaxed expression on Shanks' face disappeared in an instant. He no longer cared about Kaido and quickly rushed into the cabin. Usopp. Jesus' face also changed, and he ran behind Shanks. But after he ran a few steps, he seemed to have thought of something and subconsciously reached into his chest, groping for something. Soon, the expression on his face turned from panic to horror. Because Jesus discovered that the life paper of his son, made from Usopp's hair and nails, which he kept in his pocket, had disappeared. All I found were some ashes. Jesus stood there in a daze as if struck by lightning. His legs went weak, and he fell to his knees with a thud. No. Usopp. Almost at the same time, Shanks's lone wolf-like cry of grief and anger was heard in the cabin. Captain Rayleigh. What happened? Jesus, what's wrong with you? Lakiru and others had not yet reacted, but when they saw Jesus kneeling on the ground and crying, they were shocked and rushed up to ask. However, Jesus Boo was already crying, grabbing his hair, roaring in pain, and constantly repeating the name of his son Usopp. Something big has happened. Beckman, the calmest man, had an extremely solemn expression. On the Qinglong, everyone was stunned when they saw the red furs, which had been rushing towards them aggressively just a second ago, suddenly slowed down and stopped. What's going on? Is that red-haired brat scared? Brother Kaido, red hair is trying to run away. It seems he is really scared. Brother Kaido, you are too powerful. You scared him. The sharp-eyed Quinn discovered that the red furs was turning around quickly, as if it wanted to escape. Oh la 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 la, wanna run? Can you run away? Red hair, since you're here, accompany me in a good fight. Ouch. Kaido became excited, twisted his neck, and his head instantly turned into a ferocious dragon head. His body expanded and stretched rapidly, revealing a 1,000-meter-long blue dragon body, and opened his mouth wide towards the red furs, which was about to turn around and leave. An orange-red light shone in his mouth. Hot breath. The hot breath brewing in his mouth was about to burst out, but his huge dragon eyes seemed to see a picture of the future, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Hogg, what Hogg? Wait, this name sounds familiar. Before he could finish his inner muttering, the scorching dragon breath brewing in his mouth burst out like a red beam of light, shooting directly at the red furs. At the same time, a figure dragging black and red lightning rushed out from the red furs as if teleporting over the sea. It brushed past the hot breath he exhaled, and in a few flashes, it crossed a distance of several thousand meters, rushed in front of him, and slashed at him. Shank's eyes were red and tearful, and the griffin in his hand burst out with a domineering color that was even more powerful than before, and he slashed at Kaido with his sword, which was dodged. But the name he called out was not Kaido's, but Hogg. The voice was filled with grief and indignation, which made Kaido, who was hit by the sword, feel as if he had been cheated. What the fuck do you mean, redhead? You yelling someone else's name while you're chopping me up? Explain yourself to me now. Otherwise, I will never let you go. Tornado. Fishman Island. Sea forest. In the forest filled with a large number of towering trees that do not belong to this 10,000-meter deep sea. There are hundreds of pirate ships wrapped in bubbles, densely packed here, lying quietly. It seemed to be waiting for orders, ready to go at any time. Under a 10-meter square historical stone tablet, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, he was receiving in 4 drip and watching the live broadcast of the world playing in front of him. Beside him were more than a dozen world-famous captains of the Whitebeard Pirates and more than 40 captains of affiliated pirate groups. Looking at the picture showing Rayleigh's head shown by Longs, Marco, and others standing next to Whitebeard were shocked. Rayleigh died, and in such a tragic way. Marco stared at the white-haired man in the white cloak who crushed Rayleigh's head and made a cruel declaration. He looked at his father with a worried look on his face. Dad, it's Vice Admiral Black Dragon Hogg. I can't believe he's still alive. Damn it, the Navy's combat power has been greatly improved. As a crew member who had followed Whitebeard for a long time, Marco had met Hogg in the New World. Gulala, what's with Vice Admiral Black Dragon, General Black Dragon? He's just an arrogant veteran. There's no need to worry, Marco. We can definitely rescue Ace this time, because I'm Whitebeard. Whitebeard laughed heartily, and his laughter dispelled the gloom in the hearts of the captains and vassal pirate captains behind him, and they all cheered. However, the sharp-eyed Marco noticed that when his father laughed, his eyes never left the live broadcast screen. After his companions had dispersed one by one, he suddenly heard Whitebeard say to him, Marco, prepare some of your healing flames for me in advance. Dad, are you worried about Hogg? Marco looked at the tall body of Whitebeard, which was full of 4 drips, and sighed in his heart. Whitebeard didn't answer him, but picked up the wine jug, poured some wine on the ground, and sighed faintly. Rayleigh, have a good journey. Marco felt a little uncomfortable, but forced a smile and said, Actually, Dad, you don't have to worry too much. If it really doesn't work out, don't we still have a big killer provided by Wang Ji? Whitebeard put down the wine flask and said in a deep voice, If you can avoid using that kind of thing, don't use it. That old fellow Wang Ji doesn't have any good intentions. Marco, don't worry. I'm here for you. Whitebeard, will bet on my dignity and send you, Ace and the others, into a new era. Yeah, Dad, I believe you. You are Whitebeard. Marco's eyes were a little moist. 89, Chapter 89, there is a rudder on the head. 3 days later. Donghai, Kekiaxi Village. The orange groves of Belmare. Nojigo, no matter what, your health is more important. Eat something first. You haven't eaten a single bite in 3 days and 3 nights. The thing about Nami. Must be something the Navy said. Straw Hat Luffy is a man of his word. He will definitely not let anything happen to Nami. He promised me that. Village policeman Aegean stood outside Belmere's house with hot meals in his hands and advised the blue-haired girl who was sitting at the door with her knees hugged and a sad expression on her face. Although he said words to comfort Nojigo, Aegean's own eyes were bloodshot. His face was haggard and thin. His expression was gaunt and full of sadness. 3 days ago, the Navy announced the results of the anti-pirate operation in Sabaody in a live broadcast to the world. Among them is a list of pirates who died in battle. Including the Straw Hat Pirates, the total number of casualties among the 9 supernova pirate groups exceeded 3,000. Among the Straw Hat Pirates, 4 members were confirmed dead. They are Sniper Usopp, Musician Brook, Boatman Frankie, and Navigator Nami. Ever since seeing the Navy's announcement, Nidhogg seemed to have lost his soul. He sat at the doorstep looking at the orange orchard, crying all day long. Hadn't drunk a drop of water or eaten a bite of food for 3 days. If this continues, Aegean is worried that her own health will collapse. Just when he was at a loss, a huge whistling sound suddenly came from the sky. What is that? Aegean was so scared that he turned around to look. With a loud bang, the orange orchard behind him seemed to be hit by something, and several orange trees broke and flew away in an instant. The mud was blown towards Aegean's face, and he quickly opened his arms to protect Nidhogg behind him. This huge noise also woke up the dazed Nidhogg. When she saw the destroyed orange orchard, the emptiness in her eyes suddenly became emotional, and she showed an angry expression. But soon, when the smoke and dust dispersed, and when Nidhogg saw the beautiful girl lying quietly in the orange orchard that had been smashed into a big hole, tears flowed uncontrollably from her face. She rushed over crying, picked up her sister, and hugged her tightly in her arms. Nami, Nami, the first half of the Grand Line. Magnetic Drum Country. The top of a towering cylindrical mountain. In the castle of the witch doctor Yuriva. Get lost. I told you guys I won't be seeing patients these days. Didn't you idiots hear me? But I'm really seriously ill, Dr. Yuriva. Please treat me. Even if you don't want to see a doctor, please give me some medicine. I feel like I'm dying. Then die. Die quickly. Remember to die far away. Don't die in my castle. How could you do this? You're a doctor, and you have no medical ethics at all. I just don't have it. Get out of here now. If you don't, Chiwetu will throw you off the mountain. After a while, some patients who had just come up by cable car to seek medical treatment were thrown out by several burly snow rabbits. They fell awkwardly in the snow, crying and cursing. In the castle, the new king, Dalton, looked worriedly at the old man opposite him, who kept pouring wine into his mouth. Dr. Yuriva, I know you're worried about Chopper, but if Chopper knew you were ruining your body like this, he would definitely be very worried about you. Get out of here, too. Gyulwa was furious and threw the bottle in her hand at him. Then I won't disturb you anymore. You should have a good rest. I will always pay attention to the news outside. If there is any news about Chopper and the Straw Hat Pirates, I will come to inform you as soon as possible. Dalton let her smash a bottle and walked out with a wry smile. As he walked out of the castle, a ball of air in the shape of a bear's paw slammed into the castle gate with a loud bang, sending snow flying everywhere. What is that? A cannonball? Dalton blocked the incoming snow and looked closely. His face suddenly changed drastically, and he cried out in shock, Chopper, the first half of the Grand Line. Baldigo, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. With a loud bang, a bear paw-shaped shock wave, covering an unconscious woman, smashed through the dome of the Revolutionary Army's conference hall and smashed the large round table in the conference hall into pieces on the spot. After seeing the appearance of the strange visitor who fell from the sky, the high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army, who were in a meeting, all exclaimed in surprise. It's the son of the Revolution, Nico Robin, somewhere in the towering Red Earth continent, on a cliff thousands of meters high. Super large snails, each tens or even hundreds of meters long, carrying castles and fortresses on their backs, are clinging to the uneven cliffs and crawling slowly and steadily upwards. Suddenly, one of the large telephones seemed to have been hit by a cannonball, with a large hole blown through the castle above it. Enemy attack. Protect His Majesty. In an instant, a group of black-clad warriors with cold expressions and strong bodies immediately jumped out from the giant snails nearby and rushed towards this side. Their actions were so swift and decisive. Even if someone accidentally stepped on empty air and fell off the crawling snail, landing in the sea thousands of meters below, there was no hesitation on his face. No one tried to rescue their fallen companions. Everyone had a blank expression on their faces, like emotionless robots. But before they could run over, a sound came from the castle on the snail. Back off, all clear. Yes, Your Majesty. The soldiers, they immediately retreated in unison, also without the slightest hesitation. In the broken castle, Judge, the current king of the German kingdom, who came from the evil army that once ruled the entire North Sea, looked at Sanji lying on the ground with his chest and abdomen cut open. His heart stopped beating, and his breathing seemed to have stopped long ago. I was stunned for a moment, not knowing what I was thinking. Sanji. Vinsmoke Reiju rushed in a pink combat suit. Seeing her brother Sanji, who seemed to be completely dead, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She rushed over and hugged Sanji, whose body was cold and stiff. I didn't expect that this last guy would show up at our doorstep before we even went to look for him. I was originally planning to force him to marry Charlotte Lingling's daughter, but why did he die like this? You're so useless. As a member of the Vinsmoke family, you were killed by some trash Navy, Reiju. What are you doing? Are you crying over a useless piece of trash? This is not like you. At the door, 3 young men with circle-shaped eyebrows looked at Sanji with contempt and ridicule on their faces. Save him. Please save Sanji, father. Reiju ignored the ruthlessness of her 3 younger brothers and looked at her father pleadingly with tears in her eyes. Also, in the first half of the Grand Line, somewhere above the sea, tens of thousands of meters in the air, several huge floating islands, like small continents, magically float above the sea of clouds. Through the flowing clouds, you can see the island's lush forests, huge lakes, and towering mountains. From time to time, you can hear dull roars of beasts and see some huge beasts appearing. On the top of a steep cliff, an old man with golden hair and half a ship's rudder on his head sat cross-legged with a somewhat demented look, staring blankly at the primeval forest below. His legs were broken at the knees, and below the knees were 2 double-edged swords. 2 sharp swords pierced into the flesh and bones of his legs, growing together with his legs, as if they had become his real legs. From sunrise to sunset, and from sunset to sunrise, the man with the coxcomb haircut just sat here alone, in a daze for 2 days. During this period, no beast dared to approach within 100 meters of him, until a figure came roaring from the sky and hit him straight in the face. The man was hit so hard that his nose was bleeding. He fell on the ground on his back and let out a strange cry. "Mom, someone is bullying me. Whoa, Mom, please save me." As the man cried loudly, a strong orangutan ran over from a distance, looked at the 2 legless men lying on the ground, and scratched his head in confusion. He's not my brother, you asshole, Mom. Roar. He's not my son. I'm not even married yet. Roar. Who are you calling a virgin? Combelt. Amazon Lily. Kingdom of Women. In order to allow King Boya Hancock to take a bath, martial law was imposed on the entire country on Gusak Island. In the highest queen's palace, Hancock untied her tight Chong Sam, revealing a perfect body that made people's blood boil and unable to control themselves. She slowly walked into the warm water and was about to take a bath. Boom! The tiles on the roof shattered and the pool water in front of him exploded. A blood-stained figure fell straight in front of her. Who is it? How dare you disturb me while I'm bathing? Hancock raised her eyebrows, hugged the 2 balls of D's that were so big that they were deformed, and looked at them with cold and murderous eyes. In the blood-red hot spring water, a young man with no left arm and a miserable and broken face was lying on his back with empty eyes, as if he was dead. 90. Chapter 90 Public Execution begins. 6 days after the attack on the Celestial Dragons in Sabaody. The public execution of the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, Ace of the Fire Fist, which has attracted the attention of countless forces, countries, and individuals around the world, has finally officially begun at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. In the tavern of Windmill Village in the East China Sea, in front of the Royal Palace in Alabasta, in the shipyard of Water 7 City, in the mangrove area of the Sabaody Archipelago, in the prison of Impel Down, in the arena of Dressrosa in the New World, on Kaido's Blue Dragon, in the Hall of Power in Merigios. At this moment, countless viewers from all over the world gathered at the place where the Den Den Mushi live broadcast was being broadcast. They watched the live broadcast screen, which was still black and had not officially started, holding their breath and waiting nervously. It seems that the next war between pirates and the Navy will seriously affect the future world pattern. It was the Whitebeard Pirates, led by the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, who won the victory, ushering in a more glorious era of pirates. Or will the Navy, the strongest force of justice, win a resounding victory and usher in the naval era that Admiral Blackdragon talked about? Before the war officially started, no one knew what the final outcome would be, just when people were anxiously looking forward to it. Marineford. Marshall's mansion. Haven't you found Blackbeard yet, Branny? Jean-Gua frowned and paced back and forth impatiently. The middle-aged bald man, Branny, shook his head. No, Marshal Sengoku, Blackbeard is not in Marineford, and the Den Den Mushi cannot be contacted. We suspect that he may have deserted the battlefield. Run away from the battlefield? That coward. He was scared like this by Whitebeard. What a useless guy. I shouldn't have agreed to give him the position of Shichibukai. Zhang Guo was very angry. Branny was sweating but didn't dare to wipe it off. He said anxiously, Marshal Zhang Guo, the scheduled time for the World Live broadcast is almost here. Zhang Guo took a deep breath, straightened his majestic martial uniform, and waved his hand. Forget about him. Let's turn on the live broadcast. With Hogg here, we have enough fighting power. We don't need another Blackbeard. Yes. Brand New took the order and left. Soon, in front of countless audiences around the world, the dark projection screen flickered a few times and then lit up. Countless people looked hurriedly, and the first thing they saw was the towering fortress of justice on the island of Marineford. The towering fortress stands in the center of the crescent-shaped island, silent and majestic. At the top, a seagull sculpture symbolizes peace and soars high into the sky. In front of the fortress of justice, looking down from the sky, there is a white ocean that completely covers the huge square. That's not real seawater. Instead, they accepted the call to war, and they were the 100,000 most elite naval elites from naval branches around the world. They all wore snow-white military uniforms and snow-white cloaks of justice. They looked solemn, holding various weapons in their hands, and formed into large and small square formations. He stood silently and solemnly in the square, staring intently at the sea in the inner bay ahead, waiting for the Whitebeard Pirates to appear. Even if there are a full 100,000 troops here, the square formation did not look messy at all. No one made any random noise. The huge square was filled with solemnity. This strict discipline deeply shocked the audience in front of the screen. This is the Navy, the strongest force of justice on this ocean. It's different from pirates who are used to being free and undisciplined, engaging in intrigue and fighting with their own bravery. The Navy has strict standards for military rank promotion, and those promoted through layers of selection have strong organization and discipline. Even the pirate army under the command of the 4 emperors of the New World cannot do this. In front of the 100,000 elite troops that resembled a white ocean, on the towering embankment of the inner bay, several tall, powerful men and women who were not wearing military uniforms stood proudly, exuding an aura that kept strangers away. They are the great pirates who accepted the world government's call to war and came to Marineford to fight, the 5-7 warlords of the sea. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, Juricalmia. The most beautiful woman in the world, the pirate queen, Boa Hancock. Tyrant, Bartholomew the Bear. Moonlight Mariah, Tion Yasha, Don Quixote da Flamingo. And behind the 100,000-strong army, in front of the towering execution platform, they are 10 giant lieutenant generals holding huge weapons, standing out from the crowd with their height exceeding 20 meters. Longzi holding a big axe, Jando holding a machete, and Rackville holding a long knife were among them. Under the feet of the giant vice-admiral are more than 20 vice-admirals of the headquarters. Ghost Spider, Doberman, Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, Stalaberry. Each of them is a powerful lieutenant general who often appears in newspapers. Later on the high platform just below the towering execution platform, 4 chairs were lined up in a row, appearing in the center of the live broadcast screen around the world. 4 seats indeed. There should have been only 3 seats above the headquarters vice-admiral, which belonged exclusively to the world government highest combat power, the Navy Admiral, but today a 4th one appeared. Countless viewers immediately recalled the Navy's World Live broadcast a few days ago. In recent days, news about the Shampoo Land incident, the supernova annihilation, the death of Pluto Rayleigh, and Admiral Black Dragon have flooded the world, letting people in front of the screen know who the owner of the extra 4th Admiral seat is. Accompanied by steady, heavy, and firm footsteps, 4 figures, about 3 meters tall and wearing wide cloaks of justice, walked out slowly from the left side of the execution platform and sat down on the 4 seats one by one. From left to right they are, wearing a blue general's uniform. He tilted his head to look at the General Akiji next to him. Wearing a yellow striped military uniform, with his legs crossed and his mouth pouting, Admiral Kizaru wearing sunglasses. Admiral Akainu is wearing a red military uniform, with his arms folded across his chest, his legs crossed, and a military cap with a brim covering half of his face, revealing his tough facial lines as if they were carved by a knife. And the new admiral, dressed in a black military uniform and a white cape, with long white hair draped over his shoulders, a handsome and cold face, legs crossed, half lying comfortably on his seat, taking out a box of cigars from his pocket, taking out a cigar and putting it in his mouth. The Black Dragon General who killed Pluto, Rayleigh. Morn Hogg. Looking at Hogg who appeared on the big screen, he slowly lit the cigar in his mouth and started puffing away in front of countless people around the world as if no one was around. The countless viewers in front of the screen couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. The presence of 4 great generals on the same stage is unprecedented and eye-catching. Not to mention that there was a general with white hair, a cool and handsome appearance, smoking a cigar openly, and wearing a black military uniform. Now, billions of viewers around the world have deeply remembered Hogg's cold, domineering, and arrogant face. 91. Chapter 91. Meteor Volcano. Burning rivers and boiling seas. Jean Gua, standing on the execution platform above, looked at the smoke floating up, and his face twitched uncontrollably. Damn Hogg, he doesn't even consider the occasion and actually smokes here. Doesn't this smear the Navy's positive image? This bastard has no respect for military discipline. Holding back the curse that was about to burst out, Zhongwu forced himself to divert his attention and turned to look behind him. Amid the clatter of chains rubbing against the steps, Ace was pulled by 2 guards and stepped onto the execution platform step by step. Garp, with some bandages wrapped around his body and a miserable look on his face, followed him silently as they walked together. Garp, why are you here, you? Just as Jean Gua was about to order Garp to go down, he saw Garp raise his head, revealing a pair of tired, painful, and struggling eyes. Looking at his old friend's tired eyes, the words in his mouth were suddenly stuck in his throat. I don't know how to do anything. I just want to stay here with my grandson and spend the last part of my life with him. Ace, who had climbed the last step, trembled when he heard the old voice coming from behind him. A hint of guilt appeared in his eyes beneath his messy hair. But he said nothing and knelt down on his own initiative, sitting on the execution platform. Slowly raised his head, his eyes passing over the naval formation that looked like a white ocean below the stage, and looked at the sea in the distance. I kept repeating it in my mind. Don't come, Dad. Don't show up. It's not worth putting everyone in danger just for a disobedient and incompetent person like me. Marco, if it were you, you would definitely persuade Dad, right? He was muttering to himself, feeling uneasy, and his eyes, which had been scanning back and forth over the vast sea, suddenly widened as if he had seen something. The body bound by sea stone chains suddenly leaned forward, its mouth half open, and it looked with dilated pupils. The uneasiness in my heart reached its peak at this moment. The scene that Ace saw was also captured by the video phone worm in the first time, projected onto the live broadcast screen, and entered the eyes of countless viewers around the world. In front of the Marineford Bay, huge pirate ships slowly appeared on the vast sea. From left to right, there are no less than 100 large pirate ships densely covering the entire sea surface, marching towards the inner bay in a mighty and unified manner. Every pirate ship is filled with pirates who are ready to take action. The pirate captains who are well known to the world and famous in the New World stand proudly on the bows of their respective pirate ships, openly exposed to the eyes of the world. As the hundreds of pirate ships continue to approach, an oppressive atmosphere like that before a volcanic eruption spread wildly in Marineford, in front of the screen, and in the hearts of countless viewers. That's a vassal pirate group under the Whitebeard Pirates. Big Eddie's Spider Squad. Lei Chingmaga Guy. Brother de Carbon. 43 pirates who are famous in the New World are here. On the embankment in front of the inner bay, Moria laughed excitedly. Ahem, they're here, they're finally here. They've actually shown up, the Whitebeard Pirates. Where's Whitebeard? Why can't I see his Moby Dick? Hawkeye, Hancock, Kuma, and Doflamingo, who were standing beside him, did not say anything, but just watched silently. Doflamingo's face was even gloomier, and he was still thinking about Law's death. Thinking about the surgical fruit in Luo's body, where and when it will be reborn again. But in Hancock's heart, she was worried about Luffy, who was secretly sent to Impel Down by her to save his brother. She turned around and glanced at Ace, who appeared on the execution platform, and her worry about Luffy deepened. Ace has left Impel Down and appeared in Marineford. What's the situation with Luffy now? Will Luffy be all right? Thinking of Luffy, she couldn't help but clench her fingers and began to pray in her heart, praying that Luffy could escape from Impel Down safely. The big bear was like a sculpture, silent and speechless, with all the human smell gone from his body. His appearance, which had been beaten miserably by Hogg, was now brand new, obviously having been repaired. Hawkeye glanced back at Hogg, who was sitting in the admiral's seat, and didn't even look at the pirates who appeared on the sea, and shook his head slightly. It seems what he said is true. There is really no need for me to continue dueling with him. Hogg is not a pure swordsman. This has been verified by Hawkeye. Where is Whitebeard? Why have all the captains of his vassal pirate groups appeared, but he, the captain, is nowhere to be seen? Everyone, attention, prepare for battle. At this time, in the quiet square, noisy discussions were also heard from the 100,000 troops lined up in neat formations. Damn it, Whitebeard, where are you? And in what unexpected way will you appear? Jean-Gua, standing on the execution platform above Hogg's head, has solemn expression on his face. He stared back and forth at the sea in front of the inner bay, trying to find Whitebeard's ship. But after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find any trace of the Moby Dick. Listening to Jean-Gua's nervous voice above his head, Hogg, who was sitting in his seat, pulled the corners of his mouth, rolled his eyes and looked up. Are you serious, Sengoku? The nervous expression on Jean-Gua's face froze, and he looked down at Hogg in confusion. Hogg, what do you mean? Hogg rolled his eyes and ignored him, tilting his head to look at Akainu who was sitting next to him. Hey, Sakazuki, can you tell me, are you all acting in collusion, or are you really fucking crazy? Can't find Whitebeard. Are your observation hockey just for show? Hogg was so angry that he laughed. There are 7 or 8 top-level generals here. Even the worst one among them, the observation hockey the detection range can easily cover more than 10 kilometers. But these guys were just pretending to be fools, shouting how scary it was, and looking for Whitebeard all over the world. How? Is Kizaru's disease contagious? It's all fucking installed, right? He looked at Akainu again and said, My dear disciple, stop pretending. It's your turn now. Give Whitebeard a boiled fish meal. You talk too much. Akainu snorted coldly, his face gloomy. Under the gaze of countless people, he slowly stood up from his seat. Without the slightest hesitation, the moment he stood up, he took a step forward, loosened his hands and let them hang at his sides, with billowing black smoke and gurgling red lava rapidly emerging from his arms. Then he suddenly shot out a bunch of huge fists of red and fiery magma towards the sky in front of him. Accompanied by the sound of whizzing through the air, huge fists of magma dragging thick black smoke, like dazzling meteors, whizzed through the sky above the square of Marineford, drew a series of bright red parabolas, and fell to the calm sea surface of the inner bay with a rumble. In an instant, it was as if a meteor shower suddenly fell in the sky. Giant fists of magma, trailing red light and black smoke, roared down from the sky and slammed heavily into the sea, exploding into huge waves tens of meters high. Meteor Volcano. 92. Chapter 92. Seaquake. The power of the world's strongest man. Wow, look, Admiral Akainu is taking action. It's a lava bomb, so terrifying, like a volcanic eruption. This is the world's most powerful attack power of the magma fruit. But why would he fire towards the empty bay? Could it be that Whitebeard is hiding under the sea? How is that possible? Wait, what did you say? Hiding under the water. I get it. Whitebeard coated his Moby Dick with a film and is sailing on the seabed. In the square, countless Marines looked up in shock at the huge fists of magma whistling across the sky above their heads, creating a commotion. Seeing this scene and listening to the discussions coming from the audience, Jean-Gua, who was standing on the execution platform, subconsciously released his observation hockey. Then the next second, an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. Because Whitebeard and his Moby Dick were indeed under the surface of the inner bay. The distance to Marineford Island is only a few thousand meters. This distance is a joke for an admiral, a top-level warrior at the level of the 4 emperors. No wonder Hogg thought he was acting. In fact, this is not the fault of the Warring States period. After all, caring too much will lead to confusion. As the naval marshal, Jean-Gua has too many things to consider these days. He had prepared dozens of countermeasures for any possible appearance of Whitebeard. It's also because he is too wary of Whitebeard and the power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. He always thought that Whitebeard might choose to attack head-on, use a seaquake to trigger a tsunami, take the initiative and catch them off guard. So when considering these things, I never thought that Whitebeard would choose to coat the ship, sail on the seabed, and sneak closer to Marineford. That old guy is so cautious. This isn't his style. Luckily, Hogg discovered it quickly, otherwise we would have missed the opportunity. He looked forward. At this moment, the sea surface of the inner bay has been thrown into chaos by the magma balls that keep falling from the sky. The seawater was boiled under the impact of the high-temperature magma. A large amount of white steam was emerging from the sea surface within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. The seawater rolled violently and bubbled like a huge hot spring. almost at the same time that Akainu made his move and blasted out the meteor volcano under the surface of the inner bay. For pirate ships, 3 black and 1 white, 1 big and 3 small, wrapped in transparent soap bubbles, are speeding along the seabed, rapidly approaching the main body of the island ahead under the sea surface. On the Moby Dick, which is shaped like a white whale, Whitebeard, holding the huge Naginata Murasakiri, stands alone, staring at the dark sea with his sharp eyes. The powerful force in the body is accumulating and has reached its peak, ready to be blasted out soon. A sea earthquake will shatter the base of Marineford Island and cause the ground of Marineford to collapse downwards. In this deep sea, thousands of meters deep, no one knows what kind of tremendous power is needed to shatter the foundation of an entire island with one blow. But there was unparalleled confidence in Whitebeard's eyes. He can do it. He can do it easily, because he is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Get ready, Marco, Jaws. Once I smash Marineford to pieces with one punch and the Navy falls into chaos, you must immediately surface and rescue Ace, who has fallen into the sea. Yes, Dad. Marco, Jaws, Vista, and others who were nervous and excited behind him responded loudly. Whitebeard took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and with the veins on his thick arm exposed, he was about to blast towards the dark deep sea ahead. But at this moment, a red light flashed in his eyes, and his right fist that was about to hit forward stopped in midair. He suddenly looked up at the top of his head, and a heroic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Golala, you rude little lava boy. Is this what Hogg taught you? Marco, change of plan. Surface immediately. Marco and others on the deck of the Moby Dick were stunned. Without asking why, they rushed over one by one and pushed the driftwood out of the ship. This magical driftwood has huge buoyancy. A piece only the size of a palm can float objects weighing more than 10 tons. The sea train track of the Seven Water City was built with it. As pieces of driftwood containing huge buoyancy were pushed into the deep sea outside, for huge pirate ships immediately floated towards the sea surface above under the pull of the huge buoyancy. It was only then that Marco had time to look at his father and was about to ask why his father suddenly changed his plans. But before he could ask, the captains behind him exclaimed in surprise. What is that? Lanternfish. There are so many of them. The deep sea is lit up. Marco looked up in surprise and saw that the deep sea water above his head, which was originally pitch black, suddenly had a bunch of red things. It continues to enlarge in the field of vision, emitting a red light with extremely strong penetrating power. Just as Jaws and the others said, it was like giant lanternfish were approaching. But Marco felt that they looked more like little suns than lanternfish. Suddenly, his face changed drastically, and he cried out in shock, "Oh no, it's magma! Magma!" Jaws and others were still stunned. Marco was already looking at Whitebeard nervously. Dad, if the magma boils the seawater, the soap bubbles coated on the ship won't be able to withstand the high temperature and will burst. Golala, that's right, this is what the lava imp planned to do. Wants to force us out. What a cunning little imp. Looking at the soap bubble coating above my head, it began to deform violently and bubble under the rapid rise in temperature of the seawater outside. Finally, it broke in the panicked eyes of Marco and others. The next moment, endless sea water poured in from the broken coating, burying all of them under the 1,000-meter deep sea. There are many people with special abilities on the Moby Dick, including him. If everyone, including Dad and Jaws, fell into the deep sea, there would be no way to save Ace. Even they themselves may not be able to protect themselves. But in this critical situation, what else can they do? We are now at least several hundred meters away from the sea surface. Just a few hundred meters, with the coating now broken, is a chasm that separates all of their hopes. Just as everyone was panicking, Whitebeard's heroic laughter rang out on the Moby Dick. Gulala, Gulala. Don't worry, silly kids, Daddy is here. Just magma, just sea water. How can you do anything to me, Whitebeard? The veins on his right arm bulged, his strong arm bent, and he suddenly punched the vast sea water pouring down from above his head. Seaquake. Whitebeard threw a punch, and the space in the air above his head shattered under his fist, like a huge piece of glass being broken, cracking into countless thick cracks. The cracks were like a spider web, instantly covering the air above the Moby Dick and spreading towards the other 3 pirate ships. Above the countless cracks, tens of millions and billions of tons of seawater are rumbling back and pressing down. The pressure of the hundreds of meters deep seawater was like the collapse of the sky. But Whitebeard used only one fist to hold back the vast seawater that was collapsing above his head. Not only that, with a low growl through gritted teeth, his tall body straightened up little by little, and his bent right fist pushed upward with unstoppable force. At this moment, Captain Marco and others on the Moby Dick, the 100,000 Marines on the Marineford Square, the admirals and marshals on and off the execution platform, the chained ace, and even the countless spectators in front of the screen. It seemed as if everyone heard the crisp sound of cracking. Then, under the horrified and shocked gazes of countless people, the surface of the inner bay in front of Marineford, which had been ravaged by countless giant fists of magma, suddenly arched up. The sea surface, with a radius of more than 10 kilometers, seemed to be lifted up by the back of some huge sea monster, rising hundreds of meters in an instant, as if a mountain suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea. A mountain made up of billions of tons of sea water. Everyone could even clearly see that inside this twisted and raised sea mountain, there were balls of magma that Akainu had previously launched, as well as 4 whale-shaped pirate ships. As the vast inland bay sea surface suddenly rose, the entire Marineford Island was shaking like the earth was shaking. The 100,000-strong army arrayed in the square was shaken to and fro. Mariah stood on the embankment, looking up in astonishment at the sea and mountains that covered the sky before him. His sight seemed to be able to see through the sea water and see the tall figure standing on the white whale-like pirate ship inside. Even just seeing the other person's figure, Moria was frightened and took several steps back. Why? Whitebeard! Whitebeard! On the execution platform, Zhangwa screamed in disbelief. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief, and he roared, "Dad, this is so scary, Whitebeard. Is he going to destroy the world right away? Sakaski, why did you provoke him?" Kizaru pouted in fear. "So powerful, Whitebeard. Such an old guy actually has such powerful strength. I can't help but get excited. Ha ha." Hogg laughed wildly towards the sky. "Akiji!" An anxious roar from Zhangwa came from above his head. "Ah la la, I got it." Akiji exhaled a long breath of cold air and slowly stood up. "This scene is truly enormous. If you continue to act recklessly like this, I'm afraid Marineford will sink into the sea before the public execution even begins, Whitebeard. Frozen little devil, come and block it if you dare." Gulala. 93. Chapter 93, Frozen Battlefield. Total War. Oh my god. What is that? A mountain? Can anyone tell me why a mountain suddenly appeared in Marineford? Idiot. That's the ocean. It's a tsunami. It's the tsunami that Whitebeard created using the power of the Tremor fruit. Even the super tsunami of the Seven Water City and the sea god Laculana are nothing compared to this. This is the Tremor fruit, and I ask this the power of the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Is he a god? This is a great power that only gods can possess, right? Countless viewers in front of the live broadcast were shocked by the terrifying noise caused by Whitebeard's move. Even if they were separated by a virtual screen, even if they were separated by hundreds or thousands of kilometers, people could clearly feel how much pressure the Navy headquarters was under at this moment as they faced Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Because their opponent is a being who can destroy the world by himself. Snap! Below the execution platform, in front of the general's seat next to Kizaru, a ball of ice crystals exploded. Akiji's thin body disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had already teleported above the inner bay. Looking at the sea level in front of him, which was twisting wildly and still rising into the sky, Akiji's expression was extremely solemn. "That's really messed up, Whitebeard." Without any hesitation, a long and narrow ice crystal shot out from his hands and sank straight into the rising sea mountain in front of him. Ice Age. Ice Age. An extremely low-temperature cold current that cannot be explained by science and physics was instantly released from his hands and poured into the continuously rising surface of the inner bay in front along with the shooting ice crystals. The next moment, a snow-white spot appeared on the surface of the sea that was raised like a mountain. That was the seawater being hit by ice crystals, freezing instantly and turning into a layer of white ice. The ice layer spread rapidly in all directions, spreading madly from the top of the sea mountain. In just a few breaths, the sea surface of the inner bay, with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers, was covered by a thick layer of ice. Moreover, the range of the ice layer continues to extend downwards, towards the vast ocean outside Marineford. Just a dozen seconds later, in everyone's eyes, the sea as far as the eye can see has turned into an icy world covered in silver. The turbulent seawater was frozen into ice, and a large amount of white cold air emerged. The raised sea peak turned into a magnificent iceberg hundreds or even thousands of meters high. The top of the iceberg is higher than the Fortress of Justice in Marineford. In front of the live broadcast screen, countless people were still immersed in the tsunami caused by Whitebeard. The next moment, he was deeply shocked by the magnificent sight of Aokiji freezing the sea for hundreds of miles in an instant. In the Marineford Square, the Marines who had been shocked by Whitebeard's attack could not help but cheer thunderously, as if to vent their previous fear of Whitebeard. "Woo, Admiral Aokiji! It's Admiral Aokiji! Admiral Aokiji has stopped Whitebeard. So what if Whitebeard? We have the invincible Admiral. No matter how strong Whitebeard is, there's only one of him. But we have 4 invincible warriors like Admiral Aokiji, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kazuru, Admiral Aokiji, Admiral Black Dragon. No, more than 4. We also have Vice Admiral Garp and Marshal Sengoku." Akiji's move greatly boosted the morale of the Navy. It was at this time. In front of Aokiji, the frozen sea surface suddenly shook and cracked into thick cracks. The sloping ice surface, like a cliff, shattered. Blocks of ice hundreds of meters in size rumbled downwards, picking up countless ice chips along the way and crashing into the inner base square. At the same time, rivers of unfrozen sea water poured out from the broken thick iceberg. 2 pirate ships, one white and one black, slid down from the inclined surface of the iceberg to the vast sea below, along with the washed-out sea water. Although the power of the sea earthquake was used, the ship was prevented from being destroyed and people were killed. But Whitebeard still lost 2 spare ships. Looking at the 2 pirate ships rushing down along the upside-down sea water like a waterfall, Aokiji couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that we still can't freeze them all. The sea is too deep. He looked at the tall figure standing at the bow of the Moby Dick. "Do you want to just charge into the square like this, Whitebeard? Sorry, I can't let you succeed so easily." "Ice." He raised his hands, ready to fire another Ice Age shot to freeze the seawater beneath the Moby Dick. At this time, Whitebeard, who was standing on the bow of the ship, grinned, clenched the naginata in his hand, made a knife flower, clasped his hands, and slashed at Aokiji, who was shooting out ice crystals from a distance of dozens of meters. "You think you can stop this old man, frozen little devil?" On the tip of the huge naginata, a white shockwave quickly formed. As Whitebeard swung the sword, a huge shockwave exploded in the air in front of Aokiji with a bang. "Ah, it's the vibration." Akiji's body stiffened, and he was instantly covered by the huge shock wave. He was blown up in the air, turning into broken ice all over the sky, which splashed down towards the square, causing a cry of surprise. General Aokiji. Seeing this, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates behind Whitebeard cheered. "Dad is invincible." Someone was shouting Ace's name. "Ace, wait a moment, we're coming to rescue you." On the execution platform, seeing Whitebeard and his companions in the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace was moved and happy, but also felt guilty and worried, and he screamed in panic. "Dad, why did you come to save me? It's not worth it. For my reckless you idiot, you shouldn't put everyone in danger." On the Moby Dick, which was charging towards the inner base square at high speed, Whitebeard stood tall, looking at Ace, who was screaming at the top of his lungs on the execution platform from afar, with a kind smile on his face. "Galala, because you're my son, Ace." "Dad." Ace was stunned. Whitebeard's heroic and old voice echoed over Marineford like thunder. "Because you are my Whitebeard's son. Everyone in this sea knows what the consequences will be if they attack my son, Whitebeard. No matter if it's the 4 emperors, the Navy, or the world government. If they dare to harm my son Whitebeard, they will only have one fate." He suddenly clenched his fists and raised them high under the horrified gazes of countless people. That means they were destroyed by the wrath of the Whitebeard Pirates. Moved to tears by Whitebeard's domineering fatherly love, beside Ace, who was sobbing, Zhonghua looked at the vast shock wave that emerged again from Whitebeard's raised right hand and couldn't help but shout again. "Asshole! Is this guy, Whitebeard, crazy? We can't let him mess around." He picked up the loudspeaker Den Den Mushi and was about to give the order for the entire army to attack. Hogg, who was sitting in the audience, stood up, twisted his neck, stretched the corners of his mouth, revealing a crazy smile, raised his right hand suddenly, and swung it down heavily. "All troops, listen to my orders. Follow me and annihilate the Whitebeard Pirates." Below the platform, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Sherlu, Longzi, Jando, and others, who had been paying close attention to Hogg's movements, immediately drew their swords and rushed out with roars. "General Hogg has given the order, kill." Kill. Annihilate the Whitebeard Pirates. In an instant, the 100,000-strong army let out earth-shaking shouts of killing, like a bursting mountain torrent, pouring down from Marineford Square onto the ice surface, rushing forward in a mighty force. The war is in full swing. 94. Chapter 94. If you all leave, who will protect Marineford? Pouting. With Hogg's order, the huge war between the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates began in full swing. The war started so quickly that Sengoku didn't have time to announce Ace's true identity to the world. The protagonist of this war is no longer him, the fuse that triggered the war, but it's Whitebeard. It is the mighty Whitebeard Pirates with more than 40,000 to 50,000 soldiers. It was the 100,000 Navy soldiers who rushed into the ice battlefield with shouts of killing that shook the sky, like a white tsunami. It's Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, and Hogger. Kill. Kill the Marines. Rescue Ace. Kill the Marines. Rescue Ace. On the Moby Dick, more than a dozen captains of the Whitebeard Pirates drew their weapons and jumped off the ship shouting. Led by Jozu and Vista, they bravely faced the navy that was charging towards them. On the empty Moby Dick, only Whitebeard and Marco were left. On the vast ice surface farther behind them, the 43 vassal pirate groups whose ships were frozen also jumped off the pirate ships like a tide and attacked from all directions. Among the tens of thousands of troops of the Whitebeard Pirates, it was the big captain of the 3rd Division, Jozu, who rushed the fastest. His strong body wrapped in heavy armor rushed down the steep ice surface at an extremely high sprint speed that was completely inconsistent with his speed. Like skating, the pointed boots on his feet plowed 2 long grooves on the ice surface, shoveling away countless ice crystals along the way. Taking the lead, they were the first to meet the first wave of naval soldiers jumping off the embankment. It's Diamond Jaws. Stop him. Don't let him rush into the inner base square. Dozens of naval officers stepped forward with moon steps and shave charge, swinging their long swords at Jaws' huge body. You know it's me, yet you still dare to rush up and die? Xiao Zi grinned, ignoring the dozen or so long swords that were flashing with cold light and even wrapped in dark domineering aura. He spread out his 2 strong and powerful arms and rushed forward like a swooping and gliding bird, with his arms spread out, sweeping across fiercely. Ding, ding, ding. There was a series of loud explosions from the collision of metal and iron, and the dozen or so long swords that were slashing at him burst into sparks before being either bounced away or broken directly. The owners of the long swords, more than a dozen naval officers, were knocked back with broken bones and tendons, and blood splattered everywhere. Try to block it again, Navy. Jaws knocked down more than a dozen elite officers without slowing down at all. He stomped his feet hard on the ice, and his burly body soared into the sky like a cannonball. With one leap, he actually jumped dozens of meters into the air, directly from the ice surface of the inner bay to above the square. This amazing jumping ability made the faces of the many Navy soldiers who were surrounding him change drastically. That's awesome. Captain Jaws. Kill. Follow Captain Jaws closely and charge into the square. Seeing the extremely brave Jaws, the pirates' morale soared. They rushed forward shouting and fought with hundreds of naval soldiers. It seemed that Jaws was about to be the first to rush into the square. Suddenly, a huge battle axe over 10 meters long flew out from behind the dam, held tightly by 2 muscular hands. It cut the air above Jaws' head with a rumbling sound and fell down on his head. Get back here. Diamond Jaws. Longzi, who was over 20 meters tall and 4 or 5 times bigger than Jaws, rushed out with a tiger roar, swinging the giant axe in his hand and slashing down wildly. Giant Vice Admiral. Looking at Longs, who suddenly rushed out, Jaws grinned, revealing a row of neat white teeth. Dang! The giant axe in Long's hand chopped down, accurately hitting Jaws' body in midair, where he had nowhere to gain support. Even the sharp axe blade directly chopped off Jaws' head. However, Jaws' head did not split open. Not even a scratch on the scalp. The blade of the giant axe in Longzi's hand shattered, and the thick axe head cracked and fell off, leaving only a bare axe handle in his hand. What? Longzi was surprised and looked at Jaws opposite him. Jaws' majestic body was shining with bright light at this moment, and most of his body, including his head, had turned into a shining diamond. Do you think you can break diamonds, you naive big guy? Looking at Longzi, who looked stunned, Jaws laughed. However, Longzi failed to hurt him. But his axe still chopped Jaws, who had jumped into the square, back into the bay, and hit him hard on the ice, making a big hole. Looking at Longs, who was still in a daze on the embankment with the axe in his hand shattered, Jaws jumped up and yelled at the pirates fighting on the ice in front of him. "Get out of here, Captain Jaws." The pirates were at a loss, but they still scattered around immediately. Huh? As soon as the pirates left, Jaws roared and punched into the ice beneath him. Powerful force burst out from his diamond fist and slammed into the deep ice. The thick ice surface cracked and split into two curved arcs to the left and right, extending rapidly, and finally converged 100 meters away, forming a huge circle. On this circular ice surface with a diameter of 100 meters, there are still dozens of naval soldiers who have not had time to run away. Without waiting for them to react, Jaws inserted his two shining diamond arms directly into the hard ice. Under the shocked gazes of countless people on both sides of the enemy, he exerted force with his arms and leaned back like an iron bridge, suddenly throwing out this huge ice block with a diameter of 100 meters and a weight of more than hundreds of thousands of tons. The bottom of the huge ice block, as big as a mountain, was still stained with a large amount of sea water. It was cut off from the sea in the inner bay, whistling over the heads of the crowd, over the embankment, and flew onto the square. Lonzi opened his mouth wide, looking at the huge ice block that blocked the sky, and the skin on his face twitched. What did this guy eat to grow up? How could he be so strong? This is too big, there's no way I can catch it. The giant lieutenant generals were also helpless against the huge ice block flying overhead. The Marines in the square were so frightened that their faces turned pale. If such a large block of ice falls down, it will kill at least hundreds or thousands of people. A block of ice with a diameter of hundreds of meters must weigh more than hundreds of thousands of tons, right? It was actually thrown high into the air by someone with bare hands, flew across the square for hundreds of meters, and hit the execution platform. How terrifying a power would this be? Haha, try to block it for me again, Navy. Jaws laughed wildly with his head raised. In the square, Shiryu, who was charging along with the crowd, was about to stop and chop his sword above his head when he saw Kizaru, who was still sitting under the execution platform, stand up with a distressed look on his face. It's really scary. Each and every one of them is as strong as a monster, the Whitebeard Pirates. He tilted his head back, the ice cubes pressing down on him reflected in the mirror of his sunglasses, his mouth pursed. If they leave so carelessly, one by one, who will protect Marineford? Yashaka Chiong Magatama. 95. Chapter 95 Diamond, right? Big fire. Kazura crossed his hands and opened them, and dense spots of light appeared in the void behind him. In an instant, the huge block of ice that was smashing towards his head shot out countless dazzling golden lights. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, 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 boom. Rays of golden laser light streaked across the sky above the square, piercing through the flying huge ice blocks and shattering them without any hindrance. Then it triggered a series of dazzling explosions. It was like a grand fireworks show in the sky above Marineford. This huge block of ice, with a diameter of hundreds of meters, has not yet landed on the ground. Under Kazara's laser, it was blown into countless pieces of ice. Then it was evaporated in mid-air by the high temperature of the laser, leaving not even a piece of ice. Kizaru. Jaws was very unhappy to see his masterpiece being shattered and destroyed so easily by Kizaru. In the sky, the yellow monkey, who had broken the ice, did not stop, but turned into a dazzling golden light, accelerating towards the surface of the inner bay, and drew an arc of light above the ice surface. He instantly arrived above the Moby Dick and kicked Whitebeard, who was standing on the bow deck, from behind. Whitebeard, do you want to look behind you? Whitebeard, who was holding on to Murakamokiri, didn't move at all, but narrowed his eyes slightly. Your light is too dazzling, Kizaru. Look behind you, Kizaru. Phoenix, Phoenix seal. Kizaru was stunned, and suddenly a strong wind blew in his face from behind, and a blue flame flew across the sky and hit his lower back. The blue flames danced and condensed into a right foot wearing slippers, kicking Kizaru, who was about to kick Whitebeard's back away. Oh, I forgot you were still on the boat, Phoenix, Marco. Kizaru screamed and was kicked hundreds of meters away by Marco. With a bang, he flew back to the square. Marco, whose hands turned into surging blue flaming wings, kicked Kizaru away. Just as he was about to retract the flames on his body, his scalp suddenly tightened. A provocative voice came from behind him. Then look behind you, Marco. Kizaru. Marco turned around in surprise. A thick beam of light had hit his abdomen and condensed into a curved right foot. Under Marco's shocked and angry gaze, another Kizaru, with his hands in his pockets, pouting, and an expression of asking for a beating on his face, kicked him in the abdomen, knocking him away from behind Whitebeard, turning him into a beam of fire and crashing into the ice surface of the inner bay. A light clone. Cunning brat. Whitebeard snorted coldly, and the sword in his hand spun like lightning and swept across, slashing across Kizara's waist. How ferocious, Whitebeard. However, your opponent is not me, so you should look behind you. Kizara's body was chopped into pieces by Kurosaki Kuriai into golden light, which whizzed into the distance and instantly flashed above Marco, who had fallen to the ground. Kizaru. Marco, who had just gotten up from the ice pit, looked up and saw overwhelming laser beams shooting down on his head, turning his body into a sieve with big holes piercing through it. I don't want to fight too hard, but it said that the debt of favor is the hardest to repay. I'm sorry, Marco, I really have to capture you, otherwise Senior Hogg will be really angry. Get serious now, Kizaru. Feeling the immense pressure coming towards him, Marco's face was solemn. Blue flames surged on his body, and in an instant, his body that was pierced with countless large holes was repaired. With all his attention, he faced Kizaru, who was drawing a lightsaber with both hands. Facing a serious general, he dared not take it lightly at all. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard turned around and saw Hogg standing out from the crowd of charging Marines, strolling towards him leisurely. Hogg, I thought you were dead, but I didn't expect you to be alive and kicking. It's really disappointing. Newgate, you old fool are still alive. How could I die before you? Hogg grinned and stared at Whitebeard with his bright eyes. Whitebeard's gaze was also locked on him. The two people's eyes met in the air across a distance of several hundred meters, and actually sparked a real spark. Two terrifying auras, like two volcanoes about to erupt, continued to rise from the two men and vent out bit by bit. The surrounding air seemed to be squeezed by huge pressure, becoming extremely sticky, making it difficult to breathe as if drowning. Whether they were pirates or navy, they all felt an inexplicable panic in their hearts and fled in all directions in panic. This isn't just the two of them expressing their domineering nature. It's just pure momentum and a collision of breath. This is the powerful spirit of the strong man standing at the top of the ocean and at the top of the food chain. Looking at Hogg approaching, Whitebeard suddenly grinned. Gullah, how is Impel Down? Is it comfortable to live in? It's very good and comfortable. I'm very satisfied. What, are you also interested in Impel Down? No problem, I'll treat you. I'll ask you to live in Impel Down for a few years. We can live in a single room. Hogg was also laughing arrogantly and defiantly. Hogg, I never thought that such an arrogant and lawless lunatic like you could actually have such a loyal side. I really want to know why you're so willing to work for the world government and the Navy even though they have treated you so badly and insulted you so much. That's enough. When did you become so nagging? Newgate, you don't want me to be your son, do you? Gulala, I don't need an arrogant and cruel guy like you as a son. Then let's have a big fight. Let's see who will blow your head off first, or you blow mine off first. Whitebeard grabbed Kusagano and was about to slash at the rushing Hogg. At this moment, a majestic figure suddenly rushed out from the side, trampling the ice surface with a rumbling sound. It shattered, turned into a shadow, and slammed into the oncoming Hogg. Dad, let me kill him. Shining crash. Jaws, who had turned into a diamond, roared and rushed towards Hogg with unstoppable force. His sudden intervention made Whitebeard's face change slightly as he was about to take action. Stop it, Jaws. However, it was too late. Jaws was extremely fast and rushed 100 meters in the blink of an eye. He was about to rush to Hogg and stop him. Hogg didn't even look at Jaws, who showed up out of nowhere. You. Seeing Hogg's arrogance, Jaws was about to get furious, but his vision was filled with overwhelming red magma. A giant magma fist, comparable to the ice block he had just thrown out and with a diameter of hundreds of meters, came down on him like a sea king leaping out of the sea. Big Spitfire. 96. Chapter 96. You are not allowed to insult Dad. Akainu. The overwhelming magma fist rumbled and crushed over, filling Jaws' entire field of vision. The area covered was so vast that he had no way to avoid it. Under this mountain-sized magma ball, he fell into the same situation as Kizaru before. But he doesn't have the powerful strength like Kizaru to easily fight back. At this critical moment, he can only use all his strength to activate his superhuman Shining Fruit ability, transforming his entire body into shining diamonds, wrapping his entire body, and taking Akainu's attack. Shining defense. Jaws, whose whole body was shining with diamond light, was covered by the giant lava fist the moment he put his arms in front of him to protect himself. In front of this overwhelming fire, his powerful body, which was strong enough to easily lift hundreds of thousands of tons of ice. He couldn't even hold on for a tenth of a second before being pushed by the lava fist and blasted away from Hogg. Under the bombardment of the unmatched impact force, Diamond Jaws, who was known as the world's strongest defense, groaned and coughed up blood from the corner of his mouth while in midair. It shot backwards across the vast ice surface, smashing countless pieces of ice along the way. It smashed and killed dozens of unlucky pirates in a straight line behind it. Finally, it crashed into the hull of the Moby Dick under Whitebeard's feet, penetrated the entire Moby Dick from front to back, and flew out from the tail of the hull with a large amount of wood chips. It smashed another black pirate ship behind it before crashing heavily onto the ice, making a deafening noise. Behind Hogg, a Kainu, with magma bubbling out of his fists, walked out with a cold expression. His flaming attack actually sent Jaws flying several kilometers away, almost flying out of the inner bay sea. This terrifying power shocked both sides in the battle, and they looked at a Kainu with awe. At this moment, a Kainu is the most violent and terrifying natural disaster in nature. The volcano itself. The giant fist of magma that was blasted out contained more than just high temperature. There is also the extreme impact brought by the volcanic eruption, as well as the suffocation and toxicity brought by the black smoke and sulfur contained in the magma. This is the natural magma fruit ability, the ability with the strongest attack power. It is in no way inferior to Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, and it also has the ability to destroy the world. Captain Jaws. The pirates rushed over in panic to check on Jaws' condition. When they ran to the big pit where Jaws had crashed into, they saw a depression with a diameter of hundreds of meters broken in the ice. Jaws, who was knocked flying, has already turned over and got up. But he was kneeling on one knee. He supported himself on the ice with his hands, his mouth open, and shocking blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth. Those diamond-like sparkling eyes were filled with disbelief. How is it possible? I'm a diamond. I have the world's strongest defense, Diamond Jaws. Jaws clenched his fists that were supporting himself on the ice and looked down at the large patch of lava on his chest. Beneath the magma, his shining diamond body suddenly showed large marks of burning and scorching. The skin and muscles on his chest were burned. At this moment, Jaws finally recalled the situation when he was restrained when fighting Ace in the New World. Diamond is indeed the hardest substance in nature. Its hardness exceeds that of steel and is comparable to the mysterious historical text steel. Jaws was confident that even the slash from Hawkeye, the world's strongest swordsman, would not be able to break his defense. But diamonds are not without weaknesses. Flame and high temperature are the weaknesses of diamonds. This is why Ace was able to defeat him and become the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Akainu's magma is also fire and can restrain his diamond defense. But if Akainu thinks he can kill Diamond Jozu so easily, he is too naive. He is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu. Even without the ability of the fruit, he is still one of the top strong men in the New World. His body is even stronger than that of the giants. His armament hockey is second only to his father in the entire Whitebeard Pirates. Even Ace, even Marco, the strength of their armament hockey is not as strong as his. Jaws gritted his teeth and stood up, his powerful aura revealed again. The inky black armament hockey quickly surged out from his tall body, covering his entire body as if he was wearing a suit of heavy black iron armor. Sparkle clash. Jaws crushed the ice with his feet, like a heavy chariot, turning into a dark afterimage and rushing towards Akainu at high speed. He was actually going to take the initiative to attack Akainu. Seeing this scene, Hogg pulled up a sarcastic smile and looked at the Moby Dick opposite, which had a big hole smashed in it, his Whitebeard's face gradually becoming colder. Newgate, your son is a little bit confused. He doesn't seem to be in a very good mind. Why do you always like to take these mentally challenged idiots as sons? So is Fire Fist Ace. So is that idiot Odin. Yeah, if there's something wrong with my brain, why would I play Pirate House with you? Odin is not my son. He is my brother, Whitebeard. Whitebeard was furious. What crap, brother? When he was cooked by Kaido, you were still in the New World enjoying family happiness. Whitebeard, you hypocritical fellow, tell me, are you doing this on purpose, planning to wait for that idiot Odin to die so that you can take over his beautiful wife Toki? Could it be your child that his wife is pregnant with? Newgate, your crescent beard shouldn't be on your mouth, that IT should be on your head like Kaido. That way you can be a minotaur. Ha ha ha. Amidst countless people's strange expressions, Hogg laughed wildly towards the sky. Explain what he said made all the pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates so angry that their faces turned red and their bodies trembled. Beast, shut up. I won't allow you to insult your father. Ace roared angrily on the execution platform. That bastard, General Black Dragon, how dare he insult my father like that? He must not be forgiven. Go, kill him. A large number of pirates came rushing over with red eyes. Shut up right there. You're such a spooter. I won't allow you to insult Odin. Even Whitebeard was angry. He could no longer tolerate Hogg's insults to Jozu and Odin. He clenched the Kusik Kimikiri, stepped forward suddenly, and in the fearful and awe-inspiring gazes of countless people, he jumped up from the Moby Dick and slashed at the laughing Hogg. Then come and kill me. Hogg began to speed up. His figure became blurred in an instant, squeezing through layers of air, bringing up a whistling gust of wind, and shot towards where Whitebeard was. The blood-red long sword in his hand was unsheathed with a clang, vibrating violently, rubbing against the air, burning with raging flames, and the blade suddenly expanded, turning into a wide blood-red giant sword in an instant. He jumped directly from the square, crossed the entire ice surface of the inner bay, and slashed at Whitebeard's head with the bloody giant sword Akron in one hand. The blood-red giant sword burning with blazing flames, and the huge Naginata shrouded in vast shock waves clashed with each other in the air above the ice. Time seems to stop at this moment. 97. Chapter 97. Hogg vs. Whitebeard. Devastating battle. Whitebeard has taken action. On the execution platform, Sengoku and Garp all paid attention, staring at Hogg and Whitebeard without blinking. Dad, Ace Marco and others were nervous and worried. They are well aware of Whitebeard's current physical condition. If I fight with General Black Dragon now, will my body be able to withstand it? Are we finally going to have a big fight? Black Dragon and Whitebeard. Mariah laughed strangely as he harvested the pirates' shadows, turning the pirates without shadows into ashes, looking expectantly. Beside him, Doflamingo looked at Hogg's back with deep fear and resentment in his eyes. Hogg, you better die at Whitebeard's hands, otherwise. Hawkeye stopped fighting with Vista, glanced sideways, and locked onto Hogg with his sharp eagle eyes. Let me see how big the real gap is between you and me, Hogg Whitebeard. The next moment, the earth-shattering explosion resounded over Marineford. Boom! Sizzle! Boom boom! Thick black and red lightning bolts twisted and burst out from Akron's blood-red sword blade, erupting with a vast power like the collapse of the sky, and collided with Whitebeard's Kasukamaki across 2 or 3 meters of void. 2 supreme swords standing at the top of the world ushered in a fateful showdown. At the moment of the loud collision, a sharp edge burst out that made the heaven and earth pale in comparison. The heavy and majestic domineering aura entwined and collided with the shock wave that shattered the atmosphere, causing the air between the 2 people to distort, compress, and collapse. It was as if a black hole was about to form, erupting with unimaginable gravitational force, dragging in everything within a radius of hundreds or thousands of meters. Ka. With Hogg and Whitebeard as the center, a circle of substantial spherical shock waves expanded infinitely, spreading in all directions. The shock waves swept in all directions, causing a huge storm wherever it passed. The ice surface below exploded with a loud bang. The thick ice covering half of the inner bay sea surface within a radius of 100 meters, 1,000 meters, collapsed and cracked. It shattered like a spider web. In this huge area, thousands of pirates from the Whitebeard Pirates and hundreds of Navy soldiers who did not have time to evacuate were not spared. The moment the shock waves swept through, their bodies exploded and turned into balls of blood mist. This is the tragedy of the week. Even the aftermath of a battle between powerful men is unbearable. In the face of this immense power that could even shatter steel battleships, their frail bodies were no different from paper. The hull of the Moby Dick behind Whitebeard instantly collapsed and broke apart, shattering into pieces in the rolling shock waves. Just one collision between Hogg and Whitebeard almost destroyed half of the ice surface of the inner bay, resulting in the deaths of thousands of people. By the time the 2 men retreated, fell from the air, and stood on the broken ice, the huge battlefield of Marineford was already dead silent. On the live broadcast screen around the world, countless viewers around the world were also shocked and silent. Is this the power of Whitebeard and Admiral Black Dragon? Is this the power of the Pirate Emperor and the Navy Admiral? A reporter muttered to himself. The notes in his hand slipped quietly, his face full of fear. Is this really a power that humans can achieve? Are the 2 men confronting each other in the picture really human? At this moment, this thought involuntarily popped up in the minds of countless people. On the battlefield of Marineford, The pirates and the navy were all speechless, staring in horror at the 1,000-meter-long shattered ice surface. Hogg turned the akron in his hand and looked at Whitebeard opposite him with an unhappy face. "Newgate, what are you doing, you bastard? Are you looking down on me? You didn't even bother to use your conqueror's hockey. Golala, my trimmer fruit is more than enough to deal with you. I don't even need the conqueror's hockey to entangle you." There's shock. Whitebeard grinned fiercely, and Kusanagi spun around and slashed at Hogg's head again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the blade, a white spherical shock wave shook the atmosphere, burst out, crushed the ice in front, and rushed toward Hogg. Hogg swung akron, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a towering ancient tree shot out, piercing through the oncoming spherical shock wave and shattering it. The aftermath of the collision between lightning and shock waves once again lifted up the surrounding sea surface for hundreds of meters. Countless icebergs flew high into the sky as if they had lost the hold of gravity, blasted out with a roar, flew hundreds of meters, swept into the dazed battlefield around them, and instantly knocked away countless pirates and navy officers. Is it because you don't need it or you can't use it? You old bastard, your body has been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. I heard that the doctors on your ship are all sexy and beautiful female nurses, and there are a lot of them. Can your body, an old pervert, handle it? The ice under Hogg's feet exploded, and he stepped on the air and soared into the sky. In an instant, he was on top of Whitebeard's head, upside down, and slashed at Whitebeard's face with a knife. Anyway, it's enough that I'm stronger than you. Whitebeard Tsukumo made a stab from bottom to top, and the shockwave radiated toward Hogg, who was rushing overhead. Buzz, 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 boom. The violent earthquake waves were like a volcanic eruption, hitting the blood-red giant sword in Hogg's hand and unstoppably blasting him thousands of meters away, flying thousands of meters into the sky. The air within a radius of hundreds or thousands of meters around him rumbled and vibrated. In the sky behind, the clouds 10,000 meters above were blasted by this mighty shock wave, creating a depression with a diameter of tens of kilometers. Under the influence of this strong shock wave, cracks appeared on the ground of Marineford. The entire island was shaking, and countless people were unable to stand steadily. Disperse. Everyone, stay away from the battle area between Dad and General Black Dragon. They are too powerful. Even the remaining, we can't bear the impact. Be careful not to get killed. Stay away. Stay away from the battle between the generals. Looking at this apocalyptic scene, the pirates and navy fighting around could no longer bear it. They stopped fighting tacitly and moved away from the center of the battle between Hogg and Whitebeard, moving the battlefield to the farther ice surface and the square. Oh la la la, you're really capable, old man with a white beard, and that bastard Hogg. Oh la la, I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it anymore. I want to do it too. Damn red-haired guy. He ran away just after he provoked me. I'm so pissed. On the Azure Dragon, Kaido watched Hogg and Whitebeard fighting on the live broadcast, his eyes full of excitement. He had no place to vent his restless desire to fight, and when he saw Quinn singing and dancing beside him, he suddenly became furious and punched him. What are you laughing at, Quinn? Brother Kaido, I'm not laughing. Still quibbling. It's all your fault. If you could hold the red-haired guy back, I could have a good fight. Me? Holding the redhead back? I can't do it. Quinn's confused screams echoed throughout the Azure Dragon. 98. Chapter 98. The magnetic field rotates 120,000 times. Nether Dragon exploding heart fist. Godfather is too strong. He stopped Whitebeard by himself. We can't fall behind. Kill. Kill all the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates and the captains of the vassal pirate groups. Spider Demon and Doberman joined forces and rushed into the dense crowd of pirates, followed closely by a group of Navy vice admirals who wanted to behead the senior cadres of the Whitebeard group. Flying Squirrel, Longzi, Jando, Lockville, Huashishin, and others are all on the list. The fighting force, composed of more than a dozen vice admirals of the headquarters, was like a sharp knife that stabbed into the heart of the Whitebeard Pirates and instantly killed the hundreds of pirates in front of them. Hundreds of bloody corpses were left on the ground. It's the lieutenant generals. These guys are too strong. We can't stop them. The captains must deal with them. The pirates were frightened by the brutality of Enigmo and his men, and turned around and ran away for their lives. The unusual situation here quickly attracted the attention of the captains, who broke away from their opponents and surrounded Ghost Spider, Doberman, and others. The first person who rushed over and tried to stop Spider and the others was Namor, the captain of the 8th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Namor is a sharkman of the same clan as Sea Knight Jinbe and is skilled in fishman karate, although he is not as strong as Jinbe. But he is also a pirate in the New World with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries. As a vice admiral of the Navy, how can you bully them? I will be your opponent. Ghost Spider. Although Namor is a fisherman, he is surprisingly fast on land. He stepped forcefully on the ice with both feet, his webbed feet, barefoot, stuck tightly to the smooth ice like suction cups, making his running more stable. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the Ghost Spider, who had killed the most and was the fastest, and punched the Ghost Spider in the face. Fishman Karate. 5,000 watts punch. Fish should stay in the water. If they come ashore, they'll just become salted and dried. Muir, you're a bit out of your mind. Ghost Spider suddenly jumped away, and with his hands reaching to his waist, the black and red Shioshue and the black and white Wadeo Ikamanji fell into his hands, and he chopped down on Muir's head. The sharp aura bursting out from the long sword pierced Namor's skin and caused pain. Dragon Muscle Palm Bottom. He swung his palms like lightning, his thick palms wrapped in pitch-black, armed color domineering, and with two clang sounds, he blocked the two big sharp swords that were coming at him. However, the sharpness of Wado Ikamanji and Shusui still cut his palms, causing them to bleed. Before Namor could fight back, the third-generation Kitetsu, who exuded an evil aura, was swept up by the twisting black hair on the spider demon's head and slashed at Namor's head with a knife. Namor was obviously prepared for the Ghost Spider's strange fighting style. Hit the water. A pool of sticky sea water emerged from his palm, and he swung his hand and shot it out, knocking away the Sandane Kitetsu who was coming to chop him, as well as the Wado Ikamanji and Shusui in the hands of Enigmo. The three swords flew out of Spider Demon's hand, causing the pirates around who saw this scene to applaud and their morale soared. But Muir himself looked at his hands in some surprise. When did I become so powerful? Although Ghost Spider is not strong in his eyes, he's not a weakling either. How could I have knocked his weapon away so easily with just a simple strike of my hand? He was still in a daze. The other captains and pirate captains who were rushing towards this side from a distance suddenly screamed at him. Namor, watch out. Get out of the way. What? Namor was stunned and turned back in confusion. In the corner of his eye, 3 streams of light shot out and instantly appeared in front of him. In a hurry, he only had time to stretch out his hands and grab 2 of them tightly. It's Ghost Spider's knife. After seeing the Wado Ikamanji and Shusui clearly in his hands, Namor was greatly shocked. Before he could figure out why the long swords of Ghost Spider that he had knocked away flew over and attacked him, he felt a sudden pain in the back of his heart. Puff! A flash of blood appeared. A knife tip pierced through Muir's heart from behind, drawing out a stream of blood. How did it possible? Namor looked at his pierced heart in disbelief and looked up at the Ghost Spider opposite him blankly. Magnetic flying knife. Ghost Spider smiled cruelly, hooked his hands, and the third generation of Kitetsu that was inserted into Muir's heart was pulled by a powerful force, pierced forward, and flew towards Ghost Spider with Muir's body. Wado Ikamanji and Shusui, who were caught by Namor, cut off his fingers with a swish sound and flew up, cutting his neck left and right like a pair of scissors at lightning speed. Puff! With a flash of the knife, the dazed expression on Muir's face froze, and his head flew up under the bloodshot eyes of the captains such as Khalil, Izang, Lakio, Buffalo Atmos, and others who were rushing towards him. The hot blood on the neck spurted into the sky like a fountain. Damn it! Namor. A person with special abilities. When did Ghost Spider become a person with special abilities? He is actually a person with special abilities. Namor! No. They screamed in pain on the execution platform. Izang and his companions were shocked, angry, and heartbroken, and they angrily attacked Ghost Spider. But when they just got in front of the Ghost Spider, a hemispherical transparent cover suddenly appeared out of thin air, covering the figures of 5 or 6 captains. What is this? It's not good. Get out. Izang realized that something was wrong and shouted. But it was too late. Room. Batten. Behind Ghost Spider, Doberman hooked his finger in the air. There were no injuries on the bodies of Izo, Lakio, and others. But in front of them, behind them, on their left and right, more than a dozen powerful figures appeared out of thin air. 3 giants and more than a dozen lieutenant generals from the headquarters suddenly appeared and surrounded them. In an instant, they used their weapons and powerful moves that had been ready for use, and hit Izong and his men. Just a moment. Izo, Lakio, Atmos, and Collier, the 4 captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, were besieged from all directions by more than a dozen vice-admirals of the headquarters. The captain of the 13th Division, Buffalo Atmos, because of his huge size, immediately shared most of the attacks with Izo, Lakio, and Khalil behind him. He was also the captain of team by who died the fastest and most miserably. The weapons in the hands of Longzi, Jando, and Lockful hit him at the same time. Because the axe was broken, Longzi was left with only a bare iron axe handle in his hand. But the weight also reached a terrifying 20 tons. You know, the Monkey King's golden cudgel weighs just over 6 tons. The iron axe handle in Longzi's hand is equivalent to 3 golden hoops. In addition, the long swords in the hands of Lockful and Jando each weighed dozens of tons. The unfortunate Buffalo Atmos didn't even have time to scream before being smashed into a pulp by 3 heavy weapons. The situation of Izo, Lakio, and Khalil, who were blocked behind him, was not much better. The 3 were surrounded and attacked by the elite lieutenant generals of the headquarters, including Flying Squirrel, Huashishin, Stalabelli, and Gumir. More than a dozen long swords wrapped in armed color domineering came at the same time, and the 3 were seriously injured in an instant. Seeing that Izo and the other 2 were about to die, Marco, Jaws, and Vista noticed that they wanted to rescue them, but they were powerless. Because their opponents are Kizaru, Akainu, and Hawkeye. Namor, Atmos, Izo. Whitebeard also noticed what happened to his sons. He was heartbroken and clenched his right fist. A white shock wave appeared on his fist and was about to hit Demon Spider. You are thinking of others while you are fighting me, Newgate. You are making me sad. A huge, scaly, and gnarled hand that was swollen like crazy suddenly grabbed his fist and clamped it around his head, extinguishing the earthquake wave he had just triggered in its palm. Then it grabbed his right hand, threw Whitebeard up from the ground, and slammed him heavily onto the square. Hogg, get out of my way. Whitebeard roared madly, and the white shock wave appeared on his right fist again, trying to shake Hogg's big hand away. However, before he could exert any strength, he found that Hogg had already withdrawn and turned around and ran away without showing the image of a strong man at all. Newgate, since you hate me so much, I'll just get out of here. Give it to Ladeo? Something's wrong. Whitebeard frowned, realizing that something was wrong. A red light flashed in his eyes, and he activated his observation hockey to predict the future. Then his expression changed, and he grabbed Song Yunxi in his hand and slashed at the running Hogg without hesitation. Stop it, Hogg. The white earthquake wave flashed on Music Kunakiri and was about to hit Hogg's back. A big foot with magma spewing out of it appeared out of thin air, stepped on the back of Music Kunakiri's knife, and stepped down heavily. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion of Kusukum Slash shattered the ground beneath Whitebeard's feet. Akainu put his hands in his pockets, leaned forward, stepped on Kusagano, and looked at the ugly-looking Whitebeard with a grim smile on his face. It's hard to feel your son's death, isn't it, Whitebeard? Get out of my way, you little lava devil. Whitebeard exerted force, pulled Kusakimi out from under Akainu's feet, and a shock wave emerged on his right fist, which blasted towards Akainu. Akainu grinned fiercely, and his right fist blasted out violently, erupting red magma that covered the sky. Just watch your sons die one after another, Whitebeard. Big Spitfire. Almost at the same time, on the other side, in front of Hogg, Jaws suddenly had a new opponent. Looking at the devil-like Hogg in front of him, he was not surprised but happy. Joza was indeed restricted in his fight against Akainu, who had a strong control over him. Faced with Akainu's brutal attack, he could only resist while wandering around the battlefield, and only with the cover of the Navy could he barely protect himself. But now it's a Hogg. He grinned and punched Hogg, who was running towards him with a smile, with his diamond-like right fist. General Black Dragon, good job. Shining blow. Boom. The air exploded under his heavy punch. At this moment, even if there was a mountain blocking Jaws' way, he had the confidence that he could smash it with one punch. But standing in front of him was not a mountain, but Hogg. A muscular hand stood up straight, with 5 fingers spread out, and grabbed Jaws' diamond fist that was powerful enough to split mountains and rocks. You're so happy that Sakaski ran away, Diamond Jaws. Looking at the stunned Jaws, Hogg grinned, grabbed Jaws' right fist with his big hand, and pulled it back, pulling Jaws' burly and strong body into the air. Then he clenched his fist like lightning and punched Jaws' diamond-shining chest. The magnetic field rotates 120,000 times. Nether Dragon exploding heart fist. The next moment, under the horrified gazes of countless people, Jaws' almost invincible diamond chest was pierced through by Hogg's giant black arm wrapped in dragon scales. A diamond heart, grabbed by a big, muscular hand, blasted out from Jaws' spacious back. Jaws. 99. Chapter 99, Whitebeard Goes Crazy. Earthquakes and Volcanoes. Looking at Jaw's chest that was pierced by Hogg's punch, countless people on both sides of the battlefield were stunned. The same thought emerged from their minds uncontrollably. How is this possible? That's Diamond Jaws, known as the man with the strongest defense in the world. He has the ability to turn his entire body into diamond and has experienced the brutal battles between the four emperors in the New World. In the past, in order to protect his companions, he even faced Big Mom Charlotte Lin Lin and Kaido the Beast. But thanks to his powerful diamond defense, even strong people like Big Mom and Kaido couldn't injure him in a short time. But now, his diamond chest. His chest was first turned into diamond and then covered with strong armament hockey. It was so easily pierced by Hogg's punch. The diamond that was said to have invincible defense was smashed by Hogg's fist and shattered into pieces, turning into countless diamond fragments. They flew out from Jaw's back that was blasted through and pierced through dozens of pirates. Captain Jozu, the pirates of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, who were Jozu's subordinates, looked at the scene stupidly, their heads buzzing, and they felt as if they were in a dream, and it all seemed so unreal. Marco, who was fighting fiercely with Kizaru Vista, who was fighting with Hawkeye, and Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform, all couldn't believe their eyes. They looked at this side with bloodshot eyes and let out heart-wrenching cries of grief. Jaws. Marco wanted to rush over and use his healing flame to save Jaws. But as soon as he flew up, he was kicked back by Kizaru's right leg. Get out of my way, Kizaru. Marco's eyes were red as he pounced again. His body quickly transformed into a phoenix with billowing blue flames and flew high into the sky. Kizaru sighed, glanced at Hogg, who was emitting unparalleled ferocity like a demon in the distance, shook his head slightly, and with a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Marco again and kicked him. I'm sorry, Marco, you better stay here quietly. I'm doing this for your own good. If you go over there, you won't be facing me, but Senior Hogg. Hawkeye on the other side did not continue to stop the angry and sad Vista. Instead, he took the initiative to step back, allowing Vista to grab the 2 knives and rush toward Hogg quickly. No, Jaws. Looking at Jaws, whose chest was pierced by Hogg and even his heart was taken out, Ace's mind went blank. He struggled and roared forward like a madman, dragging the sea stone chains tied to his body, making a rattling sound. The violent struggle left shocking blood marks on his handcuffed hands and feet. A strong pain surged into his heart, but he seemed unaware of it. At this moment, Ace's heart was filled with intense sadness. The immense grief made his chest feel tight, and he could hardly breathe. Fire Fist Ace, calm down. The 2 guards in charge of the execution wanted to come over and pull him away, but he pulled them so hard that they screamed and fell off the execution platform. Fortunately, Garp and Sengoku caught him one by one. Otherwise, if he fell down like that, these 2 Marines with average strength would probably be crippled if not killed. Ace. Looking at Ace, who was in pain and madness, Garp's heart tightened, but he couldn't do anything. At this time, Zhangguo ignored Ace's madness. He just stared at Garp, who was sitting next to him with a corner of his eye, without leaving any trace. Ace couldn't break free from the sea stone handcuffs anyway, so instead of suppressing him with high pressure, it would be better to let him vent. As long as Garp doesn't turn against us, everything will be a small matter. The reason why he, the naval marshal, has not gone down to participate in the war until now. One of the most important reasons is to guard against Garp. Although he fully believed in his old comrades' loyalty to the Navy and their persistence in justice. But what if? Yes, Garp may not take the initiative to abandon the beliefs he has held for his entire life. But what if Ace the Fire Fist begs him as his grandfather? That's hard to say. Whitebeard, who was blocked by a Kainu and failed to prevent the tragedy, stared blankly at Jaw's life force plummeting and finally completely extinguished and went completely mad. Jaws. He even threw away Kusagano's sword. Under Akainu's frowning gaze, blood vessels all over his body bulged. Above his right fist, a white shock wave emerged and expanded rapidly, covering his entire right arm in an instant. The terrifying energy fluctuations emitted made all the people in the field who possessed observation hockey feel the great terror as if a disaster was about to happen. That's not all. What's even more terrifying is, at the same time as the white shock wave emerged, beams of black and red lightning burst out from Whitebeard's tall body. In an instant, a terrifying aura that changed the color of the sky and earth suddenly exploded from Whitebeard's tall body and swept across the world. Under the pressure of this extremely terrifying momentum, the elite navy on the huge battlefield fell down in large numbers. Even major generals and lieutenant generals were unable to resist. They were shocked to the point of dizziness. Their weapons fell, and they knelt on the ground in embarrassment, gasping for breath. Even those as strong as Ghost Spider, Doberman, Flying Squirrel, and others were all dizzy for a moment. Izang and Lakio, who were surrounded by them, took the opportunity to escape for their lives and put some distance between them. Hogg, Navy, I want you to be buried with Jaws. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, Whitebeard punched the void in front of Akainu. The fist fell. The atmosphere crackled into countless dark fissures, like exploding glass. In front of Whitebeard, the air within a radius of hundreds and thousands of meters was cracking and shattering. The moment the crack that tore through 1,000 meters of atmosphere suddenly shattered, a vast impact that could not be described in words erupted. Akainu roared and rushed towards by the Hades dog on Whitebeard's chest couldn't even hold on for a moment before being crushed by the shockwave from Whitebeard's mad fist, and his entire body was crushed into a rain of magma and fire. Whitebeard, who smashed Akainu to pieces with one punch, continued to press down with his right fist the mighty and grand shock wave, under the horrified gazes of countless Navy men, hit the square and the execution platform straight. It seems that no one can stop it. Wow, that's amazing. So strong, Newgate, as expected of the strongest man in the world. But are you underestimating my good disciple? Amidst the huge rumbling and exploding of the earth, Hogg's laughter could not be concealed and resounded over Marineford. He slowly pulled back the arm that had pierced Jaw's chest and let Jaw's lifeless body fall heavily to the ground. Then he turned around, and a series of arcs of electricity exploded on his huge dragon man's body. The whole person disappeared on the spot like a phantom and flashed in front of the huge shock wave blasted out by Whitebeard and punched out with his thick right fist. The fucking magnetic field is spinning at 150,000 horsepower. The dark dragon's sky-shattering roar. In front of Hogg, the ground was shattered like paper, smashed to pieces by two violently colliding shock waves. The huge earthquake wave that Whitebeard launched in rage was unexpectedly offset by Hogg's magnetic field rotation with a force of 150,000 horsepower and was abruptly stopped in front of the execution platform. Almost at the same time he blocked the terrifying shock wave, the vast square in front of Whitebeard, which was shaken by the rolling shock wave, suddenly turned red. The hard rock ground softened in an instant, turning into a huge magma lake with a diameter of hundreds of meters covering the feet of Whitebeard. Without waiting for Whitebeard to react, the huge lava lake gurgled and bulged upward in a terrifying arc, then exploded towards the sky. The square in Marineford seemed to have suddenly turned into a crater. A thick magma column with a diameter of hundreds of meters, like a giant red spear piercing through the sky and earth, rumbled from the ground into the sky, engulfing Whitebeard. Volcano erupt. 100, Chapter 100, The Unknown Demon. Dad. Seeing Whitebeard being engulfed by a huge torrent of magma like a volcanic eruption, all the pirates in the Whitebeard Pirates turned pale with horror and screamed in fear. Ahem. Too strong. Mariah, who was controlling the zombie army created from the corpses of pirates and navy men and charging towards the white pirates, couldn't help but tremble with excitement at the spectacular scene of world destruction before him. Whether it's Admiral Black Dragon, Whitebeard, or Akainu, each one of them is incredibly strong as a ghost or god. Whitebeard is the Earthquake Man, who possesses the Parahuman-type Tremor fruit. He can unleash earthquakes, the most powerful natural disasters in nature. Akainu is a Magma Man with a natural magma fruit, capable of unleashing volcanoes, the most powerful natural disaster in nature. Earthquakes and volcanoes are both the strongest natural disasters. Which one is stronger? It really makes us wait and see. His laughter caused Blackman, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 6th Division, to attack him angrily. Shut up, Moria. Blackman, I advise you to worry about your father and your companions. Admiral Black Dragon and Akainu have gone on a killing spree. I don't think there's any need for the other navy to intervene. Just the two of them are enough to wipe out your Whitebeard Pirates. Mariah didn't fight hard at all and turned into a shadow to escape. His words were like a sharp knife, stabbing Blackman and making his face turn pale. He looked around at the battlefield. It was discovered that the 50,000-strong army of the Whitebeard Pirates had already been shattered by the Navy and scattered across the vast ice surface. The ice was covered with blood and corpses. There are pirates and there are Navy, but there are obviously more pirates. And they just lost no more. Lost Atmos. Lost Jaws. The war had only lasted for a few dozen minutes, but their Whitebeard Pirates suffered irreparable huge losses. But the goal of saving Ace is nowhere in sight. Even now, they haven't been able to get onto the square to fight. While Blackman was lost in thought, the ice beneath his feet suddenly began to vibrate violently. Many pirates and Navy officers who were fighting each other were knocked down by the shock. A deafening roar of anger came from behind him. "Asshole Marines, how dare you kill Captain Jaws? Oz will never forgive you." Oz. Blackman turned around in surprise and saw a huge figure about 50 or 60 meters tall, stomping on the entire ice surface so hard that the earth was shaking. He took a step forward and covered dozens of meters. He grabbed a 50-meter-long machete and rushed towards Marineford Square. Wherever he passed, pirates and Navy officers panicked and hid, fearing that they would be trampled to death by his huge feet. It's huge. It's the demon of Yungwa. They're so much bigger than the average giant. There's no way to stop them. Mariah was pleasantly surprised. Descendants of Oz, that's great. Oz was destroyed, and now you're going to give me a new one. I won't let you hurt Oz. Upon hearing this, Blackman pulled out a sledgehammer from his chin and smashed it at Mariah. "Are you annoying? I told you to mind your own business. The Black Dragon General is coming to kill us." Moria screamed and ran away. "What?" Blackman was startled and looked around quickly. Then he saw Hogg. Hogg was still in the square in front of the execution platform, seemingly watching the fight between Akainu and Whitebeard, and did not continue to attack them for the time being. This made Blackman feel a little relieved. "Dad." He looked at Whitebeard again. Earlier, Whitebeard was hit and swallowed by the lava lake erupting from under his feet. The armament hockey covering his body was consumed a lot by the washing of the massive magma. As a result, the skin and muscles of the body were burned in many places by the magma. It looks extremely scary. But Whitebeard was not seriously injured. A large amount of blue flames quickly burst out from his tall body. The blue flames wrapped around his entire body, but did not continue to burn his body. On the contrary, the parts of his body that were burned by Akainu's magma healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye under the burning of these blue flames. Blackman knew that it was the healing flame that Marco had stored in his father beforehand. With this healing power, Dad's body should be able to last longer, right? As I thought about this, a shadow passed over my head. A large green foot passed over his and Moria's heads. It's Little Oz. Just when Blackman was about to remind Little Oz to be careful of the insidious guy Moria, he saw that the direction Little Oz was heading was where Hogg was. Little Oz stared at Hogg with angry eyes and raised the 50-meter-long sword in his hand high up, ready to chop down Hogg. This sight frightened Blackman to death. "Oz, no, you are no match for him. Come back quickly." He rushed over with his hands and feet waving, trying to stop the impulsive Oz. But how could Oz, whose heart was filled with sadness and anger, listen? "I will never forgive anyone who dares to hurt us. I want revenge for Captain Namor, Captain Atmos, and Captain Jaws. I want to rescue Captain Ace. Damn the Navy. Die." The huge machete fell from the sky like a city wall, bringing up a whistling wind with an astonishing sound, waking up Hogg, who was watching the deadly fight between Akainu and Whitebeard. He looked up. Harold." "No, it's a demon. I thought it was Harold who came." He opened his right hand, and a heavy blood-red sword flew out from nowhere and landed in his hand. He raised it with one hand and held away, gently stopped the 50-meter-long sword that was about to be chopped down. "If it was Harold's attack, I would have paid more attention, but you are a demon and the foolish son of that Newgate." The blood-red giant sword in Hogg's hand was raised little by little. No matter how Little Oz roared and pressed down, no matter how the veins in his arms bulged and his muscles bulged, no matter how he raised his huge body, which was 50 or 60 meters tall, and pressed down on Hogg, he could not suppress Hogg's nonchalant hand. "You, a foolish demon, have you figured out the difference between our strengths and weaknesses?" With a light swing of his hand, Hogg knocked the big knife in Little Oz's hand high into the air. The enormous force even pushed Little Oz's body, which was as huge as a mountain, back a few steps, and he almost fell on the ice. "Oz, run away." On the execution platform, Ace watched this scene, his worry rising to his throat. "Run, Oz. You are no match for him. Escape." Blackman, Marco, Vista, and others were also shouting. They were worried and angry. They were worried that something might happen to Oz. He was also angry that Oz was so stupid that he even dared to attack Hogg. Even Jaws was killed with one punch. "Why are you here to cause trouble?" Hogg was just about to strike with his sword and cut the unknown demon in front of him into 2 pieces. Suddenly, Mariah's shrill voice sounded. General Black Dragon, can you please leave me an intact corpse? I want to use it to create zombies." Hogg looked up and saw Moria looking at him with anticipation and nervousness. Looking at the zombie army behind Moria, Hogg raised the corners of his mouth and smiled at him in Moria's surprised gaze. Although the smile was a little creepy, it scared him so much that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "No problem, Gecko Mariah. Although you are the weakest among the 7 warlords, you have worked the hardest in this war. This demon's corpse will serve as my thank you gift to you." "Really? Thank you, General Black Dragon." Moria was ecstatic. Then a red light flashed in his eyes and a puffing sound came from his ears. When he looked up in astonishment, he saw the huge body of Little Oz, as big as a mountain, falling over on its back like a golden mountain or a jade pillar. In the middle of his huge head, there suddenly appeared a hole that went all the way through. With a whoosh, a long string of red and white Akron swords came out. Drawing a long arc in air, Hogg grabbed it and slashed at the furious Vista. "You're also a clueless fellow." Flower Sword Vista. 101. Chapter 101 Kill Hogg. Oz. Damn Black Dragon. He actually gave Oz. Rose Rondo. With murderous intent, Vista rushed forward, waving 2 long swords and slashing at Hogg's head. Sharp sword slashes burst out from the 2 long swords in his hands, transforming into roses that seemed sad and beautiful but were actually full of murderous intent and slashed toward Hogg. Flamboyant. However, Hogg only held the sword in one hand and slashed it vertically. With just the violent force, he cut out a sword energy that was hundreds of meters long and shot up into the sky, which cut off the sword intent of Vista and crushed it easily. The massive slash, like a shark's dorsal fin slicing through the sea, split the earth and struck Vista. Vista raised his 2 swords to try to block it, but he was unable to do so and was chopped away. "Vista. Bastard. Let's go together. Kill him. Avenge Jaws and Oz." Hundreds of pirates around rushed over with roars, and all of them attacked Hogg. Among them, the remaining captains of the Whitebeard Pirates and more than a dozen captains of the vassal pirate groups all rushed over. Judging from their posture, they are determined to surround and kill Hogg, who killed Jaws and Oz. Everyone attacked together. "We must not let this lunatic act recklessly again. Kill him, then join Dad and charge into the square to rescue Ace. Then we'll leave together and return to the New World." A heavy ball with a chain flew over and was caught by the captain of the 7th team, Rakuyo, and smashed it hard on Hogg's head. Blenheim, the captain of the 9th squad, who was over 10 meters tall and looked like a giant, grabbed a huge long sword and slashed at Hogg's waist and abdomen, trying to cut him in half. Captain of the 10th Division, Coulier, and Captain of the 16th Division, Izo, fired flintlock bullets at Hogg together. The bullets were wrapped with jet-black armed color domineering and were more powerful than ordinary heavy artillery, with strong penetrating power and destructive power. There is also Captain Harda of the 12th Division, who is also a master of swordsmanship. Captain Speedkill of the 14th Division, holding a spear. Captain Fossa of the 15th Division, holding a flaming sword. And the giant Vortex Spider Squad holding a long sword. Thunderlord Magugai holding a lightning sword. Twin brother to Carbon. Night Ranger Doma, whose strength is comparable to that of a vice admiral. These pirates are famous in the New World and even the whole world. Pirate captains with bounties of hundreds of millions of berries. Nearly 20 powerful pirates whose strength was comparable to or even surpassed that of the vice admirals of the headquarters, rushed towards Hogg alone. In addition, there were hundreds and thousands of ordinary pirates rushing towards them from the periphery. There is also Flower Sword Vista, who comes back and roars to attack again. It can be said that except for Marco, who was restrained by Kazuru, and Whitebeard, who was restrained by Akainu, almost all the remaining senior officers and combat forces in the Whitebeard Pirates are here. This scene. Even Mariah, who was always arrogant, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling when Doflamingo saw this. Damn Whitebeard Pirates. Hurry up and support Admiral Black Dragon. The surrounding Navy officers saw this, and their faces changed. They shouted and rushed over to support Hogg. Stop them. Don't let them pass. However, the surrounding pirates rushed up desperately at this time and entangled the Navy who wanted to go to support Hogg. Some pirates laughed grimly. Just watch your Black Dragon Admiral die under the swords of the captains. Kill him, captains. Captains, Avenge Captain Jaws and Captain Oz. Kill the Black Dragon General. Kill. Amid the pirates' crazy shouting, Hogg plunged the blood-red sword in his hand into the ground at his feet. He slowly reached out, took out a cigar from the pocket of his elastic military pants that had not been stretched by the transformation, and put it in his mouth. He snapped his fingers, lit the cigar, and took a deep drag. As the smoke drifted, Hogg narrowed his eyes slightly. Next moment, swords, spears, sledgehammers, chains, bullets and rockets wrapped in pitch-black domineering power poured down on his tall body like a violent storm. Clang, clang, clang. Crack, crack, crack. Boom, boom, boom. Hogg stood there, completely overwhelmed by the attacks of more than 20 captains and captains. Various slashing blows, exploding shells, and roaring bullets exploded continuously on his tall body. The aftermath of the attack alone tore the ground around Hogg. The Navy, who were blocked in the distance and unable to come to support, were furious. General Black Dragon. General Hogg. The pirates laughed heartily, feeling relieved. Ha, die, bastard Black Dragon. Let the captains dismember you. In front of Ghost Spider, the mountain was on fire. Lieutenant General Storabelly and others looked at Ghost Spider and Doberman, who looked calm and could not help but frown, and said, "Shouldn't we go over and provide support, General Hogg?" Support? Support whom? Support the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates? Stop joking. Who do you think Fire Mountain is? Or do you think we can kill Whitebeard together? Ghost Spider sneered, turned around, controlled the 3 swords, and together with Doberman, rushed into the group of pirates, stirring up a bloody storm. Hiwashishin and the others were left looking at each other in bewilderment. A full 3 minutes passed. Where Hogg is? The captains were still attacking Hogg crazily. But gradually, as the fight went on, confusion, disbelief, and fear appeared on their faces. How is this possible? This guy, what kind of monster is this guy? Why is he not hurt at all? My slash is enough to cut through ships and steel easily. Why can't even his skin? Even his scales can't be cut. No. This guy's not human. We can't defeat him at all. Watching their 20 or so captains and captains launch violent attacks for 3 consecutive minutes. But Hogg didn't even have a bit of skin or a scale broken. Looking at Hogg, whose body was covered with a domineering aura flowing like black flames, and whose body was as tall and majestic as a demon king or a devil. Looking at Hogg, who was still puffing smoke and smoking a cigar despite being attacked by them with all his strength. Everyone's expressions became dull. Gradually, the captains of the vassal pirate groups, led by the giant Spider Squad and the Thunderlord Magaguggy, were the first to give up and could not help but have the urge to escape. No, the man in front of me is so scary. This physical defense, this armed color is so domineering. This is no longer a physical body and domineering power that humans can possess. Looking at Hogg in front of them, a familiar figure, a burly figure that was extremely similar to the man in front of them, gradually emerged in their minds. Kaido. This guy is definitely an indestructible monster like Kaido. No, this guy is scarier than Kaido. Not even Captain Vista can break through his hockey defense. Run. Facing a monster like this, no one in the entire Whitebeard Pirates can defeat him except Dad. When the long knife in his hand was bounced off Hogg's neck again, the giant Spider Squad could no longer suppress the fear in his heart and turned around and ran away. As he ran away, the captains of other vassal pirate groups also turned around and fled with him. Even several squad leaders panicked and took a few steps back involuntarily. Only Vista was still slashing at Hogg with his 2 swords, his eyes full of stubbornness and madness that refused to believe in evil. Only then did Hogg light another cigar and put it in his mouth, slowly grinning, revealing a row of sharp fangs. You guys ought to have had enough fun, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the tall and majestic figure disappeared from the spot. Where did he go? Damn it! Where did he go? The captain and the captains looked around anxiously, frantically searching for Hogg's trace. Boom! The ground behind him shook violently, and a huge figure slammed in front of the captains of the vassal pirate group, who were fleeing in panic. Point 2, muscular hands grabbed Squad the giant Spider and Magaguggy the Thunderlord in their heads and picked them up like chickens. Let me go! Let me go, you monster! Squad and the other man screamed in panic and quickly swung their swords at Hogg's wrist. However, Hogg just clasped his fingers together. Pa! It was like squeezing 2 tomatoes to pieces, Squard and Magoogie, two famous pirate captains in the New World under the Whitebeard Pirates, had their entire upper bodies crushed by Hogg's big hands. Blood splattered, staining Hogg's grinning face. Now it's my turn. 102, Chapter 102. Hogg is going crazy. Skewered, Magoogie, in the pirate's terrified and angry eyes. The giant vortex spider Squard and the thunderlord Magoogie, their entire upper bodies, including their heads, were shattered and exploded under Hogg's big hand. Thick blood was squeezed and splashed everywhere, covering the heads and faces of the surrounding pirates. The fleeing pirates were frightened and stunned. Devil. He's a devil. They're not human at all. They're monsters. We can't possibly defeat a monster like that. Run, run. Watching Squard and Magoogie die tragically in an instant. The pirate captains who had been following the two men and were the first to turn and flee were terrified. They fled in panic, running for their lives in different directions. They had never fought so hard before, just to escape from this nightmarish hell, from the clutches of the devil in front of me. At this moment, the pirates had only one thought in their minds. That is to escape from here. Escape from Marineford. Back to the New World. In front of my own life, in front of extreme fear, Dadace and friends, all of them, stay away from me, if possible. They even hoped that the monster Hogg would not chase them next. Looking at the captains of the vassal pirate groups who were fleeing in panic, Vista, Izo, Lakio, and others who were still gathered together shouted hurriedly, "Don't run around. Everyone gather together. As long as we unite and advance and retreat together, even Hogg will not be able to kill us all easily." They shouted until they were hoarse. But who can listen at this moment? The deaths of Squade and Magoogie had already frightened them to death. Then the nightmarish hellish scenes began to unfold one after another. An unstoppable show. Buzz, 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 whoosh. The blood-red sword Akron, which was stuck in the ground by Hogg, rose from the ground with a flash of electric arc, whizzed past Vista and others, and chopped up a dozen pirates, blocking the way with unstoppable force. With a snap, it was grabbed by Hogg's open hand. He shook his wrist, and the 5-meter-long blood-red sword vibrated rapidly, rubbing against the air and burning with flames, and then he swung it to his side casually. Swish! A flaming slash dozens of meters long burst out of thin air and swept across the side in an arc. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the fleeing pirates fell down like felled trees and wheat, not throwing the whole person to the ground. Instead, it was cut in half by a huge blow. Broken arms and limbs flew in the air, and heads rolled. Some pirates have strong vitality and do not die immediately even if they are cut in half. He still had the strength to lie on the ground, howling miserably. Dragging his mutilated body, with flames burning on it, he crawled on the ground like a zombie, leaving a long bloody trail. It makes people on both sides of the enemy's side feel their scalps tingle. Hogg's face showed an intoxicated expression. Holding the blood-red sword, he, with a tall body of more than 10 meters, moved sideways and crashed into the group of pirates who were terrified to the extreme. A series of crackling explosions. Dozens of pirates screamed, their bodies twisted and flew backwards, and some died in midair, vomiting blood. Knight Ranger Doma? There was a monkey standing on the shoulder of the Ranger Doma, who was holding 2 swords in his hands. He looked at Hogg, who jumped in front of him with unwillingness and fear in his eyes. "Damn it, there are so many people. Why are they chasing me? Bastard Black Dragon." In response to him, there came a blood-red sword slashing across. The huge sword swept through the air in front of him, making a humming sound. To Doma, it was like the god of death announcing his death. "Don't underestimate me, Black Dragon." He roared and slashed with both swords. The monkey squatting on his shoulder also screamed and pounced on Hogg's face. Base. The broad swords swept across him. His body, along with the 2 swords in his hands, were irresistibly cut open and severed. Shichichi. His monkey jumped in front of Hogg, squeaking strangely and stretching out its claws, ready to grab Hogg's face. Bang! A scaly dragon tail swept from behind Hogg and hit the monkey's thin body, exploding it in midair into a ball of blood-red flocks. Doma. Vista's shouting had not yet subsided. Hogg killed the Ranger Doma with 1 sword, and his huge figure disappeared again. When he appeared again, another pirate captain was cut into 2 pieces by Akron, along with his sword. On the huge battlefield, a bloody storm broke out. Everyone only saw Hogg, who was charging into the crowd of panicked pirates as if he was in an empty space, swinging his great sword and sweeping it around, like mowing grass, madly reaping the lives of the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates, facing his great sword. Not to mention ordinary pirates. Even the captains of the vassal pirate groups with bounties of 200 million, 300 million, 300 million, or 400 million belly were completely powerless to resist. They couldn't even hold out for one round and would be killed instantly. Elder brother. Another head flew up. The younger brother of the Carbon brothers looked at his brother's headless body, howled in pain, and swung his claws desperately to grab Hogg. Base. A bloody phantom swept past him, and his hands were broken at the elbows. Before he could scream, the bloody phantom swept across his neck, chest, abdomen, and legs. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, his body collapsed like a toppled building block and scattered all over the ground. Only then did Hogg stop slaughtering, stood in a sea of corpses and blood, and wanted to take out a cigar and light it. However, when he took the cigar box out of his trouser pocket, he found now the box of cigars has been soaked with sticky blood. Dry. Hogg threw away his cigar in disappointment, carried the blood-stained Akron on his shoulder with one hand, and walked towards Bista and others who were full of grief and anger, and as if facing a great enemy, leaving bloody footprints with every step. Izo Lakio, go. I'll stop him. Bista grabbed his two swords, walked out of the team of several squad leaders, and went to face Hogg alone. Don't be impulsive, Vista. You are no match for him. Let's go together, fight side by side. Izo and the others certainly disagreed and chased after him. Vista turned around angrily and roared, Go. Do you want to die with me? Let's die. Who's afraid? We are the Whitebeard Pirates. Rakuyo also roared. Vista was so angry that he pointed his long sword at him. Are you idiots? Is this a question of whether you are afraid of death? This is a question of whether death is meaningful. Ace has not been rescued yet. If we all fall here, what will happen to Ace? What will happen to Dad? If you still recognize me as the captain of the 5th Division, then listen to me. Leave here immediately and find a way to rescue Ace. Ace. Hearing Ace's name, Lakio, Izo, and the others hesitated. They all turned their heads and looked towards the execution platform. There, Ace rested his head on the ground, his shoulders shaking as he let out painful sobs, crying bitterly for the deaths of his companions one after another. He seemed to have heard Vista's roar. He suddenly raised his head, looked over here with tearful eyes, and screamed, No, don't come to save me. I beg you. Please leave quickly. Leave here quickly. I beg you. Everyone, Dad. Ace. Hearing Ace's painful and guilty cry, the hesitation in the hearts of Lakio and others instantly became firm. That's right. We have to rescue Ace first no matter what. Vista, you have to hold on. We'll come help you once we rescue Ace. Without hesitation, they grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the execution platform. Leaving Bista alone, holding two swords, he rushed towards Hogg. His face was filled with determination. I'll keep you here even if I have to bet everything on you. That's what I wanted to say, flower sword Vista. Before Vista could finish his words, a blood-red long sword came whistling and slashed heavily on his double swords, causing a burst of sparks. Vista looked up in astonishment. Rain Shiryu? Shiryo's uniform was already soaked with blood. He didn't respond to Vista's anger, but turned his head slightly and bowed slightly to Hogg, who was walking towards him. General Hogg, please hand him over to me. I'll give you this chance, Shilu. Hogg, carrying a sword, brushed past him without looking back. This is your last chance that if you can't win, if I don't win, I will die. Shilu bared his teeth and looked at Vista with a ferocious face. Very good. 103. Chapter 103. Whitebeard is furious and everything turns upside down. Get out of my way. Rain Shiryu. Dual blade style rose dance. Seeing Hogg walking by and chasing after Lakio, Izo, and the others who were running away, Vista panicked. He roared and tried his best to display his powerful sword skills, slashing out an overwhelming sword energy rose, which whizzed toward Shilio, who was blocking the way in front of him. Tread over my dead body, flower sword Vista. Shilio is even crazier than him. Facing Vista's furious slash, he didn't even try to dodge. He let the sharp sword-shaped roses hit him like raindrops, splashing blood all over his tall body. He seemed to feel no pain. With a distorted face, he held the demon sword Leiyu and slashed at Vista frantically with one blow after another. It's a completely reckless fighting style. Under his desperate attack, Vista was unable to escape for a while and was entangled by Shilua. He looked behind him in despair, just in time to see Hogg swinging the blood-red sword in his hand, chopping down the captain of the 15th Division, Fossa, who was holding a flaming sword, into the dust along with the sword. Looking at Fossa, whose blood was splattered and whose body was cut in half, Vista opened his mouth in confusion, unable to make a sound, until a sharp pain came from his abdomen. "You look down on me?" Shilio grabbed Leyu and stabbed him in the abdomen, his face covered in blood, twisted with shame and anger. "You look down on me, too? How dare you look down on me?" Shilu's eyes were red, and he grabbed Leyu's hands and twisted them wildly, trying to crush Vista's internal organs. "I'm going to kill you, Flower Sword Vista. You lunatic. Shilu of Rain. You are the same as that guy Black Dragon. You are both lunatics. Get away from me." Vista groaned in pain, kicked Shilu in the chest, kicked Shilu away, and then slashed wildly with the two swords in his hands, cutting two deep wounds on the flying Shilu's body that could be seen to the bone. Then he wanted to turn around and support Lakio and the others. However, just as he took 2 steps, a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. Blood gushed out from his pierced abdomen, quickly staining his clothes red. His legs went weak, and he fell to his knees with a thud. "How dare you look down on me? How dare you look down on me? I'm angry. I'm furious. Fuck Vista. I want you dead. I want you dead." Behind him, Shilio's crazy voice came again, like a haunted evil spirit. Vista knelt on the ground, covering his bleeding abdomen, watching Hogg, who was still killing people. After he cut off the legs of the captain of the 14th Division, Phoebe Dokiel, his head was buzzing. He looked around at the battlefield. The Whitebeard Pirates are on the verge of total collapse. The Navy, led by Hogg and Akainu, is rapidly devouring and strangling their forces. 43 vassal pirate groups have been killed to pieces, and blood flowed like a river. The squad leaders also died one after another under Hogg's butcher knife. On the execution platform, Ace, whom they wanted to rescue, was still out of reach. In the square far away, Dad was still being harassed by the mad dog Akainu. The power of the earthquake and volcano has destroyed half of Marineford. "Daddy, I'm old after all. If he was still young, if he was still at his peak, how could a mere Akainu stop him?" Unfortunately, there is no if. The more Vista looked, the more desperate he became. The overall outcome of this war seems to have been decided. It seemed that the failure of the Whitebeard Pirates was already doomed. Complete failure. This time, they came here but failed to achieve their goal of rescuing Ace. It is also very likely that the entire Whitebeard Pirates will be buried here. And all this is just because of those 2 people. Those 2 brutal Marines. 2 lunatics. 2 monsters. 2 admirals. Black Dragon and Akainu. Dad. Vista, who was in extreme despair and pain, suddenly stood up from the ground regardless of his injuries, swung his sword with a ferocious face, and slashed at Shilio, who was rushing towards him like a mad dog, while shouting in grief and anger. "Dad, please do something. Even if it's revenge, at least let these damn Marines feel the pain of losing their comrades. Only you, Dad, can make them feel the pain." Vista's grief-stricken scream echoed over Marineford, making Ace on the execution platform cry, and Sengoku change color. He hurriedly looked towards where Whitebeard was. Then I saw Whitebeard's tall body standing like a sculpture on the ground that had turned into magma. Whitebeard stood upright, leaning on Kusuno Kiri with one hand. Facing Akainu's fierce attack and the ferocious magma dog hitting his chest, he remained indifferent. He staggered backward, but his eyes did not look at Akainu at all. Instead, he was looking at Hogg and the corpses of the pirates who had died tragically on the ground. Skewered. Maguge. Doma. Descartes. Fossa. Speedo kill. Chis. 2 lines of hot tears flowed silently from Whitebeard's eyes, flowed down, and dripped onto the hot lava ground, turning into white steam. His tall frame began to turn red, like being cooked in boiling water. The skin all over the body was burning hot, blood vessels were bulging, and muscles were bulging. He still didn't say anything, but just put Song Yunxie aside, slowly stretched out 2 big hands with bulging blue veins, spread out his 5 fingers, grabbed the void, and pulled it out hard. Seeing his actions, Zhangguo's face changed in horror, and he couldn't help but yelled, "Damn it! Whitebeard is going crazy! Hogg, Akainu Kazuru, stop him quickly! Akiji, where are you? Freeze him quickly! Don't let him do anything wrong! Dog bites red Len." Akainu's eyes were icy, and his right fist roared like a magma vicious dog, and he punched Whitebeard's exposed chest. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of Whitebeard's mouth. A sunken scorch mark was burned on his chest by the boiling magma. His tall body shook violently, but he did not retreat an inch. He grabbed the big hand in the void and continued to pull down steadily. In the distance, Kizura flew up and was about to shoot the laser in his hand, but Marco blocked it with his body without hesitation. Further away, Akiji seemed to want to rush over, but the distance was too far, and it was obviously too late. And Hogg? He was still killing the captains of the white team one by one with his sword. He seemed oblivious to Whitebeard's crazy behavior. Hogg, stop him. Forget about those frightened captains. Stop Whitebeard. Zhonghua was still yelling. But Hogg ignored him. Fuck you. His face was ferocious, and he swept his sword across, cutting the rushing Lakio into 2 pieces. The sword turned again and slashed diagonally, splitting Yizong and his gun into 2 pieces. Fuck you. He spun his body again, threw away the bloody sword in his hand, reached out and grabbed Blenheim, the captain of the 9th Squad who was rushing towards him with a roar, pulled his hands and tore them apart. With a hiss, Blenheim's tall body was torn into 2 halves by him. A torrential downpour of blood fell, splashing all over Hogg's face. He looked at the execution platform, at Sengoku, at Garp, and at Akiji with a gloomy face. An uncontrollable feeling of dissatisfaction and rage surged wildly from his heart. Boom, boom. The ground beneath my feet began to tremble and roar. As Whitebeard grabbed the void with his 2 big hands and pulled down heavily, the entire Marineford, and even the frozen sea hundreds of kilometers outside, began to tilt at this moment. Whether friend or foe. The armies of both sides were like ants. As the ground and ice surface cracked, bulged, and tilted, they slid into the cracks in the ground in panic and fear and fell into the sea. The towering fortress of justice cracked with a snap, and the seagull sculpture symbolizing peace broke and fell from the top of the fortress. The scaffold tilted and fell to the ground. Countless huge cracks appeared on the entire island of Marineford. Under the horrified gazes of countless people around the world, the entire island turned over and tilted to 60 or 70 degrees. Whitebeard was furious. Everything is turned upside down. 104. Chapter 104. Master-Disciple Alliance. The prison break team arrives. Hogg is very unhappy. Hogg was very unhappy. Hogg is super unhappy. He originally thought that the current Marine headquarters, no matter how unsatisfactory it was not to his liking. But in the face of major issues of right and wrong, in the face of matters concerning the life and death of countless Marines, in the face of war, some people should always be able to recognize their position, fulfill their duties conscientiously, and stand united against the outside world. However, damn this huge Navy headquarters. There are 6 top fighters on the same stage, and they have spent more than a month preparing for war in advance. Facing a mere Whitebeard Pirates, they fought like this. Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Kizuru, Akiji, and him. A total of 6 top-level combat forces. Even the Rock's pirates at their peak aren't this powerful. It was so difficult to even defeat the Whitebeard Pirates. And he is an old and frail man with a white beard. Hogg finally saw it. Among the 6 top fighters, only he and Akainu and his apprentice are fighting desperately. Everyone else is just fucking paddling. Kizuru is better. Because he owed him a favor in Shampoo Land, he was able to stop the White Group General Marco. But what about Akiji? The entire war started with a big move. Then, that's all. I don't know where the fuck everyone has gone. There is also the Warring States period. After this war, all we could hear was him shouting and yelling on the execution platform. The dignified naval marshal was frightened by a white-bearded man. Make it look like the real thing. The mighty Buddha Warring States, who was able to fight against Whitebeard and Golden Lion, can now only scream like a ghost while standing on the execution platform. Like fucking trash. As for Garp, never mind. Hogg was too lazy to talk to him. Don't be too harsh. The old guy didn't turn against us on the spot, which was already giving the Navy face. If it were him, he would have jumped up, blown Zhonghua's head off, and rescued his grandson. Looking at the chaotic battlefield in front of him, Hogg suddenly felt a little bored. He felt very bored. At the same time, a nameless anger continued to surge out from the bottom of his heart. The thought deep in my heart is becoming more urgent and more determined. The Navy nowadays is rotten. He was extremely disappointed. It's time for a revolution. A complete innovation. You beast! I'm going to kill you. Blackman, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 6th Division, brandished a sledgehammer and rushed toward Hogg again. However, Hogg ignored him and turned away, allowing his sledgehammer to hit his back, but he was knocked away. Blackman fell on the sloping ground and looked at Hogg's receding back with a blank and empty look in his eyes. Why? Why don't you kill me? Why? You beastly black dragon! Come and kill me if you dare! He screamed in grief and anger, like a madman. On the surrounding ground, cold, lifeless corpses were sliding powerlessly along the sloping ground, bit by bit, towards a cracked underground abyss. They were his companions and family members with whom he had lived day and night for decades. In my ears, the earth-shattering roar continued. That was Dad going crazy, constantly using earth-shattering earthquake waves to attack the execution platform and the Navy. The Fortress of Justice behind the execution platform had been completely shattered and collapsed, turning into a ruin. The furious Whitebeard was unstoppable. He swung his fist with shock waves, blowing away pieces of the Navy and constantly approaching the execution platform. After fighting with Whitebeard for a long time, Akainu, who was already injured in many places, was about to chase him again, but he caught a glimpse of Hogg, who had regained his human form, slowly walking towards him from a distance. He frowned, a little displeased. You clearly had the opportunity to stop Whitebeard just now. Why didn't you do it? Because I don't want to. Hogg's answer was more direct than Akainu had expected. Why? He frowned even more tightly, and the look he gave Hogg had changed from displeasure to murderous intent. I need an explanation from you. Hogg placed his big hand on his shoulder, raised the corner of his mouth, and revealed a sneer, looking at the Zhangguo, who was a little flustered because of Whitebeard's approach. Sakaski, aren't you disgusted with the current state of the Marine headquarters? Look, in the current Marine headquarters, besides you and me, who else is working wholeheartedly for the Navy? Nagging, sanctimonious, disloyal, and those who try to take advantage of the situation. This is the current state of the Navy's top brass. With this bunch of maggots around, even if we give the Navy another 800 years, let alone 10 or 20 years, there's no way they'll be able to end this era of pirates. Akainu looked at Hogg with cold eyes. What do you want to say? Hogg put his arm around his shoulders and grinned. I'd like to suggest that we work together as master and apprentice. I formally invite you to participate in my new naval plan. When this war is over, you and I will work together as master and apprentice to completely control the entire Navy headquarters. I'll be the marshal and you the admiral. How do you do that? No. Akainu snorted coldly and broke free from his hand. Hogg was stunned. Why not? You kid, you don't want to hang out with them, do you? You really make me the master sad. Sakaski? No. Unexpectedly, Akainu sneered, crossed his arms, and said, What I mean is, I will be the marshal. Huh. Hogg was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses, and the expression on his face gradually became interesting. Finally, he laughed out loud. Ha ha. Interesting, interesting. You are worthy of me, my good disciple Sakaski. I thought you disagreed because of your mother-in-law. Who would have thought that your ambition to become a marshal is the same as mine, master? He approached Akainu, who looked indifferent, and grinned, saying, It's not impossible for me to give you the position of marshal, but you have to promise me one condition. What conditions? Be my adopted son and call me adoptive father. Go to hell, Hades. Akainu's lava-spewing fist smashed down directly. Hogg was startled and quickly dodged. Quack, Sakaski. Are you planning to kill your father? Akainu's face darkened, he clenched his fists and stared at Hogg fiercely. If you say another damn word, I'll kill you, you old devil. Oh my, this is so scary, Sakaski. Okay, master, I surrender. Is it not okay for me to surrender? Hogg raised his hands in surrender, helplessly. Watching Akainu snort coldly and turn away, Hogg smiled with satisfaction. Since you're also a marshal, then there's nothing we can do. Let's have a duel between master and disciple. Whoever wins becomes marshal. That's fair, don't you think? Sakaski? Akainu didn't answer, but he didn't attack Whitebeard again. Instead, he turned around and killed the remaining pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hey, what a tsundere guy, just like when he was a kid. Hogg sighed, then suddenly uttered an exclamation, turning around to look at the top of Marineford, which was tilted 70 degrees and almost turned upside down. Above everyone's head, a warship was seen sliding rapidly towards Marineford, sticking to the same tilted and upright ice surface. On the warship, there stood a large group of prisoners in black and white uniforms, as well as several figures with strong auras. A one-armed boy wearing a straw hat stood in front of everyone, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "Ace." 105, Chapter 105, Brotherly Love. This warship that suddenly slid down from the ice towards Marineford did not attract much attention from either side of the war. Because Whitebeard was angry, he almost overturned the entire Marineford with an earthquake. The sea surface within a radius of dozens of kilometers was divided, with bulges and tilts rising and falling one after another. Therefore, many of the warships and pirate ships that were originally parked outside the Marineford Bay also overturned and fell like this sliding warship. What attracted everyone's attention was the lineup on this warship. Anyone who is not blind can see that those guys in prison uniforms standing on the warship are definitely not Navy. And with the one-armed boy in the straw hat shouting with anxiety and worry, the originally extremely chaotic battlefield suddenly became quiet for a short time. No matter how sad and angry he was madly charging at the execution platform, fighting against warring states who had turned into a golden Buddha and trying to rescue Whitebeard from Ace. It's better to roll up your sleeves and prepare to help your old friend to fight against Whitebeard's Garp. Or Ace, who was crushed by the collapsed execution platform, lying on the rubble, unable to get up, with tears streaming down his face. Or maybe it was Smoker, Tashiji, Kobe, Bellameber, Akiji, Kizru, Mariah, who recognized the Straw Hat Boy. Surprised gazes gathered from all corners of the battlefield and focused on the young man who was standing at the bow of the warship and shouting anxiously. At this moment, this unprepossessing young man seemed to have become the focus of the entire audience, as if he was born to be the protagonist. Luffy, Luffy? Looking at Luffy standing on the warship and constantly calling his name, Ace was shocked at first, and his heart was pounding with disbelief. Then he noticed Luffy's empty left arm, and a feeling of pity suddenly surged in his heart. Luffy, why are you here, your arm? Ace, that's great. Finally I get to see you. Luffy, who had gone through hardships and escaped death and Impel Down, was so excited that tears filled his eyes after hearing Ace's response. But Ace noticed the white-haired figure standing in front of the warship. That figure was undoubtedly the biggest nightmare of his life. Seeing Luffy crying with joy, instead of being surprised, he looked extremely panicked. Luffy, this is not the place for you. Get out of here. Leave now. Luffy was stunned. Why? I came to save you, Ace. Who needs you to save me? We all have our own partners and our own adventures. Even if something happens, it is our own partners who will save us. I have my own partners. There is no need for you to interfere. Seeing the disappointment in Luffy's eyes, Ace felt even more pain in his heart. But at this time, he could only grit his teeth and shout angrily. He just hoped Luffy could get away from here as soon as possible. This place is too dangerous for him. However, Ace still underestimated how stubborn his younger brother could be. Luffy clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, and his rubber body swelled up. He suddenly roared, "Because I am your brother." The huge sound echoed over Marineford, shocking all the Marines who heard it. Brother? Did I hear correctly? Straw Hat Luffy said he is the younger brother of Fire Fist Ace? Impossible. If Fire Fist Ace is his brother, doesn't that mean Straw Hat Luffy is also Roger's son? But Straw Hat Luffy seems to be Vice Admiral Garp's grandson. If that's the case, then Roger is Vice Admiral Garp's son? Hearing the Marines' discussion, Zhangguo, who had transformed into a golden Buddha, twitched his face and suddenly shouted, "Stop guessing. The Straw Hat Kid is not Fire Fist Ace's biological brother, nor is he Roger's son. They are just sworn brothers. But the Straw Hat Kid is also an unstable factor." He looked at Garp in front of him and continued loudly, "The Straw Hat Boy's father is the world's most vicious criminal, Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, he is also a criminal who must be eradicated." As Zhangguo finished speaking, the chaotic battlefield fell into uproar again. The Straw Hat Kid is actually the son of the revolutionary leader, Dragon? Oh my god, the leader of the Revolutionary Army is actually Vice Admiral Garp's son. How surprising, you just heard about this. Drago was once a righteous Marine, held a high rank, and was said to be the Marine with the greatest potential to become a Grand Admiral. But later, for some unknown reason, he rebelled against the Navy and founded the Revolutionary Army. No, I mean, why do 3 generations of Vice Admiral Garp's family take completely different paths? The grandfather is a Marine, the father is a revolutionary, and the grandson is a pirate. This is too confusing. Shut up. This kind of thing is not something we can discuss. Luffy, how did you get here? Garp looked at Luffy, who suddenly appeared in Marineford in disbelief, and looked at the large group of people gathered behind Luffy. At just one glance, he recognized Crocodile, Emporio Ivankov of the Revolutionary Army, Jinbe the Sea Knight, and a red-nosed man. Cap didn't understand. Why did Luffy, who was slapped away to who knows where by Bartholomew Kuma a few days ago, suddenly come here? He also brought a group of prisoners who were obviously being pushed into the city. He tilted his head with confusion and looked at the warring states who had turned into a golden Buddha. Sengoku was also staring at Jinbe and Crocodile behind Luffy in shock and anger. Noticing Garp's gaze, he looked down and gave a wry smile. I forgot to tell you, Garp, that just before this war started, there was a prison break and prison escape in Impel Down. Your grandson, Straw Hat Luffy, was the one who broke the prison. Together with Buggy the Clown, he freed hundreds of prisoners from Impel Down, including Crocodile and Jinbe. What? How did he get to Impel Down? Kapu's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment. I don't know. Zhangguo shook his head. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Looking at Hogg standing on the ground in front of the warship, Garp's heart began to beat wildly, and he looked at his old friend with a resentful look. Zhangguo looked aggrieved. What's the point of telling you? Could you have run to Impel Down to stop your grandson at that time? It's too late to say anything now, Garp. Don't act on impulse. The most urgent thing is to join forces with me and take down Whitebeard first. Garp knew what Sengoku was talking about. But at this moment, he was in a state of confusion. He stared at Luffy blankly, his fists clenched so tightly that they made crackling sounds. Whitebeard glanced at him, then looked back at Luffy, his eyes lingering on the straw hat on his head for a moment, then looked at Jinbe and Crocodile, then retracted his gaze and swung the Tsukumokiri again at the shocked and angry Sengoku. Gulala, get out of my way. Hand over Ace, Sengoku. Don't even think about it. Big Buddha impress. The golden Buddha shot out a golden shockwave from the air like a tsunami, which collided with a huge shockwave slashed out by Whitebeard. 106, Chapter 106. That old man looks very kind. The two old rivals fought again after many years. However, it seems that Sengoku, who had been in charge of Marineford for many years, was at a disadvantage under Whitebeard's attack as soon as he started fighting, because he had not fought for many years and was forced to retreat continuously. Garp. Without the help of Hogg and Akainu, he could only call for help from Garp next to him. Here I come. Fortunately, Garp did not abandon his comrade. Although he was extremely confused, he still gritted his teeth and swung his fist, hitting Whitebeard. Whitebeard blocked the incoming fist with an air shock, looked at the fatigue and pain in Garp's eyes, sighed, and suddenly said in a deep voice, Garp, you know that this war you are leading doesn't represent justice. It's already this late. Why are you still talking about this, Whitebeard? It's only natural for the Navy to fight pirates. Garp's old voice squeezed out from between his teeth, veins bulging on his arms, and his fist wrapped in pitch-black domineering aura collided head-on with Whitebeard's fist wrapped in shock waves, and both of them retreated more than 10 meters. But there are bad guys in the Navy, too. There are good guys and pirates, too. You know that better than anyone, don't you? Are you trying to say that you, Whitebeard, are a good person? Stop joking. I didn't say I'm a good person, but I is definitely not a bad person. Whitebeard covered his heart and gasped for a few breaths. His eyes passed over Garp and looked at Ace behind him. Garp, the accusation of a son paying for his father's debt is so ridiculous. You don't recognize this crime either, do you? If you did, you wouldn't have. Enough. It would have been fine if Whitebeard hadn't mentioned Battle Island. As soon as he mentioned it, Garp's emotions immediately collapsed. Sweat was pouring down his forehead. His strong body was trembling slightly, and his fists were clenched tightly. Since you know about the Barbarilla Island incident, you should know that it was because of my persistence that so many innocent pregnant women and children were killed. His voice choked, and he raised his trembling hands to cover his face, turning to look at Ace, who was biting his lip. It's been so many years since that incident, but every time I think of the tragedy of that day, my heart aches. Ace, back then to protect you, I even betrayed the Navy and the world government. It was because I believed that the child was innocent. But why did you still want to become a pirate? Grandpa. Looking at the painful Garp, Ace felt extremely guilty. Garp. Looking at Garp, whose emotions were somewhat out of control, Sengoku showed worry on his face. There's no turning back. Garp suddenly let out a mournful roar, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. He clenched his fists, which shone with black lightning, and roared as he charged towards the silent Whitebeard. Look around, Whitebeard. There's no turning back, you or me. So many of your sons died, and so did countless of our soldiers. Whether it's just or not, There's no turning back. He stopped looking at Ace. I no longer look at Luffy. A tragic aura burst out from the old body, and he passed the warring states and rushed towards Whitebeard alone. There's no turning back. Come and fight, Whitebeard. Just when Garp realized his mistake and rushed towards Whitebeard. On this warship, Luffy finally saw his brother Ace and also realized his mistake. Anyway, we must rescue Ace. He absolutely couldn't let Ace die here. Hey, stop the warship. It's going to hit someone. The warship had slid from the ice to the sloping ground of the square and continued to dive downward without slowing down. The prisoners on the ship all saw a white-haired man standing not far in front of the warship. Because his military uniform was burst by the transformation, and his pants were soaked with the pirate's blood, Hogg's Navy identity was not immediately recognized by the escaped prisoners. That old man looks familiar, but is he a pirate from the Whitebeard Pirates? A prisoner muttered. Buggy, idiot, shouldn't the friendly-looking one be a Marine? The prisoner was stunned. Huh? Captain Buggy is right. I almost forgot that we pirates are the evil side. Stop talking about these nonsense. Who will save him? The old man is scared silly. If he doesn't leave, he will be hit and killed by the warship. Mr. Three Gardino couldn't help screaming. Killed by collision? Standing at the bow of the warship, looking at Crocodile below, looking at Hogg's familiar face and familiar white hair, feeling the majestic and powerful aura of Hogg like the sky and the sea, his eyes were a little gloomy. Ivankov, who was standing next to him, obviously also felt Hogg's power. He vaguely felt that Hogg's face was familiar, but I couldn't remember where I had seen it for a moment. Jinbei, on the other hand, looked at the battlefield behind Hogg in shock, which was like a sea of blood and corpses. He saw many familiar faces. Those were the brothers he had once been with on the Moby Dick, drinking and chatting with each other. But the way these brothers look at this moment, they seem a little broken. He also saw Blackman slumped on the ground with a blank look in his eyes. This made Jinbei's mind go blank. If he hadn't been able to see his father, Marco, and Vista fighting, as well as Ace responding to Luffy, he would have collapsed by now. Seeing Luffy surrounded by a group of people on the warship, Hogg smiled. Straw Hat Boy, I didn't expect that we would meet again after just a few days. He looked Luffy up and down, a little surprised. It's only been a few days since we last met. What happened to you? Your domineering thoughts are much stronger than before. You are indeed Roger's choice. The child of destiny in the novel. I'm so jealous of that idiot Garp. Why does he always have such outstanding offspring? You. Luffy, whose whole mind was on Ace, only now noticed Hogg standing below. When he saw Hogg's appearance clearly, his pupils dilated instantly, and his body began to tremble and twitch uncontrollably. He covered his head and screamed in pain, like a stressed little animal. This scared Ivankov, Baki, and others nearby. What's wrong with you, Straw Hat? Are you okay? Calm down. Do you know that guy down there? However, no matter how they asked or comforted him, Luffy did not calm down. He still held his head, screaming in pain and calling his partner's name. There's nothing I can do. Emporio's calming hormones. Ivankov suddenly thrust his sharp fingers into Luffy's abdomen, injecting calming hormones into his body. With the intervention of calming hormones, Luffy finally calmed down. Who is he? Has he ever hurt you? Ivankov looked at Luffy, whose face was pale with pain, with some heartache. Luffy seemed to have experienced a nightmare. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, but he still gritted his teeth and stood up, looking at Hogg again, his eyes full of anger and hatred staring straight at Hogg. He killed my friend. 107. Chapter 107 is called Killing Whale Fist. What? Everyone was shocked. So he's the enemy? Damn it, we were trying to save him. Straw Hat Boy is our savior. Anyone who dares to hurt Straw Hat Boy's friends is our enemy. Die, Marines. It was learned that Hogg killed Luffy's companions. The prisoners on the warship immediately picked up the weapons on the warship and shot at Hogg to prevent him from escaping the warship's ramming range. Go to hell, Navy. Be crushed into a pulp by warships. Amid the prisoners' hideous laughter, the warship rumbled towards Hogg. This large warship, which was over 100 meters long, crashed into them at high speed with such force that it was like a mountain pressing down from overhead. But Hogg still stood there. He simply slowly raised his right hand and extended an index finger in the prisoners' astonished gazes. Is this guy crazy? This thought just emerged in the minds of the prisoners. Crocodile, Ivankov, Jinbei, and others standing on the warship changed their expressions drastically. Without hesitation, They stretched out their hands like lightning. Each grabbed several people around them and jumped off the warship. Just when several people jumped into the air, the large warship below that was crashing into Hogg exploded from head to toe and shattered into pieces the moment Hogg pointed at it with his index finger. 100-meter-long lightning bolt, as thick as the Yar mangrove, emerged from Hogg's fingers, penetrated the entire warship, and smashed the huge warship into countless tiny pieces of iron and wood chips. Hundreds of prisoners who escaped from the warship and did not have time to leave did not even have time to scream. In this violent explosion, the warship was blown into a ball of blood mist. Also blown into a bloody mist were hundreds of transvestite characters who had followed Ivankov out of the transvestite paradise. These prisoners, whose bounties range from millions to hundreds of millions of berries, are a formidable force even in any pirate group. But under the lightning shot out from Hogg's hand, he had no power to resist and was directly turned into ashes. Ivankov, who was holding the revolutionary lightning in his hand, saw this scene and cried out in pain, "No! Are you running here from Impel Down?" Hogg, who blew up the warship with a casual finger, slowly raised his head and looked at several people in the sky whose faces changed drastically. "I really don't understand the way you pirates think. After finally escaping from one hell, I didn't want to stay away and ended up in another hell. And you, Ivankov, thought you're really passionate about this hellish place. Are you missing the Valley of the Gods?" When Ivankov heard the word Valley of God, his expression suddenly changed as he stared at Hogg. His pupils shrank into pinpoints. Looking at the cruel smile on Hogg's face, a flash of lightning flashed in his mind, and he finally remembered something. He said in a lost voice, "You are Morn Hogg?" "That's him, Lieutenant General Black Dragon." Seeing that Hogg was about to reach out to grab the bloody long sword stuck next to him, Crocodile's face changed. He waved his hand quickly, and a miniature tornado formed in his palm and was thrown out by him. Sandstorm. Tornado. The miniature tornado quickly expanded, becoming tens of meters high at the blink of an eye, sweeping them up and carrying them away, trying to get away from Hogg. "Now that you're here, don't leave." Hogg held Akron, dragged the tip of the knife on the ground, leaving a long scratch, and walked slowly towards the few people. "Where else can you go?" Whoa. Buggy and Mr. Gardino, who were held in Jinbei's hands, were frightened to death by the sudden explosion of the warship below. Watching hundreds of prisoners who were laughing and joking just a second ago disappear from this world without a trace left in the next second, an indescribable sense of absurdity surged into Bucky's heart. These were the escaped prisoners that he had finally released from Impel Down. He finally succeeded in fooling the prisoners into following him to the new world, and they would become his right-hand men in his rise. He just died like that. Death is worthless. Die lightly. This feeling made him vaguely recall the scenes of encounters with legendary pirates such as Golden Lion and Whitebeard many years ago when he was still on the Roger pirate ship. In the face of those people's power that was as strong as gods and ghosts, the fate of other pirates was almost the same as what was happening before their eyes. Morn Hogg. Black Dragon Hogg. Buggy's face grew paler as he repeated the name Crocodile had said. He looked down in horror at the white-haired man staggering towards him. The panic in his heart surged uncontrollably, and he just wanted to escape from this hellish place. He recognized Hogg. 20 years ago, it was this Navy villain in front of him who captured Shanks and wanted to kill him. If it weren't for the secret pressure from Whitebeard and Vice Captain Rayleigh, if it weren't for the pressure from the world government and the compromise from the Navy, Shanks might have been killed by this villain. Now, this scum of the Navy, the Butcher, has appeared again. Compared to Hogg, Buggy would rather face the Navy hero Garp than the Navy scum Hogg. Which bastard just said he looked kind? This Butcher kills without blinking an eye. Crocodile, speed up. Get away from that devil quickly. I don't want to die. Buggy was so scared that he hugged Crocodile's arm, with snot and tears running down his face. There are too many people. It's too heavy. It can't fly. Crocodile's face looked bad. He felt the imminent danger of death. This feeling is very strong. Even he, who was always conceited, couldn't help but break out in a sweat. Watching the tornado fleeing in panic, Hogg waved the Akron in his hand to the few people. "Actually, I really want to let you go, Straw Hat Luffy. After all, your grandfather is my old comrade. Although I'm very unhappy with him, we fought side by side and saved each other's lives." As he spoke, a bloody slash shot out into the air and passed through the howling tornado. Third brother. Under Buggy's horrified eyes, Gardino, who was held by Jinbei's other hand, was cut into 2 pieces by a knife. Half of the body was torn apart and fell from the air. That's why I only cut off one of your arms last time, thinking I would teach you a lesson, but you obviously haven't learned this lesson well. Hogg swung his sword again, and a blood-red slash more than 10 meters long shot out into the air, like a crescent moon shooting into the sky. This time, it was Buggy who was hit. As he screamed in terror, his body was cut in two, just like Gardino's. But he didn't die. I almost forgot. I'm about a man torn into pieces, Lieutenant General Black Dragon, even you can't. Puff. The world around Bucky was spinning, and he felt a ripping pain in his neck. He stared blankly at his headless body, which was rapidly moving away and spurting out hot blood like a fountain. I thought him dead. Hogg spun his sword, smiled, and looked up at Luffy, who had experienced the great changes in Shampoo Land and had become more resolute in character, but now showed fear and panic again. I really want to let you go, but letting you go is unlikely. It's not impossible. Hogg touched his chin and swung the long sword in his hand again. The bloody slash broke through the air. Crocodile was wary and cautious, so he didn't kill any of them this time. However, the rope of the straw hat hanging on Luffy's neck suddenly broke, and it detached from his body and fell off. My hat. Luffy reached out to grab it hurriedly, but when his hand was halfway there, he seemed to see his right arm being cut off, so he quickly retracted it. Hogg stretched out his hand, caught the fallen straw hat, tossed it in his hand, and threw it on the ground. Then, in front of Luffy's bloodshot eyes, he stomped the straw hat to pieces. I'll give you another chance, call red-haired Shanks to me, and I'll spare you again. Happy boy. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he looked at Luffy with amusement. He was furious and wanted to rush down, but was held tightly by Ivankov. Hogg turned the long sword in his hand and swung it again. A bloody slash shot up into the sky. This time, no one was hurt, but the whistling tornado under the feet of Crocodile, Jinbe, and Ivankov was actually cut in half by Hogg with one sword and was destroyed. Without the support of the tornado, the people in the air suddenly fell down. Except for Crocodile, who could fly for a short time and managed to grab his subordinate Dasbonis and fly away, everyone else fell down. In a panic, Ivankov gritted his teeth and grabbed Luffy, throwing him towards the flying Crocodile. Crocodile, take Straw Hat Boy away, please. Crocodile hesitated for a moment, but still grabbed the painful Luffy and rushed away. Jinbe and Ivankov landed heavily on the ground, blocking Hogg. Hogg glanced at Jinbe, who looked like a furious King Kong, and Ivankov, who looked fearful. Sea Knight Jinbe and you little succubus, you two actually have a pretty good reputation in the outside world. Get out of the way, I don't really want to kill anyone right now. Impossible. Jinbe and Ivankov said almost in unison. Jinbe was the first to rush over, filled with grief and anger because of the dire situation of the Whitebeard Pirates. Even if I bet my life on you, I won't let you go and hurt brother Luffy. This is not only because he is Ace's younger brother, but also because he has been recognized by me. Looking at Jinbe, who was rushing towards him, Hogg suddenly asked a question out of curiosity that had nothing to do with the current situation. I heard you're a whale shark person. That's right. I am the whale shark man. Jinbe lowered his waist and clenched his fist. He threw out a fishman karate punch that was several times more powerful than Namor's, sweeping up the moisture in the air and hitting Hogg's chest. Fishman karate, 30,000 tile punches. As a whale shark, Jinbe's power is much stronger than that of ordinary giants. This attack was extremely powerful and dangerous. Hogg touched his chin and nodded. Well, if it's a whale shark, then my punch is called. He suddenly threw away the bloody long sword, clenched his fists, and threw a punch that collided with Jinbe's right fist. The terrifying power that made Jinbe shudder erupted instantly. His entire right arm, starting from his fist, broke and exploded inch by inch under Hogg's fist. Amid Ivankov's screams, Hogg's fist crushed Jinbe's fist with unstoppable force, crushing his right arm into pieces before hitting him in the chest. With a deafening bang, Jinbe's sturdy body arched backwards, and his flesh and blood exploded as if highly concentrated explosives were stuffed into it. Hogg's fist went straight in, pierced his chest, crushed his ribs, and exited from his back. A bloody section of the spine was blown out and hit the dazed Ivankov in the face with a bang. It's called, the fucking magnetic field is spinning at 150,000 horsepower. Kill Whale Fist. 108, Chapter 108, Whitebeard's Intentions. Shinpei. The bloody spine stuck to his face, slowly slid off and fell to the ground with a thud. Ivankov was stunned by the tragic scene before him. He had originally planned to join forces with Jinbei to stop Hogg, but no one expected that even someone as strong as Jinbei couldn't block Hogg's punch. With a single punch, Jinbei, the strongest fishman among the fishmen who once roamed the sea, had his bones and tendons broken, his flesh and blood shattered, his chest pierced, and even his spine was broken, flying out of his body. How terrifying is Hogg's magnetic field fist? That was an extremely powerful force that even Diamond Jaws couldn't withstand. Although Jinbei's body is not weak, how could he compare to Jozu in terms of defense? Moreover, he had been imprisoned in Pushu City for more than a month, and his physical condition was not very good. As a result of such carelessness, he was killed instantly by Hogg's punch. Ivankov stared at Hogg in a daze, watching him slowly pull his bloody arm out of Jinbei's chest. Didn't you say you didn't want to kill anyone? His lips trembled, and he looked at Hogg with fear, who had a calm expression. Hogg nodded. I really don't want to kill anyone, but who asked you to block my way? And he said something about risking his life. I don't know what kind of fishman you are. Do you really think your life is worth so much? He raised his right foot and stepped on the face of Jinbei, who was lying on his back, his eyes vacant, and his breath instantly extinguished. He exerted a slight force. Bang! Jinbei's head exploded at Hogg's feet. The glaring blood spread out from the hole in the chest and broken neck, staining the ground beneath his feet red. Jinbei. Watching Jinbei, Marco, and Ace's screams of pain as they died tragically at Hogg's hands. I don't know how many times I heard them. Jinbei. The sadness in Whitebeard's eyes deepened, and he sent out shock waves one after another, trying to blast back Garp, who was blocking his way, and rescue Ace, who was not far ahead. But this short distance of less than a few dozen meters seemed like an insurmountable chasm to him now. I'm old after all. They had only been fighting for less than half a day, but their physical strength and dominance were almost gone. In this state, it would be extremely difficult to defeat the awakened Garp. That is to say, Hogg and Akainu did not come to surround and kill him together. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead by now. He watched with his own eyes as his sons fell one after another in front of him, but he was powerless to do anything. Ace was not rescued, but his other sons died one by one. Whitebeard felt heartbroken. This can't go on. If this continues, not only will he fail to rescue Ace, he might also destroy Marco, Vista, and the entire Whitebeard Pirates here. Finally, Whitebeard seemed to have made up his mind, and he suddenly raised his head and roared, Marco, Dad, I'm here. On the distant battlefield, Marco, who was pierced by Kizara's laser again and again but stood up again and again, heard Whitebeard's call and immediately responded with a shout. Just as he was responding, he was hit on the head by another laser from Kizaru. With a whoosh, half of his head was pierced and blown away by the laser. But within a few seconds, the broken parts burned with blue flames, quickly restoring his head. You're really hard to kill, Marco. Kizaru sighed with a pout. Marco ignored him and turned to look at where Whitebeard was. The eyes of the father and son met for a moment in the air. Without Whitebeard saying anything else, Marco seemed to have understood what his father meant. Without hesitation, his body quickly transformed into a phoenix with surging blue flames and flew away with its wings flapping. Although Whitebeard and Marco, father and son, didn't say anything. But Jean-Guis smelled something unusual. He realized that Whitebeard must want Marco to do something. What you need to do at this time must be very important. And it is very likely that in Whitebeard's view, this is an important matter that has the potential to change the current situation of the war. Thinking of this possibility, Sengoku hurriedly shouted at Kizaru. Stop him, Kizaru. I understand. Kizaru sighed and had to catch up with Marco again. But this time, no matter how he attacked, Marco did not fight back, but just flew outward with increasing speed. Kizaru looked into the distance, following the direction of Marco's flight, and searched back and forth on the tilted land and ice of Marineford for a long time before he found the target that Marco might be looking for. That is, Captain of the 6th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Brackman? Kizaru was a little confused. At this time, why did Marco go to so much trouble to find that guy? Could it be possible that a Blackman has the ability to influence the outcome of this battle? The other side. Stop the Straw Hat Boy. Stop him. Don't let him get near the execution platform. Kill. Frightened by Hogg's brutal act again, Luffy, with panicked eyes like a frightened deer, bit his lips tightly, looked at the direction of Ace from a distance, and ran without saying a word. At this moment, he no longer thought about anything. There was only one thought in my mind: rescue Ace. Marines kept rushing over from all around, trying to stop him, but he dodged them all. If you can't avoid it, just hit it away. Although he lost an arm, his strength did not weaken. Instead, it became even stronger because of the pain in his heart. But this is Marineford after all. There were almost no weak Navy members who came to stop him, and some of them are far more powerful than him. Straw Hat Boy, we meet again. This time, I won't let you escape again. The billowing smoke rumbled over, blocking the view ahead and instantly hitting Luffy. Handheld Smoker, who had 10 hands of sea stone, rushed out from the smoke and hit Luffy on the head with a stick. Looking at his old rival Smoker, Luffy said nothing. He took a deep breath, rapidly pressurized his rubber body, and his heart beat faster, pumping the blood in his body and accelerating its flow. Second gear. The skin turned red, the legs were steaming, and with a bounce on the ground, the man disappeared from Smoker's sight. It was so fast that even Smoker had no time to react. What a fast speed! Smoker was a little surprised. Behind him, Tina, Tashigi, and others who came to stop Luffy were also easily dodged by Luffy one after another, until a hemispherical cover appeared out of thin air and Doberman, holding the Devil's Crying Sword, suddenly appeared in the air above Luffy's head, stabbed the sword into his shoulder socket, knocked him down from midair, and nailed him heavily to the ground. Luffy let out a scream of pain and struggled to break free, but Doberman stepped on his chest and head and pressed him to the ground. 109, Chapter 109 Hancock. You bitch. It's Lieutenant General Doberman. That's amazing. Such a powerful Straw Hat Boy was defeated by Vice Admiral Doberman in one blow. The surrounding Marines exclaimed and cheered. However, Doberman's brow furrowed. He heard 2 worried voices coming from among the cheering Marines. He looked up and saw 2 Marines looking worriedly at the Straw Hat Boy who was being stepped on by him. Seeing the looks of the 2 Marines, Doberman curled his lips into a sneer. He knew the 2 Marines. One is called Kirby. One is called Bellamibo. When he saw the 2 of them, Doberman remembered that a soldier from the supervision team had reported to him that he saw 2 soldiers leaving the battlefield after the war started, suspected of wanting to desert. According to their description, they seemed to be talking about these 2 recruits, wanting to be a deserter, and still worried about pirates. Doberman's eyes turned cold as he looked at Kobe and Bellameber. So he's Vice Admiral Garp's disciple, no wonder. But it doesn't matter, because no matter how worried they are, they cannot change the outcome that Straw Hat Boy will die here today. Gear 3, Bone Ball. Luffy, who struggled for a long time but couldn't get free from Doberman's feet, suddenly took a deep breath, and his body expanded rapidly, turning into a huge balloon and finally knocked Doberman away. But Doberman only moved in midair and rushed back again, holding the sword in both hands and slashing at Luffy again. This time, he was no longer aiming at the shoulder socket, but at Luffy's neck. Just as the Devil May Cry in his hand was about to hit Luffy's neck and behead him, the air in front of me made a rapid whistling sound. A slender white leg wearing high heels suddenly kicked out in the air, kicking Doberman in the chest and sending him flying. Looking at the person falling from the sky, Doberman flew backwards with a look of surprise on his face. "Boa Hancock, what are you doing?" Hancock ignored him. Instead, he quickly rushed to Luffy, who was lying on the ground, gasping for breath with his hands on his shoulders, and helped him up with a look of concern and worry on his face. "Luffy, are you okay?" Luffy took a few breaths to recover from the intense pain of being pierced in the shoulder. He looked at Hancock in front of him with gratitude. "I'm fine. Thank you, Hancock." "It's Hancock." Feeling Luffy's heartfelt gratitude, Hancock's beautiful face blushed. She carefully helped Luffy up, took out a key from her chest that was still warm and fragrant, handed it to him, and said softly, "Luffy, this is the key from your brother. Take it and go rescue your brother. I will stop these damn Navy for you." Luffy took the key, his eyes filled with deep emotion. He jumped up happily and hugged Hancock tightly. "Thank you, Hancock." Luffy finally called out my name. Hancock's body trembled, her face flushed, her legs were unstable, and she felt a huge sense of happiness surging in her heart, making her feel drunk. Seeing Hancock helping Straw Hat Luffy in front of them without paying any attention to others, Doberman's face gradually turned pale, especially after seeing Hancock take out the key and say openly that it was the key to Fire Fist Ace's sea stone handcuffs. Doberman felt deeply humiliated. He walked over with a long sword in his hand, blocking Luffy's way and looking at Hancock coldly. "Boy, Hancock, would you like to explain where you got the key in your hand?" What responded to him were Hancock's eyes full of murderous intent. "Doberman, I haven't even settled the score with you for hurting Luffy yet. What else do you want me to explain to you? You want an explanation, right? This is my explanation. Aromatic feet." Hancock kicked directly. The high-slit Chongsam was lifted up, revealing two seductive long white legs. But it exudes a dangerous atmosphere. The red high heels were wrapped with black domineering aura. A high whip kick exploded the air in front of Doberman, coming with great momentum. "It seems you're determined to help the Straw Hat Kid, Boa Hancock." Doberman's eyes also flashed with murderous intent, and he slashed at Hancock's kicking foot with his long sword. Dang! His knife seemed to be cutting into a steel wall. Not only did he fail to cut off Hancock's right kick, but he was kicked back by Hancock again. Although Hancock looks beautiful, it is not a vase that is only good-looking but useless. Her level of dominance is far inferior to that of Doberman. What made Doberman even more troubled was that Hancock's right kick carried a strange, petrifying power. After being kicked by her, the long sword in Doberman's hand began to turn into stone. Even his domineering aura could not stop this strange petrification. Doberman knew that this was Hancock's ability of the sweet, sweet fruit. Doberman was even more furious. He is now almost 100% sure. The culprit who brought Straw Hat Luffy into Impel Down is Hancock in front of you. Because during the public execution, apart from the Navy, only 2 of the Shichibukai were allowed to go to Impel Down. One is Blackbeard. The other is Hancock. Blackbeard was also one of the culprits in the riot in Impel Down. When he thought of this possibility, Doberman could no longer suppress his anger and murderous intent towards the 7 warlords of the sea and Boa Hancock. This damn woman. After receiving the war call from the Navy headquarters, it would be fine if he just did not put in any effort and took advantage of the situation after the war officially broke out. Some soldiers had previously reported that while she was attacking the pirates, she was also indiscriminately attacking many Navy personnel. The Navy that will be petrified by her, the kick directly broke the body, causing dozens of naval soldiers to be injured or even killed. Doberman could still tolerate all of the above behaviors. After all, when the weak are involved in a fight between the strong, there are huge risks. There were many people on this battlefield who were killed in the aftermath of the battle between strong men. But this woman, Hancock, actually confronted them openly and saved Straw Hat Luffy. He also committed the crimes of sending Straw Hat Luffy into Impel Down and stealing the Sea Stone Key. In Doberman's view, this is undoubtedly the most serious betrayal. "Hancock, you bitch, who gave you the courage to betray our Navy so openly? He's blatantly betraying me and still acting like a jerk here. Where do you think this place is? This is the most solemn and sacred fortress of justice in the world, Marineford. This is not the place for you bitch to get horny." To the shock of the surrounding Marines, Doberman pointed at Hancock and cursed. "You." Hancock, who was about to rush forward again, was stunned. She looked at Doberman in disbelief as he cursed at her, her pretty face turning red and white. "I was so angry that my whole body was shaking." In a pair of beautiful, watery eyes, surging anger and murderous intent surged wildly. "Doberman, how dare you insult me like this? I want you to die." As soon as she finished speaking, she accelerated towards Doberman. Just then, a doubtful voice came from behind her. "Who do you want to die?" 110, Chapter 110, Then You Will Die for Him. Hogg's voice is actually quite recognizable. Even when he wasn't laughing that unique laugh, his usual tone of voice had a sense of madness in his calmness and dominance in his composure. In short, it is a kind of speech that makes people know that this person is extreme and strong. He is the kind of ambitious person who sticks to his word and will not tolerate anyone else to refute or oppose him. So Hancock immediately knew that it was Hogg who came. She rushed towards Doberman's body, then suddenly froze, turned around tensely, and stared at Hogg as he walked towards her with her phoenix eyes. Then she saw the land behind Hogg, Jinbe's headless body, and Ivankov, who was lying in a pool of blood, his life or death unknown. The tragic scene made Hancock's body tense up, and she looked at Hogg with more vigilance. "Meet General Black Dragon." Seeing Hogg coming, the surrounding naval soldiers looked excited, stood up straight and saluted. There was fanaticism and awe in everyone's eyes when they looked at Hogg. "Godfather." Doberman also saluted, walked in front of Hogg and stood respectfully. Hogg glanced around at the soldiers around him, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He waved to Smoker in the crowd. Smoker was stunned, wondering why this Black Dragon general suddenly came to him. But he still ran over quickly. Smoker was about to raise his hand to salute when he was interrupted by Hogg. Cigars, any more? Hogg's eyes fell on the 2 cigars in his mouth. Yes. Smoker was stunned again, then nodded, took out a box of cigars from his pocket, took out one and handed it to Hogg. Hogg took the cigar he handed him, put it under his nose and sniffed it, nodded with satisfaction, put it in his mouth and leaned down slightly. Seeing this, Smoker subconsciously took out his lighter and helped Hogg light the cigar. Hogg took a deep breath, blew out 2 long streams of smoke from his nostrils, then showed a look of enjoyment and patted Smoker's shoulder. Nice cigar. As long as General Black Dragon is satisfied, Smoker said calmly. Seeing that Hogg ignored her existence, Hancock's pretty face was filled with anger. She snorted coldly and was about to leave. Where are you going? Hogg glanced at her indifferently, and his eyes fell on her undulating waist and hips. He looked at her unscrupulously, and his eyes were so aggressive that Hancock got goosebumps. She paused in her tracks, gritted her teeth, turned around again, and stared at Hogg, who was puffing out smoke. Black Dragon, what do you want to do? Hogg raised his chin and uttered a word. You. Hancock was stunned for a moment, and it took her a while to realize what Hogg meant. Her pretty face suddenly turned pale. His fear of Hogg was drowned out by the raging anger and murderous intent in his heart. From a distance of several dozen meters, she put her fingers together, formed a heart shape, and shot circles of pink heart-shaped light waves toward Hogg. Sweet, sweet wind. The light waves, filled with charm, rapidly expanded, swept across Hogg, and enveloped dozens of Navy officers around him. The next moment, except for Hogg, Doberman, and Smoker, all the other Marines were petrified and turned into stone men, with lustful expressions on their faces, looking intoxicatedly in the direction of Hancock. Hancock, what are you doing? Smoker was shocked and angry, because he saw that even Tashigi was petrified by Hancock. However, Hancock ignored him and just looked at Hogg in disbelief. Why aren't you petrified? She has great confidence in her sweet, sweet fruit abilities. Faced with her abilities, anyone who harbors lust or admiration for her will be indiscriminately petrified, regardless of gender, age, or status. Even animals cannot escape her charm. Hancock wasn't even that surprised that Smoker and Doberman weren't petrified, because in her eyes, Smoker is undoubtedly the kind of straight man who has no concept of gender in his mind. Doberman, on the other hand, is even more extreme. Her beautiful and seductive body looked like a piece of rotten meat in his eyes. But Hogg is different. Hancock could clearly feel the strong possessiveness in Hogg's eyes as he looked at her. That naked gaze, when cast on her, was like a real big hand, making her extremely uncomfortable. Because of this, even though Hancock knew that Hogg was extremely powerful, she was confident that she could use her ability to petrify him. However, at this moment, her ability did not work on Hogg. No, it worked. Because Hogg. The flag is raised. Are you courting me? Looking at the stunned Hancock, Hogg curled up a wicked smile and opened his arms towards Hancock. I agree. Come on, I don't mind playing with you right here. Shut up. Hancock was so angry that her face turned pale. She kicked her foot and a powerful force burst out. She crushed the ground with one foot, jumped dozens of meters into the air, pressed down heavily, and kicked Hogg in the chest. The strong armament hockey surged on her fair right foot, emitting an aura that made both Smoker and Doberman feel dangerous. Big, fragrant feet. Hancock's kick was extremely powerful. Before the kick hit Hogg, the powerful momentum had already stirred up the air into a violent wind pressure, blowing sand and rocks all over the surrounding ground. The emanating domineering aura cracked the earth and distorted the air. It was as if there was a mountain in front of her, which was about to be smashed to pieces by her kick. However, she was facing Hogg. Before Hancock's right kick hit Hogg's chest, her fair and slender neck was grabbed by Hogg's big hand. The huge forward momentum caused Hancock's slender neck to make a teeth-grinding, cracking sound. It seems that the cervical spine is about toit was as if it was torn apart by itself. She groaned in pain as if walking into a trap and offered her neck to Hogg's hands. He grabbed her and lifted her up in the air. You bastard. Get out of my way. Hancock reached out and grabbed Hogg's raised right hand, trying to pry it apart. She then frantically raised her legs in the air and kicked Hogg like a madman, without any of the noble and arrogant image of the pirate queen. What a beautiful woman with a hot body. She is indeed a rare beauty. Hogg grabbed Hancock like a chicken and was indifferent to her kicking and hitting. He unscrupulously admired Hancock's violently twisting body while smoking a cigarette and asked Doberman, "What was that all about? You look like you wanted to kill her, Doberman." "Yes, Godfather, this bitch." Doberman quickly told Hogg what he had seen and guessed. Smoker, who was standing next to him, was shocked when he heard this. After hearing this, Hogg's gaze towards Hancock gradually turned cold. Is what he said true? Boa Hancock, did you really do those things? So what? I'm willing to do anything for Luffy. You stinky man. Get away from me. Don't touch my body. Hancock raised her chin and looked at Hogg with disgust. Really? Hogg exhaled a puff of smoke. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled up, and he grabbed Hancock's right hand and slammed it shut. Then you will die for him. Crack. Hancock's slender white neck was shattered in an instant, and her beautiful eyes were wide open with disbelief, as if she couldn't believe that Hogg would kill her so decisively and so easily. I hate ignorant women. Hogg twisted and crushed Hancock's neck and threw her to the ground, her life force rapidly fading. Cut off her head and send it back to the 9 snakes along with Shacky's head. Tell their people that this will be the fate of anyone who goes out to sea as a pirate of the 9 snakes again. Those bitches are all fucking infatuated. They do anything bad for a man. You think I wouldn't kill you just because you're pretty? I believe in gender equality, but I don't have a habit of not hitting women. Yes, Godfather. 111. Chapter 111, Whitebeard's Trump Card, Dynamite Rock. Boa Hancock, thought she just died like that? Looking at Hancock, who died at the hands of Hogg, Smoker was stunned. It wasn't that he felt so sorry about Hancock's death. However, this woman is one of the 7 warlords of the sea after all, and an ally of their navy and the world government. Wouldn't it be a bad thing for Hogg to kill her like this? Although she did commit a crime. But if they really want to do something to her, doesn't it require the approval of the world government and Marshal Sengoku? And why is it that even though Hancock is dead, Tashigi and the others' petrification hasn't been lifted yet? Looking at the dozens of Marines petrified around him, Smoker looked at Hogg in panic. Hogg glanced at him and asked, "What are you doing with that sea stone 10-handed thing in your hand?" "Ah." Smoker was stunned, then quickly came to his senses and hurriedly used the sea stone weapon in his hand to touch the petrified Marines one by one. Soon, Tashigi and the others were freed from their petrified state by the touch of sea stone. Hancock's ability of the sweet, sweet fruit is indeed powerful, even a bit conceptual. Anyone who has lustful thoughts or feelings of love for her, as long as they are a living being, can be petrified by her ability. But it is not unsolvable. As long as one has strong willpower, one can resist her charm. And Hogg's willpower happened to be very strong. If Hancock thought he was a simple old pervert, she was sadly mistaken. Hogg is lustful, even more complicated. The pirate queen, she's dead. Mariah turned pale with fear at Hogg's brutality. But at the same time, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that he didn't learn from Hancock to be so arrogant and look down on everyone. Nor did they attack the Navy on this battlefield. That lunatic, we can't stay here any longer. The war is almost over. If we don't leave now, we'll be haunted by that lunatic and won't be able to leave. Standing at the edge of the battlefield in the distance, Doflamingo, who had been slacking off the whole time, was always paying attention to the movements of Hogg. At this time, seeing Hogg take action again and ruthlessly and decisively kill Boa Hancock, who is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, his face immediately changed. A hint of fear towards Hogg appeared deep in his eyes. This Black Dragon Admiral is definitely the best among all the Navy officers he has seen over the years. No, among all people. The person who acts most domineeringly, uses the most brutal means, and has the most extreme personality. Compared with Hogg, even Kaido, who is known for his moodiness, insidiousness, and ruthlessness, seems a little inferior. Originally, he wanted to see how this public execution would end. But now Doflamingo felt that if he stayed here even for one more second, he would be one step closer to danger and death. If you hesitate for a moment, you may very well end up like Boa Hancock. Remembering the last time he came to Marineford for a meeting and was beaten up by Hogg, he no longer hesitated and was about to fly away from the battlefield with a snap of his fingers. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure, and his heart moved, and he flew over. "Hey, do you want to cooperate with me?" "Crocodile? On the other side, Luffy, who was still running wildly, saw this scene when he hurriedly turned back. Tears instantly burst out of his eyes, and intense grief instantly surged in his heart. He stopped and cried out in a shrill voice, "Hancock!" Although he is a dull person with no idea what love is, but he could still feel Hancock's unconditional indulgence and love for him. In Luffy's heart, Hancock is undoubtedly a very important partner. In order to help him save Ace, Hancock took a great risk and sent him to Impel Down. Now they are blocking the Navy for him. He even died at the hands of that hateful white-haired Navy man. The immense grief that continued to surge forth caused Luffy's exhausted body and mind to tremble. He lost so much along the way. First, Shampoo lost its partner. Later, Buggy, Samurai, and Jinbe, who escaped from prison together in the city, also died. Now it's Hancock again. For Luffy, all this was like a nightmare from which he wanted to wake up but could not. At this moment, the words Shanks said earnestly when they parted emerged in his mind. Luffy, you can become a real man only if you can stand up after going through pain and suffering. But now, if he were given a chance to do it again, he would rather he had not gone to sea. Straw Hat Boy has stopped. Catch him. Seeing Luffy standing there with a dazed and painful expression, the pursuing Marines immediately rushed over excitedly. But before they could get close, an invisible shock wave suddenly hit, instantly impacting an area of hundreds of meters, shaking the air, and blowing away all the Marines approaching Luffy. The handle of Kurigane's sword hit the ground with a crisp sound. Whitebeard, with blood stains on his body, walked over with heavy steps and stood behind Luffy. He looked down at the distraught Luffy and sighed in his heart. War is always the cruelest thing in the world. Losing your companions and lover who you have been with day and night on the battlefield is such a thing, let alone for a young boy like Luffy who is not very worldly wise. Even for him, who had experienced decades of vicissitudes, it was hard to bear. But he said nothing to comfort her. He just stood there silently, leaning on Song Yunxia, watching Marco flying quickly from a distance holding Blackman. The surrounding Marines gathered again, surrounded Whitebeard with nervous expressions, and looked at him. In front of the execution platform behind Whitebeard, Garp climbed up from a pile of rocks, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his chest heaving, staring blankly at Luffy, who was standing there with his back to him. He could clearly feel that the huge sadness coming from Faye. This made Garp feel even more heartbroken. But at this moment, he could do nothing. Obviously, I am his grandfather. But he could do nothing to help his grandson. I couldn't even say a word of comfort. Instead, his opponent Whitebeard stood behind Luffy and blocked all the pursuing Navy for him. He also saw the dead Hancock and couldn't help but turn his head to say to Sengoku, "Hogg has gone on a killing spree. He even killed Boa Hancock, and it was even broadcast live to the world. SM Marine, openly killing a Shichibukai is such a terrible influence. Now is not the time to worry about that." However, Zhanghua had no intention of focusing on a dead Hancock. All his attention at this moment was firmly focused on Whitebeard and Marco. I really want to figure out what this old guy Whitebeard is trying to do. The inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Red light flashed in Zhanggua's eyes, and he couldn't help but use his observation haki to predict the future again. When the observation haki is cultivated to the highest level, one can gain the powerful ability to predict the future. But this kind of foresight is only a short-term foresight. It is to calculate and rehearse the future scene with the highest probability based on the surrounding environment and the enemy and our side. At most, you can only predict a brief scene a few seconds later. Ever since Whitebeard made his inexplicable move just now, Zhanghua has been locking onto Whitebeard to make predictions about the future. It was not until this moment, when he once again used his observation haki to predict the future and deduce what might happen in the next few seconds, that he finally saw what Whitebeard was going to do. Zhanggua's face suddenly changed in horror, and he screamed in shock, completely unlike a marshal. "Dynamite rock? Impossible. Whitebeard, where did you get the dynamite rock? What? Explosive rock?" Garp's heart was shocked, and he quickly looked at Whitebeard. Whitebeard used a palm strike from a distance to send Kizaru, who was chasing Marco, back. Marco, who successfully brought Blackman here, reached out without hesitation and poked the plaster on Blackman's chin. It was as if it reached into Blackman's body, pulled it out as if taking out something, and with a wave of its hand, threw it towards the Navy surrounding them. The Marines saw it clearly. The things Marco threw over were clearly several transparent glass containers. It seemed to be filled with purple liquid, in which were soaked pieces of orange-red stones the size of potatoes. 112, Chapter 112 Hand over Ace. Dynamite rock is an extremely unstable rock that will explode violently when it comes into contact with air. Even if it is just a small piece the size of an ordinary person's fist, the power of its explosion is comparable to hundreds of artillery shells exploding at the same time. If dozens of fist-sized explosive rocks were put together and detonated at the same time, their power would be enough to easily destroy a country or an island. It is the ultimate explosive comparable to the 3 legendary ancient weapons. This dangerous thing has always been a legendary item on the sea, and very few people have seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, the vast majority of people do not believe that dynamite rock really exists. But high-ranking naval officials such as Sengoku and Garp knew that this was true. Moreover, in the secret warehouse of the world government, there is this terrifying weapon. At this moment, in the shocked sight of Sengoku and Garp, the glass jars thrown out by Marco contained orange-red stones, which were exactly the explosive rocks in their memory. The Marines didn't know what Marco threw over. Some people even raised their guns and fired subconsciously. But there is no need for them to break it. A wisp of blue flame attached to the glass jar shattered the glass container in midair above their heads. As a large amount of purple liquid spilled, several small orange-red stones suddenly left the barrier of the liquid and were exposed to the air. As soon as the stone came into contact with the air, it reacted rapidly. In less than a second, it changed from orange-red to fiery red, and then to incandescent. Finally, it turned into a dazzling light, blooming in the sky above the Marines' heads. At the critical moment, Doberman roared with veins on his face exposed. Room moved with a buzzing sound. An extremely huge operating room with a diameter of 400 to 500 meters suddenly appeared, covering hundreds of sailors caught in the explosion. With Doberman's wave of his hand, they flashed and disappeared from the spot as if by teleportation. When he reappeared, he had been moved to another direction by Doberman and fell on the ice like dumplings. The moment the Marines were taken away, a devastating explosion suddenly occurred 100 meters in front of Whitebeard, above the group of Marines. The terrifying energy fluctuations turned into earth-shaking sound waves, shock waves, and towering mushroom clouds, exploding on the tilted earth. Endless light and heat suddenly bloomed, like the sun falling on Marineford, bring destruction to this battlefield. In the face of this terrifying explosion, not to mention the fragile bodies of the Marines, even the hard fortresses, the earth, and the steel fortresses would be ruthlessly destroyed. The tilted land of Marineford was engulfed by the scorching light and flames, breaking and melting like tofu, turning into a huge pit of fiery red magma. The violent shock wave rushed in all directions like a tsunami. It was as if a Force 18 storm suddenly blew up on the battlefield, and all the Marines and pirates within a radius of several hundred meters were swept away. This sudden and earth-shattering noise, like the roar of an enraged god, instantly resounded throughout the entire Marineford battlefield and was heard by countless spectators around the world. Countless people at the scene and in front of the screen looked towards the center of the explosion with horror. When the mushroom cloud dissipated, a bottomless abyss with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared on the land of Marineford. Whitebeard, Marco, Luffy, and Blackman, who looked terrified, were standing on the edge of the pit. Supernova Trafalgar Law's Opera Fruit ability. Humph, you guys are fast. Marco looked at Doberman, who had fallen on his back with a pale face due to being drained of all his strength. His hands did not stop as he continued to pull out glass containers filled with purple liquid and orange-red stones from Blackman's chin. Blackman is the user of the paranormal bag fruit. His body is a big pocket. The chin is the entrance of the bag. The internal space of the bag is extremely large and can easily hold the supplies of an entire pirate ship. What's even more amazing is that the space inside the bag is in a static state compared to the space outside. No matter how vigorously Blackman moved, the items in the bag would not shake at all. Normally, he would just keep his sledgehammer in his jaw and pull it out when needed. This time, these dangerous explosive rocks provided by Wang Ji were placed in his body. What just exploded? Oh my god, what a powerful force. It's like the ground was hit by a meteorite. Lieutenant General Doberman saved us. If we hadn't left that place, we would have been completely destroyed, completely vanished from the face of the earth in the explosion. The Marines who escaped death looked at the huge abyss pit created by several explosive rocks in horror, their faces covered with cold sweat after surviving the disaster. When Zhonghua saw clearly that Marco took out the jars of glass containers from Blackman's body one after another, the expression on his face changed drastically, and his eyes widened in shock. Whitebeard, where did you get all that dynamite rock? Whitebeard bent down, picked up a container of explosive rock from the ground, and held it in his hand. In the sunlight, the container filled with purple liquid reflects a brilliant purple-red light, which looks very beautiful. An orange-red stone inside rolled in the purple light, like a ruby soaked in light, like a beautiful work of art. But this is a beautiful-looking work of art. The power of the explosion is so terrifying that it makes people tremble with fear. The power of 5 bombs exploding at the same time alone was enough to put pressure on Kizaru, the admiral. Although natural ability users can be immune to a certain extent explosive attack. But with an extremely powerful explosion like this, the temperature generated in an instant can even reach millions of degrees. And it was accompanied by a devastating impact. Even natural elements can be directly destroyed and annihilated. Even if one is a user with natural abilities, once they are at the center of the explosion, they will probably not be able to escape the fate of death. Hearing Zhonggua's shocked roar, Whitebeard flicked the explosive rock in his hand. The glass container flew towards Zhonghua in front of his frightened eyes. He quickly reached out, and his palm smoothly moved over the fragile glass container, reducing the force of the flying object and holding it in his hand. Whitebeard did not answer his question. He stood behind the hundreds of explosive rocks that Marco had taken out, looking at Sengoku, whose forehead was covered with cold sweat, and the Navy, who looked nervous. You've seen the power of dynamite rocks, Sengoku. If all the explosive rocks under my feet explode, the entire Marineford will be destroyed and completely disappear in this sea. None of you Marines can escape. Even Hogg will be blown to death. If you don't want to die with me, hand over Ace. 113. Chapter 113. The Warring States Compromise is a shame for the Navy. Hand over Ace. Whitebeard's voice was like a thunderclap, booming over the dead silent sky of Marineford. It has also reached the ears of countless audiences around the world. At this moment, countless viewers in front of the live broadcast screen couldn't help but hold their breath, staring nervously at the scene in front of them, waiting for Zhonggua's answer and waiting for the Navy's answer. New World. Ching. Oh la la la. The old man with white beard is so domineering. He is so direct. Look, even the old guy Zhonghua is shocked by him. Kaido was so excited that he kept drinking. Compared to this, I'm more curious about where those powerful explosive rocks come from. Jin's eyes under the mask stared at the explosive rocks under Whitebeard's feet without blinking. If we have that kind of explosives, world domination is just around the corner. Cake Island. Mama, Newgate is so majestic and manly. If I had known earlier, I should have competed with that little bitch Stussy. Maybe I could have given birth to a child stronger than Katakuri. It's really regrettable. Big Mom Charlotte Lin, who has a huge body like a small mountain, was eating the desserts piled up in front of her while looking at the white beard in the picture with a flushed face. She couldn't help but put her big hands covered with cream into her pink dress. Beehive Island. The Great One Piece, whose body is slightly smaller than Kaido and Charlotte Lin, but whose face is hidden in the dark hall, stares at the explosive rock containers that appear on the screen, slowly grins, holds a palm-sized timer in his hand, and keeps searching for Hogg's trace in the screen. Come on, come here, Hogg. I want to show you what it costs to take my treasure. Fishman Island. Luckily I was cautious enough and didn't go to Marineford. Otherwise, I would be in great danger now. In the palace of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, Blackbeard sat on King Neptune's throne, drinking and laughing. Captain, how can you still be so happy? The tremor fruit that you were targeting is gone. Buggy couldn't help but complain. Ruhu, that's right. Without the ability of Whitebeard's tremor fruit, your strength is far from enough to become the new 4 emperors. Teached, in my opinion, why don't you let me be the captain, Ruhu? The Shinua Hunter Katarina Depin pinched Shirahoshi's delicate face and laughed strangely. That won't do, Depin. Blackbeard laughed, his eyes greedy and domineering, even without the tremor fruit. I'll be the new Yonko, too. Mary Joa. The 5 elders argued fiercely in the Hall of Power. Damn it, why can Whitebeard come up with so many explosive rocks? What are Akainu and Hogg doing? If they could have killed Whitebeard earlier, this wouldn't have happened now. The Navy is so useless now. A mere Whitebeard, with so many troops deployed, can still end up like this. How come a Navy Admiral Zhonghua is becoming more and more useless? Is now the time to think about this? We should think quickly about how to deal with Whitebeard's explosive rock. Are we really going to let go of Fire Fist Ace? Absolutely not. This is being broadcast live to the world. If we let Fire Fist Ace go just because of Whitebeard's threat, our world government will lose all face. If you don't let go of Fire Fist Ace, Whitebeard will definitely do something that will end in his own demise. He's at the end of his rope now. The Navy may be incompetent, but now is not the time for them to disappear. We still need them to destroy the 4 emperors. The focus returned to the battlefield of Marineford. Whitebeard. Facing Whitebeard's request, Zhongguo's face looked extremely ugly. He really wanted to refuse. There was no way he could agree to Whitebeard's request, because the public execution of Fire Fist Ace was ordered by the world government, and it is now being broadcast live to the world. If you just let go of Fire Fist Ace like this, then their navy will lose face and become a laughingstock to countless people around the world. It has disappointed and despised countless sailors and people around the world. If you don't let Ace go, the consequences are even more serious. Just now, only 5 explosive rocks exploded at the same time, creating that huge bottomless pit. If these hundreds of explosive rocks exploded, I'm afraid the entire Marineford would be completely destroyed, just as Whitebeard said. Most of the Navy on this battlefield, even him, the naval marshal, and several naval admirals, will suffer casualties. In other words, this fortress that symbolizes justice will be destroyed along with the entire naval headquarters. This serious consequence is beyond his ability to bear. What to do? What is he going to do? That bastard Whitebeard is roasting him on the fire. Seeing that Zhongguo was still hesitating, Whitebeard shouted again. Have you thought it through? Will you hand over Ace? Answer me, Sengoku. The Kusakimi in his hand slammed heavily to the ground, causing the explosives container in front of him to tremble, to the horror of the surrounding navy. Zhongguo's heart also trembled violently. He gritted his teeth and growled, You bastard Whitebeard, if you continue to act recklessly, your sons will die with you. So what? If I can drag your navy down with me before I die, it will be worth it. At least Jaws and Lakjo won't die in vain. Whitebeard said angrily. That's right. Dad is right. At worst, we can all die together. We have lost enough companions. I'm not afraid of a few more. Marco echoed indignantly, his face full of the heroic look before his death. It's our honor to die with Daddy. Sparse responses from the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates came from every corner of the huge battlefield. Navy. Release Ace immediately. As Whitebeard pressed on, immense pressure filled Zhongguo's heart, causing sweat to break out on his forehead. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Whitebeard finally put the last straw on the camel's back. Zhongguo, let Ace go. After they leave, I can stay. Anyway, your navy's target this time isn't Ace, but me, right? In that case, then I'll trade my life for Ace's. Dad. Whitebeard's words surprised Marco, Blackman, and others. Dad, it's not worth it. I'm so willful that I'm not worth all your efforts. Ace burst into tears. He looked at the tall and majestic Whitebeard with great emotion, and his voice was choked with sobs. It's worth it. Very worth it. Whitebeard looked at Ace, who was crying bitterly with soft eyes, and said in a gentle voice, It's totally worth it to be able to send a young life onto the ship of the new era at the cost of my own life. A dying old ghost of the old era? Ace, am I a decent father? Ace was so moved that he cried and nodded continuously. You're the greatest father in the world, Dad. You're the only father I Portgas Ace have. That's good. Whitebeard smiled with relief and looked at Zhongguo again. Answer me. Zhongguo. Zhongguo clenched his fists and stared at the explosive rock under Whitebeard's feet. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, he suddenly yelled at the giant vice-admirals holding the live broadcast Den Mushi around him. Cut off the live broadcast immediately. Ah yes, Marshal Sengoku. The giant lieutenant general holding up the video Den Mushi immediately took action and turned off the live broadcast. This action immediately caused countless nervous viewers in front of the screen to curse. There were also people with discerning eyes who guessed what Zhongguo was planning. Navy, I'm afraid you have to compromise. However, someone soon discovered that among the 3 live broadcast screens, there was still one that was not cut off. The picture is clearly facing the direction of the execution platform. Then the next moment, everyone saw that Zhongguo waved his hand with a humiliated look on his face, asked 2 Marines to take out the key, walked up to the handcuffed Ace, and wanted to remove the shackles from him. Sengoku seemed to have noticed something. His expression suddenly changed, and he looked up at the last giant lieutenant general holding a live din mushy. Lonzi, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to cut off the live broadcast? However, Longzi turned a deaf ear and held up the live din mushy like a wooden man. Akiji, Zhanghua was furious and was about to ask Akiji to come over and close it forcibly. But then he saw two tall figures, one on the left and one on the right, walking out of the crowd, with their arms folded across their chests, standing on the ground not far behind Whitebeard. Just because of a word from Whitebeard, you're going to let Fire Fist Ace go and give up this war that is sure to be won, Marshal Sengoku. I cannot agree to this. I don't agree either. If we surrender today just because of Newgate's harsh words, then the justice that our Navy has upheld for hundreds of years will be a piece of fucking shit. Sengoku, your decision to let Fire Fist Ace go is a disgrace to the Navy, a disgrace to justice, you nagging bastard. You're not even worthy of being a Navy admiral. 114. Chapter 114. I would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. General Black Dragon. Admiral Akainu. Looking at Hogg and Akainu, who walked out of the crowd of Marines and refuted Marshal Sengoku's orders in person. At this moment, whether it is the Navy on the battlefield of Marineford, or the countless viewers in front of the live broadcast screen around the world, everyone was stunned at this moment. They didn't expect that there would be a twist in the story. Is this an internal conflict within the Navy? Even the decision of the Admiral of the Navy was opposed by some people. Where two generals stood up at the same time. Among them, General Black Dragon, who appeared out of nowhere like a comet and demonstrated his powerful strength and cruel methods one after another, even scolded Zhanghua to his face. The strong dissatisfaction and contempt contained in those words made all the Marines who heard them tremble with fear and dared not breathe. Zhanghua's face looked very ugly. He looked at Hogg and Akainu walking into the field from the left and right, and felt like his head was about to explode. He was already extremely tired after making up his mind to release Ace because of Whitebeard's threat. At this moment, his head was as big as a bucket, and anger surged in his chest, making his old face red. He shouted sternly, Hogg, Akainu, what are you doing? I'm not doing anything. I just want you to take back your decision to let Fire Fist Ace go. Hogg spat out the cigar but in his mouth and looked at Zhanghua with a cold expression, not giving in. I won't take back my decision. Please stop causing trouble here. I can't put tens of thousands of elite Marines here in danger of death just for a mere Fire Fist Ace. They are the most elite Marines and shouldn't be sacrificed here in vain. Now that's the point. The live broadcast of the world was not cut off. The Warring States period was no longer secretive. He just said everything that was on his mind. The old voice echoed over Marineford. It also reached the ears of countless viewers in front of the live broadcast screen. For a time, it was recognized by many people. Among them are also many naval soldiers. However, in the face of Zhanghua's angry roar, Hogg just sneered. Put yourself in danger of death? Are you kidding me, Sengoku? The Marines who traveled thousands, even tens of thousands of miles from major branches around the world to accept the call for war have already prepared themselves for death. From the moment they set foot in Marineford, they were surrounded by death. The war has continued until now, and we have already sacrificed more than 10,000 brave and fearless soldiers. Do you think the sacrifice is meaningless? I never said that. Zhanghua gritted his teeth in anger. But your decision now is an insult to those dead warriors. You are trampling on their spirits. For this public execution, for winning this war, for defending this fortress of justice. Those soldiers who died fought bravely, one after another, and sacrificed their lives fearlessly. Now, with just a few words, you're letting go of the fruits of victory they sacrificed so much for. So, what was the purpose of their deaths? Since you're going to let him go, why not just not have this bullshit public execution in the first place? That way, we don't have to fight to the death here. Those brave warriors will not die. Since you've done it, then fight till the end. Don't kneel down and give in just because of a few harsh words or threats from a Whitebeard or a Blackbeard. Don't forget your identity. Hogg raised his hand suddenly and pointed at the livid-faced Zhanghua. His voice was like thunder, resounding over Marineford. You're a fucking admiral. He is the commander of millions of Marines around the world. He is the idol of countless righteous people. He is the beacon of justice. Do you think this is just letting go of a little Fire Fist Ace? No. You are breaking the backbone of the Navy with your own hands. You are actively trampling on the banner of justice. If you do this today, then tomorrow that idiot Kaido will also take some explosive rocks and run to Marineford, and make our Navy kneel down and eat shit in front of the whole world. The day after tomorrow, that fat bitch Lingling will bring some dynamite rocks over and ask you to become her mistress and give her dozens of sons. Hogg, you bastard. Kaido and Big Mom, who were watching the live broadcast, were furious. Zhangguo, standing in front of the collapsed execution platform, was trembling with anger. Where in the world do so many explosive rocks come from? Hogg, stop being unreasonable. Marshal Zhangguo, I don't think my godfather is being unreasonable. Suddenly, a figure walked out from the Marines behind Hogg and appeared on the live broadcast screen. It's Doberman. Doberman, are you going to oppose me too? Zhangguo was a little angry. Hogg and Akainu are both admirals of the Navy, at the same level as governors, so it is understandable that they openly stand up against him. But Doberman was just a vice admiral, and he actually jumped out to accuse him, the marshal, at this time. This is simply a disrespect for him as the admiral. Doberman said with a serious face. No, I have no intention of opposing Marshal Zhangguo. However, I completely agree with what my adoptive father said, and no matter what, our Navy must never compromise with pirates out of fear. If this precedent is set today, there will be a second, third, and countless threats in the future. From now on, any random person can control the most powerful force of justice in our world. What kind of bullshit justice are we talking about then? You. Zhangguo was choked by Doberman's words. He was just about to say something to explain the correctness of his decision when he saw Ghost Spider walking out from the crowd. I don't agree with letting Fire Fist Ace go either. He looked at Whitebeard not far away with an indifferent expression and said in a cold voice, Only are we going to compromise just because of a threat? Then what are we? We are the Navy, the most elite Navy. We are the idols of countless righteous people around the world, threatening us with death. Do you fucking think we're afraid of death? Back then, Mr. Zifa's wife and children were brutally murdered by pirates. Is he scared? He didn't. He's still firmly on the path of justice. He's worked diligently for decades, educating countless brave and fearless sailors. All of us here were taught by him. Later, his students also met a tragic death at the hands of pirates. Even his own arm was severed. I'm asking you, is Mr. Zifa scared? The Ghost Spider's roaring voice echoed over Marineford, resounding in the ears of every Marine, resounding in front of the screen, in every naval branch around the world, and in the ears of countless Marines. The Marines who heard it all burst into tears, their blood boiled, and they couldn't help but roar out the answer. No. That's right. Ghost Spider roared at the top of his lungs. Teacher Zephyr wasn't afraid. His wife and children died, his students died, his arm was cut off, yet he remained unafraid and didn't compromise with the pirates. Although I oppose the justice of not killing that he insisted on, I respect him. I love him, because he is a true Marine, a warrior who fears no threat and never compromises. Because he taught us. It is better to die with honor than to live in disgrace. A mere threat of death is enough to make us kneel. Are you trying to break the backbone of the Navy that Mr. Zephyr has built for us? Whitebeard, you're daydreaming. Quiet. The huge battlefield of Marineford. It fell into deathly silence. In front of the live broadcast screen, countless people and countless Marines all fell into a brief silence. Then, the roar and roar that overturned the entire world resounded on the battlefield of Marineford, in naval bases all over the world, in various kingdoms, and on various islands. I would rather die with honor, not for the sake of integrity. 115, Chapter 115, Explosive Increase. Vigorous Increase. Crazy Increase. Crazy. Tens of thousands of Marines on the battlefield of Marineford went crazy. In front of the live broadcast, Marines from various naval branches around the world went crazy. Countless people who were loyal to justice and had thought about joining the Navy to fight pirates also went crazy at this moment. They roared hysterically. He roared until his face turned red, screaming at the top of his lungs. I'd rather die with honor, not for the sake of integrity, for justice. What's the harm in death? It is so inspiring that one wants to tear open the chest and dig out the surging blood in the heart, roaring and surging in the chest of every Marine. At this moment, the pain caused by this brutal battle seemed to disappear from them. An unprecedented spirit and strength surged in the hearts of the Marines, bringing tears to their eyes and making them wish they could die for justice immediately. Listening to the roar coming from my ears, it was like a tsunami. Feeling the boiling fighting spirit and spirit of the Marines as if it were tangible. Jean-Gua, standing in front of the execution platform, trembled his lips a few times. His eyes suddenly became dim, and his face turned extremely pale. He staggered and took several steps back as if he couldn't stand steadily. He was able to stand firmly until Garp came over quickly and supported him. "Are you okay, Sengoku?" Garp asked with concern when he saw his pale face. Jean-Gua looked at his old friend with confused eyes and said in a dry and bitter voice, Am I wrong? Garp, is my decision not really wrong? Garp turned around and glanced at the battlefield around him. He saw pairs of waving hands, pairs of eyes full of fighting spirit and desire, and familiar faces full of fanatical excitement. He opened his mouth, but for a moment he was unable to give an answer. Ha! Jean-Gua staggered 2 steps. His knees suddenly went weak, and his tall body fell to the ground with a bang. I was wrong. He served as a naval marshal for more than 10 years. I have worked hard in this position for more than 10 years. They went to sea to fight, made plans, and issued all kinds of decisions that went against true justice. Jean-Gua, as the naval marshal, was conscientious and hardworking. But now he suddenly realized that on the battlefield of Marineford, where the world's most elite navy was gathered, no one truly recognized the decision he made. For the sake of tens of thousands of elite navy here, he struggled internally for a long time before making the decision to let Fire Fist Ace go, but turned out to be a wrong decision. At this moment, the Marine's spirit and will, burning like a raging fire, told him. He was wrong. He was so wrong. Marines are not afraid of death. At least the vast majority of Marines are not afraid. What they fear is retreat. It is the humiliation of the pirates. It is failure. The spine was broken. Yes, kneel down. They would rather die than bow to the pirates and compromise with them. Faced with such an passionate and vigorous will, the Zhonggua's ambition to dominate the world collapsed and shattered like an avalanche in an instant. He slumped to the ground with a dim look in his eyes, as if only an old and decayed body remained, no longer able to lead these passionate and motivated soldiers as a naval marshal. His faith collapsed. The domineering aura on him also disappeared at this moment. And on the other side, surrounded by tens of thousands of Marines, Hogg exuded an incredibly powerful, absolutely powerful, incomparably strong domineering aura, constantly rising under the impact of the surrounding fanatical spirits. He seemed to be absorbing and integrating everyone's beliefs and domineering thoughts. He has become the spiritual pillar of all the Marines on the entire battlefield, and the spiritual idol of countless Marines and civilians in front of the live broadcast. At this moment, the spiritual will of countless people, like countless small flames, gathered together and turned into a blazing sun. And Hogg is this sun. At this moment, his domineering aura began to surge like never before. It surged. Stronger than ever. Kill, 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 kill. Go, 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 go. His aura at this moment is 500 times stronger than that of the Warring States period. Incomparable, domineering thoughts. Extremely crazy. What else in the world can resist such a terrifying demon god? Damn it, what else in the world can resist? Ha! Hogg laughed wildly towards the sky. He opened his arms wide and laughed wildly and domineeringly at the enthusiastic Marines around him. My warriors, I told you before, the era of pirates is over. The era of the Navy is about to begin. All pirates will be liquidated. All evil will be eradicated. To uphold justice and save the world, we need brave people. If you're afraid, I allow you to withdraw from this battlefield. I won't blame you. On the contrary, I will continue to protect you. My warriors will also protect you. Thank you for your past efforts. You will enjoy a comfortable life in the future. And the brave ones who stayed, give me your loyalty. Give me your lives. Give me your future. I will lead you and spread the glory of justice to every corner of the world. I won't keep this honor to myself. It belongs to each and every one of you. Now, follow me and wipe out all the pirates in the Whitebeard Pirates. From here on, I will lead you into the era of the Great Navy. Hogg's words fell. Longzi, Jando, Lockville, Ghost Spider, Doberman, and others, who were already excited, responded immediately, tearing their throats and shouting loudly. Please pledge your loyalty to General Hogg. The Marines waved their weapons enthusiastically and shouted at Hogg with flushed faces. Loyalty? It seems to be the whole amid the deafening noise of the overturned Marineford. Akainu looked unhappy, He glanced at Hogg, who was enthusiastically surrounded by the crowd, and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Humph, he's stolen all the limelight, cunning old devil. But to be honest, Akainu was still a little surprised. He originally thought that Hogg would take advantage of the opportunity when the army's morale turned against him and directly declare a mutiny, replacing Jean Guahir and becoming the Navy Marshal in broad daylight. This approach is unorthodox, though. But at this moment, it is almost 100% achievable. But Hogg didn't do that. This is indeed somewhat unlike Hogg's style. But it doesn't matter. Even if Hogg doesn't seize warring state's position now, after this war is over, he will definitely take action. That is when I will have to stand up and compete with this cunning old ghost for the position of Marshal. No, just give him some face. Do it. It's time to end this. We can take down Whitebeard. Almost at the same time, Hogg and Akainu attacked in perfect tacit understanding. One of them attacked Whitebeard. One of them rushed towards Ace. In the eyes of Hogg and Akainu, this father and son are undoubtedly the biggest variables in this war. Others might not die, but Whitebeard and Ace must die. 116, Chapter 116, Farewell. Newgate, kill. Kill all the pirates in the Whitebeard Pirates. Please pledge your loyalty to General Hogg. From here on, we enter the era of the Great Navy, the era that belongs to our Navy. The next moment, the battlefield, which had shown signs of fatigue due to the long battle and heavy casualties, fell into madness again because of the words of Hogg and others. Tens of thousands of naval soldiers, eager to fight, led by Doberman, Spider Demon, and others, once again launched a final charge against the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. These remaining pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates had already fallen into decline due to the deaths of a large number of senior officers of the Whitebeard Pirates. I have long lost the will to fight. Some pirates had even retreated to the distant open sea while fighting. At this moment, hearing the deafening shouts of killing coming from my ears, and looking at the Navy army rushing towards me like a tsunami, as fierce as wolves and tigers, how could I dare to confront them head-on? They were so frightened that they ran for their lives, even dropping their weapons. However, where can they run to? With the huge advantages in absolute combat power and absolute military strength, the final outcome of this war seems to have been predetermined. Don't talk about them. Even their most trusted and admired father was in the most dangerous predicament at this moment, because Hogg burst out with all his strength, the best of all, accompanied by an earth-shaking roar. On the ground of Marineford, a hideous figure covered with shiny black dragon scales rose from the ground. Hogg appeared in the form of a black dragon, with a pair of black horns on his head spiraling up into the sky, as if to pierce the sky. A pair of wide dragon wings spread out horizontally behind his back, like the flesh wings of a devil. The dragon's tail, covered with scales and bone spurs, drags on the ground behind it, full of extreme violent beauty. The 10-meter-tall and majestic figure looked like a demon god descending to the earth, with beams of dazzling lightning flashing on his body. With sprint, he had crossed a distance 100 meters and rushed in front of Whitebeard. Hogg didn't use a knife, but just clenched his huge fist, and with one punch, he blasted the air to collapse and punched down towards Whitebeard's face. Newgate, time to get going. The magnetic field rotates at 180,000 horsepower. Underworld Dragon, headshot fist. The black and red Overlord lightning, which was thicker, deeper, more compressed, and full of destructive aura than before, wrapped around the huge fist and brought down with a huge force of 180,000 horsepower of magnetic field rotation. As early as when Hogg and Akainu stood up to refute Sengoku, Whitebeard had already vaguely known that his plan to threaten the Navy with explosive rock would most likely fail, because Hogg and Akainu are too strong. In addition to the two of them, they also won over a large number of senior generals from the headquarters. The combination of these two masters and apprentices can be said to be an invincible alliance among the top leaders of the Navy headquarters. Even Garp and Akiji, who are also master and apprentice, cannot be compared with him. What's more, the Warring States period was already in the wrong. In fact, when the dispute broke out within the Navy, Whitebeard had the opportunity to directly destroy the explosive rock, detonate these lethal weapons, and perish together with the Navy. But somehow, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Seeing Hogg rushing towards him violently, Whitebeard sighed in his heart. His face showed domineering look. He grinned wildly, threw away the Sokimakiri, and punched Hogg. Gulala, Hogg, you are the only one who will die. Air shock. A white shock wave enveloped his fist. Whitebeard's aura rose endlessly, like oil boiling in a raging fire. Beams of black and red lightning also burst out from his fists, wrapping around the shock waves, making the shock waves even more powerful. The two men's fists flew straight back and forth, and in the next moment, they collided with a loud bang. It was like two sea trains traveling in opposite directions on the same track, accelerating wildly and then colliding. Boom! A deafening roar, like the collapse of heaven and earth, exploded in the sky above Marineford. An unimaginably huge shock wave burst out between the two people's fists colliding in the air, turning into a huge circular shock wave that expanded wildly and spread out in all directions. Wherever the shock wave passed, the earth and the sky were ruthlessly torn and crushed. Hundreds of glass containers placed under Whitebeard's feet were shattered one by this devastating shock wave. Under the horrified gaze of Cap and others, the glass containers containing the explosive rocks shattered one after another. The purple liquid spilled out, and the orange-red explosive rock blocks soaked in it were about to be exposed to the air. Once these dangerous things explode at the same time, I'm afraid that the entire Marineford and the surrounding ice surface will be destroyed by the explosion. At that time, everyone within this range will be killed without a burial place. Seeing this dangerous situation is about to happen, most of the tilted land of Marineford was instantly covered by a cold layer of ice. In an instant, the ground beneath everyone's feet turned into thick and hard ice. The purple liquid soaked in explosive rock in the shattered glass container was instantly frozen into ice. All the explosive rocks wrapped inside were frozen inside. At the edge of the island far away, Akiji, with a cold look on his face, slowly raised his hand from the ground and looked at this side with an expressionless face. Above the frozen explosive rock, Whitebeard sent out a violent shock wave. After 2 or 3 seconds of stalemate with Hogg's fist, the shock wave on his fist was actually broken down bit by the magnetic field force erupting from Hogg's fist. The domineering aura he unleashed was completely defeated and annihilated under the impact of Hogg's surging domineering aura. The next moment, under the horrified and worried gazes of Marco, Ace, and Blackman, scarlet blood spurted out from between Whitebeard's clenched teeth. His tall body arched backwards under the heavy burden, and his feet left the ground and flew backwards. "Dad!" A shrill scream came out from several people's mouth, heart-wrenching. "Farewell, Newgate!" Hogg's heart was as cold as iron. His burly body smashed through the sound barriers, dragging out distorted air waves, leaving a blurry afterimage above the flying Whitebeard. He approached in an instant and punched down again. The fucking magnetic field is spinning at 190,000 horsepower. Nether Dragon exploding heart fist. Gulala, it's not that easy for me to die. Whitebeard, with blood constantly flowing out of the corner of his mouth, laughed loudly and punched out towards Hogg. Boom! Crack, crack, crack. Hogg's powerful punch came down, and in front of the shocked gazes of countless people, it directly blasted Whitebeard's right fist to pieces. The unrivaled force of the magnetic field rotation directly shattered the shockwave covering Whitebeard's hand, smashing his fist and muscles, and going all the way up along his arm, destroying everything in its path and penetrating every joint. Whitebeard's entire right arm shattered like an exploding firecracker. Blood and flesh splattered, and bones were broken everywhere. Gulala, it's not over yet, this old man. We can still fight again. Whitebeard stomped his feet deep into the earth to stop his bleeding body. He raised his only remaining left arm high, and the shock wave from his left fist hit Hogg's chest. Hogg opened his arms, his muscles bulged, and a powerful aura like the sea emerged from his body, compressed into a pitch-black domineering armor, and he took Whitebeard's final and powerful blow head-on. His domineering armor was shattered by Whitebeard's shock wave, and his chest, which was as strong as steel and cast iron, was smashed by Whitebeard's fist, with scales shattered, muscles sunken and exploded, revealing a fistmark wound deep enough to see the bone. Ha ha! Hurry, hurry! Newgate, I have sensed your ambition. I know your determination. Then I will use this extremely powerful blow to bid you farewell. My enemy, my rival, my old friend, all my strength, 100% of 100%. The fucking magnetic field is spinning at 200,000 horsepower. Nether Dragon explosive fist. Hogg roared wildly and punched out. The extremely strong magnetic field force was unstoppable, shattering Whitebeard's chest, exploding his flesh, blood, bones, internal organs, and penetrating them all. The skin, muscles, ribs, heart, and even spine on Whitebeard's chest were all shattered and penetrated by Hogg's punch. Boom. Farewell, Newgate. 117. Chapter 117. Whitebeard's Death. Additional chapter to certify the master of the shipwreck boss. Dad. Looking at Whitebeard, whose chest was blasted through by Hogg in the same way he killed Jozu and Jinbe. Ace, who was pinned down under the execution platform, let out a shrill and crazy scream. The voice was filled with sorrow, like the cry of a cuckoo or the wailing of a monkey, heartbroken. Dad? Dad? Marco, who was forced back by the aftermath of the battle between Hogg and Whitebeard, also flew over with a sad cry, rushed to Whitebeard regardless of everything, and desperately released his healing flame to heal the terrible injuries on Whitebeard's body. At this moment, he didn't even care about Hogg, who was standing next to him. The huge battlefield of Marineford suddenly became quiet at this moment. The sounds of fighting gradually stopped, and all eyes converged and fell on the remains of Whitebeard, with shock in their eyes. Whitebeard, I is going to die. Longzi held up the live din mushy and recorded the entire scene. The figure of Whitebeard standing in the center of Marineford was broadcast live in front of countless people around the world. On the broken earth, Whitebeard's tall and majestic figure stood quietly. His right arm was completely gone, along with half of his shoulder, which was shattered. His only remaining left arm hung at his side. On his spacious chest, there was a hole that was transparent from front to back and more than 2 feet in diameter, almost splitting him in half. Even the spine deep in the chest was shattered. All the internal organs in the chest were shattered, and the heart was blown up by Hogg. No one knew what Whitebeard was relying on to support his extremely broken body at this moment, so that he could still stand firmly on the ground without falling down. What shocked countless people was that in such a tragic and shocking state, Whitebeard was not completely dead yet. He opened his slightly empty eyes and stared at the front without focus, as if he was looking at something, as if he was lingering on something. It was as if he was reminiscing about his own eventful life. In front of him, Marco burst into tears, and regardless of the severe exhaustion of his physical strength, he released a large amount of healing flames onto Whitebeard's remaining body, trying to heal Whitebeard's terrible injuries. But Whitebeard is not Marco after all, nor is he the Phoenix ability user. The bodies that were completely blown up and shattered by Hogg could never be healed or restored no matter what. As a doctor, Marco knew better than anyone that he might not be able to save his father's life. But even so, even though he was desperately squeezing out his last bit of strength, even though he felt physically and mentally exhausted and on the verge of collapse, he did not stop his actions. Simply because he wanted to reduce the pain that Whitebeard was suffering as much as possible. The surging blue flames, without a trace of heat, were like the gentle breeze or a warm, hot spring, soothing Whitebeard's body and allowing him to wake up a little from the hellish pain. Looking at Marco with tears streaming down his face, he smiled with relief. Marco. His voice was extremely weak, like a candle in the wind. Dad. Hearing Whitebeard's cry, Marco's body trembled violently. He looked up at the tall and majestic Whitebeard in front of him, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. Dad, I'm here. Whitebeard looked at him lovingly, with an apologetic look in his eyes. I'm sorry. He wanted to take another look at Ace and the other members of the Whitebeard Pirates. But he didn't even have the strength to lift his eyes. Dad, you don't have to say sorry to us. You haven't let anyone down. You're the greatest father in the world. We're the ones who let you down. We didn't protect you well enough. Marco said, sobbing. Looking down at the tearful Marco, the light in Whitebeard's eyes gradually faded. A slow smile played at the corner of his mouth. Slowly close his eyes. Being able to meet you is my greatest fortune. Thank you, my children. At this moment, on the battlefield of Marineford, all friends and foes, pirates and navy, were staring in amazement at Whitebeard, who stood still like a sculpture. Audiences around the world also stared at the screen in a trance, at the tall dead figure standing with a smile on his lips and his eyes closed. Hyuan calendar year 1520. The strongest man in the world, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Newgate, was killed in battle at the hands of the Black Dragon Admiral Morn Hogg in Marineford. Dad, Dad. Heartbroken cries rang out from all directions of the battlefield. The remaining pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates couldn't help but howl loudly. Whitebeard, and I asked dead? Garp and Sengoku stare at the sudden death of Whitebeard in a daze, and complicated thoughts could not help but emerge in their hearts. Always, Whitebeard is an alternative existence among pirates. When Kaido, another of the 4 emperors, built arsenals in the New World, trained a legion of animal-type ability users, and wantonly spread the clouds of war. Whitebeard adopted a son in the New World. When Charlotte Lingling was running the business in Wangua, she kept holding tea parties to expand Wangua's influence. Whitebeard is still in the New World to adopt a son. When the new Four Emperors' red hair Shanks suddenly rose up and challenged Kaido for the throne, he was the most popular person. He also adopted sons in the New World. This pirate game of playing house looks ridiculous in the eyes of other pirates. Whitebeard spent his entire life tirelessly pursuing it, but no one ever dared to make fun of him. Just because he is Whitebeard. He is the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, whose strength is recognized by both pirates and navy, enemies and friends. Because Whitebeard has a huge influence among pirates, comparable to the uncrowned king, the world government would be so wary of him. He was afraid that his son would collect more and more, become more and more powerful, and eventually become the Second Rocks. So much so that he thought of using Ace's public execution to lure Whitebeard to Marineford. No matter the cost, we will launch this huge war to destroy the Whitebeard Pirates. In the eyes of the Navy, Whitebeard is undoubtedly a true great pirate. He is also an old rival worthy of respect. Witnessing his death at this moment, even the Navy, who were his opponents, could not help but stop for a moment and watch silently. Whitebeard's death seemed to foreshadow the end of a magnificent era. In front of the screen, Kaido was crying, Big Mom was cheering, Wang Zhi was laughing, Blackbeard was silent, the five elders were overjoyed, and countless ordinary people were cheering. Whitebeard is dead. But this war is obviously not over yet. As Hogg walked away from the dead Whitebeard and approached the ice surface where the dynamite rock was, Wang Zhi, who was far away on the Honeycomb Island in the New World, pressed the button of the remote control in his hand with a grin. Go to hell, Hogg. 118. Chapter 118. The Dark Dog Pierces the Chest. Thanks for your support. Hogg, with his foot raised in the air and not yet fully landed, suddenly felt a danger of death approaching. This made him exclaim in surprise. There was a flash of red in his eyes. The ability to predict the future is activated. In a trance, Hogg seemed to see a huge explosion like the collapse of the sky and the earth rising from the land of Marineford. The towering mushroom cloud exploded from 10,000 meters high, shattering the sky and the earth at the same time. The entire island is filled with endless light and heat. Countless marines were shattered into nothingness by the shockwave. Even Doberman, Ghost Spider, Lonzi, and others were killed in the explosion. Even Garp, Sengoku, Akinu, and Akiji were all seriously injured, and Hogg was blown to pieces on the spot. The instantaneous high temperature generated by the big explosion reached millions of degrees. Even as strong as he was at the moment, he could not defend against the high temperature that burned everything. Because he was at the center of the explosion. It's dynamite rock. Someone installed a time bomb in a glass container containing explosive rock. Damn it! Which bastard did this? Hogg's face changed, and he suddenly leaned forward. With his outstretched right hand, he shattered the ice surface that froze the explosive rock in front of him and grabbed one of the glass containers out from deep in the ice. As soon as the glass container left the ground and fell into his hands, a machine attached to the inner wall of the container made a rapid beeping sound and then exploded with a bang. It was a small bomb. As soon as the bomb exploded, the glass container shattered immediately. Purple liquid flew everywhere, and the explosive rock inside was exposed to the air. As soon as it came into contact with the air, the small stone immediately changed dramatically, turning red and white, and finally exploded in Hogg's big hand. Boom! The violent collision of the explosion wave came for Hogg's palm, trying to shatter his palm. However, the murderous look in Hogg's eyes suddenly increased, and he clenched his right hand, which was holding the exploding explosive rock suddenly. His big hands were like million-ton hydraulic pliers. With the 5 fingers wrapped in thick armed-colored armor, he clasped them together and actually pinched out the exploding explosive rock and crushed it in his palm. Seeing Hogg's extremely brutal and powerful behavior, countless people in front of the live broadcast screen exclaimed in horror. What a powerful strength and body! Even exploding dynamite rocks can be crushed by crushing them with your hands. Is this guy still human? On the New World Beehive Island, Wang Zhi roared and threw the bomb remote control in his hand to the ground. Damn predicting the future. You're ruining my plans. Hogg, you beast, you're so lucky. Hogg, who used his ability to predict the future and prevented a devastating disaster, looked a little unhappy. He turned back and looked at Marco, who was still standing in front of the dead Whitebeard's body, and said in a cold voice, "Is this also a Newgate conspiracy? Put a time bomb in Dynamite Rock." "Black Dragon, don't insult Dad. Dad is not as insidious as you think. If he wanted to detonate these explosive rocks, he could have done it just now. There was no need to use such a sinister trick to deity. I is still too kind to your navy." Marco looked at Hogg coldly, without fear on his face. He's just being too fussy. Even if he detonates the explosive rock, he will be the only one killed. Does he really think he can wipe out the navy here? How naive. Hogg's eyes were equally cold. "Maybe the explosion won't kill you guys, but the other Marines will definitely not survive." Marco looked straight at Hogg. After the two of them stared at each other coldly for a few seconds, Marco withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "It's Wang Ji. He provided the explosive rock. Dad has said before that he definitely has bad intentions." There was no more resentment toward Hogg in his eyes, and he seemed very calm. It seemed that with Whitebeard's death, even the resentment in his heart disappeared. Wang Ji. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Hogg's eyes. He turned and left without even looking at Marco, who was sitting next to Whitebeard. "Doberman, send these dangerous things away. The farther the better. I don't want to see it blow up Marineford." "Yes, Godfather." Hogg ignored Marco, because he had sensed Marco's determination to die. This guy has lost the courage to live and plans to follow Whitebeard. At this moment, he no longer paid attention to Ace, but just sat quietly at Whitebeard's feet. Maybe he's completely desperate. In front of the execution platform, Luffy, holding the key, was frantically untying the sea stone handcuffs on Ace. There were still traces of fresh tears on his face. "Ace, wait a minute. I'll rescue you right now. I'll rescue you right now," he muttered. Because of his nervousness and the fact that he had touched the sea stone, he was unable to successfully open the shackles with a key, even after trying for dozens of seconds. Ace knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the dead Whitebeard in the distance, like a wooden man, and remained silent for a long time. "Slow down, don't rush, be steady. You're also a devil fruit user, and your hands and feet will become weak if you touch sea stone." "That's right, that's it." A deep and rich voice sounded in the ears of the two brothers, but could not bring them any sense of security. Ace's gaze towards Whitebeard gradually withdrew, and his empty eyes gradually became cold and murderous. He turned his head and looked at the tall man standing not far in front of him, wearing black gloves, a red military uniform, and folding his hands. He gnashed his teeth and said angrily, "Akainu, stop being so hypocritical. Just kill me if you have the guts, you damn Marine." Akainu's eyes were cold and emotionless. He stood with his arms folded across his chest, but his eyes glanced faintly at Sengoku, Garp, and Akiji, who were standing not far away. "For your grandfather's sake, I'll give you a chance. I'll only throw one punch. Catch it, you can roll back to the new world alive. If you can't catch it, then go reunite with Whitebeard. Stop looking down on me, you mad dog of the Navy." Ace got furious at Akainu's cold eyes. Without waiting for Luffy to continue, he snatched the key and opened the sea stone shackles on his feet in a few seconds. With a roar, he rushed forward. His body turned into a ball of blazing fire, and he came to Akainu with a roar. Witnessing the tragic deaths of his fellow Whitebeard comrades and the tragic death of his father, Whitebeard, Ace's chest was now burning with rage as violent as a raging tsunami. Faced with Akainu's contempt, he almost didn't hesitate and punched Akainu. In an instant, a ball of fiery red flame with a diameter of tens of meters roared out from his fist, as if to burn everything in front of it, swallowing up Akainu standing in front of him and destroying him. Fire fist. "No, Ace!" Luffy's shrill scream came from behind. "You are a foolhardy fellow. You are the one who killed Whitebeard." Facing Ace's angry fire fist, Akainu slowly lowered his clasped hands, and a red light appeared on his right fist wearing a black glove, and he punched out casually. The ferocious magma dog roared in the face of Garp's angry gaze and smashed into the huge pillar of fire surging in front of it. Ace's incredible gaze pierced through his flaming fist without any hindrance, threw itself into his arms, and instantly pierced through his body that had just been freed. Haunted Dog. 119, Chapter 119, Ace's Regret. "No. Impossible." Ace froze in place, lowered his head, and stared blankly at his chest, which was pierced by lava, his eyes full of disbelief. He is the user of the natural type flame fruit. His body was still in the elemental state at this moment, so why could it be penetrated so easily by Akainu? Could it be that the general's strength has really reached this level? He is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and a user of a powerful nature-type fruit ability, but he can't even take Akainu's punch. What made Ace feel even more incredible was he, who was himself a flame, actually felt a burning pain, like his internal organs surging wildly in his body. Impossible. How could I be so weak? He raised his head, gritted his teeth, stared at the indifferent Akainu opposite him, clenched his right fist, and wanted to attack Akainu. But he had just taken half a step when his body shook violently twice, his knees softened, and his legs fell heavily to the ground with a bang. Blood kept gushing out from the corners of his mouth, quickly staining his chin and neck red. Seeing the doubt in Ace's eyes, Akainu said in a cold voice, "You don't think you're invincible just because you're a nature-type ability user, do you? I'm also a nature-type, and my magma fruit is a superior fruit to your flame fruit. If your flame fruit gives you gaseous flames, then I am a solid flame. Sakaski, I'm going to kill you." Before Akainu could finish his words, Garp's roar suddenly exploded in his ears like thunder. He frowned. In the corner of his eye, a burly figure had already swept across a distance of dozens of meters, with a face full of anger and grief, waving a fist flashing with black lightning, and smashed towards him. "I didn't kill your grandson outright. Instead, I gave him a chance to fight me fairly. I've already given you face, copy dash." As the words came out of his mouth, Akainu's eyes turned cold, and he took a step back. His right fist emitted a scorching red light again, and gushed out red magma like fire. He didn't dodge or evade the attacking Garp, and punched him. In grief and rage, Garp's fist, wrapped in the hockey of domination, collided violently with Akainu's fiery red right fist, which was gushing out magma. Boom! Under the impact of the violent domineering lightning, the magma on Akainu's fist was blasted everywhere. But his tall body was not pushed back at all by Garp. He still stood firmly in place, with an increasingly cold expression in his eyes. A huge and murderous aura is slowly reviving from his body, like a volcano about to erupt. "Damn Sakaski, how dare you, how dare you?" Garp's eyes were red with tears in their eyes. His burly body was trembling, and he was about to continue punching Akainu. But at this moment, Zhanghua, who had been sitting on the ground for a long time without moving, finally woke up from his dark personal world, spoke in time, and stopped him loudly. "Garp, stop it. What are you doing? The war isn't over yet." He rushed over and wanted to pull Garp away, but Garp pushed him away, and he took a few steps back. "That bastard Sakaski. He killed Ace." Garp yelled at him. Sengoku was also angry and shouted angrily, "Akainu did nothing wrong. Fire Fist Ace should have been executed. Garp, don't let your emotions get the better of you. Besides, Fire Fist Ace is about to die." Garp originally wanted to refute Sengoku, saying that even if Ace was to be publicly executed, Akainu should not do it. But when he heard the second half of Zhanghua's sentence, his body suddenly shook violently. He no longer cared about his anger towards Akainu, and quickly turned around and looked towards where Ace was. Then Garp saw that Ace was kneeling on the ground. His breath was extremely weak and was getting weaker and weaker. A shocking hole on his chest was constantly expanding. Through the creepy hole, you can see Ace's internal organs being burned by the red magma in his chest. It's hard to imagine what kind of pain Ace is going through at this moment. Luffy had rushed over at some point, hugging Ace, and was completely in a state of panic and fear, not knowing what to do. He tried to cover the huge wound on Ace's body that was pierced from front to back by lava. But these are obviously in vain. Luffy was shaking all over as he watched more and more blood flow from the corner of Ace's mouth. Ace, stop, please don't die. You promised me. You said you wouldn't die." His voice was also trembling. "He is crying." "Ace." Garp wanted to rush over, but his feet felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, making him unable to move. He could only stand there blankly, like a sculpture, watching Ace, who was rapidly losing his life. The pain in his heart was like a knife cutting him. Ace listened to Luffy's crying and felt his brother's panic, and his heart ached. He really wanted to knock Luffy on the head like he used to, put his hands on his hips and tell him that he would not die. He wanted to pinch Luffy's face, seeing him jumping up and down in anger, but unable to do anything about it. He wanted to hug his crybaby brother and give him some comfort, but he couldn't do it. Nothing can be done. He could only raise the corner of his mouth that was constantly oozing blood, revealing a gentle smile, and leaning on Luffy's shoulder, he whispered in a weak voice, "Luffy, you are already an adult. You can't cry like this. You will be laughed at at him." Choked by the blood gushing out of his throat, Ace coughed twice, coughing up large amounts of blood foam that sprayed on Luffy's neck and cheeks. There was a hint of apology in his eyes. Sorry, Luffy, I'm worried. Ace, don't talk anymore. You got your injury. Luffy hugged him tightly, his voice choked with sobs and unable to breathe. Let me say it. I'm afraid that if I don't say it now, I will never have the chance to say it. Ace's mouth curled up, and he was smiling, but tears could not be stopped from flowing from his eyes, flowing down his cheeks and dripping on Luffy's shoulders. I've always been searching for the meaning of my birth into this world. For this reason, I went out to sea despite my grandfather's objections, following that man's footsteps and becoming a pirate. Go out to sea, adventure, find partners, experience crisis, fight, meet Dad, join the Whitebeard Pirates. Until today, at this moment before death, I finally understood that what I was looking for, the meaning of my coming to this world, has always been by my side. That's you guys. Luffy, Grandpa, Dayton, Sabo, Dad, Marco, everyone. Thank you for loving me, who is so willful. I found the meaning of life, but the price that I asked too high. If I could turn back time, if I could go back to the past, I would rather never have gone to sea. In that case, I might become a Marine. Grandpa would be very pleased, right? Ace. Garp raised his hands to cover his face, tears streaming down from between his fingers. Dad and the others wouldn't have suffered the disaster they are facing today just because of my appearance. He will go to the new world with Jaws, Marco, and the others, have a party on the Moby Dick, sail amidst laughter, and have adventures. I killed them. Ace's voice was weak, full of regret and pain, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved down. Grandpa Luffy, I regret getting this answer. I'm sorry. 120, Chapter 120, Brave Deserter Kobe. Ace is dead. After crying and saying sorry several times, he died quietly in Luffy's arms with solidified tears and blood. There seemed to be regret in those empty eyes that were staring ahead, just as he realized before his death. It was too late for him to realize his regret. In the distance, the dead Whitebeard was still standing quietly on the ground, facing this side, as if watching him quietly. At Whitebeard's feet, Marco, who was handcuffed by Seastone, looked at what was happening here with a blank expression and did not rush over hysterically again. He just sat on the ground like a piece of wood, 2 lines of shocking blood and tears flowing from his eyes. Ace. Holding Ace, whose body had turned cold, who stopped talking and breathing, Luffy was in so much pain that he couldn't breathe, so much pain that he opened his mouth wide and coughed up blood, and so much pain that his eyes rolled back. He has endured too much pain during this period of time. First, he watched helplessly as he lost his companions one by one in shampoo. Then, in order to rescue Ace, he suppressed his sadness with great difficulty, broke into Impel Down, and came to this hellish battlefield. He also watched helplessly as his companions who had escaped from prison died one after another. Buggy, Mr. 3, Jinbe. And there is Hancock, who has been helping him unconditionally. Now Ace, who was his last spiritual support, is also dead. Endless pain surged into his heart, impacting his spirit and making him unable to bear it any longer. He had a mental breakdown. The heart-wrenching hoarse scream came out of his mouth meaninglessly, making Garp feel heartbroken when he saw this scene. Luffy, with tears in his eyes, he walked forward and wanted to check Luffy's injuries. But at this moment, Akainu, who had been standing behind him and watching Ace die silently, suddenly moved. He stepped on the ground, and his tall figure disappeared instantly. With a flash, he bypassed Garp and came behind Luffy. His right arm gushed out hot magma, and he was about to punch the mentally collapsed Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy, you are the son of dragon and a pirate. You attacked Judicial Island, broke into Impel Down, and even escaped with a group of prisoners and rushed to Marineford to interfere with the execution. Like Fire Fist Ace, you deserve to die. Akainu's sudden action caught Sengoku, who was standing next to him, off guard. He raised his hand reflexively, as if trying to stop it, but he put his hand down halfway. Garp, who was already heartbroken by Ace's death, became furious when he saw that Akainu was still going to kill Luffy, and his tearful eyes turned red in an instant. Sakazuki, he roared and was about to rush forward to stop them. But at this moment, he froze in place. Zhonghua was also stunned. Akainu was also stunned. All the Marines around were stunned. Because just as Akainu's Magma Fist was about to hit Luffy's body, a short white figure suddenly rushed over and blocked Akainu's way. With open arms, it blocked the mentally collapsed Luffy behind it and screamed at Akainu. Stop killing people. Akainu was a little confused. He frowned as he looked at the Marine who rushed in front of him, crying and shouting. Marine, what are you doing? Get out of here. He actually recognized the young Marine in front of him whose face was distorted with fear. This is Garp's new apprentice, named Kobe, who seems to be from the East Blue Sea. He has just arrived in Marineford not long ago. He has good talent and trains hard enough, so he will soon be promoted to Zifa's boot camp. His daughter Skylark has been very close to this guy recently. I keep calling myself KB Sr. every day. At this moment, Kobe was shaking like a sieve because of the intense fear. Snot and tears were streaming down her face as she cried and yelled at Akainu. Please stop here. Stop killing people. Every soldier is fighting for his life. Look around. Even now, countless soldiers are still falling. Who is the winner of this war? And who is the loser, the soldiers who lost their lives, and those who are waiting for them to return home, who should be held responsible for them? Continuing to pursue that illusory justice will only create more victims. The most important thing we should do right now is to save those lives that can still be saved. Please stop fighting, please. Kobe's cries seemed extremely abrupt on the battlefield where the final encirclement was taking place. This attracted the attention of many Marines. Damn, who is that pink-haired donkey? This utterly shabby fellow. Does he even know who he is? How dare he stop Admiral Akainu? It seems to be a new recruit named Kobe that I heard that he works 200 times harder than us. Now everyone calls him a hard-working king. Oh, I remember now. He's the new recruit with such a heart of a saint. Last time, Vice Admiral Garp asked him what he would do if he were stranded on a deserted island with only one boat that could only carry 2 people, and there was a child, an old man, and himself on the island. What did he say? He said he would stay behind and let the old man and the children leave on the boat. He's such a saint. Doesn't he know that his choice could lead to the deaths of all 3 of them? Without the Navy's protection, how could an old man and a child safely escape by boat in the vast ocean? So what's the right answer? Abandon the elderly? No, the correct answer is to find a way to build a bigger boat, or swim by yourself and follow the boat. Isn't he working 200 times harder than us? We can swim 10 kilometers, but he can't. Can he swim 2,000 kilometers? 2,000 kilometers is enough for him to cross the Grand Route. 2,000 kilometers? Sai, you're being a bit extreme. The Marines were in an uproar because of Kobe's actions. Garp and Sengoku looked shocked. After being stunned, Akainu looked indifferent. Truce? Are you kidding? Armistice? What a joke. If he had been dissatisfied with Kobe, just as a father who simply didn't want to see his daughter being kidnapped by a pink-haired boy. Now he really hated the soldier in front of him, who couldn't see the situation clearly. Does this guy have a clear understanding of the current situation on the battlefield of Marineford? Didn't he see that the Whitebeard Pirates had been completely defeated? Whitebeard died, and more than a dozen captains of the Whitebeard group were either killed or captured. The 43 captains of the vassal pirate groups were basically killed. The pirate army that originally had nearly 50,000 soldiers now has less than 10,000 remnants left, scattered like rats on the vast ice surface, running for their lives. It is a rare opportunity to have such a good opportunity. We must seize the opportunity to pursue and wipe out these pirates from the New World. Do we have to stop before achieving complete victory and mercifully let them go? Although the remaining white pirates are basically just a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers that he looks down upon. But in his eyes, these are just trash pirates at the bottom of the pirate world, trash pirates. If they were placed in the first half of the Grand Line, in the 4 seas, they would all be captains of small pirate groups. If these tens of thousands of pirates were released like this, it would be fine if they ran back to the New World. If we let them scatter all over the paradise, wouldn't the paradise be in chaos? What kind of sacrifices will the Navy, whose strength is several times greater than that of the pirates, make when they're trying to wipe out a group of pirates who have no power to resist? In this situation, any soldier who can say such words is either stupid or bad. This guy, what he is actually thinking about is saving the straw hat boy who is protecting him, right? A traitor. Akainu's face was gloomy. He raised his right fist, but after a pause because of Kobe's appearance, he continued to strike down. If you don't get out of the way, you'll die here along with the straw hat boy behind you.